My name is Luke. It's 1943, and I'm in Brooklyn. This city, man, it feels like it's shrouded in some kind of dark magic. The air is thick and oppressive, and every so often, the air raid sirens shriek through the dark skies like a banshee's wail. The world right now, it's chaos. The Axis powers, led by the Third Reich, are locked in a brutal struggle against the Allies, and it's like watching some massive, never-ending battle royale. The radio and newspapers are filled every day with reports of casualties and the latest international developments. From Europe to Asia, from the Atlantic to the Pacific, war rages like an uncontrollable wildfire, and the smoke of conflict clings to the world like a haze that refuses to lift. No one knows which will arrive first, hope or destruction. Honestly, the whole situation is just a mess. Or as I'd put it, it's barbecued. I often think to myself, if only I had traveled through time a few decades later. I could have gone to Hollywood, written a few scripts, made some movies, picked up a couple of Oscars. And even if that didn't work out, I could have plagiarized a few bestsellers and achieved financial freedom, enjoying the decadent life of capitalism. Sitting in a deserted bar on the corner, I leaned back in my chair, legs propped on the table, sighing with regret. Or just send me to a normal timeline. Post-war America's economy was booming like a rocket. I could have seized the opportunity and made my first fortune. But no, here I am, stuck in what feels like the Marvel soundstage. This is absurd. I let out another sigh and unfolded today's newspaper. The headline announced that President Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin were meeting in Tehran to plan the opening of a second front in Europe, aiming to defeat Nazi Germany as soon as possible. But what caught my eye was a small gossip column in the corner, a report about Howard Stark and Hollywood's goddess of love, Rita Hayworth, being spotted together entering the Waldorf Astoria. There was even a rather clear black and white photo accompanying the article. Stark Industries, I muttered bitterly, the corners of my mouth curling into a faint, rueful smile. I'm only 20 years old, but I know all too well who Howard Stark is. To the world, he's a wealthy and brilliant arms magnate. To me, though, he's something else. He's the father of Tony Stark, the future Iron Man. And because of him, I was certain I had landed smack in the middle of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, right at the very beginning of it all, before any major events had even happened. There's an upside and a downside to this realization. The good news? I'd probably live my entire life without ever encountering Thanos, that cosmic population control enthusiast snapping his fingers. The bad news? I couldn't find rookie-level allies like Agent Coulson or Spider-Man in Queens, let alone the Avengers. Heck, Nick Fury probably didn't even exist in this timeline yet. All the strategies I'd read about in fanfiction in my past life, totally useless here. If this were a normal setup, I should have been living in Hell's Kitchen by now, getting recruited by S.H.I.E.L.D., meeting some middle-aged agent with a receding hairline, or running into Baby Spidey and tagging along with a team to farm experience. With a bit of luck, maybe Black Widow would even try to seduce me as part of some covert mission. But no, here I am. I'm supposed to have the luck of a king. I never imagined that my starting point would be America during World War II. And worse, I'd somehow become a streetwise Irish-American kid from Brooklyn. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. I lowered the newspaper over my face, trying to block out my frustration. I'd been in this world for 5 or 6 years now, and I'd long since come to terms with my new identity as Luke Carver. I'd accepted that I was an Irish immigrant orphan, my father killed in a gang feud, my mother taken by tuberculosis, and no siblings to speak of. The only family I had left was an uncle who'd painted houses in his youth. That phrase? It's mob slang. My uncle wasn't a house painter in the literal sense. It's a euphemism for doing hits. Blood splatters walls when you take care of business, hence the term. He'd been a soldier back in the day, but after leaving the military, he started working for the mob to support his family. He was efficient, left no loose ends, and earned the trust of the higher-ups. After my parents died, it was his support that kept me from starving. And where's my golden cheat code? I couldn't help but grumble. Every other time traveler gets some kind of god-tier ability, but me? Nothing. My reason for ending up here was laughable. I spent too much money on in-game purchases. I've been obsessed with a fighting game that featured superheroes, throwing money at it without a second thought in hopes of breaking my streak of bad luck. One day, I couldn't resist splurging on a deluxe in-game bundle. It came with an overpowered SSS tier Superman card and multiple Kryptonian templates to choose from. The value was insane. But the moment I opened the package, my vision blurred, and here I am. The cruelest part? That deluxe bundle came with me to this world, but it took 5 or 6 years just to connect to the server and begin loading. Right now, the progress bar is stuck at 99%. I glanced at it in my mental space, my face full of anticipation. For years, I've been doing 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats daily, all while soaking up the sun, waiting for the moment that progress bar would finally hit 100%. But for some reason, maybe the Marvel set is too far from Krypton Cell Tower. The bar won't budge. Asterisk, don't tell me I need to collect an Infinity Stone to finish this. Asterisk, I muttered bitterly. If I could just unlock Superman's powers, I'd be set for life in this dangerous world. Heck, I might even end up better off in the Marvel timeline, given how bleak things get over there. Asterisk, please, just give me my cheat code already. Asterisk, just as I was mentally screaming for my golden ticket, the bar door creaked open, and the clear chime of a bell rang out. Luke, I've been looking all over for you. A young man in a brown army uniform stepped in, holding a newspaper in his hand. I went by your place, and you weren't there, so I figured you'd be at Old Joe's bar. Knew I'd find you here. The guy was tall, good-looking, and full of swagger. Without hesitation, he grabbed a chair and plopped down across from me. I'm helping Old Joe watch the bar. He's sick, I replied lazily, lowering the newspaper from my face. Bucky, are you shipping out? The young man sitting across from me was none other than James Buchanan Barnes, better known as Bucky. Someday, he'd be the Winter Soldier and Captain America's best friend. But for now, he was just my buddy, and only close friends called him Bucky. Of course, 107th Infantry Regiment. Bucky puffed out his chest with pride. You better start calling me Sergeant James Barnes. I'm shipping out to England tomorrow morning. This was World War II, after all. Uncle Sam's recruitment posters were everywhere, and the fiery speeches on the radio stirred young men's patriotic hearts. Everyone wanted to enlist and earn a medal on the battlefield. Shame I can't go with you, I said, feigning disappointment. In reality, I had no intention of joining the military. If I was going to get tossed into a new life, I wasn't about to spend it fighting Nazi Germany. That level of internationalist heroism? Not my style. I only said it to keep up appearances. Joining the army was the norm for young men back then. Someone's got to stick around to keep an eye on Steve. That guy can't help but get into trouble, Bucky said, clapping me on the shoulder. He and I had already agreed that one of the U.S. should stay behind. When we had a drinking contest to decide who'd enlist, I made sure to lose on purpose. Actually, staying behind isn't so bad, I joked. All the men are off to war, leaving 3.5 million women in New York City. Maybe I can console a few of those fragile, beautiful hearts. Bucky laughed. We'd known each other for years, and he, Steve Rogers, and I were tight. Steve doesn't think like that. He's got his head in the clouds. Bucky sighed, his brow furrowing at the thought of his scrawny, idealistic friend. Steve wanted to enlist too, but his small frame and health issues disqualified him. Where should we go find Steve? He's probably at that movie theater again, Bucky said, shaking off his worries. Then, pulling a few tickets out of his pocket, he grinned. But first, how about we check out the Stark Expo tonight? I've got tickets, and I invited a couple of pretty ladies. My name is Steve Rogers, and today I got roughed up again in the alley behind the movie theater. At the time, Luke and Bucky were walking toward the theater across the street, while I, like some kind of little angel of justice, decided to step in and stop a big, burly bully from being rude. You can guess how that turned out. With a loud thud, the guy's fist smashed into my cheek, and the pain hit me like a firework rocket going off, shooting straight to my head. My scrawny frame was no match for him. I looked like a little chick in front of him, and it was no surprise when I got knocked to the ground. The people inside the theater? They were frozen, like someone had pressed pause on them. No one dared to step in, afraid of getting themselves a trouble combo meal. And then there was me, the big sucker, risking a beating to stick my nose where it didn't belong. I tumbled into the corner of the alley, scrambling to grab a trash can lid to use as a shield. In my hands, it felt like a superpowered defense tool. My eyes showed no fear, only determination. I looked every bit the brave warrior. But let's face it, The gap in size and strength between us was a canyon my courage couldn't cross. The bully swung again, knocking me back down. But like an indomitable little cockroach, I struggled to my feet, raising my fists in a boxer stance. I was panting, but I still managed to gasp out, "I could do this all day." My punches, though, they were as slow as a snail and about as effective as a tickle. He swatted them away effortlessly. The bully sneered. "Looks like you haven't had enough of a lesson yet." With that, his fist made a date with my nose, landing a hard punch. He wasn't done, either. He was winding up to kick me, eager to teach me the cost of meddling. But before he could land another blow, BAM! A powerful force struck him from behind. He let out a scream, stumbling like a drunkard before slamming against the wall. I heard a cold voice say, "What kind of punk are you? Messing with my friend in Brooklyn?" I turned my head. It was Luke and Bucky. The bully started stammering. Luke. It was this kid. He stuck his nose where it doesn't belong. I didn't know he was your." Before he could finish, Luke's fist connected with his nose. The guy reeled back and crashed to the ground, blood spurting from his nose like a fountain. But Luke wasn't done. He raised his long leg and pressed his boot against the guy's face, grinding it in with force. Mud and coal dust mixed with the blood on the bully's face. It must have smelled so bad it could knock someone out. Luke's voice was icy as he said, "Get lost. If I catch you picking on my friends again, I might just have to pay your house a little visit." The bully, his face smeared with blood, scrambled up like a beaten dog and bolted out of the alley without looking back. Bucky reached out and pulled me up, shaking his head with a sigh. "This is exactly why I wanted Luke to stay behind in Brooklyn to keep an eye on you. Sometimes I think you like getting beat up. Why else would you keep picking fights with guys you can't take on?" I patted the dust off my clothes and winced, sucking in a sharp breath. That's when the pain in my cheek and around my eyes started ringing in my head like an alarm. Luke picked up a draft application form from the ground and said, "You know it's illegal to lie on a draft form, right, Steve?" I lower my head, coughing awkwardly. My scrawny frame, combined with my asthma, meant every time I showed up at the recruitment office, I got turned away. Every single time. I said, "You didn't have to be so harsh, Luke." Luke chuckled. "I had to. If I didn't, people in Brooklyn would think it's open season on you and us." Bucky nodded in agreement. If it weren't for Luke's uncle being so respected among the Irish immigrant community, we'd have been in for a world of trouble. We'd all grown up here in Brooklyn. Life used to be rough, always getting cornered by bullies until we met Luke. After that, everything changed. Suddenly, it wasn't us getting cornered anymore. It was us doing the cornering. Luke was smart, too. He came up with the idea of selling cigarettes and booze to the soldiers, and he built good relationships with the Irish immigrant crowd, steering clear of trouble from the bootleggers. Bucky joked, "Maybe it's for the best. You two can stay here and keep running your little business. By the time I get back, maybe you'll both be rich, like Howard Stark." Stark Industries was growing like wildfire. Howard Stark had capitalized on the war, using his inventions and wealth to climb the social ladder and become a major arms tycoon. Oil companies, Ford, plenty of others were making a killing off the war, too. Capitalism didn't care about sides. It only cared about raking in profits. Luke grinned and said to me, "Steve, if you really want to enlist, there are plenty of recruitment offices. I'll take you to as many as you want. Maybe we'll get lucky." Hearing that, I was as happy as if I'd just won the lottery. Bucky had always been against me enlisting. We'd even fought about it, but now Luke was backing me up. I couldn't have been more thrilled. Bucky opened his mouth to protest, but when he saw the look in Luke's eyes, he clamped it shut. He knew Luke had a knack for reading situations and making the right call. "Fine," Bucky said, throwing his hands up. "But tonight's my last night in New York. Are we really going to spend it standing around in this alley?" He was shipping out to the front lines tomorrow and had lined up a night out with some gorgeous women. He wasn't about to let us miss out on one last night of fun. As Bucky and I stepped out of Roger's place, the sun was already dipping below the horizon, painting the entire city in hues of gold and crimson. New York looked like it had been given a cinematic makeover, with the skyscrapers shimmering as if outlined in golden frames. It was breathtaking. Bucky had an arm slung over Roger's narrow shoulders, grinning as he said, "You've got to stop trying to take everything on by yourself, pal. My buddy and I aren't always going to flash in and save the day at the last second." Rogers, with his wiry frame that seemed like it might snap in a stiff breeze, just scowled and kept quiet, clearly unhappy with the lecture. The bruises on his face weren't too bad. After some cleaning up, they'd faded to a pale shadow, almost like faint birthmarks. The three of us had changed into fresh outfits, ready to hit the Stark Industries Tomorrow Expo and give Bucky a proper send-off before he shipped out. Rogers, though, was sulking, his face scrunched up like a sour gourd as he muttered, "I wish I could join the 107th Infantry, too. That's where my dad served." Back then, the propaganda machine was running full throttle, blaring patriotic slogans that had young men practically foaming at the mouth to enlist, dreaming of medals and glory on the battlefield. We weren't immune to it either. But Rogers? He had it the worst. The poor guy was so scrawny he barely tipped the scales at 100 pounds, with asthma that had him wheezing like an old accordion after just a short run. Every time he moved to a new address and tried to fake his identity to sneak into a recruitment office, he'd get rejected, no exceptions. His draft evaluations were always 4F, unfit for service. I walked a few steps behind them, hands shoved in my pockets, pondering whether I should try to get my hands on some super soldier serum. My progress bar had been stuck at 99% for years now, just one tiny push away from activating my cheat code. I had a gut feeling that I needed something drastic to make it happen, and right now, the super soldier serum seemed like the most accessible option. Being a time traveler, I knew what was coming tonight. This was going to be a pivotal moment in Roger's life. He'd meet Dr. Abraham Erskine, who would be moved by Roger's earnestness and courage, paving the way for him to enlist and become the test subject for the super soldier serum. As I walked, I mulled over my options. Asterisk, should I get involved or not? Asterisk, if I could quietly develop my powers without drawing attention. I'd much rather avoid the military altogether. The battlefield was a death trap, bullets flying everywhere like raindrops in storm. It was way too risky, but with my cheat code stubbornly stuck, I was running out of patience. I might have to gamble on this. Sure, in my past life, people thought I was as steady as a fortress turret, but for the sake of unlocking my in-game purchase, I was willing to take a risk. Lost in thought, I followed the two of them to a small bar on the corner. We ordered beers and some snacks, killing time while waiting for the expo to start. Rogers was still brooding, his determination to join the army clearly eating away at him. Bucky, meanwhile, was daydreaming about defeating the Nazis and coming home to a hero's welcome, basking in the glory of Allied victory. Eventually, Bucky checked his watch and said, "All right, let's go. I got us lined up with some lovely ladies." We stepped out of the bar into the dimly lit streets. The city was blanketed in darkness, save for the expo venue, which was lit up like a giant beacon. With the war in full swing, America had adopted strict blackout policies to conserve energy. Neon signs and billboards were shut off at night, and power outages were common, with priority given to military bases and government facilities. New York City was no exception. The Stark Industries Expo was an exception tonight, with the military temporarily lifting restrictions for the event. Without it, New Yorkers wouldn't have been treated to such a dazzling display of lights. The moment we walked into the expo, Bucky threw his hands in the air and exclaimed, "Now, this is a party. It's like a giant PDA festival." The place was packed, people swarming like ants at a picnic. Fireworks exploded overhead like nobody was counting the cost, and young couples were everywhere, all wrapped up in each other. It was a sea of hormones so thick you could practically see it hanging in the air. We stood under a massive metallic globe, effectively eating our fill of secondhand affection, while waiting for the girls Bucky had invited. It didn't take long before 3 young women arrived, dressed in vibrant dresses and sensible flats, radiating a mix of enthusiasm and shy charm. Bucky greeted them cheerfully. "Ladies, these are my brothers." But the girls completely ignored Rogers, their gazes locking onto me with sparkles in their eyes. Rogers, still far from becoming the buff Captain America with his famous America's ass, didn't have much luck with women at this point in his life. Meanwhile, I had a decent look going, short, neat black hair and a sharp, stoic face that made the girls swoon. Bucky, seeing Rogers' sour expression, laughed and said, "Come on, lighten up. You've got to learn to enjoy yourself." I, on the other hand, was already regretting coming along. Walking at the front, surrounded by the chirping chatter of the girls, I was growing more and more annoyed. Their conversation was shallow and pointless, and I found myself wishing I could switch places with Rogers, strolling behind with a bucket of popcorn, taking it easy. As if reading my thoughts, Rogers popped a piece of popcorn into his mouth, his expression one of smug amusement, like a little troublemaker enjoying my discomfort. Thankfully, my ordeal didn't last long. The girls suddenly screamed like starstruck fans and rushed toward a stage in one of the exhibit areas. The announcer's voice boomed, "Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Howard Stark." The curtain was drawn back to reveal a group of women in form-fitting corsets and tailcoats, posing in front of a shiny red car. Then, Howard Stark himself, a young, mustached man of wealth and genius, strode onto the stage. The applause was deafening, like rolling thunder. Howard Stark was the epitome of a young tycoon, brilliant inventor, wealthy playboy, and the subject of endless tabloid gossip. True to form, his grand entrance didn't involve any customary greetings. Instead, he pulled one of the women into a passionate kiss, grinning with a confidence that radiated charm. I stood in the crowd, silently giving him a thumbs up. Asterisk. No wonder Tony Stark turned out the way he did. That shameless charisma? Definitely inherited. Asterisk. Family. Who can relate? I've time-traveled into the Marvel Universe. So here I am, tagging along to a tech show thrown by Stark Industries. The host's voice boomed over the speakers, hyping the crowd up. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the future universe brought to you by Stark Industries." Can you believe it? A groundbreaking mudslide of tech innovation is rolling your way. In just a few years, cars might be able to glide on water, saying goodbye to the ground for good. That's when Howard Stark, Iron Man's dad, made his grand entrance. He grabbed the mic, dabbing his mouth with a handkerchief in an exaggeratedly classy way, like a star athlete about to show off. On stage, he used confidence, pitching Stark Industries' futuristic tech with flair. All the while, he directed a group of gorgeous models to unscrew the wheels off a bright red car, right there in front of everyone. I'll admit, Howard Stark was a showman through and through. Standing there on stage, he didn't even look like a scientist. He was more like a magician who knew just how to captivate an audience. Stark Industries' new anti-gravity technology brings dreams to life, he said with a grin, pressing a button. The car, now wheel-less, began to hover midair. The crowd? They were absolutely stunned, holding their breath like they'd just seen a miracle. Me? I barely twitched a muscle. My lips quirked in a faint smirk, but I wasn't all that impressed. Sure, Howard Stark was a genius, but like his not-yet-fully Dash-evolved son Tony, he had that same socially awkward, hard-to-deal-with vibe. Must be a hereditary quirk of geniuses in their family. I saw an opportunity to slip away from the crowd, finally shaking off the pack of young women who'd been clinging to me like there was no tomorrow. Let Bucky enjoy the company of those lovely ladies. After all, he was heading to England to serve his country. As I turned my head, I spotted Roger's skinny figure heading toward the recruitment office, not far away. My stomach flipped. Here we go, I thought. The legend of Captain America is about to begin. Hands in my pockets, I started weighing my options. Sure, surviving until the end is always the best strategy, but who knows when my golden cheat code will finally activate. And honestly, what's the point of getting ice-guyed into the Marvel Universe if I'm just going to live a normal, boring life? That'd be a total waste of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Just as I was lost in thought, I caught sight of someone, an older man with thinning, grayed hair, wearing glasses. My eyes narrowed. Well, if it isn't Abraham Erskine, the mastermind behind the super soldier serum, the man who gave birth to both Captain America and the Red Skull, was casually strolling toward the recruitment office. I was about to follow him when I noticed something off. A group of men in black suits and bowler hats trailed behind him, their hands hovering near suspiciously bulging waists. Their shifty eyes darted around, scanning the area nervously. Oh great, I thought. Hydra, perhaps? Dr. Erskine was a key player in the development of the serum, and no doubt a thorn in Hydra's side. Red Skull would definitely want him dead. If the Allies got their hands on the serum and churned out super soldiers, the war would take a drastic turn. My mind raced as I followed them into the recruitment office. Meanwhile, back at the expo, Bucky finally snapped out of Howard Stark's flashy presentation, turning around to find Rogers gone, and then realizing I was MIA too. He muttered, "What the heck? Everyone's playing hide and seek now." He was quickly distracted, though, as the remaining girls dragged him off to another exhibit. Inside the recruitment office, Rogers was, once again, getting rejected. The recruiting officer didn't even glance at the forms Rogers had filled out. One look at his scrawny frame, and the officer immediately denied him. Rogers, flustered, tried to plead his case, but the officer just shook his head over and over. To be honest, kid, there are plenty of ways to help the war effort that don't involve enlisting, the officer said with growing impatience. We need factory workers to build weapons for the front lines. Or pick something else, anything else. But I can't send you to the battlefield just to have you come back in a body bag. War isn't a game, and frankly, you'd just be a liability out there. Do yourself a favor. Be grateful you're staying safe on the home front. Plenty of people would kill to be in your shoes. Rogers, however, wasn't backing down. His eyes burned with determination as he said, "Sir, I want to serve my country. There's got to be something I can do." The officer refused to meet his gaze, still shaking his head. By this point, Dr. Erskine had turned toward the commotion, his curiosity piqued. He studied Rogers' dejected figure, a thoughtful look crossing his face. I stood silently nearby, watching the scene unfold, a small grin tugging at my lips. But my amusement didn't last. I noticed the black-suited men closing in behind Dr. Erskine, their cold eyes fixed on him. One of them subtly reached for his waistband. My heart sank. Asterisk, oh no. Hydra's making their move. Asterisk. Bang. The sharp crack of a gunshot shattered the tense atmosphere. The recruitment office erupted into chaos. People screamed and scrambled in every direction, the would-be recruits running around like headless chickens. One of the recruiting officers lay sprawled on the floor in a pool of blood, a bullet hole in his hat, blood streaming down his face. The sight was grisly and terrifying. Move! I grabbed Dr. Erskine by the arm, pulling him off the floor and into a side hallway. Bullets sprayed behind us, hitting the walls and sending bits of plaster flying everywhere. I glanced over and spotted Rogers crouching behind a cabinet, hands over his head. A wild thought crossed my mind. Asterisk, if the future Captain America dies here and now, what happens to the story? Does a new hero rise? Or does the Third Reich win, with Red Skull ruling supreme? Asterisk. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots jolted me out of my spiraling thoughts. Dr. Erskine was shaking, his face pale, as I whispered, "Stay here. Don't move." The sound of footsteps echoed down the hallway, growing louder and closer. Through the curtain separating us, I saw the shadow of a man holding a gun. I reached behind me, gripping the handle of my Colt M1911. Taking a deep breath, I sprang out of the side room in one swift motion. Time to deal with this mess. Time rewinds 5 minutes. There I was, a sharp and commanding female officer, flipping the switch to full-on lion's roar mode. Do you understand how important Dr. Erskine is? German spies are crawling all over this city like sneaky rats, just waiting to grab or kill him. Are you all deliberately playing dumb? Or do you actually not realize what's at stake here? Get moving and find him now. My words hit the room like a thunderclap, leaving the plainclothes agents nodding furiously. But their eyes betrayed them. That subtle, dismissive glint? They thought I was just a temperamental pretty face. Typical. This was the 1940s, after all. Women weren't exactly respected in positions of authority. Many still believed a woman's place was at home, baking pies and raising kids, leaving the important work to the men. Even though I outranked them, their compliance lacked any genuine respect. It was as flimsy as a cheap curtain. One agent had the nerve to mutter in defense, "There were too many people, ma'am. How can we know where that German old man ran off to?" I snapped back immediately. "He's not just some German old man. He's Dr. Abraham Erskine." Another agent smirked and added, "Well, he and Hitler are from the same place." My jaw tightened. That was the problem with public opinion these days. So much blind prejudice. People lumped all Germans into one category, completely ignoring the fact that Dr. Erskine was on our side. Before I could respond, a gunshot echoed from not far away, followed by panicked screams. My head whipped toward the sound, and I glared at the agents. Without wasting another second, I bolted in the direction of the chaos, my flat shoes pounding against the pavement. 3 minutes later, I arrived at the recruitment office with a squad of armed soldiers. The scene was grim. Several lifeless bodies lay sprawled on the floor, the metallic tang of blood thick in the air. The stench was overwhelming, enough to make anyone's stomach churn. "Doctor," I called out urgently. My heart didn't settle until I saw Dr. Erskine standing there, unharmed. He was the military's top priority asset. Germany would give anything to see him dead. Everyone knew his super soldier serum was the ultimate ace up our sleeve, a potential game-changer that could end the war and reshape the balance of power in the world. Dr. Erskine, calm despite the chaos, said, "These men were spies. Schmidt doesn't want me alive." I nodded, fully understanding the gravity of the situation. My gaze shifted to two young men standing near him. Immediately, I was on alert. Dr. Erskine gestured toward one of them. "This young man saved me. I don't even know his name yet." The young man in question grinned and said, "Luke Carver. Pleasure to meet you." "Well, Luke Carver, you probably didn't expect that this night would throw you into the orbit of me, Peggy Carter, and Dr. Abraham Erskine. I'm a strategic scientific reserve agent, tasked with protecting Erskine and overseeing the super soldier program. One day, I'll even co-found S.H.I.E.L.D. But for now, I had a job to do, and I wasn't about to let my guard down." My eyes swept over the bodies of spies. Each one had been taken down with single, precise shots, all to vital areas. Luke's marksmanship was impressive, too impressive for a civilian. He was calm, collected, and entirely unruffled, which only made me more suspicious. Since when could some random Brooklyn kid take out a squad of trained operatives? If every young man here had this kind of skill, the Allies would have steamrolled Berlin by now. When I questioned him, Luke casually mentioned he'd learned self-defense techniques. Right, I thought. This guy definitely had a story. I turned to Dr. Erskine. "This place isn't safe. We need to move now and investigate later." Dr. Erskine nodded in agreement, though he added, "I'll remember your name, Luke." He seemed genuinely impressed by this young man. Then again, he'd always been skeptical of Howard Stark, who, in his opinion, was more interested in money and women than in advancing science for its own sake. The brief exchange between them was polite, but lacked depth. Erskine wasn't about to waste time making small talk. As we prepared to leave, Dr. Erskine glanced at the other young man, the skinny one who still looked a little shell-shocked. "Is he your friend?" I could tell Erskine was curious about Steve Rogers. He'd been searching for the perfect candidate for the super soldier serum, someone who wouldn't turn into another Schmidt, a monster. Luke pulled Steve closer and said, "He's as patriotic as they come. All he wants is to serve his country." Dr. Erskine's expression grew thoughtful, and without another word, he walked off. I followed him, but not before casting a lingering glance at Luke. My suspicions about him weren't going away anytime soon. The soldiers stayed behind to clean up the mess, and as we left, Steve, still trying to process everything, asked me, "Who were they?" I smirked and replied, "They're the ones who could change your life." I clapped him on the shoulder, thinking to myself that I'd probably just landed on the military's radar. Peggy Carter was sharp. No doubt she'd start looking into me soon. But I wasn't worried. I had nothing to do with Hydra, German spies, or any of their assassins. Steve, still shaken, muttered, "That was terrifying." I let out a breath and said, "Get used to it. On the battlefield, this is just another day at the office." His face fell, and he asked, "Do you think I'll ever get the chance to fight on the battlefield?" I nodded firmly. "You will. Definitely." Then, to lighten the mood, I changed the subject and dragged him along to find Bucky. After all, tonight was still Bucky's farewell party, and we weren't about to let a brush with death ruin that. A new day begins, folks. It's me, Luke, up bright and early. After dragging myself out of bed and freshening up, I dove straight into my balding-to-get-stronger morning routine, push-ups, squats, sit-ups, and soaking up some good OL sunlight. By the time I finished the whole process, the clock on the wall pointed to 8:20. I mused to myself, Bucky's probably already boarded the ship by now. I closed the door behind me, planning to head over to find Rogers. We'd originally planned to see Bucky off, but Sergeant James Barnes himself insisted we stay behind. "I don't want you guys to see me stumbling around like a nervous wreck," he'd said. Last night, New York was alive with fireworks and celebration. Bucky, looking sharp in his crisp uniform, had those lovely young ladies eating out of the palm of his hand with just a few charming words. Guess that's one of the perks of serving Uncle Sam. As I was descending the stairs, Uncle Daller, the florist, hollered from his shop, "Good morning, Luke. Frank's looking for you. He doesn't look too happy either." "Got it. Thanks, Uncle Daller." I called back. Changing direction, I headed toward Uncle Frank's place. My guess? Yesterday's street brawl probably made its way up the grapevine. Some street punk must have tattled to his boss, and the word traveled through the Irish mob until it landed squarely in Uncle Frank's lap. 10 minutes later, I strolled up to his house and casually retrieved the spare key from under the doormat. Sliding it into the lock, I called out as I stepped inside, "Uncle Frank, I brought you breakfast. Aunt Bessie's famous baked mushrooms and potato pancakes." In the living room, I found him, an older man with graying hair and a slightly hunched posture. Even now, you could still see traces of the strong, rugged man he used to be. The moment he saw me, his face darkened, and he barked, "Luke, you troublesome little punk." That pansy Hobson went running to Mr. Hoffa, whining about how you beat up one of his guys. Feigning surprise, I replied, "Hobson tattled to Mr. Hoffa about that. Why didn't he just tell him his mom passed away on the toilet last week while he was at it?" I chuckled, heading toward the cabinet to grab plates and cutlery. "Come on, eat while it's hot." I even had Aunt Bessie add meat to the potato pancakes. Uncle Frank sat at the table, still grumbling. "You think you can bribe me with food? You're a troublemaker, Luke. Always have been. Last time it was those Italian bastards." He paused mid-rant to take a bite and immediately softened. This is pretty damn good. You can't go wrong with Bessie's cooking." Ah, the good old Sundara uncle act. Classic. Once he'd polished off breakfast, the whole Hobson issue was conveniently forgotten. Instead, he turned to his favorite topic, convincing me to join the Irish mob. "Mr. Hoffa has his eye on you, you know. That little business idea of yours, selling goods to the soldiers, helped the gang secure some extra surplus firearms. Those Italian punks haven't been nearly as cocky lately." I sighed. Why couldn't Uncle Frank understand? In Brooklyn, every aimless lowlife dreams of joining a gang, thinking it'll make them untouchable. But me? I wasn't interested in that life. I poured myself a cup of coffee, taking a sip before calmly replying, "Not interested. If I'm going to join something, I'd rather go back to school." The way I saw it, America was at one of the most chaotic points in its history. Violence was practically a national specialty, as one newspaper put it, as American as cherry pie. Ever since Prohibition, gangs have been popping up like mushrooms after a rainstorm, especially among poor immigrant communities like the Irish and Italians. Unlike wealthier immigrants from England or Germany, who came to America with money and resources, these groups arrived with nothing. Many couldn't even afford housing, working the hardest, dirtiest jobs, and clustering together in slums. That's how places like Hell's Kitchen came to be. A sociologist once said that poverty breeds nationalism. Most Irish and Italian immigrants were Catholic, which made them outsiders in a predominantly Protestant North America. Faced with constant discrimination and exploitation, they banded together to form violent groups, the early prototypes of the American mob. At first, these gangs were just ragtag groups of poor laborers. Nobody took them seriously. But then came the rise of the city bosses, middlemen who emerged with the industrial era. Their job was to fund political candidates and buy votes. These bosses realized the potential of poor immigrant communities, and suddenly, gangs became valuable assets. The gangs provided votes in exchange for protection and resources, creating a mutually beneficial relationship. Then Prohibition hit, and the gangs struck gold. Labor unions rose in prominence. Organized crime flourished, and the mob became a force of nature, breaking free of societal and legal constraints. With money, influence over politicians, and partnerships with unions, they grew rapidly. Uncle Frank's Irish mob, for example, had strong ties to Jimmy Hoffa and the Teamsters. Hoffa's union represented nearly 1 million truck drivers and warehouse workers at its peak, making it a political powerhouse. A mayoral or congressional candidate backed by the Teamsters was practically guaranteed victory. It was a system, a chain of interests linking mobs, unions, and politicians. But as I sipped my coffee, I couldn't help but think, too bad their golden age didn't last. Irish and Italian gangs had their moments of glory. The Irish helped Kennedy become president, and the Italians were tight with J. Edgar Hoover, the first director of the FBI. But ultimately, the mob was a product of social instability. After World War II, it was only natural for them to decline, reduced to tools for politicians and interest groups. Their heyday was long gone. Even if I became the kingpin of the Marvel world, What's the point? Asterisk, I thought. Asterisk, what's a Wilson Fisk-level position really worth? Asterisk, Uncle Frank must have noticed my disinterest, because his temper flared again. You arrogant brat. You won't join the gang, you won't take over my trucking business. What the hell do you want? To become a war hero? Uncle Frank had a decent arrangement with Jimmy Hoffa. After retiring, he held an honorary chairman position in a local union chapter, which came with a comfortable monthly stipend. If he put in a good word, Hoffa and the gang would definitely look out for me. But instead of arguing, I just grinned, pulling a blanket over his shoulders. Don't worry about it, Uncle Frank. If I ended up joining Captain America and the Howling Commandos, maybe I could earn the title of war hero. But even if I did, I'd just end up as a pawn for politicians and corporations, a walking mascot for the system. No, I had a different plan in mind. Something better. I'm Peggy Carter, and right now, I'm in a military base conference room in New York, reporting to Colonel Phillips. Colonel, I'm telling you, there's something suspicious about that Luke Carver guy. I started by giving a brief overview of the attack on Dr. Erskine at the Tomorrow Expo and quickly shifted the focus to my suspicions about Luke. I examined the wounds on those German spies, all single, precise gunshot kills. No ordinary person could pull that off. Carver must have been trained in firearms, and whoever trained him, they were damn good. My tone was firm, my conviction clear. Ever since leaving the recruitment office, my doubts about Luke hadn't waned. A young man from Brooklyn, taking down multiple highly trained spies on his own? It didn't add up. The more I thought about it, the more it seemed like a Hydra scheme. What if this was all a ploy? Sacrifice a few spies to get close to Erskine, then execute their sinister plans. After all, kidnapping Erskine might be even more valuable to the Germans than killing him. If they got their hands on the super soldier serum, whoever controlled it could dominate the global battlefield. This threat was no small matter. But Colonel Phillips, sitting across from me, just shook his head. He's clean. I had my men investigate him thoroughly. Luke Carver's parents were Irish immigrants who passed away when he was young. He dropped out of Bronx Science High School at 17. His teachers were disappointed, said he was a bright kid with a lot of potential. He won scholarships every year. I frowned, puzzled. Then why did he drop out? The colonel shrugged, his expression one of resignation. Irish immigrants aren't exactly popular around here. He got bullied a lot, pranks, beatings, the usual. He was constantly getting into fights. Teachers tried contacting his parents, but, well, he didn't have any. Every time he fought off those school bullies, he had to deal with unreasonable adults afterward. A 17-year-old kid can only handle so much trouble. Hearing this, I felt a pang of sympathy. I could imagine how tough things must have been for an orphan like Luke. But that didn't erase my lingering doubts. And his firearm skills? Where did he learn to shoot like that? The colonel leaned back in his chair. From his Uncle Frank. Old Frank's a war veteran, barely made it out alive. After the war, he joined an Irish mob and did some dirty work. He's retired now, works as an honorary chairman for a local truckers' union chapter. As the colonel spoke, my suspicions began to ease. But I still couldn't wrap my head around how a regular, young man from Brooklyn could develop such incredible marksmanship. The colonel continued, Luke Carver isn't a German spy. He's got no connection to Hitler or his goons. I don't care how persuasive Hitler's propaganda is. There's no way he could have turned a kid raised in Brooklyn into a Nazi agent. Sure, Carver's got a checkered past. He's no saint, but that's not our concern. We're not here to bust mobs. We're here to take down Hydra, crush the Axis powers, and win this war. Philip's voice grew stern, making it clear he didn't want me pressing the issue further. He had no intention of stirring up trouble with the Irish mob. Over the years, the mob and unions had grown increasingly powerful, meddling in elections and pulling strings for politicians. Even the colonel didn't want to risk tangling with them. Who knew how many members of Congress were backing them from the shadows? Then, as if remembering something, the colonel said, Erskine seems pretty interested in those two young men, Luke Carver and, what's the other one's name? Steve Rogers, I replied. Yeah, that's it. Erskine wants to bring them both to the Camp Lehigh training facility, Phillips said, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. What do you think, Carter? Camp Lehigh was more than just a training ground for new recruits. It was where candidates for the super soldier serum were secretly selected and evaluated. Clearly, Erskine saw something in Luke and Steve that he wanted to explore further. The colonel seemed confident about Luke. He was strong, tall, and had already proven himself by taking down 3 German spies single-handedly. Even if he wasn't chosen for the serum, he'd make a fine soldier. But Steve? That scrawny kid looked like he'd blow over in a stiff breeze. The thought of relying on him to save the Allies was laughable. I gave it some thought and then said, "If that's Dr. Erskine's decision, I'm on board, Colonel." Phillips nodded. "All right, it's settled. This is your responsibility now, Carter. I want to see both of them on that truck to New Jersey." From the look on his face, I could tell Phillips didn't have high hopes for Steve. In his mind, the kid wouldn't even make it through basic training, let alone get selected for the serum. He probably figured we'd have a better shot at winning the war if Hitler suddenly grew a conscience and surrendered. Later, I made my way to Luke's place and knocked on the door. When Luke opened it, he looked surprised. "Steve, care to explain what's going on?" he asked, his expression skeptical. I glanced over my shoulder at Steve, who was practically beaming, his grin so wide it looked like it might spill off his face. I couldn't help but smirk. What had him so excited? Was getting summoned for military recruitment really such a thrill? Steve practically exploded with excitement, shouting, "Luke, I'm enlisting. We're going to New Jersey tomorrow." Luke's expression shifted ever so slightly, and I could see the realization dawn on him. He knew this meant they'd both been recruited. Despite the slight deviation in events, the timeline was still pulling Steve toward his destiny as Captain America. Luke chuckled, "Huh? I thought the path would be a little more complicated." I could tell he was trying to keep his cool, but deep down, he had to be thrilled. This was clearly the first step in his plan to get access to the super soldier serum. Fixing Luke with a cold gaze, I asked, "Luke Carver, are you willing to serve your country and join the fight for freedom against fascism?" I saw his eyes flick to the armed soldiers standing behind me, and I already knew what he was thinking. He'd made his choice the moment he put himself on the military's radar and caught Erskine's attention. There was no turning back now. Clearing his throat, Luke replied, "Well, since the organization has already decided, I almost laughed at his obvious attempt to play it cool. And just like that, Luke Carver officially accepted his recruitment by the military. It's me, Luke." Bright and early the next morning, the military had my day neatly arranged. I packed a light bag, grabbed an overly excited Steve Rogers, who was practically glowing like a walking neon sign, and hopped on the transport truck heading to Camp Lehigh in New Jersey. Before departure, we met some of the big shots of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. There was Colonel Phillips, who looked as stern as a judge handing down a death sentence, Dr. Abraham Erskine, the genius behind the super soldier serum, New York's headline magnate Howard Stark, and of course the ever-cool Ice Queen, Agent Peggy Carter. The Strategic Scientific Reserve, SSR, was a temporary secret organization formed by the Allies to win the war. Personally approved by President Roosevelt and European leaders, it brought together top experts in various fields. Its primary mission? To take down Hydra, the Nazi-linked evil empire led by the monstrous Johann Schmidt, aka Red Skull. Its secondary mission? To create a super soldier program to end the global chaos of this battle royale. Red Skull, the current head of Hydra, was rumored to be Hitler's right-hand man, with authority surpassing even the likes of Heinrich Himmler and the Gestapo. Basically, he was second only to one, but ruling over millions. As I sat in the back of the transport truck, bouncing around like a human bobblehead, I thought to myself, actually, Red Skull may not even be the true founder of Hydra. For what I remembered in the comics, Hydra's origins went way further back. Red Skull simply borrowed the name, changed the ideology, and turned it into his personal toolbox of terror. In that sense, he was a lot like Hitler, a master at branding and concept manipulation. Steve, cradling his small bag, looked at me curiously like a wide-eyed kid. "Luke, do you think we'll run into Bucky?" His eyes sparkled with excitement at the thought of showing Bucky that he'd finally made it into the army. He looked like he was one step away from drooling. I chuckled and said, "Bucky's probably out there in England right now, leveling up on the battlefield." I understood why Steve was so desperate to enlist. For someone who had spent his whole life being the underdog, constantly pushed around for his small stature, it was only natural that he'd want to prove himself. A person like that, they either grow up bitter and closed off, like a lone wolf, or they become as optimistic and warm as a little sunbeam. Steve had clearly chosen the latter. That was likely why he was destined to become Captain America. He had that light of righteousness about him. He wasn't enlisting for medals or glory. He just wanted to prove that he was just as capable, just as worthy as the big guys. Steve, still brimming with questions, asked, "So, why is Howard Stark heading to Camp Lehigh? Is he enlisting too?" I shook my head, adopting the air of a wise old sage. "He's a science advisor, a high-ranking officer. How could we possibly compare to someone like him? He's probably riding in a private car right now, having a laugh with the brass. Tonight, he might even indulge in some wine and women. Meanwhile, we're stuck in the back of this truck, bouncing around like we're on a pirate ship ride." I grinned at him. "Get ready for boot camp, Steve. This is going to be a nightmare for you." A week later, during a grueling weighted cross-country run, I handed Steve a towel as he stumbled to the finish line. He looked like a drowned rat, his camouflage uniform completely soaked, his chest heaving like a bellows. For someone with his physical limitations, a 5-kilometer run was like climbing an unscalable mountain. "Don't worry about me," he gasped between breaths. "I'll be fine after a quick rest." I watched him closely, half expecting him to collapse on the spot. The fact that he'd managed to hang on this long was a testament to his iron will. Sure, he was always the last to finish, his performance the worst in the group, but his effort outshone everyone else. He was the very definition of a hard-working player. After catching his breath, he looked up at me with gratitude. "Thanks, Luke. I'm feeling much better now." To Steve, this training camp was no different from the streets of Brooklyn, a place where the strong bullied the weak. Thankfully, with me around playing knight in shining armor, he managed to avoid becoming the camp's punching bag. Fall in, fall in." The shrill sound of a whistle cut through the air, and the recruits instinctively rushed to line up. By now, everyone had learned the consequences of disobedience. The cold, British-accented female officer, Agent Carter, was not someone to mess with. Just ask the unlucky Gilmore Hodge, who was still sporting a bandage across his nose from the punch he'd taken. High-intensity training had also drained the recruits of any energy to cause trouble, turning them into obedient little lambs. Colonel Phillips surveyed the line of recruits and asked Carter, "So, who's been the top performer these past few days?" Carter raised an eyebrow and replied, "Luke Carver." I caught the flicker of surprise in her expression. She probably hadn't expected a kid from Brooklyn to excel this much. In every test, shooting, weighted marches, crawling under barbed wire, I consistently came out on top, leaving the second-place finisher in the dust like the gap between Earth and the 10,000 Buddha realm. Phillips clapped his hands together, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. "I knew it. Erskine, didn't I tell you? Carver's the perfect candidate." The colonel looked at me with open admiration. I fit his ideal image of a soldier to a T, strong, skilled, and reliable. To him, I was the perfect template. But Dr. Erskine wasn't so quick to agree. Calmly, he said, "Not yet, Colonel. There's still time." His gaze wasn't on me, but on Steve, standing out in the lineup like a toothpick in a forest. Erskine wasn't looking for just another strong, obedient soldier. If that were the goal, there was no need for a secret selection process. The army was full of muscle-bound men who could follow orders. No, he was searching for someone truly special. Someone with strength, but also the moral compass to wield it responsibly. To him, a super soldier needed to be more than just brawn. They had to be one in a million. And Steve, with his unyielding determination and pure heart, was like a rare gem in a sea of stones. Colonel Phillips, however, was unimpressed. "You had me investigate Roger's background. Sure, he's a good guy. But when those bureaucrats on the committee find out the super soldier serum's going to a scrawny, asthmatic kid who can barely run a lap, they're going to blow a gasket." To Phillips, war was about strength, not character. Strength was the ultimate truth. Erskine remained firm. "The selection process isn't over, Colonel. The time isn't right yet. Let's wait a little longer." This time, however, his gaze shifted back to me, as if he were weighing something in his mind. Whatever it was, I couldn't tell. But one thing was certain. Dr. Erskine was running his own calculations. Colonel Phillips stood at the front of the assembly, delivering a rousing speech with the kind of fervor you'd expect from a man trying to rally troops for history's most critical war. General Patton once said, wars may be fought with weapons, but they are won by men. And we're going to win this war, because we have the best men. The Strategic Scientific Reserve is an alliance of the free world's brightest and bravest. And our goal is to build the strongest army in history. But every army needs a leader. By the end of this week, we will select that leader, the first super soldier, and he will send Adolf Hitler straight to hell. With 2 weeks of boot camp behind us, the competition to become the super soldier was heating up. Colonel Phillips held Agent Carter's scoring sheet in his hand as he surveyed the recruits. His gaze settled on me, standing tall and confident. As a Brooklyn kid, I'd worked hard to prove myself, and the results spoke for themselves. My physical skills and overall performance were unmatched in Camp Lehigh. I was the clear frontrunner, and I could see it in the colonel's eyes. He was convinced I was the kind of soldier the nation needed. But then his gaze drifted to Steve Rogers, standing awkwardly among the recruits. The colonel sighed, shaking his head in frustration. Steve had shown determination in every exercise, but his frail body meant even passing as a regular soldier was a Herculean task for him. Phillips muttered under his breath, "I really don't know what Erskine sees in him." The colonel was under immense pressure from the committee and the White House. If the super soldier program didn't deliver satisfactory results, his career would be over. After all, the Allies had invested massive resources into the Strategic Scientific Reserve, and everyone was anxiously waiting to see results. When the speech ended and the recruits dispersed, many of them buzzed with excitement, whispering the words super soldier with awe in their voices. Back at the barracks, Gilmore Hodge, the guy I dunked in the toilet on our first night, scurried over like a loyal little lapdog. "Look, boss, you're the best recruit here. You're a shoo-in to be the super soldier." In the original timeline, Hodge was nothing more than a background bully who tormented Steve. But with me around, he didn't stand a chance. After I stuffed his head in the toilet, he realized his fists were as effective against me as wet tissue paper. Since then, he'd become my self-proclaimed lackey, following me around and calling me boss like he had nothing better to do. I sometimes wondered if he had a masochistic streak or if he'd simply been dropped on his head as a kid. Either way, his behavior made sense for someone who lived by the motto, might makes right. I waved him off, annoyed. Use your brain for once. If the military only cared about scores and muscles, why wouldn't they just pick someone from the regular army? Yes, you're absolutely right, boss," he said, grinning before scurrying off to clean the barracks. I shook my head and walked over to Steve, who looked like he was carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. His eyes flicked between me and his own subpar scores, his disappointment written all over his face. "I never wanted to be a super soldier," he said, his voice heavy with doubt. "But now I'm starting to wonder if enlisting was the right choice. Maybe Bucky was right. Sometimes, knowing when to give up takes real courage." I wasn't about to let him spiral into self-pity. "I don't see it that way," I said firmly. "Dr. Erskine saw something in you when he brought you here. He sees qualities in you worth cultivating. Confidence is the key to success, Steve. Don't let a few setbacks beat you down. Character like yours shines brighter than any muscle." As I spoke, I saw the light return to his eyes. Determination replaced doubt, and he squared his shoulders, ready to fight another day. Guess all those motivational articles I read paid off, I thought with a smirk. Seeing him bounce back, I felt a wave of relief. Steve Rogers was critical to my plans. He was the keystone in the grand design. Over the past 2 weeks, I'd given it my all, making sure to stand out as the top recruit. My goal was to earn the super soldier serum, but I had no intention of donning the star-spangled uniform or becoming some politician's puppet. I knew the military's aim was to mass-produce super soldiers to end the war, and I also knew how the original timeline played out. Dr. Erskine would be assassinated, the serum formula would be lost, and Steve would become the one and only super soldier, a symbol for the Allies, but ultimately just a tool for politicians. If I replaced Steve, my fate would likely be no different. And if I saved Dr. Erskine and helped mass-produce super soldiers, I'd still be lost in the crowd, just another cog in the war machine. My plan was simple: excel in training, win over Colonel Phillips, and use my position to influence Dr. Erskine. With 2 strong candidates, maybe the story could take a different path. That night, Dr. Erskine approached me. His tone was direct. "Colonel Phillips believes you are the best candidate for the super soldier program. What do you think?" I kept my face calm, heart steady, and answered decisively. Being a super soldier isn't just about physical strength. It's about compassion and humility. It's about having the courage to wield power responsibly. I could tell he was probing, testing me. But I also knew his mind was already set on Steve. The shadow of Red Skull loomed over him, a constant reminder of what happens when power is given to the wrong person. No matter how well I performed, I couldn't match the impact of Steve's heartfelt words at the recruitment office. Erskine tilted his head. And who in this camp do you believe possesses those qualities? Without hesitation, I responded, my friend, Steve Rogers. His character is absolutely trustworthy. At that moment, the doubt in Erskine's eyes vanished. I knew he'd been wary of my past, my ties to the mob, and the blood on my hands. He feared I might become another Red Skull. But now my words seemed to put him at ease. He clapped a hand on my shoulder, smiling warmly. Very good. Erskine and Phillips had been at odds, unable to agree on a candidate. But my endorsement of Steve tipped the scales. Erskine's lingering doubts about me were gone, and he made his decision. You both will be super soldiers, he said with conviction. And just like that, the game had changed. 1 week later, Steve Rogers and I left Camp Lehigh, riding a sleek car bound for New York. The recruits who remained behind were all reservists. If the serum trial succeeded, they too might have a shot at becoming super soldiers. Steve looked out the window at the familiar streets and buildings passing by, a wistful expression on his face. I never thought I'd be heading back to Brooklyn so soon, he said softly. I smirked. Guess Colonel Phillips was right. Good fortune does favor fools. Steve chuckled, knowing exactly what I was referring to. After finding out he'd been chosen as the test subject for the super soldier serum, Steve had come straight to share the news with me. Unfortunately for him, he'd run into Colonel Phillips in the barracks, who, with a trademark look of disdain, had muttered those exact words. It's not luck, Steve said earnestly, his gaze serious. It's thanks to you and Dr. Erskine. I wouldn't be here without you too. He'd clearly heard from Phillips that I had recommended him to Erskine. Even though he wasn't the type to wear his feelings on his sleeve, I could tell he was deeply grateful. I waved off his gratitude with a teasing grin. If you were a woman, maybe I'd accept that thanks. Look out there. Those streets, those alleys, even that parking lot. They were all your battlefields, right? Steve laughed awkwardly, lowering his head. He knew exactly what I meant. Being the little guy who couldn't stand injustice had earned him more than his fair share of beatings in those very places. From the driver's seat, Carter glanced at us through the rearview mirror. Why didn't you ever run? She asked Steve. Steve's voice was steady, but his words carried weight. If you run once, you'll always run. But if you stand and fight, there's always a chance you can win. There was something in his tone, something raw and genuine, that seemed to move Carter. It was clear why Erskine had chosen him. That kind of courage was rare, and it deserved recognition. Carter nodded slightly. I understand. Being underestimated, overlooked. I've experienced that too. Normally, Agent Carter was like a fortress of ice, stoic, unflinching. Not even Howard Stark, the self-proclaimed master of charm, could thaw her enough to score a dinner date. But Steve, bless his clueless, straight-laced heart, decided to open his mouth and ruin the moment. Miss Carter, I don't understand why someone like you would join the military. You're a beautiful lady. I winced. Oh no, Steve, don't go there. Unsurprisingly, Carter's expression chilled instantly. She hated it when people reduced her to her looks, implying she didn't belong in the field. Her abilities were equal to, if not greater than, any man's, but society didn't respect that. Before she could verbally eviscerate him, I cut in hastily. How much longer till we arrive? Carter shot me a frosty glance, then let out a sharp huff and said nothing. Meanwhile, Steve blinked in confusion, clearly unaware of what he'd done wrong. Leaning closer, I whispered, Steve, your skills at talking to women are the worst I've ever seen. The rest of the ride passed in silence. About 20 minutes later, the car pulled up in front of an old antique shop. We stepped out and walked through the door, which jingled softly as it swung open. The shopkeeper, an elderly woman, greeted Carter with a knowing smile. They exchanged passphrase, and the next thing I knew, the bookshelves were sliding apart to reveal a hidden passage. I couldn't resist muttering, what a cliché design. The base we entered was bustling. Armed guards stood at every door, and researchers in white lab coats hurried past us, clutching stacks of documents. Steve looked around, wide-eyed, clearly overwhelmed by the scale of the operation. He glanced my way and saw me looking calm as ever, and I could almost hear his thoughts. Luke really is unflappable. If only he knew. Inside, my nerves were anything but calm. From Brooklyn to here, every step had been a struggle, but now it was finally happening. The serum injection was just moments away. All this effort for my cheat code. I've really gone all in on this one. We descended to the lowest level, where two large metal machines stood at the center of the room. Dr. Erskine and Howard Stark were in deep conversation, while Colonel Phillips and a senator observed from a control room above. Everyone present was eager to witness history in the making. Dr. Erskine turned to us and said, "Let's begin." Steve and I exchanged a glance, then removed our hats and jackets. The contrast between us couldn't have been more obvious. My strong, well-built frame versus his thin, almost frail one. The researchers around us murmured doubts, questioning whether Steve could even survive the process. I clapped a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "You've got this, Steve. You can do it." If Steve didn't become Captain America, I'd probably end up wearing a star-spangled uniform and being paraded around as a war bond mascot. "No thanks." Steve nodded, and we stepped into the machines, a tangle of wires and electrodes. Stark took his place at the control panel, preparing the serum. Somewhere behind us, a military photographer snapped a photo of the two of us standing side by side. This was a moment worth documenting. Dr. Erskine cleared the room of unnecessary personnel, then turned to us with a warm smile. "You'll both succeed," he said confidently. Originally, Erskine had planned to choose only one candidate, but my exceptional performance and sincere attitude had swayed him, leading to a compromise between him and Colonel Phillips. Both of us would receive the serum, doubling the chances of success. As Erskine explained the injection process, I tried to focus. The serum will be micro-injected into the muscle groups, triggering rapid cellular transformation, he said. The metal shell of the machine closed around me, plunging me into darkness. I could still hear Erskine and Stark's voices, muffled but steady. Then I felt the cold sting of the needle as the serum entered my body. Huh? This isn't so bad, I thought. I'd half expected it to be excruciating, recalling how Steve had screamed in the original timeline. "Activate the machine," Erskine said. A surge of electricity coursed through me, accompanied by a blinding white light. My muscles felt like they were being torn apart, my body on the verge of disintegration. The pain was unbearable, and before I could stop myself, I yelled, F***K. But as quickly as it came, the pain vanished. And then, in the midst of my recovery, something incredible happened. On my retina, a familiar progress bar appeared, 100%. The stalled loading bar had finally completed. Lines of text began streaming across my vision. Player identity detected. Reward package loading. Reward package successfully delivered. Please check your inventory. A glowing interface materialized before me. Host Luke Carver. Loaded template none. Abilities none. Reputation none. Quest list not yet unlocked. I stared dumbfounded. After all this build-up, was this it? A blank slate? Fine, I thought. Let's see what's in this package. I focused, and the inventory opened. A golden flash filled my mind as countless images of Superman templates, Golden Superman, Silver Superman, Mechanical Superman, flooded my consciousness. Superman template detected. Load template. I selected yes. Apply skin. No, I decided. Template successfully loaded. When I checked the interface again, it had transformed. Host Luke Carver. Loaded template Superman, LV1. Abilities stellar energy, passive, biofield, passive. Reputation none. Quest list not yet unlocked. Suddenly, a flood of data surged into my brain. Physical stats, energy parameters, enhanced senses. My mind reeled as I began to comprehend the incredible power now at my fingertips. 5 minutes earlier, in the control room, Colonel Phillips was locked in an awkward conversation with Senator Brandt. Phillips forced a smile, saying, "I'm glad you could make it, Senator." Truthfully, someone like Phillips had no patience for dealing with politicians. To him, they were all the same, smiling on the outside while calculating every decision for maximum personal gain. It clashed with his military mindset of focusing on the bigger picture and getting results. But as the head of the Strategic Scientific Reserve and a key figure in the Super Soldier program, he had no choice but to keep these relationships cordial. After all, research funding and resources required approval from the committee. Senator Brandt peered down from the control room window, his gaze landing on the frail figure of Steve Rogers. His jaw dropped in disbelief. "That's your super soldier? My God, he looks like he hasn't eaten in days." The sight of Steve was clearly not what the committee had envisioned for their super soldier project. Phillips, feeling the weight of the senator's judgment, hastily pointed toward me. "Rogers is just the backup, Senator. Look at Luke Carver. He's the finest soldier I've ever seen." Phillips didn't hide his disdain for the choice of Rogers. He still believed Erskine had forced the issue, ignoring the realities of what the military needed. Brandt, however, wasn't interested in the finer points of the process. "There's a lot of competition for funding at this stage, Colonel. The Strategic Scientific Reserve has the largest budget by far. Don't disappoint the president." Brandt wasn't here for science. He was here for credit. He wanted the glory of being associated with the Super Soldier program, believing its publicity value would capture the attention of the public. To him, what mattered wasn't the war effort, but the optics. 5 minutes later, the serum injections were in their final stages. The power to the metallic machines had been cranked up to 70%, and the room was bathed in an intense white light. Steve's cries of pain filled the air, raw and agonizing. For him, the serum injection felt like 1,000 knives slicing through every cell and nerve in his body. The higher the energy levels climbed, the more intense the transformation, and the more excruciating the process. Erskine's right hand trembled slightly as he watched. Everyone knew the injection carried risks. Death was always on the table. To become a super soldier, one had to endure unimaginable pain and survive the process. From the looks of it, Steve was struggling to hang on. Senator Brandt, visibly alarmed, turned to Phillips. "What's going on, Colonel?" Both machines were supposed to be injecting the same serum, but while Steve was writhing in agony, I hadn't made a sound. Brandt, skeptical as always, muttered, "Did you inject him with water or what?" Phillips shrugged, equally baffled. He had no answers. Meanwhile, inside my machine, I was blissfully unaware of the chaos outside. My mind was fully occupied, processing the influx of information from the template. The system had defined 6 Kryptonian tiers: LV-1 Civilian, LV-2 Warrior, LV-3 Scientist, LV-4 General, LV-5 Counselor, and LV-6 Emperor. Each level would grant access to unique Kryptonian tools, such as the Fortress of Solitude or the Codex of Life. Currently, my template was at LV-1 Civilian, a far cry from the fully powered Superman of the comics. While part of me was disappointed, I knew this was just the beginning. The system seemed to function like a game interface, requiring me to earn reputation, grind levels, and complete tasks to reach my full potential. I thought of Clark Kent and General Zod, one with unlimited potential, the other born and bred for war. While my current abilities were limited, my Kryptonian physiology was like a rechargeable battery. By absorbing solar energy, I could grow stronger. But to unlock the infinite potential of Superman, I would have to work for it. 100%. The power levels on the machines hit their peak. The white light grew blinding, and sparks flew from the control panel as Steve's cries of pain suddenly ceased. "Open the machine," Erskine shouted to Stark. The metal casing of Steve's machine was released, and, as the steam cleared, everyone in the room froze. The frail, scrawny Steve Rogers was gone. In his place stood a towering figure of strength, broad-chested and powerfully built. He was no longer the underdog. He was Captain America. The room erupted in cheers. Senator Brandt, practically giddy, shouted triumphantly, "Berlin better be shaking in its boots now. We'll capture Hitler alive." While Phillips and Brandt were caught up in their excitement, they failed to notice one of the accompanying personnel moving toward Dr. Erskine. The man leaned close and whispered in a cold, raspy voice, "Hail Hydra." Erskine's eyes widened as he turned, catching only a glimpse of the man's icy stare. His instincts kicked in, but it was too late. The Hydra agent raised a PPK automatic pistol and fired directly into Erskine's chest. The gunshot shattered the celebratory atmosphere. Soldiers rushed in as chaos erupted. The control room above wasn't spared. An explosion rocked the space, sending a shockwave that shattered windows. Phillips shielded Brandt as debris flew, while soldiers were thrown against walls by the blast. The sound of screams, explosions, and gunfire jolted me out of my thoughts. My brow furrowed. What now? Without hesitation, I broke free of the restraints with ease, punching straight through the metal shell of the machine. Gripping the edges of the alloy casing, I tore the doors apart and leapt out. The scene before me was chaos incarnate. Dr. Erskine lay on the ground, bleeding out from his chest wound. Steve Rogers, now a hulking figure, looked stunned by both his transformation and the violence unfolding around him. Senator Brandt cowered in a corner, guarded by a group of soldiers. And then there was the Hydra agent, a man in a sharp suit, methodically taking down guards with practiced efficiency. He glanced back at the carnage he had created before dashing up a staircase and disappearing from view. My fists clenched as I assessed the situation. This was not part of the plan. I leapt out of the metal machine, taking a quick glance around to assess the chaos unfolding in the room. It didn't take long to piece together what had happened. Throwing on my jacket, I gave Steve a firm look and said, "Stay here, guard the base." He instinctively nodded, still a bit stunned by everything happening around him. The room fell silent as everyone watched me crouch slightly, then spring into action. With my transformed body, now powered by the Superman template, I shot up from the lower level to the second floor in one fluid motion. My hand caught the railing, and with a clean flip, I landed smoothly. Thanks to the data-driven abilities from my character interface, I adapted quickly to my enhanced physical state. No fumbling or awkward moments like Clark Kent had in his youth. My control over my body was precise, efficient. I planted my feet firmly, and the sheer force of my movement cracked the concrete beneath me into a spiderweb of fissures. As I launched forward, I felt the surge of energy rippling through my muscles. The air around me stirred violently, and with a loud boom, the ground trembled as I propelled myself like a rocket down the corridor. In mere seconds, I reached the hallway where the Hydra assassin had fled. The assassin had been smart. He destroyed the electronic controls for a heavy steel door in an attempt to trap his pursuers. Unfortunately for him, what was a solid barrier to others was nothing more than a speed bump to me. I didn't slow down, didn't even hesitate. Charging forward at full speed, I slammed into the metal door with full force. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the door crumpled inward, leaving a perfect, man-shaped impression where I'd made contact. I shook my head as I stepped through. Okay, it wasn't exactly paper thin, it felt more like plowing through a thick wooden board. Emerging from the secret base into the antique shop's front room, I stopped abruptly, the gust of wind from my sudden halt making the bookshelves around me sway precariously. I stepped outside, where the Hydra assassin's black car was already roaring to life. The old woman who ran the shop lay on the ground, 2 gunshot wounds in her chest. The assassin, armed with a Thompson submachine gun, was unloading a barrage of bullets toward the plainclothes agents outside. The rat-tat-tat of gunfire shattered the windows, and several agents went down, blood staining the pavement. Pedestrians scattered in terror, screaming and fleeing in every direction. I stepped out of the shop, ready to give chase, but before I could move, the black car erupted in a fiery explosion. Flames and a shockwave rippled outward, but I stood my ground, unmoved, my silhouette unwavering amidst the chaos. The Hydra assassin's car peeled away from the curb, speeding down the street and disappearing around a corner. I narrowed my eyes, letting out a cold chuckle. You think you can outrun me? I broke into a sprint, my movements a blur to anyone watching. Inside the getaway car, one of the Hydra operatives cursed under his breath. Why the hell did it come to this? Our mission was to assassinate Erskine and sabotage the super soldier program, not start a damn war in New York. This mess is going to make our extraction a nightmare. The assassin, who was still catching his breath, snarled, "There are 2 super soldiers now, and they're chasing us. Just drive." Sweat dripped down his back as he glanced nervously at the rearview mirror. He felt it, like a predator's gaze locked onto him. The sensation was primal, suffocating. The driver pressed the gas pedal to the floor, the engine roaring as the car picked up speed. There's no way anyone can keep up with us on foot. The assassin wanted to agree, but when he looked into the mirror again, his heart nearly stopped. There I was sprinting after them, gaining ground with every step. "This is impossible," the driver whispered, his voice trembling. The assassin leaned out the window, aiming his gun at me, and opened fire. I leapt high into the air, dodging the bullets with ease, and landed squarely on top of the car. The roof buckled under my weight, the metal groaning in protest. With a sharp tug, I tore the steel roof off as if it were made of tin foil. The assassin tossed aside his empty submachine gun, pulling out a PPK pistol. He fired at me point blank, but I didn't even flinch. The bullet struck my palm with a dull thud, flattening against my skin like a pebble hitting a steel plate. I raised an eyebrow at him, unimpressed. With a casual squeeze of my hand, I crushed the pistol into a mangled lump of metal. The driver, now in full-blown panic, let out a high-pitched scream. Annoyed by the noise, I grabbed him by the collar and tossed him out of the car like a sack of garbage. He crashed through a shop window with a loud smash, his fate unknown. The assassin, now utterly desperate, began shouting, "Cut off one head. 2 more shall take its place. Hail Hydra!" He moved to bite down on a cyanide capsule hidden in his collar, but I was faster. "I knew you'd try that," I muttered, grabbing his jaw and forcing it open. With a quick motion, I dislocated it, rendering him unable to bite down. Hydra agents were notorious for their commitment to secrecy, often carrying poison to prevent capture. But the Strategic Scientific Reserve was well aware of this tactic, and so was I. Ignoring the fear in his eyes, I yanked him out of the car like a rag doll. A few minutes later, Steve and Carter arrived in their car. Together, we secured the assassin and the driver, taking them back to the antique shop's secret base in Brooklyn. Back at the base, Colonel Phillips greeted me with a rare look of approval. "Well done, Luke," he said. He'd clearly heard about my exploits, how I'd chased down a speeding car on foot, stopped bullets with my bare hands, and left a human-shaped dent in a steel door. Seeing me now, taller and more imposing than ever, the colonel seemed to come to a decision. Once the doctors and nurses had left the room, Phillips turned to me, his expression serious. "What's on your mind, Colonel?" I asked, shrugging on my jacket. As one of only 2 surviving super soldiers, I already knew what was coming. With Dr. Erskine dead and the serum samples used up, the program was effectively over. Even with the research notes, reverse engineering the serum would be nearly impossible. "I want to know what you see for your future, Luke," Phillips said bluntly. "Replicating the serum isn't going to happen anytime soon. Without results, the politicians will start pointing fingers. Between you and Rogers, I'm putting my faith in you. Rogers is a good man, but you're the better soldier. You're stronger, sharper, and you don't hesitate to do what's necessary. Rogers is too idealistic. He doesn't understand the realities of war. War is about violence, power, and survival. Yes, we call it a fight for justice and freedom, but at its core, war isn't about good and evil. Rogers doesn't get that, but I think you do." I was surprised by his candor. In the original timeline, Phillips had come across as a rigid, no-nonsense military man, but now it seemed he saw the bigger picture more clearly than I'd given him credit for. Sensing that Colonel Phillips had plans to groom me for something bigger, I immediately adopted a humble and inquisitive tone, asking, "What advice do you have for me, Colonel?" Phillips, never one to mince words, started with a burst of frustration. "First of all, don't trust those committee politicians. They're all bastards. That Hydra assassin waltzing in here, that's on brand. And now he's trying to pin the blame on us." Seeing my attentive and respectful demeanor, his irritation seemed to ease a little. Older generations often have a soft spot for driven, capable young people, so long as they see potential and value in them. And in the colonel's eyes, I fit that mold perfectly, which was probably why he was taking the time to share his candid thoughts. Phillips continued, "Politicians only care about their own interests. They can be bought, and they might even act against the country's best interests if it suits them. With the Super Soldier program effectively a failure, what to do with you and Rogers has become a problem. The president won an army. Now, we've got 2 super soldiers. That's not enough. On the battlefield, individual strength has limits. You can't stop artillery shells, and you can't fly to Berlin to snatch Hitler." As he spoke, I mulled over his words. Asterisk, can't stop artillery? Can't fly to Berlin? Give me some time, and I might just prove you wrong. Asterisk, even though I'd only been working with the Superman template for less than 24 hours, the enhancements brought by Stellar Energy were far beyond anything I'd achieved through years of physical training. I could feel my cells greedily soaking up sunlight, growing stronger by the second. Phillips went on. The research cost us a fortune, and all we got were 2 strong soldiers. The military's disappointed. They're not interested in you two anymore. If nothing changes, you'll end up as test subjects in some lab. But I've seen your performance, both today and during training. I've decided to give you something more meaningful. Do you know about the Howling Commandos? Caught off guard, I raised a brow. The Howling Commandos? Phillips nodded. They're the Strategic Scientific Reserve's Special Operations Team, made up of the best soldiers we've got. I want you to lead them. I was genuinely surprised. Asterisk, lead the Howling Commandos? As their commander? Asterisk, my mind immediately wandered to the comics. This was the same team that included characters like Logan, Wolverine, and even a young Nick Fury. Who knew? Maybe this version of history would let me cross paths with them. Curious, I asked, what about Rogers? After all, as the saying goes, the bigger the chest, the bigger the responsibility. I wondered if this time he'd still end up as the Star-Spangled Poster Boy. Phillips sighed and shrugged. Brant has his eye on him. Want to turn him into some kind of mascot to sell war bonds and be the face of the super soldier program. The colonel clearly wasn't thrilled about it. His original plan had been to send both of us into the Howling Commandos and keep the Strategic Scientific Reserve's mission intact. But the senator had other ideas. Brant saw the potential for PR glory. Making a super soldier a national icon would boost his own political career and campaign prospects. Internally, I couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Thank God for Rogers. If it weren't for him, I might have been the one stuck wearing a ridiculous costume and playing cheerleader for the war effort. Even if I made it back into the military's good graces later, I'd have missed out on countless opportunities. Just then, a notification popped up on my character interface. Side quest. Howling Commandos. The first step to becoming a war hero. Objective. Join the Howling Commandos and earn the approval of at least 3 team members. Reward. Scarecrow's Fear Gas times 10. I blinked at the screen. Asterisk, Scarecrow's Fear Gas? Was this a crossover event? Asterisk. Phillips noticed my momentary distraction, and I quickly snapped back to attention, hiding my thoughts. With a firm voice, I said, I'm ready to lead the Howling Commandos, sir. Phillips gave me a rare smile, clapping me on the shoulder. Don't let me down, Luke. With that, he turned and walked away. The next morning, Phillips gathered everyone in the base for a rousing speech. This morning, I received a call from President Roosevelt himself. The Strategic Scientific Reserve has a new mission: to face Hydra in a decisive battle and crush this monster before it can grow any stronger. The atmosphere in the base was electric as agents, researchers, and operatives began packing up equipment, preparing for deployment to the front lines in London. With the failure of the Super Soldier program, the SSR's influence had diminished, and the team was being reassigned to other operations. In the midst of the commotion, Steve stood in the main hall, looking lost. He glanced at the bustling activity around him, but no one seemed to have a task for him. Carter and Stark were busy with their assignments, leaving Steve feeling like an outsider. Summoning his courage, Steve approached Phillips. Colonel, if we're going after Hydra, I want in. I want to help. Phillips, however, shook his head. You're government property, Rogers. I don't have the authority to assign you. With only 2 super soldiers in existence, Phillips had to make a choice, and his decision was clear. I would join the Howling Commandos, while Steve would be handed over to Senator Brant. Phillips hated having to make deals like this, but with Erskine dead and the program in shambles, he had little choice. The failure of the project had left him holding the bag, while politicians like Brant, nicknamed Teflon for his ability to dodge responsibility, remained unscathed. Steve tried to plead his case. The serum worked, Colonel. I can fight. I can make a difference on the battlefield. Phillips cut him off. Brant thinks there's a battlefield better suited to your talents. Without another word, the colonel walked away. Carter, noticing Steve's dejection, approached him with a sympathetic look. The colonel's under a lot of pressure, Steve. Don't lose heart. She clutched a stack of research notes, her eyes filled with pity. Steve, now towering at over 6 feet with a bodybuilder's physique, seemed more lost than ever. He turned to Carter and asked, What about Luke? Where is he? Carter glanced at him, then shook her head. I don't know. The colonel said he had another assignment. Steve's jaw tightened, frustration flickering across his face. He didn't know it yet, but his journey was about to take a very different path from mine. I quickly picked up on Colonel Phillips' intent to groom me for the future, so I adopted a posture of humility and curiosity, asking, "What advice do you have for me, sir?" Phillips, true to his fiery temperament, immediately launched into a tirade. First of all, never trust those committee politicians. They're all scumbags. That Hydra assassin getting in here? That's on brand. And now he wants to pin the failure of the super soldier program on us. Seeing my respectful and attentive demeanor, his frustration seemed to ease slightly. The older generation always has a soft spot for young people who show promise and potential, so long as those young people prove to be valuable. In Philip's eyes, I was precisely that kind of person, someone worth investing in. He wouldn't be wasting his breath otherwise. He continued, "Politicians only care about themselves. They can be bought and sold, and sometimes they'll do things that harm the country if it serves their own interests. Right now, the failure of the Super Soldier program has left us in a tough spot. You and Rogers are all we have to show for it, and now the question is how to use you both. The president wanted an army, and instead, we've got 2 super soldiers. That's not enough. On the battlefield, no matter how strong you are, you can't stop artillery shells or fly to Berlin to grab Hitler." As I listened, I couldn't help but think to myself, give me a little more time, and maybe I actually could do those things. It had only been a day since I'd activated my Superman template, but the effects of solar energy on my body were already astonishing. My cells were absorbing sunlight at an incredible rate, and I could feel my strength growing exponentially. Philip's voice brought me back to the present. The research cost us a fortune, and all we got was 2 strong men. The military brass is disappointed. They're not interested in you 2 anymore. If nothing changes, you'll both end up as lab rats. But I've seen what you're capable of, both in the training camp and today. I've decided to give you a more important mission. Do you know about the Howling Commandos? The name sent a spark of recognition through my mind. The Howling Commandos? I asked, my curiosity piqued. Phillips nodded. They're the SSR's elite special operations unit. The best of the best. And I want you to lead them. I blinked, genuinely surprised. Asterisk, lead the Howling Commandos? Me. Asterisk, my thoughts immediately jumped to the comics. This was the same legendary team that had included figures like Logan, Wolverine, and even a young Nick Fury. Was I really stepping into that kind of legacy? What about Rogers? I asked, my curiosity shifting to my fellow super soldier. After all, as the saying goes, the bigger the chest, the bigger the responsibility. Phillips sighed, a hint of resignation in his expression. Brant had his eye on him. Wants to turn him into a mascot, selling war bonds and playing the face of the super soldier program. Clearly, Phillips wasn't happy about it. His original plan had been to send both of us into the Howling Commandos, using us to salvage the SSR's reputation. But Brant had other ideas. He saw Rogers as a golden opportunity, a walking advertisement for the war effort, and a perfect tool to boost his own political ambitions. Internally, I couldn't help but feel a wave of relief. Thank God for Rogers. If it weren't for him, I might have been the one stuck in a star-spangled costume, doing PR tours and performing for the cameras. That would have been the end of any real opportunities for me in the war. Just as I was reflecting on my good fortune, a notification popped up on my character interface. Side quest. Howling Commandos. The first step to becoming a war hero. Objective. Join the Howling Commandos and earn the approval of at least 3 team members. Reward. Scarecrow's fear gas times 10. I stared at the screen in disbelief. Asterisk fear gas? What is this, a DC crossover? Asterisk. Phillips noticed my momentary distraction and gave me a sharp look. I quickly refocused, replying with a steady voice, I'm honored, sir. I accept the role as commander of the Howling Commandos. Phillips gave me a rare smile, clapping me firmly on the shoulder. Don't let me down, Luke. With that, he turned and walked away. The next morning, Phillips gave a rousing speech to the SSR. This morning, I received a call from President Roosevelt himself. The Strategic Scientific Reserve has been given a new mission, to take the fight to Hydra and crush this monster before it grows stronger. The base bustled with activity as agents, researchers, and operatives prepared for deployment to London. The failure of the Super Soldier program had diminished the SSR's standing, and the team was being reassigned to the front lines. Meanwhile, Steve Rogers stood in the main hall, looking lost and out of place. No one had given him any orders, leaving him to wander aimlessly while everyone else was busy. Summoning his courage, Steve approached Phillips. "Colonel, if we're going after Hydra, I want to help. I want in." Phillips shook his head. "Your government property, Rogers. I don't have the authority to assign you to the mission." With the failure of the Super Soldier program, Phillips had to make hard choices about what to do with the SSR's limited resources. He had decided to send me into the Howling Commandos, while Rogers would be handed over to Brandt. It wasn't an ideal situation, but it was the best compromise he could make under the circumstances. Steve tried to argue. "The serum worked, Colonel. I'm ready. I can fight." Phillips cut him off with a wave of his hand. "Brandt thinks there's a battlefield better suited to your talents, Rogers." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Steve standing there, frustrated and confused. Carter, noticing his dejection, approached him with a sympathetic look. "The colonel has a lot on his shoulders. Don't lose heart, Steve." She clutched a stack of research notes, her eyes filled with pity. Steve, now towering over most of the people around him, suddenly asked, "What about Luke? Where is he?" Carter hesitated, then shook her head. "I don't know. The colonel said he had another assignment." That evening, I sat in a hotel room in Brooklyn, staring at the crisp, new uniform hanging on the coat rack. The name tag read Captain Carver, and I couldn't help but smile. This was one of the perks Phillips had handed me, an officer's rank to ensure I had the authority to lead the Howling Commandos. It was a far cry from the private I'd been a month ago. Rising to the rank of captain in such a short time was practically unheard of. I couldn't help but let my thoughts drift to the future. If I successfully completed the colonel's mission, who knew? Maybe I could become one of the fastest rising officers in history. Maybe I'd even make it to the White House someday, like Eisenhower. But then I snorted and shook my head. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Luke." Pushing those thoughts aside, I turned my focus to my powers. As a low-level Superman, my abilities were still relatively modest. According to the character interface, my strength and speed were comparable to Superman's early appearances in the comics. I could outrun a car at full throttle, punch through steel, and track bullets with my enhanced vision. My muscle density far exceeded that of normal humans, making me immune to small-caliber bullets and melee weapons. Heavy artillery, though, could still be a problem. At this stage, I was still stuck at LV1, the civilian level of the Superman template. My current upper limit was being able to catch bullets and withstand cannon fire. To unlock abilities like flight and heat vision, I need to reach LV2, the warrior level. Looking at the locked templates in my interface, I felt a surge of determination. One day, I'd unlock them all. Asterisk, no Batman. No kryptonite. Life in this Marvel world is looking pretty sweet. Asterisk with that thought, I drifted off to sleep. The next day, I met with the team in an old Brooklyn pub owned by a man named Joseph. When I entered, the crew was already seated in a corner booth. I ordered a black beer and sat down, immediately cutting to the chase. Timothy Aloysius Cadwallader Dugan. My God, that's a mouthful. I think I'll just call you Dum Dum Dugan. I wasn't particularly warm or friendly. No need to sugarcoat things. Dugan, with his rugged features and signature curled mustache, looked me over with a sour expression. He clearly wasn't thrilled about taking orders from someone as young as me. In his mind, youth equaled inexperience, and inexperienced officers got men killed. Dugan sneered. "Captain Carver, you sure climbed the ranks fast. Weren't you a private just last month?" I smiled, not missing a beat. "I'd prefer if you call me sir." Turning to the man seated beside him, I added, "Denuminelli. The colonel says you're a master of disguise and hand-to-hand combat. I'm looking forward to seeing what you can do." One by one, I addressed the rest of the team, demonstrating that I'd done my homework. Leaning back in my chair, I said casually, "I'm your commanding officer now, and until we receive new orders, you'll follow my lead." Dugan crossed his arms and stepped forward. "We'll follow orders, but respect is earned, not given." And frankly, I cut him off before he could finish. "Let me guess, you think I'm too young, too inexperienced, and playing soldier with a shiny new rank? I've heard about you, Dugan. Hand-to-hand combat, sharpshooting, infiltrating German squads on your own. You've got quite the reputation. Dugan's chest puffed up with pride. Damn right. They don't call me dum-dum for nothing. I nodded. I was going to suggest a fair fight to prove myself, but then I realized that wouldn't be fair at all. So instead, I'll cut to the chase and show you exactly why I'm here. But fair warning, don't get scared when things get intense. Dugan burst out laughing, clutching his stomach. Scared? We've walked through the gates of hell, kid. Nothing you do is going to scare us. He thought I was bluffing. Perfect. Let him think that for now. Dugan, did you see that? He just lifted that modified Ford military jeep with his bare hands. Of course I saw it. I'm not blind. And he twisted my beloved Winchester rifle into a pretzel. Someone explain to me why my tactical knife can't even scratch this guy's skin. Is he even human? An hour later, the Howling Commandos, now following me to Fort Drum Army Base in Jefferson County, New York, had witnessed scenes they would never forget for the rest of their lives. These men were battle-hardened veterans, survivors of trench-filled Hell's Capes and wire-laden killing fields. They'd faced the most brutal executioners, unleashed hellfire as butchers on the battlefield, and weathered the deafening roar of cannons, the relentless spray of machine guns, and the crushing weight of tanks. But what I had just shown them shattered decades of deeply ingrained assumptions about human limits. They never imagined someone could treat a multi-ton military jeep like a barbell for warm-ups. Standing amidst their stunned silence, I maintained a calm expression, my breathing steady, as if lifting that jeep had cost me no effort at all. Don't look at me like I'm some kind of monster, I said with a straight face. I'm just an ordinary soldier who hopes for peace and a quiet life. Over the past few days, my body had continued to ascend to new heights as it absorbed stellar energy. While lifting a 100-ton aircraft might still be out of reach, tossing around a multi-ton jeep was now child's play. However, in this era, when concepts like superpowers and aliens only existed in pulp science fiction, my performance was enough to leave even the most seasoned soldiers dumbfounded. Dugan looked like he wanted to say, "You are a monster," but one glance at his mangled rifle and the jeep I'd tossed around like a toy made him swallow the words. After a long pause, Dinu Minelli, whom Phillips had praised as a master of disguise and hand-to-hand combat, finally spoke up. "Captain Carver, are you the military's legendary super soldier?" Having seen my strength firsthand, he seemed to have no more complaints about my leadership. Whether or not I had the tactical skill to command didn't matter as much anymore. Just the sheer fact that I could single-handedly crush a Nazi squad gave him enough reason to keep his doubts to himself. In his mind, he thought, no wonder Phillips put him in charge of the Howling Commandos. Dugan's expression shifted when he heard the phrase super soldier. He'd clearly heard rumors about the military's human enhancement experiments. I nodded. That's right. Both Steve Rogers and I received injections of the Strategic Scientific Reserve serum and became super soldiers. Of course, this was only half true. I had little to do with the super soldier program, but it was a convenient cover story, one that would hold up for now. Though, it did cross my mind that people might eventually start questioning why my abilities were so far beyond Rogers. Would they think he got the fake serum? Dugan shrugged and said, "Well, sir, I owe you an apology for earlier." Now that he'd seen my capabilities and learned I was a super soldier, his concerns about me being a liability vanished. If anything, he now wondered whether he was worthy of being on my team. In his mind, if I were sent to the battlefield, Nazi soldiers would break down crying, and Hitler himself wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Just then, I received a notification from my system. Side quest: Howling Commandos. The first step to becoming a war hero. Status: completed. Objective: join the team and earn the approval of at least 3 members. Achieved: ***. Reward: Scarecrow's fear gas times 10. Acquired: ***. As expected, demonstrating overwhelming strength was the fastest way to earn the respect of veterans. Another message followed. Reputation detected. The shop is now unlocked. I opened my character interface to see a floating number, 50 reputation points. It seemed the Howling Commandos' admiration for me had translated directly into reputation. My guess was that as long as I earned respect or inspired awe, I would gain more points. Curious, I opened the shop. It was packed with items, much like an in-game store. There were quirky things like Clark Kent's glasses, which allowed for a perfect disguise as a sunny, muscular reporter. Batman's vanishing technique, which let you disappear from someone's sight if their back was turned, and even skill cards like Martial Arts Master from Deathstroke, granting expert-level proficiency in firearms, melee weapons, and hand-to-hand combat, or Persuasion Expert from Constantine, which could charm both angels and demons into deals. Everything cost reputation points. One item caught my eye, the Forgiveness Aura Distributor skill card, originating from Nightwing, Dick Grayson. Its effect? It granted a 100% boost in charm when dealing with female characters, especially those in superhero professions. A bizarre and oddly specific ability. How did this even make it into the shop? After quickly skimming through the options, I calmed myself and turned back to the commandos. Colonel Phillips has tasked me with leading you on a critical strike mission. The full details are classified for now, but our ultimate destination is Italy. I prepared travel documents and identities for us to pass as smugglers. Our objective is to infiltrate Sicily and carry out a secret operation. The commandos exchanged uncertain glances. Most of their previous missions had been straightforward, ambushing convoys, assassinating enemy officers. Stealth and infiltration weren't exactly their forte. But Dugan, ever the leader among them, straightened up and barked, "We're ready to follow your lead, Captain." I nodded. Good. After this mission, the names of the Howling Commandos and yours will be on the desks of those in the White House. It wasn't an empty promise. If we succeeded in the mission Phillips had planned, my name and the names of my team would be known across the Allied forces. And with the reputation points I'd earn, I could unlock more skill cards and potentially even a new template. My path to becoming a true powerhouse in this world was only just beginning. With the Howling Commandos at my side, we departed from the East Coast, crossed the vast Atlantic, navigated the Strait of Gibraltar, and finally entered Italian waters. During World War II, Spain remained a neutral country, and the nearby British naval bases ensured our journey was relatively smooth. After enduring long days of choppy seas and several identity checks, we successfully arrived at Sicily, ready to disembark near Palermo. The team could hardly believe it. We were now deep within Axis territory, right under their noses. Dum-Dum Dugan, ever the loudmouth, whistled low and said, "This is the craziest thing I've ever done in my life." The rest of the team nodded in agreement, their unease palpable. To them, we were like lions stepping into a den of wolves. No matter how powerful, if the wolves sniffed us out, we'd be torn apart. In the back of their minds, they probably realized that if things went south, I'd be the only one capable of escaping with my life. The rest of them? They'd be left to face the ruthless hail of Nazi bullets. I unfolded the map of Sicily, spreading it across the table before us. "We've arrived," I said, pointing to our marked landing point. "Someone will meet us shortly to provide shelter and support." Let me emphasize this one more time. From now on, I'm Vito Corleone, an opportunistic smuggler who left Sicily years ago. I'm a profiteer playing both sides, selling goods to both the Allies and the Axis. That's our cover for getting this far without suspicion. I paused, letting that sink in before continuing, but that's just for the Axis naval patrols. The truth is, I captured a Hydra assassin named Greg Niesenbach in Brooklyn. The intelligence we extracted from him gave the Strategic Scientific Reserve enough leverage to craft a new identity for me. Once we meet our contact here in Sicily, I'll officially be posing as a courier from Berlin, delivering orders from the Führer to Mussolini. The cover story is that the British have cracked the Enigma code, so radio transmissions are no longer reliable. This way, we won't draw unwanted attention. Dugan's eyes widened as he blurted, "Wait, hold on. Our mission is to go to Rome and assassinate Mussolini." The sheer audacity of the idea left him stunned. If it weren't for my calm, composed demeanor and the respect I'd already earned from them, he might have thought I was joking. I shook my head. No, not quite. It's not as dramatic as that. Mussolini's government is little more than a puppet at this point. He's already been deposed and imprisoned once by the Italian king. It was Hitler who orchestrated his rescue. The tension in the room eased slightly as the team collectively exhaled. Sicily alone was crawling with 2 German armored divisions. Stirring up trouble here would already be suicidal, let alone attempting to assassinate Mussolini, a man likely surrounded by countless armed guards. But I continued, my voice firm. Our mission is to infiltrate Rome, capture Mussolini alive, and assist the Allied forces in their landing on Sicily. We'll be the first unit to strike a decisive blow in the conquest of Italy." The room fell silent. You could have heard a pin drop. Every member of the team stared at me, their faces a mix of disbelief and bewilderment. Dugan hesitated, then asked, "Captain, are you serious?" Leaning forward, I planted both hands on the table, the weight of my stature bearing down on the room. My imposing presence silenced any murmurs among the team. "I know it sounds impossible, like a suicide mission," I said, locking eyes with each of them. "But it's not as bad as it sounds. Think about who we're up against. Italian forces, for all their bluster, don't have a stellar reputation. Even the newspapers joke about them. Italy stays neutral. Germany gains 5 divisions. Italy joins the Allies. Germany needs 10 divisions to protect them. Italy joins the Axis. Germany needs 20 divisions to protect them." That little jab drew a few chuckles, easing the tension in the room. I pressed on, my voice growing more impassioned. "France fell in 40 days. Italy won't be much harder. During World War I, 25 British soldiers faced off against an Italian force of 10,000 and captured 8,000 prisoners. They couldn't even handle Ethiopia. The so-called Lion of East Africa gave them a run for their money. Without using poison gas, it's hard to say if they'd have even won that war." Of course, a lot of what I was saying was exaggeration, half-remembered jokes and anecdotes from my previous life. The Italian military wasn't as incompetent as the stereotype suggested. They had standout moments in the war, like the Second Battle of El Alamein, where the 185th Folgore paratroopers held their ground against British armored advances. But I wasn't here to give them a history lecture. My goal was to inspire confidence and calm their nerves. Dugan, however, wasn't entirely convinced. "But we're not just facing Italians. There are Germans here too." I nodded, replying with conviction, "The Allies will handle them. Trust me on this." My decision to accept this mission wasn't made on a whim. It was based on careful consideration and a deep understanding of the timeline. Historically, after the conclusion of a North African campaign, the Allies had shifted their focus to Italy, opening a new front. By July, Allied landing forces would set sail from North Africa and ports along the eastern Mediterranean. General Patton would lead the charge into Sicily. Mussolini's government was on the verge of collapse, and Italy's surrender wasn't far off. While others might see this mission as impossible, I saw it as inevitable. I was riding the tide of history, confident that it would carry me to victory. How much reputation will I earn by becoming the conqueror of Italy? I mused. In any other game, there'd be no way to grind reputation this efficiently. After a moment of contemplation, Dugan gritted his teeth and said, "We'll follow your orders, Captain." The rest of the team nodded in agreement, their resolve hardening. After all, we were already deep in enemy territory. The choice was simple: complete the mission and return as heroes, or fail and face a court-martial, or worse. Seeing their determination, I allowed myself a small, confident smile. The first steps of this daring operation were falling into place, and I could already see the potential rewards, not just in reputation points, but in the legacy we'd leave behind. As I stepped onto Sicilian soil in Palermo, I couldn't help but reflect on the strategic importance of this island. Located in southern Italy, Sicily sits across the Strait of Messina, staring directly at the Italian mainland. It's a critical hub in the Mediterranean trade routes, and during wartime, it was undoubtedly a key piece on the Axis chessboard. When I disembarked, I braced myself for rigorous inspections, expecting the Axis forces to be on high alert. Instead, my guise as Vito Corleone, a smuggler with connections to both Allied and Axis forces, proved to be more effective than I imagined. A mere 20 crates of cigarettes, some ham, and a few loaves of bread were all it took to grease the palms of the local officials. They waved us through with barely a glance. It seemed the rumors of rampant corruption in the Italian military during World War II were more than just speculation. Once ashore, I noticed a group of tall men in flat caps, tattoos snaking up their forearms, eyeing us from across the port. Their gazes were sharp, calculating. I approached them with a friendly smile and, in flawless Italian, asked, "Do you know where the Bell Tavern is?" The Superman template had not only enhanced my physical abilities, but had also significantly boosted my cognitive functions and learning aptitude. If the Superman from a neighboring DC universe actually utilized his brain as much as his brawn, he might genuinely rival Batman as the brains of the Justice League. With that thought, I shook my head, dismissing the tangent. It wasn't the time to be thinking about Cape Crusaders. Before our departure, I'd crammed enough Italian to not only speak fluently, but also mimic the distinct Sicilian dialect. This little detail had been crucial in getting the Howling Commandos through multiple naval patrols and inspections. By now, even some of my men were starting to believe that I really was Vito Corleone, despite my insistence to Dugan that I'd grown up in Brooklyn. "Mr. Corleone?" the leader of the group asked, his brow furrowed in suspicion. "You can call me Vito," I replied evenly. After verifying my identity, their demeanor shifted immediately. They became polite, almost deferential. "Mr. Corleone, Mr. Cosa is waiting for you at the Bell Tavern. The car is ready." With a wave of his hand, 3 sleek black cars pulled up. The leader opened the door for me, waiting for me to step inside. I gave the Howling Commandos a subtle glance, silently signaling them to stay alert. Even though everything seemed to be going smoothly, I wasn't about to let my guard down. Once seated, the convoy sped off, kicking up dust as we headed toward the tavern. Cosa Alessandro, the man waiting for us, was the last remaining mafia boss in Sicily. Once upon a time, the Sicilian mafia had been infamous, their power stretching across the island. But Mussolini had been determined to eradicate them when he took control of Italy in 1925. He delivered fiery speeches condemning the mafia and backed his words with ruthless action, arresting thousands of members, dismantling their strongholds, and executing their leaders without trial. The public fountains in Sicilian squares had run red with blood. Those who weren't killed or imprisoned either fled the island or went into hiding. What was left of the mafia in Italy became a shadow of its former self. Ironically, while the mafia was being crushed in Italy, it flourished across the Atlantic in America, where it inspired countless Hollywood crime films. Cosa Alessandro had survived Mussolini's purge, rebuilding a small but loyal group under the guise of the Camorra family name. When the Allied forces began laying the groundwork for their Sicilian campaign, Alessandro had aligned himself with the Strategic Scientific Reserve, becoming one of their most valuable informants. 30 minutes later, our convoy stopped outside the Bell Tavern. As I stepped out, several tattooed bruisers blocked my path. I smirked coldly and said, "Mr. Alessandro inviting me here, but refusing to let me enter unaccompanied? Not exactly a warm welcome." The leader of the group hesitated, his face tightening. After a brief pause, he said, "The situation in Sicily is tense, Mr. Corleone. Please understand. You may bring one companion for safety, but Mr. Cosa is cautious for his own protection." His tone was respectful, and I decided to let it slide. "Fair enough," I said, shrugging off my black overcoat and handing it to Manelli. "Wait for me here," I instructed the rest of the team. Manelli nodded, holding the coat in one hand and the suitcase containing a concealed submachine gun in the other. He was prepared to turn the tavern upside down if Alessandro tried anything foolish. I gestured for Dugan to follow me. The two of us entered the tavern, where the air was thick with smoke and tension. The Bell Tavern was a classic mafia haunt. Around a large round table sat numerous men, most of them young, muscular, and armed. Their hardened gazes followed my every move. For most people, being stared down by over 30 seasoned gangsters would have been enough to make their knees buckle. But I walked in with measured steps, calm and unshaken, my presence commanding the room. "Mr. Corleone, welcome," said a burly man with a thick beard as he rose from his seat. He was flanked by several men who looked equally dangerous. This was Cosa Alessandro, the man I'd come to meet. Alessandro had started as a minor figure in the Camorra family, but had risen to prominence after Mussolini's purge decimated the mafia hierarchy. Now, he was one of the few remaining bosses in Sicily, holding on to power by sheer cunning and ruthlessness. I leaned back in my chair, my expression calm and indifferent. "I assume you're ready for what we discussed, Alessandro. You wouldn't have invited me here otherwise." Alessandro chuckled nervously, a hint of deference in his tone. Of course. I've prepared everything as requested. I have 20 well-trained men ready to move." But infiltrating Rome is no small feat. Obtaining the necessary documents on such short notice has been challenging. My expression hardened. That's your problem, not mine. If you can't deliver, I'll find someone who can. I hear Don Carlo is more than willing to step up. The mention of a rival boss clearly rattled Alessandro. Before he could respond, a young man, likely a relative of his, stepped forward, his face flushed with indignation. He must have taken offense at my dismissive tone toward Alessandro. Who do you think you are, talking to my uncle like that? The young man spat, glaring at me. I narrowed my eyes, immediately sizing him up. He bore a resemblance to Alessandro, probably a nephew. Perfect, I thought. Just the excuse I need to test Alessandro's commitment to the Allied cause. Alessandro's face turned pale as he lunged to slap the boy. Elio, stand down. But before his hand could make contact, a deafening thud echoed through the tavern. No one had seen me move, but in the blink of an eye, I had the boy's head pinned against the table. Blood dripped steadily from a gash on his forehead, the sound of it hitting the floor punctuating the shocked silence. Uncle, help me, Elio wailed, tears and blood streaming down his face. My hand gripped the back of his head like a steel vise, unyielding. I slowly sat back down, ignoring the hostile stares of the other gangsters in the room. To me, they were nothing more than background noise. Fixing Alessandro with a cold gaze, I asked, "Tell me, Alessandro, how does the Mafia deal with those who disrespect their friends?" As the commander of the Howling Commandos, I led my team into Sicily, where we found ourselves dealing with none other than Alessandro, the island's last remaining Mafia boss. Alessandro was a man whose name inspired both fear and respect throughout Palermo. Even the local sheriffs dared not provoke him. Within his family and among the other Mafia leaders, his authority was absolute. Those who didn't fall in line were either crushed under his boot or forced into reluctant cooperation. At meetings, his voice was the only one that truly mattered. The Strategic Scientific Reserve saw his influence as an asset and recruited him as an informant. Yet, despite his reputation and power, when I spoke to him in my calm, detached tone, I caught a flicker of fear in his eyes. Alessandro had lived through Mussolini's brutal purge of the Mafia, and the trauma of that crackdown left its mark. He knew what defying a military force could lead to. Angering me, a young captain representing the Allied forces, would mean burning his bridge with the Allies. And without us, he'd have no future after the war, whether he sided with Mussolini or not. When Alessandro's nephew, Elio, disrespected me, I demanded Alessandro give me an explanation. To show his sincerity, Alessandro pulled out a knife and sliced off one of his own fingers as an act of apology. His agonized screams echoed through the Bell Tavern. But I didn't let him off the hook with that gesture. I wasn't interested in his self-punishment. I wanted him to demonstrate how his family handled those who disrespected their allies. He hesitated, his gaze flicking to his pale-faced nephew, who was trembling in terror. After a moment's deliberation, Alessandro made his decision. "Carmelo," he barked, "take Elio outside and cut off one of his hands." Though Elio was his favorite relative, Alessandro had no choice but to sacrifice him to appease me. He wasn't about to repeat the mistake of Francesco Cuccia, the arrogant Mafia mayor who insulted Mussolini during an official visit. Mussolini had retaliated with a merciless crackdown on the Mafia, and Cuccia ended up dead, his family's empire in ruins. Alessandro wasn't going to let his nephew's foolishness bring about a similar fate. In less than a minute, Carmelo returned with Elio's severed hand, still dripping blood. Alessandro, trembling slightly, asked me if I was satisfied. He even added that if I wasn't, he could send Elio to the slaughterhouse instead. I let my expression soften, picking up my glass of wine with deliberate calm. "To our friendship," I said, raising my glass. The sudden shift in my demeanor left Dum-Dum Dugan stunned. From behind me, I could feel his wide-eyed stare. In his mind, I must have seemed like the most terrifying person he'd ever met. Calm, composed, and in complete control, capable of reducing the once mighty Mafia to obedient sheep. Alessandro, eager to salvage the situation, plastered on a smile and downed his wine in one gulp. Before leaving the tavern, I placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "Get it done quickly, Alessandro. The Allies won't forget your contributions. Your people in North America In New York, they made a name for themselves, and you deserve the same opportunity. Alessandro's eyes lit up as he realized the deeper meaning of my words. He immediately moved to perform the traditional mafia kiss of loyalty on my hand, but I pulled away, refusing the gesture. I wasn't about to indulge in such theatrics. As we got into the car and headed toward Palermo's most luxurious hotel, I noticed Dugan glancing at me, clearly torn between speaking up and staying silent. I decided to cut to the chase. "You have something on your mind, Dugan?" He hesitated, then finally said, "I just don't understand why you handled it like that, sir. Why go so far with the kid? Why not just let Alessandro deal with it on his terms?" I leaned back in my seat, looking out the window at the pedestrians passing by. "You don't understand how the minds of gangsters work, Dugan," I said evenly. "The Italian mafia preaches family honor and blood loyalty, but that doesn't mean they're trustworthy. They respect power above all else. If you show weakness, they'll see it as an invitation to sink their teeth into you. Treating them like the rabid dogs they are ensures they keep their fangs hidden." I paused for a moment, watching a street vendor sell fresh bread to a small crowd, then continued. "Human nature is complex. Maybe Alessandro resented me earlier, but when I told him I'd make him the Allies' representative in Sicily, with all the rewards that come with it, any resentment he felt turned into gratitude. Establish authority first, then offer rewards. That's how you earn loyalty from men like him." Dugan mulled over my words, nodding slowly as understanding began to dawn. "People like Alessandro don't follow ideals or principles, Dugan," I added. "They follow power and profit. And as long as they see me as the one holding both, they'll stay in line." By the time we reached the hotel, Dugan was silent, deep in thought. I didn't need him to fully understand my methods. What mattered was that the mission was still on track. The Howling Commandos had their orders, Alessandro was in my pocket, and the Allies' plans for Sicily were taking shape. This wasn't just a step toward fulfilling our objectives in the war. It was a message. Sicily would fall, and the Axis forces would know that their days were numbered. And I was only getting started. I led my team to a small inn in Taormina, a breathtakingly beautiful town on the cliffs of Sicily. It's like stepping into a postcard, sheer rock faces on one side and a vast, glittering sea on the other. The town's buildings, stacked like colorful Lego bricks, cascade down the mountainside, creating a view so stunning it could make anyone stop in their tracks and mutter, "Wow." Alessandro, ever the resourceful king of flattery, had gone above and beyond to secure our accommodations. He'd reserved the entire third floor of a modest little inn called Pea Shooter. At first, I thought the name was ridiculous, but Alessandro had his reasons. The inn wasn't well known, which made it perfect for avoiding attention, and its location at the town's highest point gave us a stunning vantage of the entire area. From my window, I could see all of Taormina, with the sea stretching endlessly beyond. The gentle sea breeze swept in, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of waves crashing against the shore, a natural lullaby that could calm even the most restless mind. I had to admit, I could get used to this. According to the plan, I'd tasked Alessandro with recruiting 20 trained gunmen and securing passes into Rome. By my estimates, we'd be staying in this little slice of paradise for 4 or 5 days. With accommodations this comfortable, I wasn't about to complain. When it came time to assign rooms, the team insisted that someone share a room with me, standard protocol in case of an emergency. Normally, that would fall to Dugan or Manelli, but after witnessing my abilities, the entire team had become self-proclaimed fragile chickens. They joked about needing protection more than I did. In the end, the rooms on either side of mine became prime real estate, with Dugan and Manelli securing the coveted spots. Later that evening, the Howling Commandos gathered in my room to finalize our mission plans. As the commander, I had 5 team members under my command. Dum Dugan, the team's bruiser and de facto big brother. Dinu Manelli, our scout and master of disguise, whose quiet demeanor masked a razor-sharp mind. Jimmy, the sniper, nicknamed America's Vassalage for his uncanny accuracy. Jelf, the assault specialist, and Kenneth, our machine gunner, both reliable and skilled in their roles. I began explaining the plan. Dugan and I will pose as couriers sent from Berlin. We've got the documents and props to back up our cover. Thanks to intel the SSR extracted from Hydra Assassin. 2 weeks ago, the Allies captured a real courier from Berlin, which helped us fine-tune our identities. I spread a map of Rome across the table, marked with true positions and defenses. The rest of you will accompany Alessandro's gunmen into the city. On the day of the operation, Jimmy will secure this high ground while Jelf and Kenneth lead the gunmen to create chaos in Piazza Venezia. I pointed to key locations on the map as I continued. Sicily is currently under the command of General Gazzoni. He's got 11 divisions of local troops, plus 2 German armored divisions. The Allies are keeping him busy with naval bombardments and a decoy operation near Pantelleria Island. Our job is to break into the Palazzo Venezia, take Mussolini hostage, and wait for the Italian king to announce his removal as prime minister within 24 hours. Once Mussolini falls, the Axis will be done for. That much is obvious. I lean back, crossing my arms. After we capture Mussolini, we'll hand him over to the Allies. Whether it's the British, American, Army, or Navy doesn't matter. Personally, I wouldn't mind building a rapport with General Eisenhower. When I finished laying out the plan, the team exchanged glances before breaking into laughter. The tension that had been hanging in the air finally lifted. My bold confidence, combined with the absurdity of storming Rome to kidnap a dictator, felt like something straight out of a pulp novel. But the clarity of the plan and my unwavering composure seemed to win them over. "Dismissed," I said with a faint smile, sensing that the team's trust in me had solidified. For the first time, I felt like I had truly earned their respect as their leader. After the meeting, I treated myself to a solo seafood dinner, savoring the rich flavors and the sound of crashing waves. Later, I stood on the balcony of my room, watching as the sky turned shades of gold and crimson before the sun dipped below the horizon. The silver sands below were dotted with carefree figures, and the palm trees swayed like dancers in the gentle night breeze. In the distance, seagulls skimmed the water surface while the tides ebbed and flowed. I let myself relax, my mind drifting to the future. In a matter of days, both the Axis and the Allies would know my name. I wasn't following the script, wasn't playing second fiddle to Captain America. I was carving my own path, and the legend I was building would be one for the history books. Asterisk, taking a team of less than 30 to topple a regime? That's the kind of story that stands the test of time. Asterisk, I thought, a grin spreading across my face. Later, as I wandered through the lively streets of Taormina, I stumbled upon a grand amphitheater. The crowd was as thick as an ant colony, and the energy was electric, as if the entire town's excitement could lift the roof. Under the night sky, I could faintly hear the poetic chants of Oedipus or Antigone echoing from the stage. Along the way, I passed several charming Italian women whose smiles and glances carried an undeniable allure, but I wasn't in the mood for flirtation. Their warmth was wasted on me that night. After a 40-minute stroll, I returned to the inn. As I reached for the door handle, my instincts flared. My senses, sharper than ever thanks to the Superman template, picked up the faintest sound of breathing. Someone was in my room. Soft, almost imperceptible, but unmistakable. My mind raced. Asterisk, did Alessandro betray me? Or has Hydra somehow caught wind of our plan? Asterisk. I pushed the door open silently, my steps muffled by the plush carpet. The sea breeze wafted in through a half-open window as I moved toward the bed. Every muscle in my body coiled like a spring. "Come out," I barked. When there was no response, I lunged, yanking the blanket away and pinning the intruder beneath me in one swift motion. My hand clamped onto their throat, ready to crush it if necessary. But the sight beneath me stopped me cold. "A woman," I muttered, stunned. Lying on the bed was a woman draped in a silk nightgown, her wavy black hair cascading over the pillow. Her legs were curled slightly, her large, tear-filled eyes staring up at me like a frightened lamb. She radiated a mature, intoxicating allure, like a perfectly ripened peach. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice low and guarded, though I couldn't hide my surprise. Her voice was soft, matching her delicate appearance. "My name is Marlena," as the woman beneath me whispered. "My name is Marlena." A flicker of recognition crossed my mind. That name sounded familiar. My thoughts raced, and within a second, it clicked. This was almost certainly one of Alessandro's clever little schemes. Was this his way of making amends for his nephew's insult? Did he think tossing a woman my way would somehow smooth things over? What kind of man did he think I was? Some lust-driven fool who couldn't resist temptation? I silently added Alessandro's name to my mental little black book for later. Do you even know who I am? I asked, though the question was more rhetorical than anything. The thought passed through my mind like a shooting star, there and gone in an instant. My gaze fell back to Marlena, and for a moment I nearly lost my composure. She was, without exaggeration, stunning. Her beauty was the kind that could topple empires of Venus come to life, radiating an allure that could make any man weak in the knees. She was like a perfectly ripened fruit hanging from a branch. Just looking at her, you could almost taste the sweetness. Mr. Corleone, Alessandro said you were a great businessman. Marlena murmured, her voice soft and hesitant. She avoided my gaze, her tone carrying a hint of sorrow that only reinforced my suspicion. Alessandro must have persuaded her to come here, likely using promises or threats. I had no idea Kosa would pull something like this, I said, glancing at the tear tracks on her face. The whole situation was beyond awkward. I, a so-called righteous figure armed with a Superman template, was now being treated like some warlord who needed gifts to be pacified. Alessandro had really outdone himself this time. Can you get off me first? You're kind of heavy, Marlena said weakly, her voice tinged with both embarrassment and frustration. Only then did I realize I was still pinning her down like some caveman staking a claim. I quickly rolled off her, sitting on the edge of the bed. Was Alessandro who sent you here? I asked, already knowing the answer. Marlena nodded hesitantly. Yes. He said that if I pleased you, the mafia would protect me from the sheriff's harassment and ensure I had enough food to live on. Her voice was trembling, her body curling slightly as if trying to retreat into the shadows. But the moonlight streaming through the window betrayed her, outlining her figure in a way that made it impossible to ignore her delicate, graceful curves. Her thin silk nightgown barely covered her shoulders, offering no real protection and adding an almost tragic air to her vulnerability. And the sheriff? I pressed, sensing there was more to the story. In halting words, Marlena explained her situation. She was a schoolteacher, a widow whose husband had been sent off to war on their wedding night. Her beauty had made her a target, drawing lecherous stares and unwanted advances from the men in her town. The sheriff, Angelo, was the worst of them all, a man with a reputation for abusing his authority. He'd been hounding Marlena relentlessly. If not for his domineering wife occasionally keeping him in check, Angelo might have already forced himself on her. With the war raging, things only got worse. Italy's economy was in shambles, inflation was skyrocketing, and Mussolini's strict regulations on food and goods left many starving. Marlena had managed to hold onto her dignity, fending off unwanted advances while struggling to care for her ailing father. But desperation was closing in. The sheriff told me he'd get medicine and food for my father, she said, her voice cracking. But only if I spent the night with him. Her gaze dropped to the floor, her hands clutching at the hem of her nightgown. I was ready to give in. I didn't know what else to do. Then Alessandro came to me and said if I could satisfy you, I wouldn't have to worry about anything anymore. As she spoke, her tone was filled with resignation. Whether it was the sheriff or the mafia, she had no power to resist. I see, I said, my voice calm and measured. You can rest here tonight, Marlena. As for the rest, I'll deal with Alessandro myself. Her wide, tear-filled eyes lifted to meet mine, a mixture of confusion and faint hope flickering within them. She probably didn't expect me to respond this way. Most men in my position would have taken advantage of her without a second thought. But I wasn't like most men. I stood and walked toward the door, my expression unreadable. Sure, Marlena was an irresistible beauty, the kind of woman who could make any man's blood run hot. But I wasn't ruled by base instincts. What separated humans from animals was the ability to think, to control their impulses. A predator's aggression might keep it alive, but humanity's strength came from its discipline and order. Mr. Corleone, Marlena called softly as I reached the door. I waved a hand dismissively. There's been a misunderstanding, Marlena. I won't bother explaining it to you. I'm sorry for the trouble you've been dragged into. Rest well. Without waiting for a response, I stepped out of the room. Tonight, I'd sleep in the guest room down the hall. It wasn't ideal, but it beat the couch. The next morning, I went downstairs for breakfast. While enjoying a plate of fried pizza turnovers, I sent word to Alessandro. Less than 20 minutes later, he arrived, looking like a man rushing to put out a fire. Sweat dripped from his brow, but he didn't dare wipe it. "Was that really necessary, Kosa?" I said, not even glancing up as I cut into my breakfast. "Sending a woman to my bed in the middle of the night? Using such underhanded tactics?" Alessandro stood stiffly, his hands clasped in front of him like a scolded child. I sipped my coffee, letting the silence stretch before continuing. "I didn't come all the way to Sicily to find women, Alessandro. I understand what you're trying to do, but I value competence far more than flattery." Alessandro nodded furiously, his face a mixture of shame and confusion. He probably thought any young man in my position would have jumped at the chance to indulge in such a gift. To him, this was how you earned favor, with money, with women. But I wasn't about to explain myself to him. "Just focus on the task at hand," I said, my tone dismissive. "And Alessandro, don't let this happen again." He nodded again, his gaze fixed on the floor. I could see the wheels turning in his mind, try to reconcile my rejection with his assumptions about me. But I had no interest in clarifying. After all, I had bigger plans to focus on. As Alessandro puffed up his chest and began boasting about his preparations, I leaned back in my chair, sipping my coffee with mild amusement. 20 gunmen, all ready and waiting," he declared, his tone dripping with pride. "And not just any gunmen, Mr. Corleone. These are six-sided warriors. Tough, skilled, and chomping at the bit to take down Mussolini, that butcher of a dictator. They've been waiting for this day for ages." He wasn't done. Alessandro's eyes gleamed as he continued. "As for the passes into Rome, consider it done. I greased the right palms, threw down some serious cash to bribe the naval patrol officers. You'll have them in hand by the day after tomorrow at the latest." I nodded approvingly. As much as Alessandro's sycophantic tendencies grated on me, I had to admit, when it came to getting things done, the man delivered. His efficiency was, as the kids might say in some distant future, legendary. Still, I had no time to linger in Sicily. The longer we waited, the greater the risk that my fake identity as a courier from Berlin would unravel. Timing was everything. Exploiting the delay between German and Italian intelligence exchanges was our golden window. If things went sideways, I might have to go solo and sneak into the Palazzo Venezia myself, a prospect I wasn't entirely opposed to. After all, the mark of a truly great assassin is not leaving anyone alive to tell the tale. As the conversation shifted, Alessandro's eyes suddenly twinkled with mischief, and he leaned in, trying to explain away his earlier gesture. "Mr. Corleone," he began with mock solemnity, "I must defend myself on this matter. Sending Marlena to your room last night wasn't meant as an insult, nor did I think of you as some, how should I put it, lustful old wolf." I raised an eyebrow, setting my coffee cup down slowly. "You may not know this," he continued, his tone becoming almost theatrical, "but Marlena is a legend here on Sicily. She's the most beautiful woman on the island, a goddess among mortals. Her husband, Nino, was tragically whisked away to war on their wedding night, only for us to hear news of his death just weeks ago. Her elderly father, who recently broke his leg, is also gravely ill. She's a widow, a poor soul with nowhere to turn, and she's the target of every man's wandering gaze, our sheriff included. I simply thought that a young, capable gentleman like yourself, with a heart as big as the sea, would find it in you to help her. Surely, it would be an act of kindness to offer her sanctuary. Who could be more deserving of your protection than Marlena?" The man's shamelessness was astounding. Alessandro spoke with such earnest conviction, as though his manipulative tactics were actually acts of charity. If I hadn't known better, I might have applauded his performance. Judging by the flicker of disbelief on my face, Alessandro must have realized that his over-the-top explanation had pushed the limits of credulity. Still, he pressed on, undeterred, his tone now teetering on self-congratulation. "Mr. Corleone," he added, "I see you as a man above reproach, but surely you can understand. Marlena's beauty is unparalleled. Any man who spends a moment in her presence would be captivated. Even our sheriff, Angelo, can't keep his hands off her, though his wife's dragon roar keeps him in check, for now. Marlena's fate, if left to the wolves here, would be tragic. At least with you, she has a chance at something better. So, yes, I made a decision for her, and I stand by it. I lean back, crossing my arms, my face an unreadable mask. Alessandro's unabashed sycophancy never failed to surprise me. He was the epitome of a yes man, bowing and scraping at every opportunity. But unlike most grovelers, he had a strange charm about him, a knack for making his servility almost endearing. "Alessandro," I said finally, my voice low but firm, "you don't need to keep throwing gifts and gestures my way. Just do your job. That's all I ask." He nodded vigorously, like a loyal dog eager to please. "Also," I added, "handle the sheriff." Alessandro blinked, momentarily caught off guard. "You want him gone?" he asked, tilting his head. I met his gaze directly. "Yes," quietly. "Make it look like an accident. No unnecessary noise. Consider it your demonstration of loyalty." The look in Alessandro's eyes told me he understood the gravity of my words. Taking out the sheriff would tie him to me irrevocably. There'd be no going back, no chance of betrayal without dire consequences. He straightened up, smoothing his coat. "Understood, Mr. Corleone. I'll see to it personally. It'll be done cleanly. You have my word." As he bowed slightly and turned to leave, I caught a glint in his eye, a knowing, almost conspiratorial look that made my stomach churn. To Alessandro, Marlena wasn't just a woman in need of help. She was a prize. In his mind, no man, no matter how disciplined, could resist her for long. Meanwhile, back in a master bedroom, Marlena sat on the edge of the bed, her expression a mixture of relief and confusion. Draped in her silk nightgown, she looked out at the moonlit sky, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of the fabric. She had braced herself for the worst when she was sent to my room, prepared to be violated, humiliated, and cast aside. But instead, I had shown restraint, even courtesy. "Mr. Corleone really is a decent man," she murmured to herself, her voice tinged with disbelief. In a town full of men who leered at her with lust-filled eyes, I had shown none of their crudeness. In her heart, she felt a flicker of gratitude, a faint glimmer of hope she hadn't felt in years. For the first time in what felt like forever, she pulled the blanket up around her shoulders and drifted into a peaceful sleep. The next morning, as sunlight poured through the window, Marlena awoke to the scent of freshly baked bread and coffee. Blinking groggily, she realized I was sitting by the bed, a tray of food balanced on my lap. "You've been sleeping for hours," I said, my tone matter of fact. "Figured you'd be hungry." She noticed with horror that at some point she'd rolled over in her sleep and wrapped her arms around my waist, her face pressed against my leg. With a startled gasp, she jerked away, her face flushing red. I didn't react, keeping my gaze fixed straight ahead. "Just so we're clear," I said, my tone completely serious, "you were the one who moved. I'm just here with breakfast." Her cheeks burned even brighter as she stammered, Thank you, Mr. Corleone." I nodded, taking a sip of my coffee. "Eat up. We got a lot to do today." As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, it painted the Sicilian skies with breathtaking hues of gold and coral, as if nature itself had turned on some divine special effects. Moments later, the sun surged over the sea's edge in a burst of brilliance, waking up the island with its radiance. I swung my legs off the bed in the guest room, stretching as I inhaled deeply. The sunlight streaming through the open curtains felt almost tangible, warming my skin and filling me with a sense of vitality. It wasn't just metaphorical. I could feel my cells absorbing the energy, my body subtly transforming under the effects of the Superman template. "Ah, another day, full of possibilities," I murmured to myself with a grin. After a brief stretch and a quick wash, I made my way to the dining area, where breakfast was already laid out. As I twirled a forkful of seafood pasta, I found my thoughts wandering. I wonder if Alessandro has taken care of that little sheriff issue yet. If the position's left vacant for the time being, it'll give the mafia a more freedom to operate. And what's Rogers up to these days? Still prancing around stage, shows in tights? I chuckled at the thought and went back to my meal. The sound of the master bedroom door creaking open drew my attention. Marlena had finally woken up after what must have been the first peaceful night's sleep she'd had in weeks. She peeked out cautiously, as if expecting to find me sitting with some nefarious intentions. Instead, She found me halfway through devouring my breakfast. Her startled gaze met mine for a brief moment before she retreated like a spooked deer, pulling the door shut behind her. I smiled and called out gently, "You're awake? I had some clean clothes prepared for you. Come have something to eat. There's no sense hiding. We're under the same roof, Marlena. Sooner or later, we'll have to talk." After a pause, she emerged again, still wrapped in her silk nightgown. She grabbed the neatly folded clothes from the sofa and retreated back into the bedroom, shutting the door behind her. When she returned about 10 minutes later, she had changed into a simple yet comfortable outfit that suited her perfectly. She sat down at the table, her movements hesitant and slightly guarded. "The pasta's gone cold, but there's still some sandwiches and juice left," I said, glancing up briefly. The clothes fit her well, almost too well. I couldn't help but chuckle internally. Am I the first guy to use supervision to estimate someone's measurements just to make sure they're comfortable? "It's fine," she murmured softly, nibbling on a sandwich. I leaned back in my chair, keeping my tone casual. "I've already spoken with Alessandro. You'll be free to go in a couple of days. Don't get the wrong idea. I didn't come to Sicily for personal reasons. I have work to do, and I won't be staying long. For now, I just need you to stay here for your safety." My straightforward, polite demeanor seemed to ease some of the tension in her posture. Alessandro wasn't wrong. Marlena truly was in a dire situation. With no job, no income, and food rationing due to wartime restrictions, she was like a defenseless lamb surrounded by a pack of wolves. Without intervention, it was only a matter of time before she'd have been forced to surrender her dignity just to survive. "Thank you, Mr. Corleone," Marlena said softly, her voice filled with genuine gratitude. She bit into her sandwich with small, cautious bites, her eyes occasionally darting toward me as if trying to gauge my intentions. I glanced at the clock, folded my newspaper, and stood up. "I'll be heading out for a bit. If you need anything, just let the inn staff know. They'll take care of it." "Of course." "Thank you, Mr. Corleone," she replied, standing by the door as I left. Watching my retreating figure, she felt an unexpected sense of security. The man she'd feared might exploit her had instead treated her with respect and kindness. For the first time in what felt like forever, a sliver of hope had entered her life. Back in the room, Marlena returned to the dining table to clean up. Her gaze fell on a newspaper I'd left behind, and the bold headline caught her eye. "Shocking. Local sheriff plunges off cliff in tragic accident." She froze, the sandwich halfway to her lips. "The sheriff is dead," she whispered, her voice tinged with disbelief. Her mind raced as she tried to process the sudden turn of events. The weight of fear and despair that had been crushing her chest seemed to vanish in an instant. She was free, but then a thought struck her, and her eyes widened. Was it Mr. Corleone? She recalled Alessandro's deference toward him, the way he acted like an obedient servant. Her heart filled with conflicting emotions, relief, gratitude, and a trace of fear. As her gaze drifted to the clear, blue sky outside, her mind churned like the restless waves on the horizon. Meanwhile, I was out scouting the area with the Howling Commandos. We'd slipped out of the town and followed the coastline, mapping out the nearby military encampments, guard posts, and defensive setups. By the time we returned to the Bell Tavern, I had a mental blueprint of the local forces' layout and weaknesses. In the tavern's backyard, Alessandro was waiting with a group of young, fit men. He raised his voice proudly as I approached. "These are the finest warriors in the family. Every one of them is a sharpshooter, and they're all ready to lay down their lives for the cause." He made no mention of the sheriff's accident, though I could tell from his smug demeanor that the job had been handled cleanly. For Alessandro, it was just another day at the office. A car with faulty brakes, a steep cliff, and a conveniently timed accident. It was textbook mafia work. I eyed the group of men, then turned to Alessandro. "Are they Camorra soldiers, or are they yours?" Alessandro didn't miss a beat. "They're mine now, Mr. Corleone." "No, they're yours. From this day forward, we are no longer Camorra men. We serve only you, Mr. Corleone." He launched into an impromptu performance, spinning tales about my supposed heritage. According to Alessandro, I was the son of Sicilian immigrants who had fled Mussolini's tyranny, only to return now as a successful businessman bearing bread, wine, and weapons for the people of my homeland. He painted me as the prodigal son, returning to lead his people to freedom. I stood there quietly, watching his over-the-top theatrics. If there were an Oscar for Best Supporting Sycophant, Alessandro would win in a heartbeat. Lying and performing, truly the essential skills of any leader, I thought to myself. Alessandro might act like a groveling court jester, but I wasn't foolish enough to underestimate him. He was a wolf in sheep's clothing, and I knew better than to drop my guard. As I scanned the faces of the men gathered in the courtyard, I recognized the reality of the situation. These weren't men who followed me out of loyalty. They were bound by their allegiance to Alessandro and the traditions of the mafia. Their loyalty lay with power, not ideals, and power was something I intended to wield wisely. For now, Alessandro's men would serve as a useful tool. Later, we'd see if they were worth keeping. I stood in the backyard of the Bronze Bell Tavern, scanning the surroundings. Though I might still be considered a young man here, the aura granted to me by this superhuman template was like an invisible mountain, pressing down on everyone and making it hard for them to breathe. The silence was so profound that you could hear a pin drop. You follow me not just for the honor of a mafia family, not just so your families can live better lives, but also for your own future. I declared. Before Mussolini came to power, the police had to bow and scrape when they saw you, and even the sheriffs had to look at you with respect. But now, they arrest whoever they want, drag you to prison, and execute you in the town square. Fascists have trampled the dignity of mafia members into the dirt, dishonoring your family names. It's time to rise up, to fight like real men. Even if we bleed and sacrifice ourselves, we can die with honor and pride. My tone was calm, as if I were merely having an ordinary conversation. But those words struck their ears with the force of a dramatic soundtrack, igniting the fire in their blood. Even Alessandro, standing beside me, was so fired up that his rugged face, framed by a thick beard, was full of excitement, as if he'd rediscovered his youth. Constantine's Master Persuader skill card was so worth it. I really need to stock up on more of these, I thought to myself. I had used the reputation points I'd accumulated over the past few days to purchase Constantine's skill card from a shop. This guy could con demons with one hand and angels with the other, a true expert in betraying teammates for millennia, earning him the nickname Scam Constantine. From the Justice League to supervillains, countless people have been fooled by him. If he were your teammate, the Death Omen star would surely be hanging over your head. But his ability to persuade and manipulate emotions was unparalleled. He could have been an award-winning motivational speaker in modern times, just slightly less effective than a certain Axis leader. Today, I'm not asking you to risk your lives for me, but for your families, for your honor, and for yourselves. Turn the Apennine Peninsula upside down. Make the name of the mafia, the Corleone family, echo throughout Sicily. Prove that you're not cowards, but brave warriors. I continued, my persuasive energy in full swing. As soon as I finished speaking, the backyard erupted like a motivational seminar. The men, fueled by the emotional equivalent of a double shot of espresso, seemed ready to charge into the barracks and hang the fascists in the square. We'll follow you, Lord Corleone. Just say the word, a quick-witted young man shouted, leading the others to respond in unison. The new recruits Alessandro had gathered all pledged their loyalty. At this moment, I felt like the godfather of the Sicilian mafia as my reputation points soared on my character panel. This skill card was absolutely worth it. I rejoiced inwardly. I'd spent all my hard-earned reputation points on this card, and now it had not only paid off but was yielding profits. Too bad it only lasts for 24 hours. Damn those greedy developers. I couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. With the pre-battle rally complete, I prepared to head to Rome. According to the plan, we would split into two groups. I, along with Dum Dum Dugan, would pose as Berlin envoys, while the others would infiltrate Rome through Alessandro's connections. Once inside, we'd regroup and head straight for the Palazzo Venezia. But before that, there was another task, a surprise raid on a nearby naval camp to create an opening for the Allied forces to land. Distribute food and weapons to them, but save the bullets for last. Keep a close eye on things and don't let them cause trouble, I instructed Alessandro while handing over the follow-up tasks. Then I asked, have you contacted the other mafia families as I requested? I've already gotten Don Carlo out of prison, as you instructed. He's willing to side with the Allies. The other families have also agreed to take part. They'll join in on the naval base raid, Alessandro replied, lowering his head. He hadn't been idle these past few days. Besides sending women my way, he'd been busy connecting with the major mafia families. Once those bosses heard about his ties to the Allies and how he'd become an informant for the Strategic Scientific Reserve, they were eager to pledge loyalty and rebrand as anti-fascist freedom fighters to avoid trouble after the war. Good. I nodded. The goods I'd smuggled in, aside from bread, cigarettes, and wine, were all weapons and ammunition. I hadn't told Alessandro about the raid plan initially, but now that I had, he had no choice but to comply. After repeatedly emphasizing the plan, I returned to my hotel room. The Howling Commandos were waiting for my orders. Alessandro has established a connection with the camp's commanding officer. This officer is a high-ranking official in the logistics department, but his personal life is a complete mess, like a tangled ball of yarn. His mistress is involved with a mafia enforcer, and his wife, well, she's with some painter. Let's just say his reputation is in tatters. I explained, unable to suppress a moment of sympathy for the officer. Anyway, using this connection, Alessandro has arranged everything. I'll disguise myself as a smuggler to get inside and sell cigarettes and alcohol at dirt-cheap prices. Kosa will even bring in some burlesque dancers to entertain the soldiers. I laid out the plan in detail. Targeting the German armor divisions stationed on Sicily would have been reckless. But with the Howling Commandos' capabilities, raiding an Italian naval base was entirely feasible. After all, the Italian military was notoriously corrupt, with high-ranking officers colluding with smugglers and even allowing burlesque dancers into their camps, a practice that would have landed them in court-martial in any Allied army. Besides, I had a secret weapon, Scarecrow's fear toxin. First, take down the radio station to prevent any intelligence leaks, and then I issued orders step by step, and the team nodded in agreement. Having witnessed my capabilities, they knew that even if we didn't capture Mussolini alive, this mission, sneaking across enemy lines into mainland Italy and taking over a naval base, would be enough to make the Howling Commandos war heroes and earn us commendations from the Allies. Rest up, everyone. We move at 8:10. I waved to dismiss the team. As I turned, I saw Marlena stepping out of the bedroom. She wore a long black velvet dress with intricately knitted patterns at the neckline and cuffs, exuding elegance and opulence. The dress clung to her figure, accentuating her curves in the most breathtaking way. "Mr. Corleone, come back safely," she murmured softly, her lips barely moving, as if she already knew what I was about to do. I gazed at the low-hanging clouds, which had thoroughly obscured the faint light of the stars and moon. At 8:20 in the evening, I led the Howling Commandos, all in disguise, as we swaggered into the naval base. We acted as if we were old friends with the soldiers there, greeting them with exaggerated enthusiasm. Crates of cigarettes, alcohol, and food were delivered to the officers' quarters as if they cost nothing. Meanwhile, scantily clad, flirtatious burlesque dancers performed provocatively on stage, drawing howls and cheers from the soldiers below, who sounded like a pack of wolves. "Captain Davi, just a small token of appreciation," I said warmly in the logistics department's reception room. I sat across from the captain, dressed in a black hat, overcoat, and suit, a polite smile on my face. I took out a slim, rectangular gift box, opening it to reveal a gleaming pearl necklace. Judging by its luster and size, it was clearly worth a fortune. "It's a bit rushed, so I didn't prepare much. This necklace is for your wife." Captain Davi, his beer belly stretching his uniform, nodded with satisfaction and discreetly tucked the gift box away. During the war, the monetary system had all but collapsed. Cash was as worthless as scrap paper. Only gold and jewels held true value. "And here's another one. Perhaps for a friend," I added, pulling out another box. This one contained an even more valuable green jade necklace. Captain Davi's eyes instantly lit up. I could tell he was already thinking about his mistress and how thoughtful this smuggler was to account for her. Little did he notice the pity in my gaze, or realize that the color of the metaphorical hat on his head matched the vibrant green of the jade necklace. "To be honest, Mr. Corleone, I've heard Lieutenant Sirio mention you before. If you're his friend, that makes you my friend as well. If you want to run smuggling operations, the Navy will absolutely welcome you. I'll make sure your ships pass through unimpeded, Captain Davi declared, patting his chest with pride after pocketing the gifts. I'll even have Lieutenant Sirio assign warships to escort your smuggling vessels. Thank you, Captain Davi. And this is just a small gift. There's an even bigger surprise in store, I said, my eyes flashing with an inscrutable glint. Of course, we do have some conditions. As long as Mr. Corleone allows the Navy to take a 50% cut from every smuggling operation, our cooperation will surely be smooth and mutually beneficial. Captain Davi's greed was practically oozing out of him as he finally revealed his terms. The Navy couldn't openly profit from smuggling, so they saw me as a cash cow, intending to take half of every shipment. These high-ranking officers clearly wanted to line their pockets before the increasingly chaotic war left them with no opportunities to profit. You must understand, protecting smugglers comes with great risks. We could face military tribunals. Captain Davi trailed off, his avarice fully on display. I kept the same polite smile on my face, as though I hadn't heard a word of his shameless demands. Then I suddenly stood up, glancing at my watch. In a soft voice, I said, "It's time." "What do you mean, Mr. Corleone?" Captain Davi asked, bewildered. He couldn't understand why I had suddenly risen in the middle of our conversation, nor could he shake the discomfort brought by the way I now looked down at him, as if he were a mere ant. "Sit down, Mr. Corleone," Captain Davi barked, his tone sharp with indignation and embarrassment. "You haven't realized it yet, Captain. You're no longer in a position to give orders," I replied, smiling as I heard the commotion outside. The fear toxin, courtesy of Gotham's Scarecrow, was all it took to incapacitate these Italian soldiers. The howling commandos, wearing gas masks, had released the toxin, and it wouldn't take long for the entire base to descend into chaos. The terrified Navy soldiers, overwhelmed by their own worst fears, were rendered as helpless as lambs awaiting slaughter. "What's going on? What's happening? What are you trying to do? I warn you, don't come any closer." Captain Davi finally realized something was wrong. The screams of terror from outside had reached the room. He hurriedly drew the automatic pistol from his belt, but before he could pull the trigger, I twisted his arm with a force so precise it was like bending a twig. The sickening snap of his bones echoed as the jagged edges pierced through his skin, blood spurting out in rhythmic bursts. Overwhelmed by the pain, Captain Davi dropped to his knees, howling in agony as he desperately tried to summon the guards outside. "Apologies, I didn't mean to use that much force," I said, though my tone lacked any genuine remorse. Watching the obese captain squirm backward in terror, I felt nothing. Thanks to my time painting houses with Uncle Frank, I'd long since grown desensitized to blood and death. "Don't waste your energy. The soldiers in this camp are either watching the burlesque show or crying out for their mothers and the guards on duty. We've already taken care of them," I said nonchalantly. The entire base, its naval police, repair docks, logistics offices, medical stations, port authority, and warehouses, was already in disarray after the sudden assault by the howling commandos and our mafia allies. Patrol boats, minesweepers, and auxiliary vessels have been seized, ostensibly as part of Captain Davi's plan to reward his soldiers. Between Scarecrow's fear toxin and the special sedatives mixed into the alcohol we'd brought, even an elephant would have been paralyzed. The Italian military's lack of vigilance, their complacency, had made them an easy target for the mafia. "Spare me, please, Lord Corleone," Captain Davi begged, his tone now one of complete submission. Even the way he addressed me had changed. "Of course I'll spare you. Killing prisoners is hardly humane," I said with a shrug. The captain's current state was the result of me misjudging my strength, nothing more. "Don't be afraid, Captain Davi. I'm not a devil," I said with a faint smile. But to him, I might as well have been the devil incarnate. After all, no ordinary person could twist his arm to shreds with such ease as if snapping a twig. "Stay put and don't try anything foolish. The radio station has been destroyed and the phone lines are cut. You won't be calling reinforcements from any other garrison," I said, casting a deep, penetrating look at him. Then I walked over and retrieved the pearl necklace I'd just gifted him. As for the jade necklace, it was a fake Alessandro had prepared in advance. I pushed open the door to the logistics department's meeting room, and the faint sounds of terrified cries reached my ears. The Italian naval soldiers had been reduced to trembling children, dragged into the darkness by the fear toxin, their minds tormented by the phantoms of their deepest anxieties. Their screams echoed into the night sky, only to be drowned out by the sound of waves crashing against the rocky shore. Mafia fighters poured in like a relentless tide, wielding axes and pistols as they mercilessly cut down any patrol guards they encountered. Their movements were swift and decisive, leaving no room for resistance. It was a silent onslaught. I stood atop a high vantage point, taking in the bloody scene unfolding in the darkness. A satisfied smile crept across my lips. By the time the sun rose over the horizon tomorrow, half of Sicily would already be in my hands. As the next day's sun rose promptly, like a diligent office worker clocking in for duty, Sicily continued its daily rhythm, unchanged in its timeless way. If there were any noticeable differences, it was the gossip that now swirled through the town. Marlena had taken up with some wealthy merchant, the sheriff had an unfortunate car accident, and burlesque dancers had inexplicably shown up at the naval base. These juicy tidbits became the town's favorite topics of idle chatter over meals. As long as the Allies didn't launch any large-scale bombings and the air raid siren stayed silent, Taormina felt like an untouched paradise, calm and serene. The morning sunlight spilled over the horizon, illuminating the small town. I jumped off the Jeep with a spring in my step, arriving back at the pea shooter, and I hadn't slept all night, but my energy was through the roof, as if I'd just had a shot of adrenaline. Tell Alessandro's men to keep a close watch. No screw-ups, I instructed Dum-Dum Dugan before stepping inside. He nodded firmly, knowing that at this critical juncture, no one could afford to drop the ball. After a night of work, the naval base was securely in the hands of the Howling Commandos. From Colonel Bernano, the highest-ranking officer, down to the newest recruits, everyone had been captured. Alessandro had meticulously checked the rosters and reported back. Over 500 personnel, including officers and sailors. Some had inhaled too much of the fear toxin and were left mentally broken, utterly useless. Others had tried to resist and had been dealt with by the mafia reinforcements storming the base. In the end, about 420 prisoners were left alive, now confined to the barracks and warehouses, guarded by Alessandro and his mafia allies. Using the base's only intact transmitter, Minelli had sent out a carefully crafted message claiming that the naval vessels were undergoing maintenance and would be out of commission for 1 or 2 days. During that time, no one would suspect that the base had already fallen into Allied hands. It was a perfect case of hiding in plain sight. Who would have thought that a daring undercover team had infiltrated Axis territory, preparing for a decisive blow? I wasn't worried about the prisoners causing trouble. As long as they were well fed, Italian naval soldiers were as docile as trained animals. Throughout World War II, the Italian military had the resources but lacked the will to fight, like a deflated balloon. There was even a famous incident where an Italian army unit encountered British forces. Planning to surrender as usual, they were enraged when the British refused and executed their envoy. In a rare show of resolve, the Italians retaliated, delivering a humiliating defeat to the British, a rare moment of pride for Italy during the war. If I were the Führer, I'd probably die of despair. What kind of allies are these? I shook off those thoughts and headed back to my room at the inn. "Good morning, Mr. Corleone," came a sultry voice. Marlena was seated at the dining table, freshly bathed, her wavy, jet-black hair elegantly pinned back. She wore a beige silk robe with lace trim, its delicate fabric doing little to conceal her stunning figure. Her long, slender legs rested on the carpet, exuding an effortless allure. Marlena was, without a doubt, the most beautiful woman in Sicily. Even in such a casual outfit, she could drive men wild. I averted my gaze, keeping my composure, and sat down at the table. "Is this for me?" "I happen to be starving," I said, helping myself to the seafood pasta on the table. Without hesitation, I began eating with gusto, slurping it down noisily. When I looked up, I noticed Marlena staring blankly at me. "Is something wrong?" I asked. "I only had one bite." Marlena murmured with a faint hint of exasperation. She seemed more relaxed around me now. The wariness she once had completely gone. Even she didn't understand why she felt so at ease. "My apologies. I've been up all night," I said, though my tone lacked any real sincerity. Oh, and you can just call me Luke. Corleone is just a fabricated identity. I've arranged for Cosa to take your father to Palermo. The best hospital in Sicily is there, perfect for treatment and recovery. Thank you, Mr. Corleone. I mean, Luke. Marlena's face lit up with a grateful smile as she cradled a warm cup of milk in her hands. She was visibly relieved. With the sheriff's accident and her father's care now assured, she could finally relax. These few days in the inn might have been the most peaceful of her life, free from the malicious gossip of women and the predatory stares of men. No need to thank me. By the way, I'll be leaving Sicily tomorrow. Cosa will make sure you get home safely, I said casually. Don't worry, Marlena. No one in town will dare bother you anymore. I've made sure of that. Marlena's smile froze on her face. I see. Safe travels, she said, forcing the words out before retreating to her room in silence. I watched her graceful figure disappear down the hall, the corners of my mouth curling into a faint smirk as I waited for nightfall. The golden light of dusk melted into the sea, and by dinner time, Marlena still hadn't come out of her room. I packed my belongings lightly. By tomorrow, I would no longer be Vito Corleone, but Captain Steiner, a decorated officer from Berlin with an iron cross to his name. As the clock struck midnight, I was still awake when I heard movement from the room next door. Quietly, I opened my door and stepped into the hallway, my breath shallow, my heartbeat pounding in my chest. My enhanced hearing picked up every detail, painting a vivid picture in my mind. Standing there for so long. Aren't you coming in? Marlena's voice broke the silence as she hesitated, about to turn back. I opened the door and leaned against the frame, teasing her with a smirk. In the dimly lit living room, only the moonlight streaming through the window illuminated the space. If you're here to see me off, you're a bit early, I said, taking a step closer, nearly brushing against her. She tilted her head up, her body trembling slightly, her flushed, stunning face as red as the fiery sunsets over Sicily. Honestly, I didn't think you'd come, I whispered, lifting her chin gently with my fingers. And if I hadn't, Marlena tried to look away from my intense gaze, but couldn't. Then I would have come for you, I replied, my voice low and possessive. Marlena, I'm not the honorable Mr. Corleone you think I am. I'm possessive to a fault. Whatever I desire, I take. I'm more of a scoundrel than a mafia, and far more captivated by your beauty than any man in this town. My finger traced her soft lips as my other hand wrapped around her waist, pulling her closer. Marlena didn't recoil from my confession. She opened her mouth to respond, but I silenced her with a kiss. The night outside grew darker still, as the moonlight bathed the room in a cool, silvery glow. When the next morning sun rose like a clock-punching worker arriving promptly for their shift, Sicily carried on with its usual rhythm, as if nothing extraordinary had occurred. If there were any changes, it was in the gossip circulating through the town. Marlena had been seen climbing into the bed of some wealthy merchant, the sheriff had a fatal car accident, and burlesque dancers had inexplicably appeared at the naval base. These juicy tidbits became the town's favorite distractions over coffee and bread. As long as the Allies refrained from large-scale bombings and the air raid sirens stayed silent, Taormina gave the impression of a peaceful oasis, untouched and tranquil. The morning sunlight streamed over the horizon, bathing the quaint town in gold. Feeling refreshed and energized, I woke up, only to have a peculiar thought pop into my mind. How exactly does Superman manage to have intimate relations with Lois Lane? Forget for a moment the biological complications of a Kryptonian and a human coupling. How does he, with a body capable of lifting 100-ton airplanes and skin impervious to heavy artillery, avoid turning Lois into a broken doll? Pondering this bizarre question, I stepped into the washroom. Truth be told, what should have been exhausting, life-questioning activities for any normal man were, for someone with the Superman template, merely a matter of technique. Precision, particularly in controlling strength, was key and required an extraordinary level of skill. At my current level 1 civilian stage, I was already finding it challenging to balance. If I unlocked a higher level template, I might just abstain entirely. It would be simpler to become a chase superhero. Honestly, when it lasts too long, it's not even enjoyable, I muttered under my breath, feeling like nothing more than a tireless machine. Will you come back? Marlena's voice floated from the bed. She leaned against the headboard, her expression still carrying a trace of sensual allure. Her eyes lingered on me as I finished dressing, her tone soft but tinged with uncertainty. She wasn't sure if what she had done was right or wrong, but since my arrival, her fate had taken a sharp turn. The tragedy of her life had been replaced by an unprecedented sense of safety and stability. To her, I was like a ray of light piercing through the storm clouds of her world. I leaned down and kissed her smooth forehead. "Don't worry. It won't be long before my name is known across Sicily. When that time comes, I'll return," I said. As comforting as the warmth of her embrace was, the first steps of my grander journey were far more pressing. Captain America defeated Hydra and the Red Skull, paving the way for the Allies' victory. For that, the American military raised him to the status of a living legend. For 70 years, Steve Rogers became a household name, idolized by people like Coulson and countless others. After being thawed from the ice, his reputation alone granted him natural leadership in S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers. That is the power of prestige, standing on the moral high ground and commanding respect from governments and superheroes alike. "Be careful. I'll be waiting for you," Marlena said sweetly, nodding like a contented cat. She didn't question whether I was lying or wonder what grand feat I intended to accomplish to make my name spread across Sicily. She simply believed I would come back. Later, I addressed Alessandro with a serious expression. "Tomorrow afternoon at 3:40 p.m. is the Allied landing time. Cosa, if you handle this right, you'll become a man respected not just in Sicily, but across Italy. Mayors, prime ministers, even Mussolini himself. Those aristocrats who once looked down on you will bow and call you your excellency. I won't let you down, Captain Cavill." Alessandro's voice trembled with excitement. It was the first time he used my real name. The identity of Vito Corleone was now a thing of the past, and even the identity of Captain Steiner, the Berlin envoy, would soon be obsolete. According to plan, I divided our forces. I took Dum Dum Dugan with me, as we boarded a ship bound for Rome. Hitler once said that military uniforms needed to look sharp so young men would eagerly join the army, and he wasn't entirely wrong. Wearing a finely tailored captain's uniform, I looked at myself in the mirror. The badges, epaulets, and armband adorned my crisp black uniform perfectly. A silver double-headed eagle insignia sat atop my peaked cap, while a woolen overcoat draped over my shoulders and sleek calfskin gloves fit snugly on my hands. With my chiseled features and youthful face, I looked every bit the part of a dashing, high-ranking Nazi officer. From now on, I am Captain Steiner, a Berlin envoy, born into a family of German soldiers and once a member of the SS, a trusted aide to Himmler. My mission is to deliver the Führer's orders to Rome. I explained my new identity to Dugan. "Understood," he replied solemnly, committing every detail to memory. We were diving deep into enemy territory to capture their leader. There was no room for error. The journey from Sicily to Rome by ship didn't take long. Soon enough, I stood on the deck, gazing at the city surrounded by hills, the famed city of 7 hills. The city walls stretched along the river and over the hills, winding and twisting like a crouching lion ready to pounce on the Apennine Peninsula. Rome, one of the oldest cities in history, situated on the Latin plains of the peninsula, had witnessed the rise and fall of republics and empires. The cradle of Roman mythology and a city steeped in profound historical and cultural significance. I strode confidently off the ship at the port, presenting the forged documents we had prepared. My stern expression and pristine uniform exuded the air of authority. The soldiers conducting inspections didn't dare scrutinize me too closely, afraid of offending this young, high-ranking officer. After a quick glance at my papers, they respectfully let me through. If this had been Berlin, the Gestapo wouldn't have been so easily fooled. "Dugan, we will conquer this nation and achieve unparalleled glory," I said as we entered Rome, the heart of Italy and Mussolini's seat of power. After World War I, Rome witnessed Mussolini's rise to prominence. The Lateran Treaty, signed with the Vatican, confirmed Rome as Italy's capital, and the Italian government recognized Vatican sovereignty. But Mussolini's ambitions didn't stop there. He marched his troops into Rome, aligning with Nazi Germany to form the fascist Axis powers. While many believe Hitler was the founder of fascism, It was Mussolini who first opened Pandora's box. In many ways, he was Hitler's mentor. After World War I, as Europe's power dynamics shifted, Italy's dissatisfaction with its share of the spoils, combined with domestic economic stagnation and widespread hardship, gave Mussolini his political opening. He launched the fascist movement in Milan and founded the world's first combat fascist party. However, despite his aspirations to become a dictator, Mussolini was little more than an opportunist with average abilities. His oratory and emotional manipulation paled in comparison to Hitler's. Initially, Mussolini and Hitler were equals within the Axis. Hitler even respected him. But the Italian military's poor performance, surrendering or calling on German aid time and again, eroded that respect. Mussolini's constant need for Hitler's assistance led to scorn, nearly prompting Hitler to call him a loser outright during a phone call. After Mussolini was imprisoned by the Italian king and later rescued by German special forces, he became little more than a puppet of Germany. "Captain, you always manage to create miracles," Dugan said, standing behind me with a tone of deep conviction. After spending these days with me, he'd probably believe me if I claimed I could fly to Berlin, pluck Hitler out, and end the war. We arrived at Venice Square, where I gazed at the grand palace buildings, the Palazzo Venezia. Constructed by the Pope, it was now the political center of Mussolini's rule over Italy and one of the most heavily guarded places in Rome. Tomorrow, this place would witness the first strike in the conquest of Italy. At the Allied Command Headquarters in London, specifically the secret base of the Strategic Scientific Reserve, it was a hive of frenzied activity. The place was bustling like never before. For a month now, the intelligence war between the Allies and Hydra had been a brutal game of cat and mouse. Both sides had their agents and operatives battling it out in key cities behind enemy and friendly lines. From Axis-controlled Berlin to Allied strongholds like London and New York, and even contested territories like Poland, the shadows were alive with intrigue. Both sides were relentless in intercepting each other's intelligence. And while the Strategic Scientific Reserve boasted the best and brightest of the Allies, Hydra's vast and elusive network had left them struggling to keep up. We still haven't pinpointed Hydra's base of operations. Where are the captured Allied soldiers being taken? What secret experiments are the Nazis conducting? We know nothing. Colonel Phillips roared, his voice echoing through the room and leaving everyone too terrified to even breathe. In just 1 month, we've lost 13 operatives and had 4 Axis-embedded spies compromised. This is the worst loss in the history of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. The Allied High Command is utterly disappointed in us, and frankly, I'm just as disappointed in all of you. Colonel Phillips was livid. Yesterday, he'd received a call from President Roosevelt. While the president hadn't openly criticized him, the subtle undertone of accountability in his words had been unmistakable. The Allies had been riding high on a wave of victories, with many believing the Axis power's downfall was imminent. But no one could have predicted the game-changing development of the Tesseract-powered weapons created by the Red Skull and Hydra scientists. These revolutionary energy weapons had been mounted on firearms and tanks, halting the Axis collapse and even providing some respite on several fronts. On the Eastern European battlefield, the Allies' forces were beginning to falter, their defensive lines precariously close to breaking. This turn of events had placed immense pressure on the Strategic Scientific Reserve. They couldn't even decipher the basic principles behind Hydra's energy weapons, let alone locate their factories or hidden bases. Hydra operatives infiltrated Allied territories with alarming ease, leaving Colonel Phillips and his team perpetually on the back foot when it came to intelligence. Any word from Luke? Colonel Phillips, having exhausted his anger, turned to Agent Peggy Carter. He was now placing all his hopes on Luke. If the plan to raid Rome and support the Allied landing in Sicily succeeded, it would be a massive morale boost for the Allies, and the Strategic Scientific Reserve's reputation would soar. Yesterday, we received a telegram from Captain Cavell, Carter reported, her tone professional yet tinged with awe. They've taken control of a naval base near Sicily. The Allied forces will land at 3:40 p.m. today with the assistance of the local mafia. The operation is codenamed Trojan Horse. She couldn't help but marvel at Luke's audacity. He had led his team deep into enemy territory, struck at key targets, and now stood on the brink of completing the final phase of the mission. Rome, Italy. 2 p.m. local time. Asterisk asterisk. I strolled casually toward Venice Square, the grandeur of Capitoline Hill's northern palace coming into view. Once the residence of the Pope, this was now one of the most magnificent buildings in Rome, appropriated by Mussolini himself. The dictator frequently delivered speeches from its expansive balcony to crowds gathered below. Wearing my captain's uniform and flashing credentials as a Berlin envoy, I walked with dum-dum Dugan trailing behind. The patrolling guards didn't dare so much as question us. "When does Mussolini plan to meet us?" Dugan asked in a hushed tone. "4 o'clock, once he drags himself out of his mistress's bed." I replied with a smirk, standing in the square like a tourist admiring the architecture. "Manelli and the others should be moving soon," Dugan said, nodding. According to the plan, Sniper Jimmy had taken up a vantage point, while Assault Specialist Kenneth had parked a truck just one street over. The vehicle carried 20 hand-picked Mafia gunmen and a Maxim heavy machine gun. Getting that into the city had been no small feat, thanks to Alessandro's efforts. Their job was to draw the guards' attention and create chaos, giving me the opening I needed. "Do you think Mussolini will be surprised to see us?" Even now, I couldn't help but crack a joke. Dugan, for his part, could only admire my composure. While his nerves made his legs tremble at the thought of what was about to happen, I seemed entirely unfazed. Time passed agonizingly slowly. "Let's head in," I said, presenting my military pass and entering the reception hall of the Palazzo Venezia. No sooner had I disappeared from the square than a gunshot shattered Rome's uneasy calm, like a boulder crashing into a still lake and sending ripples of chaos everywhere. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The shrill sound of whistles pierced the air as patrol guards and military police swarmed the square, trying to locate the hidden sniper. Another series of gunshots followed. Kenneth had pulled back the truck's tarp, revealing the Mafia gunmen, who leapt out and opened fire. The patrol guards, caught off guard, were thrown into disarray. Kenneth, following my instructions, manned a Maxim heavy machine gun, unleashing a devastating volley that mowed down rows of soldiers and police, preventing them from advancing. "Protect the leader," I shouted as I stepped out of the reception hall. At this moment, no one, neither the politicians nor the guards, had the time to distinguish friend from foe. My captain's insignia and German uniform were the perfect credentials, allowing me to move freely. Ordinary soldiers didn't dare stop me, and higher-ranking officers were too preoccupied to question me. I made my way up the stairs with Dugan close behind. "Commander, Kenneth can't hold out much longer. 5 minutes at most." Dugan nervously gulped as the sounds of gunfire echoed around us. We were in the middle of enemy territory, surrounded on all sides. "5 minutes is enough," I replied, taking the stairs 2 at a time. I quickly reached Mussolini's office floor, where security was significantly tighter. The Italian dictator was guarded by Nazi soldiers wearing Hydra armbands. Unlike the Italian troops, these men were unfazed by the gunfire. They tightened their formation around Mussolini, maintaining order. My unfamiliar face immediately raised suspicion. Even my captain's rank wasn't enough to get me through. "Restricted area? Identify yourself." I had no patience for formalities. With a single kick, I sent one of the Nazi soldiers flying, his chest collapsing with a sickening crunch. Before the others could react, I swiftly dispatched them, snapping necks with brutal efficiency. "Create a diversion and draw their fire," I ordered Dugan, who nodded and ran to the upper floors, firing his pistol as he went. The chaotic gunfire drew more guards away. The sound of boots echoed down the hallways as reinforcements rushed in. I shouted, "Protect the leader!" The enemy is heading upstairs, while slipping toward Mussolini's meeting room. I already knew his routine. Afternoon tea at 2 o'clock in the third room on the right-hand side of the corridor. If he was in a good mood, he'd even invite his mistress. Gunfire echoed incessantly as I tore through the Hydra soldiers blocking my path. Without mercy, I cut them down, their bullets barely grazing me. Crushing a steel helmet in my hand, like it was paper, I dispatched the last obstacle. Boom! I kicked open the meeting room door. Inside sat a bald man, his eyes wide with terror. He held a Walther P-38, its muzzle trembling as it pointed at me. Bang! 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 3 shots were fired, punching holes in my German uniform, but drawing no blood. "Is that it?" I mockingly pulled out the flattened bullets and smirked. "Hello, Mr. Mussolini. Who are you? The Liberals? The Revolutionary Front?" Mussolini stammered, staring at me like I was some kind of monster. He couldn't comprehend how his bullets had failed to even scratch me. I didn't respond. Instead, I strode forward and grabbed him by the collar, lifting him off the ground like a helpless chick. "I am the leader of Italy." Smack! I slapped him hard across the face, leaving it swollen. And that was me holding back. "I don't care who you are, Benito Mussolini. Accept the reality. You're a prisoner now," I said coldly, dragging him out onto the balcony where he so often gave his speeches. Venice Square was in complete chaos, gunfire echoing everywhere. "Rome is under our control. From this moment on, there is no dictator, no fascism," I declared, my voice carrying far across the square. The sunlight bathed me in its golden glow, and for a moment, I stood there like a hero straight out of a mythic epic. Telegram. Latest telegram. The Allied Command Headquarters in London, still reeling from Colonel Phillips' fiery tirade, was steeped in a heavy silence. No one dared to make a sound, lest they provoke their already furious superior. Suddenly, the comms officer burst in, his face as red as a baboon's backside, clearly struggling to catch his breath. His excitement was so palpable that he could barely get the words out. It's from Captain Cavil." The officer finally managed to blurt out, his voice trembling with both exhilaration and reverence. "What's with all the racket? Where's your military discipline?" "Damn it," Colonel Phillips scowled, his brows furrowed so tightly they could have crushed a fly. He barked a reprimand, but still snatched the telegram from the officer's hand. The moment he scanned the contents, however, his expression froze, and an uncharacteristic expletive slipped from his lips. For a man as composed as Phillips, this was almost unheard of. "Rome, Italy, 2:50 p.m. local time. Allied Captain Luke Cavil, leading the Howling Commandos, has captured Rome and taken Mussolini alive." Just one simple sentence. Yet it struck Phillips like a bolt of lightning, leaving him stunned and momentarily unable to process what he'd just read. The sheer impact of the news rendered him speechless. "It worked," he murmured in disbelief. Colonel Phillips had been the one to entrust Luke with leading the Howling Commandos and to devise the audacious plan to assist the Allied landing in Sicily and raid Rome. But to think, he actually did it. It was almost too surreal to believe. Even in his wildest scenarios, Phillips had only hoped for the team to secure a foothold in Italy, creating an opening for the Allies to land. Capturing Mussolini had been an ambitious stretch goal, one he attacked on almost as an afterthought, never expecting it to be achieved. And yet, Luke had delivered an outcome that exceeded every expectation, a monumental victory that would reverberate across the world. Super soldier. "Dr. Erskine, can you see this? Luke is the true super soldier." Phillips was practically shaking with excitement, clutching the telegram in one hand while gripping the comms officer's shoulder with the other. His eyes were bloodshot as he demanded, "Is this confirmed?" If this news were true, the morale boost for the Allies would be immeasurable. The strategic scientific reserve's tarnished reputation would be restored, if not elevated, and the mounting pressures they faced would finally ease. This could change everything. "Yes, sir. It's a plain-text telegram straight from Rome. Absolutely authentic." The comms officer, infected by Phillips' fervor, was trembling as he spoke, his words spilling out in a rush. "And there's also an official proclamation from the King of Italy, announcing Mussolini's dismissal as Prime Minister. Notify command. Notify the President. Notify everyone," Phillips shouted, waving the telegram like a banner of triumph. He had bet everything on Luke, and the young captain had delivered a victory that would shock the world. The telegraph machine clattered relentlessly, its keys hammering out the message. The electromagnetic waves spread out like wings, racing across oceans and continents. From Churchill's War Room in London to Roosevelt's White House in Washington, the absurd yet undeniable news galloped across the globe like Pegasus on a frenzied charge. Inside the opulent chambers of the Palazzo Venezia, the air was heavy with the glow of candlelight, reflecting off masterful oil paintings and extravagant decor. Unlike the usual lively banquets held here, tonight the palace was deathly silent, a foreboding calm hanging over the space. "Rescue the leader. Kill the Americans. Long live Italy. Long live the Führer. The shrill cries of loyalists broke the silence, followed by a quick burst of gunfire. Then, quiet again. It was nothing but a minor ripple in the grander scheme of things. The brainwashed diehards of fascism were hardly a threat, their efforts little more than a futile splash in an ocean of inevitability. "That's the 11th attempt," Dugan muttered, his dark complexion betraying his lingering tension. He still hadn't fully processed the events of the day and could scarcely believe they were real. The Italian dictator, a man who held the title of prime minister and propped up the Axis powers alongside Hitler, was now nothing more than their prisoner. Have the others rotate shifts on guard duty. The Italian army won't dare launch a full-scale assault. Not when their king is itching to see Mussolini strung up in the town square, I said calmly, my hand gripping the trump card that was Mussolini. With him in my grasp, the fascist forces in Rome were paralyzed, unable to act recklessly. As for the Italian king and his royal cabinet, they were practically salivating at the prospect of me delivering Mussolini to the gallows. The king has already issued a proclamation dismissing Mussolini as prime minister, and the royal family has taken control of the military. In the raid, 7 of our mafia gunmen were killed, and 4 were critically injured. Meanwhile, the Allied command sent a telegram. Apparently, the British and Americans are already squabbling over control of Italy. The State Department, the Pentagon, the Army, and the Navy are all at each other's throats. Dugan reported, detailing the day's developments. Everything was unfolding as I had anticipated. It didn't matter how much the British and Americans argued. The credit for this victory was mine, and no one could take it away. The thought of my skyrocketing reputation points on my character panel filled me with excitement. Let them argue. Rome and Mussolini are our bargaining chips. Whoever bids the highest gets the prize, I said with a sly smile. This wasn't a military operation. It was an armed kidnapping. With Mussolini in hand, the mission was complete. The rest would be a political tug-of-war between the rising eagle of America and the waning lion of Britain. But I had no interest in their scheming. What I wanted was the glory of a war hero's medal and an avalanche of reputation points. The Italians are being remarkably cooperative. The king's no fool. He wasted no time ousting Mussolini and has even turned a blind eye to our occupation of the Palazzo Venezia. He's desperate to curry favor with the Allies, I said, fully aware of the dynamics at play. The Howling Commandos alone couldn't hold off the entire Roman garrison. But the truth was, not many Italians remained loyal to Mussolini and the Axis powers. That, combined with the Allied forces landing in Sicily, was the source of my confidence. Everything happened just as you said, Dugan admitted, his voice filled with genuine admiration. Even after such an astonishing victory, I hadn't let it go to my head. My composure remained intact, and that steadiness earned his unwavering respect. But who do we sell Italy to? Dugan asked hesitantly, his voice quivering slightly. My decision would shape not only the future of the Howling Commandos, but also the fate of Italy itself. To President Roosevelt, of course, I replied without hesitation. The longest-serving president in American history was a man of immense power and shrewd diplomacy, a natural ally. And frankly, Roosevelt needed a major victory to silence his critics back home, especially considering the questionable tactics he'd employed during his election campaign. Bringing Italy into the fold would solidify his legacy, and he would undoubtedly be grateful for the gift I was handing him. I imagine the Allied command will send someone to take over by tomorrow, Dugan said, nodding. At this point, he followed my lead without question. Victory after victory had solidified my authority within the team. Who would have thought that a once obscure 6-man squad could pull off something so earth-shattering? Send a telegram to the White House. Let's prepare for the president to award us some medals, I instructed casually. From the moment Dugan sent the victory telegram to Allied command, my reputation points had been skyrocketing without pause. Side mission, Flowers and Glory, the second step of a war hero. Completed, ***. Objective *** achieve 8,000 reputation points in any faction achieved. Reward ** Bane skill card, Master of Breaking Backs obtain. I marked the mission as completed, only for the next one to pop up immediately. Side mission, a legendary name, the third step of a war hero. Completed. Asterisk asterisk. Objective asterisk achieve 20,000 reputation points in any faction. Achieved. Reward asterisk 1 Superman template draw opportunity obtained. And then came the third mission and the fourth. I leaned back, gazing at the deep star-studded night sky, a satisfied smile spreading across my face. Oh my! This mission completion notification is practically bouncing in my face like those over-the-top pop-up messages, relentless and extravagant, as if they're being handed out for free. And then there's the reward items in my inventory, each one glowing softly, as though touched up with a beauty filter, dazzlingly radiant. This time, I led an assault on Rome, capturing Mussolini alive. A preliminary estimate suggests this operation alone could net me over 400,000 reputation points. Once the aftermath and propaganda kick in, hitting 1 million isn't even a challenge. No doubt about it. When my name spreads across the globe, becoming a legend among the Allies, my reputation will skyrocket like a rocket launch. Unstoppable. Compared to painstakingly grinding through tedious tasks for reputation, I much prefer this kind of high-efficiency playstyle. It's exhilarating beyond words. Wow, what a haul! I couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. Once I hit the marketplace, I'll be able to splurge like a nouveau riche, recklessly exchanging for skill cards and items. Just the thought of it has me a bit giddy. Oh right, there's still task rewards. With a subtle focus in my mind, the 5 War Hero series side missions were all completed in one go. Among the rewards, aside from the previously used Scarecrow's Fear Toxin, there were Bane's skill card Master of Breaking, a chance to draw from the Superman template pool, Poison Ivy's Pheromone Perfume, Joker's Laughing Gas, and Constantine's Silk Cut Cigarettes. If we're talking about the most valuable prize here, it's definitely the lottery chance. To draw randomly from a pool of Superman templates? Time to test my luck. Back in my previous life, I was practically a fated luck emperor. The odds of drawing Silver Superman or Supreme Little Superman have to be through the roof. By then, whether it's Thanos, the so-called Universal Population Control Committee Chairman, Odin, the All-Father, or even Rune King Thor, I'll be able to stand toe-to-toe with them. Just try and stop me. As for the other rewards, they seem more suited for a laugh than for practical use. Poison Ivy's Pheromone Perfume supposedly increases attraction to the opposite sex, but the fine print says it's even more effective on the same sex. Isn't that just Yuri perfume in disguise? What'd I even do with that? It's absurd. Then there's Joker's Laughing Gas and Constantine's Silk Cut Cigarettes. One makes you laugh until your muscles spasm and body convulses. Too much and you might even die. The other? A dose of nicotine for your lungs, bringing you closer to lung cancer. What kind of twisted nonsense are these supposed to be? After browsing through the task rewards, I opened my character panel, and sure enough, the numbers had changed. Host asterisk Luke Cavill. Loaded template asterisk Superman, LV1. Abilities asterisk Stellar Energy, passive, Biofield, passive. Reputation asterisk 451,024. Task list asterisk Path to Heroism, side quest completed. Achievement unlocked asterisk Legendary Figure. This line of information floated across my vision, and with a thought I glanced at it. Your name will go down in history, remembered for centuries. Enhances the host's leadership and influence, asterisk asterisk. Hey, not bad at all. I was quite pleased with the effect. This subtle charisma aura might come in handy at some critical moment, propelling me to greater heights. As for the lottery, it needs the right timing. I'm mused for a while, deciding to save the opportunity for the Presidential Commendation Day. Pairing this stroke of luck with the perfect BGM for dramatic flair? Now that's the ceremony it deserves. With high spirits, I stepped into the washroom. Instead of soaking in a luxurious hot spring bath, I simply rinsed off my robust body with cold water. My muscles, chiseled like hard rock, radiated masculinity. My physique resembled a marble sculpture, rugged yet refined. The explosive strength coursing within me was undeniable. This is unbearable. So sore. I pressed my hands against the wall, letting out a sigh. I wanted to try using heat vision, but no matter how hard I strained my eyes, it was futile. According to the lore, Superman stores the stellar energy he absorbs within his cells, releasing it through his eyes when needed. Whether it's incinerating a planet or healing a wound, it all depends on control and energy levels. Maybe I haven't been using the template long enough or absorb enough energy yet. Unleashing heat vision like Superman is just too difficult. But then again, Clark Kent only mastered it as an adult, so I'm not too far behind. 10 minutes later, I emerged wearing a white bathrobe. After all, I'm a man officially recognized as the conqueror by Italy and hailed as a legendary hero by the Allies. I noticed a Western-style broadsword mounted on the wall and suddenly felt the urge to test it. Mussolini's 9mm bullets didn't leave a scratch on my chest. Would this gleaming broadsword fare any better against my skin? I took the sword down and swung it hard against my arm. Clang! The sharp metallic sound echoed as the intricately patterned blade collided with my flexed muscles. Then, with a mournful screech, snap! The broadsword shattered right then and there. All it left on my arm was a faint white scratch that healed instantly. Even with all my strength behind the swing, there was no damage whatsoever. Looks like no one on the World War II battlefield can stop me now. I leaned back against the headboard, casually picking up The Prince, a classic by Italian philosopher Niccolò Machiavelli. It's a shame Mussolini didn't take its lessons to heart to turn Italy into a strong, centralized state. Instead, he went down the road of totalitarianism, becoming a reviled dictator. Main quest: the rise of the third faction, Hellfire Club. Objective: extract mutant gene samples 0/5. Completing this will unlock a prerequisite to the Celestial Group event. Reward: leech serum ×5. This series of messages suddenly popped up in my vision. Outwardly, I remained engrossed in the book, but my heightened senses, like a radar, scanned the entire chamber. Typically, main quests only unlock upon encountering significant characters or key plot points. For me to receive this in an otherwise empty royal suite, there must be a mutant here with me. Hellfire Club, I murmured. I knew of this organization. It dates back to the 18th century. Initially, it documented and investigated mysterious phenomena like vampires, werewolves, and witches. Later, it evolved into an elite social club, hosting renowned scientists and influential moguls. At that stage, it was relatively benign. But when the German scientist Sebastian Shaw joined, it became a mutant-exclusive organization. Occasionally, though, it still extended invitations to the world's elite, like Howard Stark, who later spearheaded S.H.I.E.L.D. and elevated Stark Industries to new heights. Been hiding and watching for this long. Aren't you going to show yourself? I asked flatly. My voice reverberated through the royal chamber. Setting the book down, I clenched my right fist, muscles taut and veins bulging. Boom! Swinging a punch into thin air. The force compressed it violently, creating a shockwave that rippled outward. Like a cannonball exploding, the energy discharged in a massive burst. The open balcony outside the chamber shattered instantly, debris flying everywhere. A faintly transparent figure was thrown by the blast, slamming into the wall and coughing up blood. "You're a mutant too?" the figure demanded. I chuckled lightly, shaking my head. "Not everyone with extraordinary abilities belongs to your mutant faction. You know about mutants?" The scrawny man with a face marred by black scars stood up from the corner, his cold eyes fixed on me. The shockwave from my punch had thrown him like a rag doll, and by sheer physical strength alone, he'd never seen anyone more terrifying than this allied captain. "I'm curious, who sent you? Was it Sebastian Shaw?" I ignored his question, throwing out a name instead. Sebastian Shaw, the Black King of the Hellfire Club, absorbs energy to amplify his own power. If this man were truly from the Hellfire Club, he'd surely recognize the name. "You know Mr. Shaw?" "Huh, Captain Cavil. No matter how much you know about mutants, it won't matter." The scrawny man smirked coldly. His form began to distort and blur, as if cloaked in optical camouflage. In the blink of an eye, he vanished completely. I stood in the lavishly decorated royal chamber, so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could echo crisply through the room. I stood motionless, my expression neutral, with my white bathrobe loosely draped over my shoulders, outlining the taut lines of my muscles. The appearance of mutants during World War II didn't surprise me in the least. According to the timeline, one of the future leaders of the two major mutant factions, Magneto, the founder of the Brotherhood, was currently just a boy imprisoned in the grim Auschwitz concentration camp. Young Magneto had a fateful encounter with a deranged Nazi scientist, Sebastian Shaw, later known as the Black King. Shaw was a fervent believer in the Aryan Superman theory concocted by SS head Himmler and subscribed to Hitler's extremist ideology of purging inferior races to create a superior human species. In short, he was your quintessential Nazi fanatic. After studying genetics and hereditary sciences in Britain, Shaw was quickly recruited by the German scientific division. His talents soon bloomed, earning him a prominent role. He even oversaw projects at the concentration camps, becoming a cold-blooded scientific butcher. The Jewish prisoners he held captive were reduced to live test subjects as he sought to unlock the secrets of human genetic codes, searching for the key to evolution. His ambition practically leapt off the screen. Shaw's fate changed one rainy afternoon in 1944. As usual, he was sipping coffee by a window, watching as Jewish and Polish prisoners were herded into the camp like livestock. His attention was drawn to a young boy who, in a fit of rage and despair, bent an iron gate with his bare hands. Several armed guards failed to restrain him. Shaw's eyes lit up with excitement. He believed he had found the key to unlocking human evolution. Later, Shaw learned about the existence of a superior race, one above humans and beyond Aryan bloodlines, called mutants. The term had originated from an American dwarf scientist. Shaw had read the scientist's papers during his studies in Britain, which posited the existence of a group of beings more powerful and innately gifted than humans. Shaw proceeded to conduct a series of experiments on young Magneto, eventually uncovering the secret of mutant abilities. The X gene, a mysterious code seemingly implanted in the human body by celestial beings. The Hellfire Club. So mutants are getting involved to rescue Mussolini? Looks like Hydra has finally taken notice of me. I pulled myself from my thoughts, a glint of amusement flashing through my eyes. The scrawny man, still invisible, crept cautiously through the room. He had the ability to distort light, change the pigmentation of his skin, and blend seamlessly into his surroundings, like a chameleon-like assassin. Even the strongest being needs to detect me first. That was just a fluke earlier when you spotted me. The scrawny man, nicknamed Chameleon, pulled out a sharp dagger. He assumed I'd discovered him by sheer coincidence. He had infiltrated countless military facilities, stealing classified information and assassinating high-ranking officers, and had never failed. This time, he was aiming for a clean throat-slit kill. You can mask your footsteps, even your breathing, but you can't hide your heartbeat, no matter how faint it is. I sneered coldly, my body shifting slightly. The dagger plunged into my chest, producing a metallic clang. The razor-sharp carbon alloy blade didn't even pierce my skin, leaving only a faint scratch that healed instantly. The rebound force left his arm numb with shock. This is impossible, the scrawny man exclaimed in disbelief. Too bad he hadn't seen me testing my defense against a broadsword earlier. Otherwise, he'd never have dared to come at me with a dagger. Snap! I smiled faintly, snapping the dagger effortlessly in my hand before lifting the scrawny man off the ground with ease. Tell me what I want to know, and perhaps I'll spare your life. My face was calm and gentle, but my voice was as cold as the Siberian wind, sending chills down his spine. His eyes met my icy gaze, and his mouth opened and closed as if he wanted to spill everything. Rat-a-tat-tat. The sound of gunfire erupted, echoing from the direction of the dungeon. Looks like you have companions. Too bad for you. You're no longer of any use. I casually tossed him like a sandbag through the shattered balcony. His scream pierced the air as his body arced downward, ending with a heavy thud on the ground below. Let's see what these mutants are really made of, I muttered with a smirk. With a thought, I activated the command, deploy skin coverage. Just to be safe, I donned the Kryptonian suit I'd acquired for free. It'd provide a bit of extra protection. Who knows if there'd be someone like Cyclops or Pyro among the mutants. Better to play it safe and develop cautiously. A flicker of light spread over my body as the nanosuit coated me like steel armor. There was no Superman's emblem on my chest. Instead, a gold insignia resembling a blazing sun shimmered brightly. The dark red, cape trailing behind me, fluttered dramatically in the wind. Though it served no practical purpose, Looking cool is a lifelong pursuit. I glanced at my reflection in the mirror. The tall, imposing figure staring back at me exuded power. Thankfully, it wasn't the awkward golden age design with underwear on the outside. Otherwise, I'd outright refuse to wear it. Pushing open the heavy doors of the royal chamber, I stepped out. The once quiet Palazzo Venezia was now alive with the sounds of furious gunfire from below. In the palace dungeon, the howling commandos were in the midst of an unprecedented battle. Their usual enemies, Nazi soldiers, armored battalions, and fully armed Axis forces, had been replaced by anomalies and monsters beyond comprehension. In the narrow dungeon corridor stood a hulking figure nearly 2 meters tall, his entire body glinting like steel. His skin reflected a silvery sheen, impervious to bullets. The storm of gunfire could only produce faint sparks on his metallic surface. "Kenneth, get that Maxim gun over here, goddammit!" Dum-Dum Dugan barked with a ferocious expression, tossing aside his empty submachine gun. The steel-clad giant could only be forced back a few steps by the kinetic force of bullets. Hurting him required something much heavier. Alongside the steel-skinned behemoth was a devilish creature with red skin, a long, whip-like tail, and glowing eyes. He could appear and disappear like a specter, snatching mafia gunmen stationed outside the dungeon and dropping them from high altitudes. The sickening thuds of bodies hitting the ground, flesh and bones mangled, were enough to churn anyone's stomach. In addition to these two terrifying intruders, there was a leather-clad woman releasing poisonous toxins and a dozen Hydra-enhanced soldiers. They had infiltrated the Palazzo Venezia through low-altitude deployment. The 20 elite mafia marksmen guarding the dungeon were utterly outmatched. If not for the narrow corridors limiting the enemy to 2 abreast, the howling commandos' concentrated firepower would have already been overrun. There's no way to contact the captain. These people, even Captain Cavill, might not be able to handle them. Manelli's face was grim. Short of deploying an armored division with widespread heavy firepower, there was little hope of taking down these terrifying adversaries. "Damn it, I'm Jimmy, the sniper." I glanced over at Mussolini, sitting in the dungeon, and joked with a cheeky grin, "At least we've got the Prime Minister here to keep us company in the afterlife." I fired a high-caliber bullet with a sharp whoosh. Normally, this bullet would have blown someone's skull clean off, but when it hit the hulking man with steel-like muscles, it just tore a hole in his metallic body with a soft splat. But then, the metal on his body began to shift, melting like liquid and gurgling as it filled the wound. Within seconds, his silvery body was completely restored, good as new. Manelli let out a bitter laugh. "I thought the captain was monstrous enough, but this world keeps proving me wrong." His expression reminded me of those German soldiers during the Battle of the Somme, seeing tanks for the first time, staring at the steel behemoths with not a shred of hope, their courage evaporating entirely. Dugan grabbed his submachine gun and unleashed a wild burst of gunfire, yelling, "If it comes to it, kill Mussolini. We can't let them succeed." But, of course, the bullets were useless, barely even an annoyance to the metal brute. It was like trying to scratch an itch on steel. Meanwhile, Mussolini, tied up in the dungeon, had a face that practically beamed with joy. He'd heard rumors of Hitler's superhuman experiments in Berlin, though he didn't know the specifics. But seeing such extraordinary individuals in action, he finally realized how powerful the Axis truly was. Suddenly, Dugan, known as Dum-Dum Dugan for his stubborn resilience, said, "Wait a minute, there's something going on outside." We howling commandos were all battle-hardened veterans, unafraid of death. But still, the thought of dying here in this foreign land, just when we were about to receive presidential medals and bask in the glory of being war heroes, it stung a little. Boom! A deafening crash reverberated through the dungeon, like the roar of artillery fire. Dust sifted down from the cracks in the brickwork, filling the passageway and making Dugan cough uncontrollably. Outside the dungeon, it felt like a giant beast was approaching, each step pounding the ground with thunderous force. The steel-skinned brute turned, asking, "What's going on out there? Could the Allies have brought a tank into the Palazzo Venezia?" Bang! The ground trembled as if in protest. Then, like a raging storm, a Hydra-enhanced soldier came flying through the air, smashing into the dungeon wall with a splat. Debris and stone fragments exploded outward as the soldier's body was pulverized, reduced to a grotesque mess of blood and flesh, painting the wall in a gruesome, crimson abstract that looked like a tomato smashed against the surface. Then came the second, the third. One by one, the enhanced soldiers guarding the dungeon's entrance were hurled through the walls, each impact painting the stone with increasingly vivid blood art. It's that allied captain, isn't it? Looks like Chameleon failed. What a useless waste of space, sneered the red-skinned figure with a long, whip-like tail. This was Azazel, nicknamed the Red Devil, a member of the Hellfire Club and one of Sebastian Shaw's subordinates. Azazel scoffed and said, "I'll deal with whoever's outside. The rest of you, get Mussolini out of here. He's a direct request from the Führer in Berlin." Most of the mutants who joined the Hellfire Club had suffered discrimination and trauma in their lives. They've been brainwashed by Sebastian Shaw's racial theory, believing that mutants are the future and that humans are an inferior species, while mutants will rise as the elite. The irony of it all, of course, was that their leader, Sebastian Shaw, wasn't even a true mutant. He was merely a human who had activated a dormant X gene through organ transplant experiments. Azazel's red figure flickered like smoke, disappearing with a soft whoosh, only to reappear before me. Just as he opened his mouth to say Chameleon's ability, while I swung my fist at him mid-sentence. The air erupted like a crashing wave, stirring up a cloud of dust and forcing him to shut his mouth in alarm. In a flash, he vanished, narrowly avoiding my punch. Azazel, now a safe distance away, muttered with lingering fear, "Is this guy a mutant?" Back then, people only had a vague understanding of superpowered individuals, lumping them all under the term mutants. He sneered at me, asking, "So, you're the so-called Superman who captured Mussolini and conquered Italy?" I was momentarily taken aback. Since when did I have that title? Azazel smirked disdainfully. "You're the allied super soldier everyone's talking about. The world is buzzing about how you led troops to infiltrate Rome, topple Italy, and capture the dictator alive. Roosevelt and Churchill claim you possess powers beyond mortal comprehension, performing miraculous feats. The Allies are calling you Superman, saying you'll lead them to victory." I couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of it all. Who would have thought I'd inadvertently earn such a title? Superman in the Marvel Universe? How amusing. Pulling myself together, I let the smile fade and said coldly, "Thanks for the enthusiastic introduction, but this little circus ends tonight." And with that, I shot forward like a bullet. The ground beneath me cracked into a web of fractures, and my dark red cape whipped through the air. In less than a second, I was right in front of Azazel. My body, as solid as a wall, barreled toward him, the wind pressure hissing like a sharp blade. Azazel gasped, so fast, but relying on his instinctive danger sense, he dissipated into smoke, narrowly evading my charge. He teleported to high ground, flickering a few more times to create distance, likely feeling safer with me farther away. From the look in his eyes, I must have seemed like some humanoid T-Rex to him. Every swing of my fist, every flex of my muscles caused shock waves to boom through the air. My raw physical power was no joke. Azazel calculated, nobody but Mr. Shaw could take a direct hit from this guy's punch. His long tail, coiled around a sharp dagger, glinted with malice. He was convinced I wasn't a mutant and believed humans always had a weakness. Overconfident, he thought, I can take him now, and teleported in close with a few quick bursts. His tail, as agile as an arm, gripped the dagger and aimed for the back of my head. I remained expressionless and said calmly, "You're too slow." With a twist of my body, I whipped my right leg around like an iron rod, delivering a spinning kick. The air exploded with a deafening crack, the force of the kick roaring like a tidal wave, threatening to obliterate anything in its path. Azazel smirked, disappearing just in time to let my kick sail harmlessly through the air. It was a feint. Reappearing moments later, his tail lunged forward, aiming the dagger straight at my neck. I simply turned my head, unfazed, and extended my left arm to meet the attack. Clang, clang, the dagger bounced off my neck, unable to leave so much as a scratch. While Azazel froze in shock, I seized the moment. Grabbing his tail with one hand, I yanked him toward me. My right hand clenched into a fist, and with a powerful uppercut, I sent him hurtling into the air. With an uppercut, my fist connected directly with Azazel's jaw, a close and personal encounter that sent a deafening boom reverberating through my head. The sound was so intense, it felt like someone had turned on a massive speaker right next to me, leaving a ringing in my ears that could make anyone think they were about to give birth to tinnitus. The impact was like a thunderclap, hammering into my skull with a resounding crack. Azazel? He didn't fare much better. His eyes rolled back, and he passed out on the spot. If he could have seen his own reflection, he'd probably have cried his heart out and begged for a full face reconstruction package at the nearest plastic surgery clinic. His jawbone was shattered, resembling a jigsaw puzzle in desperate need of assembly. Half his face was a disfigured ruin, as if it had been caught in the middle of an explosion, with teeth scattered like broken porcelain. His cheeks had been torn asunder, leaving gaping wounds that made him almost unrecognizable as a living being. Blood poured from his mangled face like water from a broken faucet, streaming down in torrents. I half wondered if he'd bleed out before he could clock out permanently. But somehow, thanks to his freakishly resilient body and mutant healing factor, he clung to life like a cockroach that refused to die. I muttered nonchalantly, "That was only 30% of my strength." Grabbing his tail firmly, I yanked the unconscious red devil back toward me like a kite on a string. The poor mutant, tangled in his own metaphorical web, landed helplessly in my grasp. My fingers tightened around his neck like an iron vise, and I remarked coldly, "So this is all mutants amount to, huh?" Hearing that, Azazel's pride as a mutant must have flared up like a bonfire, and he probably wanted to retort. But as my grip on his neck tightened, cutting off his air supply, the spark of defiance in him fizzled out instantly. The overwhelming sensation of suffocation silenced him before he could even think of a comeback. In that moment, with my hand around his throat, he must have realized just how fragile life could be, like a delicate glass figurine, ready to shatter with the slightest pressure. He didn't dare move a muscle, afraid that one wrong move would be his last. "Smart choice," I said, acknowledging his submission. Then, clutching him like a broken sack of potatoes, I strode toward the dungeon with purpose. The commotion outside hadn't gone unnoticed by the other mutants, but their overconfidence was palpable. They truly believed no one could pose a threat to the elusive Azazel, a mutant as ghostly as a specter. These mutants, relics of the World War II era, hadn't yet witnessed the rise of the countless superheroes and extraordinary beings that would emerge in the decades to come. Their worldview was so narrow, they still thought themselves the pinnacle of existence. If they had any real sense, they wouldn't have been brainwashed so easily by Sebastian Shaw. Azazel, the leather-clad woman, the one capable of releasing poisonous gas, let out a shrill cry when she saw me hauling the defeated Red Devil. With a dramatic flourish, she raised her hands, and a wave of green mist surged toward me like a monstrous tide. Her neurotoxic gas was lethal over a wide area and would have wiped out the howling commandos in the narrow dungeon corridors, if not for the fact that they needed Mussolini alive. I remained calm and unimpressed. "Pathetic," I said flatly, stomping the ground hard enough to make it tremble beneath my feet. My figure blurred as I lunged forward, closing the distance between us in an instant. The green mist barely had time to approach me before it was swept away by the shockwave of my movement, dissipating like smoke in the wind. With a swift and precise hand chop, I struck her neck. Her head lolled forward like a broken marionette, her vision went dark, and she collapsed to the ground in a heap. The battle ended as quickly as it had begun, like a flash of lightning. She hadn't even managed to make a single move before I one-shot her out of commission. The hulking steel-skinned brute with his thick Russian accent scoffed and sneered. "Pathetic. You're all useless." I couldn't help but wonder how this Soviet bear had become one of Sebastian Shaw's lackeys without fearing exile to Siberia to plant potatoes. I tossed Azazel's limp form to the ground and, with a single stomp, shattered both his legs. The sickening crack of breaking bones echoed through the dungeon, accompanied by Azazel's blood-curdling scream. The sound alone was enough to make anyone's skin crawl. I leaned down and said to him, "You can try to escape, but I wouldn't recommend it. If I catch you again, I won't be so gentle. Azazel lay there, trembling in pain, his face contorted with fear. He looked up at me and shook his head frantically, too terrified to even consider teleporting away. My sheer presence had crushed any remaining will to resist. The steel-skinned brute, undeterred by his comrades' defeats, charged toward me with the force of a freight train. I met him head-on without hesitation. When we collided, it was as if planets had slammed into one another. The dungeon shook violently, and the resulting shockwave tore through the narrow corridor like a hurricane. Dugan, crouched behind a Maxim machine gun, was knocked flat on his backside. His face was a mix of shock and awe as he exclaimed, "I'm dying to know, does this Steve Rogers guy fight like the captain? Because this is insane." Manelli, equally stunned, could only gape at me in disbelief. To him, I'd ceased to resemble anything even remotely human. The rest of the Howling Commandos were equally dumbstruck. Seeing me in action was nothing like watching me lift a jeep. It was visceral, like being hit by a runaway train. I grinned and said, "Not bad. It's rare to find a punching bag that can take a hit." My indestructible body clashed against his steel frame, producing an ear-splitting metallic clang. He was one of the few opponents who could match my physical strength, if only briefly. The brute's eyes widened in shock. For the first time since awakening his abilities at 17, he felt pain. His arms trembled slightly, a dull ache radiating through his muscles. He must have been thinking, "Asterisk, what kind of monster is this man? Asterisk, let's go again," I shouted, brimming with excitement. Before he could protest or cry, "Stay back," I sent a full-force punch his way. With a resounding boom, like a bell struck by a battering ram, he was sent flying through the air, crashing through the dungeon wall like a cannonball. The impact was so destructive, the surrounding structure groaned under the strain, threatening to collapse. Terrified, the Howling Commandos grabbed Mussolini and bolted deeper into the dungeon, unwilling to risk getting buried alive. The steel brute staggered back to his feet, his body swaying unsteadily. "What? What are you?" he muttered weakly, blood seeping from his mouth. I strode over to him, relentless. 3 consecutive punches, each crashing down with bone-shattering force, left his liquid metal exterior unable to recover. Just as he tried to mutter, my fist silenced him, driving him deep into the ground like a nail hammered into wood. His once shiny metallic shell disintegrated into a pool of silvery liquid, his lifeless body slumping into the crater I'd created. Looking down at him, I sighed with a hint of regret. "Oh, my bad. I got carried away. That was only 17 punches. I thought you'd last until 20. Not that he could hear me anymore. If he could, he'd probably cough up blood all over again, then die a second time out of sheer frustration." With a final glance at the fading metallic pool, I brought my foot down, crushing his chest for good measure. Always finish the job. That's rule number 1 for staying alive. Damn it. The Red Skull, was in Hydra's secret base, listening to the Führer on the other end of the phone, ranting like a madman. Italy had fallen, Mussolini was captured alive, and the Allies had landed in Sicily. All the progress the Axis powers had painstakingly managed to claw back was utterly erased, leaving us back at square one. The Führer, in his fiery temper, had transformed into a full-blown, raging emperor, spitting insults like a bunch of useless fools and pathetic trash, before ending the call with one of his infamous catchphrases. My face turned green with anger as I slammed the phone down with a smack. The poor receiver shattered into pieces in my grip, sparks crackling as they leapt onto my hand. Not that I even felt it. Sebastian Shaw, that idiot, had hyped up his mutants like they were unstoppable war gods. Yet they couldn't even handle a squad of fewer than 30 men. I took the Führer's scolding and hurled it word for word straight at Shaw, who was sulking away in Auschwitz. I had deployed my enhanced soldiers, combined with Shaw's Hellfire Club mutants, to rescue Mussolini. And what did I get in return? Total annihilation. Not only did they fail to retrieve Mussolini, but they also suffered a complete loss of personnel. This disaster was nothing short of a major WTF moment. And that young, Allied captain, the one everyone's calling Superman, could he really be that formidable? Let's get one thing straight. I was the first super soldier created by Dr. Abraham Erskine. I know my own strength better than anyone, and I refuse to believe this so-called Superman could be that much stronger. I firmly believe the Allies are hiding a trump card somewhere. A single man conquering Italy and taking Rome? That sounds like some wish fulfillment fantasy cooked up by Allied propaganda. Utter nonsense. I sneered coldly and walked over to the metallic apparatus housing the Tesseract. Its eerie blue glow pulsed rhythmically, with energy coursing through the machinery and disappearing into unknown channels. Superman, mutants, all of them are destined to be obsolete garbage. I thought to myself as I gazed at the Tesseract's power. I've acquired the strength of a god. Hitler's Aryan Superman plan is nothing compared to the treasures locked away in Odin's vault. I turned to Dr. Zola and asked, "The Third Reich is dragging Hydra down. We can't afford to keep following Hitler, don't you agree?" Zola, ever the opportunist, immediately responded with an enthusiastic, "Hail Hydra!" Unlike the brainwashed Nazi fanatics, Zola was just a scientist, pragmatic and loyal to whoever fed his ambitions. Under my leadership, Hydra had long since begun slipping out from under the Third Reich's control. Another subordinate might have trembled in fear after receiving such an enraged call from the Führer, terrified of being dragged off to a Gestapo prison. But me? I wasn't worried in the slightest. With the Tesseract in hand, I could supply the Axis with energy weapons far beyond their wildest imaginations. Right now, I was the darling of the Axis powers. Without Hydra's multi-turreted super tanks and energy rifles capable of vaporizing soldiers into ash, the Soviets would have already stormed Berlin. Zola hesitantly asked how we should handle the Allies' so-called Superman. I scoffed. What's a Superman to us? Hydra, armed with the core technology of the Tesseract, is the rightful ruler of this world. The Valkyrie project is our priority. Fueled with fervor, I launched into a passionate speech, brimming with ambition and conviction, reminiscent of the Führer's grandiose dreams for the future. Zola remained silent, casting a cautious glance at the portrait in the corner of the room. My true face, stripped of its skin and reduced to a ghastly red skull. Normally, I concealed it beneath a meticulously crafted mask to avoid unnerving my subordinates. Zola then timidly brought up Sebastian Shaw, expressing concern over the strained alliance due to the loss of his mutants. I sneered in contempt. If the Hellfire Club has a problem, let Shaw take it up with that Superman from the Allies. What does it have to do with me? My enhanced soldiers are leagues ahead of his freakish mutants. Trying to seize power with a bunch of genetic misfits? How naive. Humanity instinctively rejects anything other. The moment Shaw's mutants step onto the global stage, the entire world will turn against them. And besides, I don't need that alliance anymore. The power of the Tesseract had already consumed me, filling my mind with visions of global domination. I didn't need the Third Reich or mutants anymore. The world would soon belong to Hydra. Meanwhile, in Auschwitz, Sebastian Shaw sat calmly behind his desk, the soft strains of music drifting from his phonograph. The concentration camp imprisoned countless Jews, Poles, and Soviet POWs. Every day, lives were extinguished in the most horrific ways. The officers stationed there treated the camp like their personal playground, killing for sport. But Shaw? He didn't concern himself with such trivialities. He was a scientist, and his pursuit of truth was his sole focus. Once, I had been influenced by Hitler's rhetoric, believing in the superiority of blonde-haired, blue-eyed Aryans. But after deeply involving myself in the Aryan Superman project, I was left bitterly disappointed. The so-called perfect race was no different from any other. Everything changed when I encountered Eric Lindshare, that remarkable boy. It was as if a door to a new world had been thrown open before me. My theory of superhuman evolution was vindicated. There truly was a superior species on this planet. Mutants. Dr. Bolivar Trask in the United States had coined the term mutants, but he guarded the secrets of the X gene fiercely, much to my frustration. Fortunately, I had a living, breathing specimen in Eric to study. I became a ravenous mad scientist, eager to uncover every secret mutants had to offer. After awakening Eric's latent abilities, I began using camp prisoners as live test subjects, meticulously studying the differences between mutant genes and those of ordinary humans. It was grueling work, but my persistence paid off. I discovered a method to trigger the X gene. through intense pain and extreme survival conditions. The success rate was abysmal, but when human lives were expendable, repeated attempts would eventually yield results. This method led to the creation of several artificial mutants, including Chameleon and Gaswoman, while also recruiting natural-born mutants like Azazel, the Red Devil. As for myself, I used organ transplantation to incorporate the harvested organs of successful artificial mutants into my own body. After resolving the issue of rejection, I too became a mutant. Leaning over my desk, I reveled in my newfound power, feeling the energy coursing through every cell in my body. This was the gift of the gods. Suddenly, a subordinate knocked on the door, reporting that Ileana had lost her psychic link with Chameleon and Steel Shell. My gaze turned icy and venomous, the shift in my demeanor enough to make the subordinate tremble like a leaf in the wind. "What happened?" I demanded, my voice cold and deadly. Ileana, a natural-born mutant with psychic abilities, could leave mental markers on individuals and sense their presence. If the link was severed, it meant one of two things. Someone had erased the markers or the individuals were dead. Neither outcome pleased me. Each mutant was a precious resource, and I wouldn't tolerate anyone meddling with them. I cursed aloud, "Damn Hydra. I should have known better than to trust Red Skull's request." My eyes fell on the Allied newspaper sprawled across my desk, its headline proclaiming the Superman who had conquered Italy. Grinding my teeth, I muttered, "Superman, sooner or later, we'll meet. And when we do, I'll see just how powerful you really are." A blazing midday sun lit up Venice Square as I, along with Colonel Phillips and Peggy Carter, arrived in a convoy of jeeps, driving leisurely into the heart of Rome. The square, paved entirely with pristine white marble, was surrounded by a sea of Italian guards. The scene had all the makings of a military parade, with soldiers stationed everywhere, their machine guns trained on the imposing Palazzo Venezia. And who could blame them for going all out? The chaos at the Palazzo Venezia a few nights ago had nearly caused the Italian king to believe that Allied tanks had stormed the city, or that their air force had bombed the place. The poor man had jumped out of bed in a cold sweat and spent the entire night sleepless. Upon learning that it was actually Hitler's botched rescue attempt of Mussolini, the royal family wasted no time deploying troops, ostensibly for protection, but in reality, they'd locked the palace down tighter than a drum. Colonel Phillips, radiating the smug confidence of a victorious overlord, quipped, "Looks like Captain Cavill gave these Italians the scare of their lives." He stepped out of the jeep, smirking as he gazed up at the Palazzo Venezia. The rest of us followed suit, our eyes drawn to the second-floor balcony. It was the very spot where Mussolini had delivered his infamous balcony speeches, painting grand visions of Italy's future and promising the people prosperity. But now, the dictator had fallen, the nation had surrendered, and those promises had all turned to dust. Slowly but surely, more and more citizens began to gather in the square. Before long, I emerged, full of confidence, striding onto the open-air balcony with Mussolini in tow. He dangled limply from my grip, a once arrogant figure now reduced to the image of a wilted eggplant, his shoulders slumped and his spirit utterly crushed. The hatred and fear in his eyes were palpable, directed squarely at me, the young Allied captain who had shattered his reign. I had stormed the Palazzo Venezia like a superhero, taking down his guards, defeating Hitler's rescue team, and ultimately dragging this so-called ruler of Italy out into the light as my prisoner. For a moment, the square fell silent. Then, an eruption of cheers broke the stillness, quickly building into a thunderous wave of applause. The sound rolled outward, rippling from Venice Square to the surrounding streets, growing louder with each passing moment. "Liberate Italy! Long live freedom! Down with the dictator! Mussolini must fall! Hang him! Hang this devil!" The chants reverberated like a tidal wave, as more citizens flooded into the square, their arms raised in ecstatic shouts. Mussolini's dictatorship had plunged Italy into the depths of fascism, rationing food, suppressing free speech, and forcing protests and strikes into the streets. To these long-suffering people, I was an invader. I was a liberator, a superhero who had freed their nation from the grip of tyranny. It fit perfectly with the romantic spirit of the Italian people. As I stood there, I couldn't help but notice my reputation points on the character panel skyrocketing, refreshing like a cascading waterfall. Satisfaction swelled in my chest. This proactive approach was far more exhilarating than passively grinding through missions. Once the crowds began to disperse, Colonel Phillips and Peggy Carter made their way into the Palazzo Venezia. The howling commandos had already cleared the main hall of their heavy machine guns, awaiting the arrival of friendly forces. The moment Colonel Phillips saw me, his usual composed demeanor broke entirely. Gripping my hand with enthusiasm, he looked like he wanted to snap a photo with me right then and there, plastering it across Allied newspapers to bask in the glory. Leaning in close, he whispered, "The president can't stop praising you. You're getting a medal the moment we're back in New York." Peggy's eyes sparkled as she looked at me, no doubt reflecting on how far I'd come since that chance meeting at the Stark Industries Expo. Back then, I was just a young man from Brooklyn with big dreams. Now, I was a war hero whose journey had been more thrilling than any roller coaster ride. With the American military's PR machine in full swing, my name spread like wildfire across the Allied forces, turning me into something of a warfront celebrity. Compared to Captain America, who was busy selling war bonds and performing in costume on stage, the soldiers seemed to resonate more with my lone infiltration into enemy territory and the monumental results I achieved. Humbly, I responded to Philip's praise. "I'm just doing my part to help the Allies win the war, same as every soldier on the front lines." My modesty only made me more endearing. After all, a soldier who could remain grounded amidst applause and accolades was exactly the kind of man destined to become a general. As night fell, the Palazzo Venezia, once scarred by battle, was transformed by the Italians into a resplendent venue. The open-air balcony and dungeons still bore the marks of devastation, but the rest of the palace had been restored to its former glory. The walls were freshly painted and adorned with intricate carvings, the marble floors polished to a mirror-like shine, and the chandeliers, oil paintings, and railings all repaired to perfection. Soft music filled the air as nobles, dignitaries, and high-ranking officials, dressed to the nines, gathered for a grand banquet. The evening star was none other than me, dressed in a pristine military uniform. Everyone was eager to catch a glimpse of the war hero who had liberated Italy. When they finally laid eyes on me, they all agreed that I was worth the hype. My chiseled features and piercing gaze carried the aura of a hero straight out of Greek mythology, radiating a presence that even the most distinguished aristocrats couldn't rival. No one dared underestimate me, not with the accomplishment of legendary figure practically etched into my very being. As the banquet progressed, I navigated through toasts and conversations with royal family members and high-ranking officials. Eventually, Colonel Phillips pulled me aside, his tone conspiratorial. "Care to guess what position the Allies are promoting you to? Colonel or maybe Lieutenant Colonel?" Holding a champagne glass, I chuckled and replied modestly, "I'm too young for that. Even with my achievements, I don't have the seniority." I knew the military and the president wouldn't push me too far up the ranks too quickly. After all, even the famous General Douglas MacArthur hadn't made brigadier general until he was 45. Promoting someone like me too high, too fast would only invite criticism and resistance from the old guard. The title of hero alone wouldn't smooth things over with the brass. Phillips grinned. "Originally, we were going to make you a colonel under 20. That would have been recognition enough. But the Italians objected. The royal family felt that calling someone a colonel after they single-handedly captured Rome would make Italy the laughingstock of the world." I raised an eyebrow. That was unexpected. Phillips clapped me on the shoulder, his grin widening. "Congratulations, Luke. You're now the youngest general in American history." Colonel Phillips was so overjoyed he was practically shouting, "This is an unprecedented, game-changing honor." His face lit up like a kid who had just won the lottery, grinning from ear to ear with pride practically oozing out of him. He looked like he might start wagging his metaphorical tail any second. To be promoted to general at the age of 20, it was like riding a rocket straight into the stratosphere. I was sure to go down in history as a war hero, with the dazzling title of the youngest general in American history, leading the way. Phillips was practically vibrating with excitement, clapping me on the shoulder as he exclaimed, "You've given me, and everyone else, the biggest surprise of the century." It's like opening a blind box and finding the rarest hidden collectible inside. Normally, getting promoted to general by 30 would already mark someone as a rising star with a bright future ahead. Legends like Douglas MacArthur and Dwight Eisenhower didn't reach that rank until their 40s. MacArthur became an icon, and Eisenhower? He went on to serve 2 terms as president after leading the Allies to victory. That's as big league as it gets. But me? I wasn't even 20 yet. I'd been in the military for barely 2 months, and now I was a brigadier general. If that wasn't the definition of a meteoric rise, I didn't know what was. To many, I was a rising superstar among military leaders. Of course, there were skeptics who called me the second coming of Captain America, a new mascot for the military, nothing more. I couldn't help but be shocked myself. How had Allied Command even greenlit this? If not for the exigencies of wartime, the need for a figurehead, and the undeniable weight of my achievements, this would have been called the biggest scandal in military history. The Allies were having a field day debating my promotion. The Italian government, however, was adamant about honoring me. Why? Because it was a matter of national pride. If it didn't formally recognize my efforts, history would forever remember that an Allied captain, leading just a small squad, had toppled their heavily fortified capital of Rome. In a desperate bid to save face, the Italian government made a bold declaration. If the Allies didn't appropriately reward my achievements, they would unilaterally promote me to the rank of field marshal. The tug-of-war that followed left Allied Command with no choice but to begrudgingly acknowledge my accomplishments and promote me to brigadier general. Only then did the matter finally settle. Phillips leaned in conspiratorially and said, "The Italians weren't satisfied with just that. They wanted to make you a marshal outright, said it was the only way for them to save face." I nearly choked on my drink at the absurdity of it all. Promoting a 20-year-old to a 5-star general and field marshal just to make themselves look good? That had to be a joke. Weren't they the ones who had surrendered? I replied to Phillips, "The higher you climb, the lonelier it gets, Colonel. Please send my thanks to the President for his generosity." I knew the truth. My foundation was still shaky, my experience too limited. Even if I held a high position, it would mean nothing without the support to back it up. I added, "Let's hand Mussolini over to the Italians. As for the credit for taking Rome and Sicily, let's give it to Eisenhower. He's the supreme commander of the Allied forces in Europe. It's a good gesture for building rapport." Phillips nodded in agreement. Eisenhower's reputation was soaring in the military. He had led over 100,000 British and American troops in a 3-pronged assault on French North Africa. With strong air support, they'd taken Algiers, Oran, and Casablanca in one fell swoop, pushing westward and trapping the Axis forces in the middle. In the end, 250,000 Axis troops had surrendered. That victory had been a turning point, alleviating the Allies' setbacks on the Eastern Front and leaving the Axis power scrambling. Phillips added, "General Eisenhower will remember your goodwill. He's quite impressed by you, you know." I knew what he meant. What I needed now wasn't just personal achievements, but a solid foundation and powerful allies. Aligning myself with someone as respected as Eisenhower was the smartest move I could make. In the original timeline, Eisenhower had led the charge on Sicily not long after this, earning the prestigious 5-star general rank. Later, he ran for president and served 2 successful terms. A military genius and a political powerhouse. That's who Eisenhower was. After chatting with Phillips, I found myself alone on the balcony of the Palazzo Venezia. The cool night breeze brushed against my face, the stars twinkled above, and the moonlight cast a soft glow over the city. It was a moment of rare serenity. Just then, Peggy Carter appeared, dressed in a stunning red evening gown that made her look like a fairy out of a storybook. She approached and asked, "Why are you hiding out here all by yourself?" I replied, "It's too noisy inside. I needed some peace, and I'm not interested in getting forced into another round of drinks." We started chatting idly, and I asked, "Miss Carter, do you know what Steve's up to these days?" I figured Captain America was still on his tour, selling bonds and performing on stage. Carter smiled. "He's been busy shooting films and doing shows with the senator. He even has his own comic book now. Steve's popularity is through the roof. He's more famous than you." I could tell she was reminiscing about the time Steve and I had spent together back at Camp Lehigh. We'd both come out of the Super Soldier program, though our paths had diverged drastically since then. I told her, in 3 days, I'll be heading back to New York with the Howling Commandos. When I get there, I'll suggest to the military that Steve be reassigned to serve under me. By now, I had enough clout to make such a request. Those bureaucrats in the committee weren't about to boss me around. Carter nodded. He'll thank you for that. Then, with a mischievous glint in her eye, she added, by the way, those Italian ladies at the banquet were looking at you like wolves eyeing a juicy steak. They'd probably love to have you as dessert. I laughed and said, oh, I noticed. Just earlier, a lovely young lady stopped me in the hallway to thank me for liberating Italy and insisted that I visit her room for a tour. Carter frowned, her tone icy. I take it you didn't go, and you're feeling regretful, aren't you? She seemed unable to reconcile my slightly flippant demeanor with my reputation as a heroic figure of the Allied forces. I replied honestly, of course I regret it. What man wouldn't feel a twinge of regret turning down such an invitation? Don't look at me like that, Miss Carter. War heroes aren't immune to the charms of a beautiful woman. It's only human. You should admire my honesty, not judge me as some kind of lecher. Carter shot back with a sardonic smile. Brigadier General Cavill, you're even better at spinning words than the politicians on the committee. I grinned, deciding to lighten the mood. It's called The Art of Conversation, Miss Carter. Some friends have even suggested that I write a book after the war, From Private to General in 2 months. How America's youngest general reached the pinnacle of success. How does that sound? My exaggerated tone seemed to annoy her, and I could tell the atmosphere was getting tense. So, I changed the subject. Well, that's enough chit-chat. I've got a certain Miss Isabella's room to tour. Have a good evening, Miss Carter. I raised my champagne glass and turned to leave. Behind me, I could practically feel Carter fuming. I imagined her instincts were telling her that this brash, playful persona wasn't the real me. But she was probably left wondering why I insisted on acting this way. 2 days later, dressed in my brigadier general's formal uniform, I descended the gangplank of the ship amidst a throng of followers. Setting foot on the docks of Palermo, the scene before me was something out of a mob movie. An endless crowd packed the harbor, but it wasn't ordinary citizens who'd come to greet me. It was the mafia. These guys looked every bit the part, grim-faced, intimidating, and impeccably dressed in sharp suits. They lined up in neat rows, exuding an air of menace. At the front of the group stood none other than Alessandro himself. With Eisenhower's Anglo-American forces now in control of Italy, they'd begun cracking down on any remnants of fascist loyalists trying to rally. It was almost poetic justice. Back when Mussolini was in power, he'd waged a ruthless campaign to suppress the mafia. Now, it was their turn to exact revenge. Alessandro glanced at the stars on my shoulder, then at the entourage following closely behind me. His expression was cautious, but there was a new layer of respect in his demeanor. General, he murmured, his voice deferential, even more so than before. The mafia boss clearly understood that hitching his wagon to me was the smartest move of his life. 2 weeks ago, I'd been just a captain in the Allied forces. Now, I was a brigadier general with a reputation as a war hero who had led the conquest of Italy. My achievements were already being immortalized in Allied lore, ensuring that people would still be gossiping about me 100 years from now. For Alessandro, being part of my story was like carving his name into history. For a mobster, this was nothing short of a miracle, a blessing from his ancestors, no doubt. Bowing slightly, he said, Madame Marlena is still at the same hotel. She heard about your return to Sicily and is preparing a welcome celebration in your honor. I looked out at the crowd gathered at the edge of the docks. Many were craning their necks, eager to catch a glimpse of the man Roosevelt and Churchill had dubbed Superman. I asked, why didn't she come to the port? Alessandro lowered his head and replied, Madame Marlena said it wouldn't be appropriate for her to appear in public with you, General. A flicker of amusement crossed my face, and I asked softly, Alessandro, are you satisfied with your current life? He nodded eagerly. I couldn't be more satisfied. The sheriff in my hometown treats me with the utmost respect, and just yesterday, the governor of Palermo came to visit me. It's all thanks to you. These days, Alessandro's newfound status in Sicily meant everyone, down to the local bosses of rival families, had to tip their hats and address him as Your Excellency. As we walked, I let my eyes sweep over the ranks of his hardened mafia men. "I'm giving you another choice," I said. "The war's coming to an end, but the Allies still can't agree on what to do with Italy. The Americans want to hand it over to the United Nations for trusteeship. The British, on the other hand, have their eyes on the overseas colonies and would love to gobble it up. As for the Soviets, they're pushing for joint management between the three powers. No one's been able to convince the others just yet." Alessandro frowned, clearly deep in thought. The future of the country was tied to the future of the mafia, and that was no small matter. I climbed into the car and continued speaking. "Regardless of the outcome, the mafia's days are numbered. You're a product of social chaos, Alessandro. Once order is restored, the government will crack down on you, just like Mussolini did when he needed to win public support. I respect your capabilities, so here's your choice. Stay in Sicily, enjoy the life you have, and continue as a family leader. Or come with me to North America. The opportunities there are endless." With that, I leaned back in my seat and closed my eyes, leaving him to mull it over. Alessandro remained silent for the rest of the journey, his expression shifting as he weighed his options. It wasn't until we arrived at the hotel that he finally spoke. "General, it would be my greatest honor to follow you." I stepped out of the car, offering him nothing but a faint smile in response. After wrapping up business in Sicily, I returned to New York with the Howling Commandos. This time, I wasn't staying in my old Brooklyn apartment. Instead, I was greeted by an enthusiastic gathering of high-ranking officials and dignitaries who had arranged for my accommodations at none other than the Waldorf Astoria Hotel. The Waldorf wasn't just any hotel. It was the world's first skyscraper hotel and a symbol of New York's grandeur. When it was completed, President Hoover himself had delivered a congratulatory speech from the White House. Over the years, it had hosted countless historic events and famous figures. After World War II, representatives from the U.S., UK, France, and the Soviet Union had signed the World Peace Agreement in one of its tower suites. The hotel's tower had welcomed royalty like the King of Monaco, Queen Elizabeth II, and the Duke of Edinburgh, as well as influential figures like the Duke and Duchess of Windsor. Now, I had the honor of joining their ranks, staying in one of the tower's luxurious suites. Marlena, wide-eyed with awe, looked up at the sparkling crystal chandeliers and the opulent furnishings, as if she'd stepped into a dream. Coming from a small Sicilian village, she had never imagined she'd one day find herself in a place like this. The sudden shift in her life was almost too much to process. More importantly, with her newfound status as my companion, no man dared to leer at her anymore. My position and power had become her shield, protecting her from the misfortunes that might otherwise have befallen her. I leaned back on the plush sofa, Marlena perched on my lap. Alessandro had brought roughly 300 men with him to America, leaving behind their old lives in Sicily for the opportunities of a new world. Here, their compatriots were thriving, rubbing shoulders with politicians, mingling with Hollywood stars, and frequenting the most exclusive venues. Breathing in the scent of Marlena's hair, I mused aloud. I don't trust the mafia, but sometimes they're useful for handling dirty work. These mafia men, crossing the ocean to America, have no other backers. Their only option is to cling to me like their lifeline. At this stage of my career, I was a brigadier general. After defeating the Axis and Hydra, I might even climb further, becoming the youngest major general in federal history. But rank alone wasn't enough. I needed funding, connections, and a network of influence to sustain my rise. The mafia could serve as a cornerstone during this transitional period. My sights were set on Las Vegas, Nevada, a veritable gold mine waiting to be tapped. During the Great Depression, Nevada had legalized gambling to boost its economy, turning Las Vegas into a burgeoning gambling hub. While it wasn't as famous as it would become decades later, the potential was undeniable. Unlike the Irish mob I'd once worked with, I wasn't interested in bootlegging or the drug trade. Those ventures brought too much trouble, and I wasn't about to clean up the mafia's messes. But gambling, hotels, and security services? Those industries were ripe for the picking. If we moved quickly, we could gain a foothold in Las Vegas before it truly took off. In the original timeline, it was mafia figure Benjamin Bugsy Siegel who raised $6 million to build the Flamingo Hotel and Casino, drawing wealthy patrons from around the globe. Marlena, her voice soft with admiration, said, You always see so far ahead. Smiling, I playfully push her down onto the sofa, her dark, wavy hair fanning out like a lotus blossom. Her face flushed with color, and she whispered timidly, "It's still daytime." With a straight face, I replied, "Don't get the wrong idea. I'm just testing how soft this sofa is." Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the faint sound of car horns echoed through the streets of New York. After settling everything, the next few days turned me into a bona fide social butterfly, shuttling between events like a spinning top. From press conferences at the White House to military victory banquets, it was one occasion after another. The constant flurry of handshakes, toasts, and praise almost had me believing that the war was already won, and we'd entered an era of peace. But if life followed a movie script, none of this celebration would have been possible without Captain America stopping Hydra's Red Skull from executing his bombing plans. Without him, the Allies' swift progress in the war might have been a pipe dream. On the lawn of the White House, President Roosevelt, seated in his wheelchair, personally pinned the Medal of Honor, the highest military distinction, onto my chest. "It is my great privilege to award this Medal of Honor to Brigadier General Luke Cavell," he declared. "He is a hero of the Allies, and he is our hero." We shook hands warmly and posed for photos. I could already see tomorrow's newspaper headlines plastered with this moment. At the luncheon that followed the ceremony, the president was wheeled to the seat beside me. As the longest-serving and one of the most highly regarded leaders in American history, Roosevelt had a knack for putting people at ease. Our conversation felt less like an exchange between a commander-in-chief and a young general, and more like a chat with a kind uncle. He asked about my late parents, my struggles in school, and my Uncle Frank deliberately avoiding the weight of his office. Not to be outdone, I responded with humble platitudes. I only did what anyone else would have done on the battlefield. I'm no different from the soldiers fighting on the front lines. Of course, politicians love to dance around the point, and Roosevelt was no exception. Eventually, he got to the heart of the matter. Smiling, he said, "Luke, may I call you Luke? Both Dwight and I are immensely grateful for your service. I've met many young men with promise, but you are truly exceptional. Now, as a token of our appreciation, is there anything I can do for you? The war isn't over yet, and the distribution of rewards is tricky, but you already stand out so much. Climbing higher won't be easy." Without hesitation, I replied firmly, "I want to return to the battlefield and personally see this war to its end." For me, a brigadier general's rank was far from enough. While the war was still ongoing, the battlefield was the only place to accumulate real achievements. Roosevelt might be all smiles now, but once the war was over and I lost my value, he wouldn't hesitate to treat me as just another expendable pawn. Besides, if history stayed on course, Roosevelt likely wouldn't live to see the end of the war. His health would fail, and he'd pass away from stroke. Vice President Truman, on the other hand, was the one worth investing in. My mind raced like a motor, processing one thought after another. The president had probably been preparing to shower me with empty promises and bind me to his camp, but my unexpected request visibly threw him off balance. He had planned to win me over with vague assurances, yet here I was selflessly volunteering for the front. Caught off guard, he stammered, "Well, I'll arrange something with Allied Command." Watching him leave, I let my smile fade. My ambitions were clear. I wasn't going to remain a mascot for the federal government or allow politicians and corporate interests to dictate my fate. Holding a champagne glass, I let a cold smirk creep across my face. Who would willingly live in someone else's shadow forever? Just then, a young reporter rushed over, lugging a bulky camera. His face was bright with anticipation as he said, "Brigadier General, sir, I'm a reporter from the Daily Bugle. May I take your picture?" The Daily Bugle. Huh? An old, established paper. Raising an eyebrow, I stood tall, putting on a polite and approachable smile. Of course. Click. The camera captured the moment. My heroic figure would soon be splashed across newspapers, spreading my image to every corner of the world. A week after returning to New York, I finally met up with Steve Rogers. Allied Command had reluctantly agreed to let this eager, young general head to the front lines. I took the opportunity to visit an old friend, casually humming the song that had become a hit in every corner of America. "Look at you, Steve. Oh, Sorry, I should say Captain America. Who's going to take down those Nazi bastards? It's the man with the star-spangled plan. Steve grimaced at the song and turned his head away in embarrassment. Knock it off, Luke. What's next? Should I call you Superman now? I hate this life. In the backstage dressing room of a Broadway theater, Steve stood in his tight costume, holding his star-spangled shield, looking utterly dejected. The once determined and resolute Captain America now seemed like a hollowed-out shell, reduced to a tool for selling war bonds. Every day, he followed the same routine, repeating the same lines, striking the same poses, performing like a wind-up doll. I patted him on the shoulder and teased, "Hey, you're a hero in comic books and movies. People adore you as Captain America." Steve shook his head, forcing a strained smile. "They don't love me. They just love the idea of an icon, a clown on a stage. You're the real hero, Luke. Oh, by the way, congratulations, Brigadier General Cavill." He had joined the military to fight alongside soldiers on the front lines, not to play the fool on stage. Hooking an arm around his neck, I grinned and said, "I thought you'd like this kind of attention. A Broadway star, recognized everywhere you go. And you've grown, Steve. I used to have to stoop to pat your shoulder." Steve turned away, too tired to argue. "You know," he said softly, "I visited Camp Lehigh in New Jersey recently, the place where we trained. Every soldier there was talking about you, about your time there, about the things you've done. I was so proud of you, Luke. I wanted to tell them you were my friend, but I was afraid they'd ask why you're on the front lines, and I'm not." Self-deprecatingly, Steve let out a bitter laugh. Captain America, the shining star of Allied propaganda, was tired of his role, but had no choice but to obey. A soldier's duty was to follow orders, and the senator who controlled his career had the military's blessing. I threw my arm around his shoulder, just like we used to do in Brooklyn, and said casually, "Then come to Europe with me." It took Steve a few seconds to process what I'd said. His eyes widened in disbelief. "Europe? Are you serious?" But his excitement quickly dimmed. "What about the military?" "The senator won't allow it. He knew I was trying to help him, but didn't want me to get into trouble for his sake. After all, Senator Brandt had a strong position on the military committee and good ties with the brass." Feigning irritation, I furrowed my brow and pointed at my shoulder insignia. "Hey, you Brooklyn shrimp. Standing before you is a brigadier general, the Allied hero and a rising star personally decorated by the president." Truth be told, I'd already spoken with Senator Brandt before coming here. The moment I explained my intentions, he didn't hesitate to agree. When I left, he was practically groveling, asking me not to hold a grudge. Politicians, they prey on the weak and grovel before the strong. I continued, "So, what do you say, Captain America? Come to Europe and see what Hydra's really made of." Steve nodded vigorously, his eyes lighting up with hope. For the first time in a long while, he looked like he had something to look forward to. "Thank you, Luke," he said earnestly. Smirking, I replied, "You'd better call me Commander." Grabbing his arm, I added, "Let's go grab a drink to celebrate the next chapter in Captain America's life and the reunion of two old friends." With our arms slung around each other, laughing and joking, we walked out of the theater and disappeared into the bustling streets of New York. The midnight sky sparkled, the stars like diamonds embedded in a black velvet curtain. I stood in the dim, spacious bedroom of the Waldorf Astoria's Tower Suite, the only sound in the room being Marlena's soft, rhythmic breathing. Her cheeks still carried a tinge of blush, as if she'd just run a marathon, her exhausted body having surrendered to sleep. But me? I was wide awake, my thoughts crystal clear, showing no signs of fatigue. "Time to use that lottery ticket," I thought to myself. Gently sliding my arm out from under Marlena, who had been using it as a pillow, I pulled the thin blanket aside and stepped out of bed. A few moments later, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Minutes later, wrapped in a robe, I opened the floor-to-ceiling window and stepped out onto the balcony. The cool night breeze brushed against my skin, refreshing and invigorating. That afternoon, after leaving the Broadway theater, Steve and I had stopped by Old Joseph's Bar in Brooklyn to catch up. What was meant to be a quiet reunion between old friends had turned into a public spectacle. A war hero and a national icon walking into a bar? It was like throwing chum into shark-infested waters. The place was packed in no time, overflowing with curious onlookers. The intimate nostalgia we had planned was drowned out by the clinking of beer mugs, the rich aroma of malt, and the occasional roar of laughter at crude jokes. The atmosphere became so rowdy, I started to wonder if the bar had turned into the set of an R-rated comedy. I guess, like Steve, I've also forgotten what it feels like to get drunk, I'm used. When we finally left the bar, the city lights were shining brilliantly, the night fully settled in. Steve and I walked out as if nothing had happened, our minds clear, our steps steady. The once enthusiastic drinkers, however, were either slumped over tables or passed out on the floor, leaving the bar looking like a war zone. Old Joseph had his staff clean up the mess and unceremoniously dump the drunks onto the street to spend the night as honorary hobos. Thanks to the super soldier serum, Steve's body had a regenerative system that neutralized alcohol, a feat that made being frozen for 70 years a mere inconvenience for him. As for me, I figured it would take something like Asgardian mead, aged for a millennium, to even give me a buzz. After a brief chat, Steve and I went our separate ways. I returned to the suite and spent the rest of the evening in let's call it an intimate exchange with Marlena. It was only after everything finally quieted down that I remembered my unused Superman template lottery ticket. Standing on a balcony, I felt the cool breeze and focused my thoughts. The moment I activated the lottery, a dazzling light erupted in my mind. Templates began to spin rapidly, each one flashing for a brief moment, making my heart race with excitement. I caught a glimpse of the white-silver Superman template, its silver border shimmering, and felt a surge of anticipation. White-silver Superman. Oh, this would be perfect, I muttered. But just as I reached for it, it zipped past. Wait, no. Come back. Then what about Thought Superman? Another powerful template flashed by, leaving me shouting at it in frustration. Finally, the spinning slowed and stopped. The system's voice echoed in my mind. Template extraction complete. Super Demon Etrigan. For a moment, I froze. Then I laughed softly. It felt like I'd drawn the guaranteed minimum prize. Not exactly thrilling, but far from disappointing either. This template was no grand jackpot, but it certainly had its perks. Superman's well-documented vulnerability to magic? Consider it patched. Now I wouldn't have to worry about running into a Sorcerer Supreme or some other mystical powerhouse. Etrigan, Super Demon, was the magical counterpart of Superman from Earth 13's mystical universe. Unlike the magic-vulnerable Superman I'd known, this template offered mastery over flames, energy manipulation, and resistance to psychic control. Not bad, all things considered. I swapped the new template in, and my character panel updated immediately. Host Luke Cavill. Loaded template Super Demon, LV1. Abilities Natural Absorption, active, mental immunity, passive, stellar energy, passive, biofield, passive. Reputation 1,645,374. Achievement legendary figure. Information flooded my mind as I loaded the template. Stretching out my hand, I felt the air ripple around me. A ball of searing flame materialized, hovering quietly above my palm. Natural absorption, I murmured to myself. It allowed me to draw magical energy from the surrounding environment. The magical energy in this material world feels so weak, I muttered. No wonder those sorcerers need to use other entities as conduits for their power. In the Marvel Universe, most magical practitioners drew their strength from other dimensions or struck deals with powerful entities. The sorcerers of Kamar Taj, for instance, derived their powers from the Vishani. Many dark sorcerers served the elder god Thon, the progenitor of black magic. Vampires were his creations, and even Scarlet Witch's chaos magic was tied to him. Others turned to Dormammu of the dark dimension, Mephisto of hell, or Sidorak of the crimson cosmos, entities shunned by the material world, yet capable of granting immense power. Feeling the new strength coursing through me, I whispered, well, at least my weakness to magic is gone. That's worth celebrating. I wonder if I'll ever see a kryptonite-eating Superman or a super Kryptonian. The next morning, just as I was preparing to head to the European front, bad news arrived. The Allies had suffered a major defeat. Worse still, Steve, who had packed his things and was eager to deploy, stumbled across the casualty report for the 107th Infantry Regiment. Among the fallen was his best friend, James Buchanan Bucky Barnes. I placed a hand on his shoulder and said reassuringly, maybe Bucky was captured. He could still be alive. We'll go rescue him. Peggy Carter, standing nearby, interjected with a warning. Brigadier General Cavill, Allied Command won't authorize a rescue mission. The area where the 107th was engaged is one of the most heavily fortified regions on the European front. A rescue attempt could lead to unnecessary casualties. Steve was visibly conflicted. He wanted to save Bucky, but couldn't bear the thought of risking lives unnecessarily. I, however, remained calm and said, "We won't need Allied command, nor will we involve other troops. It'll just be me and Steve. I've been itching for a chance to confront Hydra's Red Skull anyway. Who knew what new missions or opportunities might arise?" Carter's tone became urgent. "No, Brigadier General Cavill, you're the Allies' hero. If you're captured or something happens to you, it could demoralize the entire front line." Despite her initial cold demeanor after our conversation at the Palazzo Venezia, it was clear she was genuinely concerned about the implications of my actions. As a public symbol of Allied strength, my capture or death would have far-reaching consequences. Ignoring her protests, I turned to Steve and smiled. "Ready for an adventure?" Steve glanced at Carter apologetically, then straightened up and saluted. "Ready, Commander." Grinning, I clapped him on the back. "Let's go, Captain America. It's time to see how tough Hydra's forces really are." Under a pitch-black sky, as if someone had thrown a blanket over the world, I sat inside a Beechcraft UC-43 light transport plane, hurtling in Austrian airspace like we were on a roller coaster from hell. Below us, the ground erupted in chaos. Artillery fire crackled and boomed like an endless string of fireworks, illuminating the dense forests in bursts of white light. On either side, the looming mountains stood like two massive giants, shrouded in mist so thick it was like someone cranked up the fog filter to maximum. Flying through this mess? Let's just say the pilot needed nerves of steel. It was the ultimate extreme challenge. In the back of the plane, Peggy Carter held a map, her tone patient and precise, like a teacher giving a lecture. Hydra's camp is in Klausberg, nestled between two mountain ranges. There are two weapons factories there, defended by roughly 600 soldiers. Military topography was supposed to be part of our training, but back at Camp Lehigh, Steve and I were too busy being fitness junkies to bother with map reading. "Are we sure this intel is accurate?" Steve suddenly asked, his voice tinged with doubt. Peggy immediately shot him a withering glare. "This intel came from the Strategic Scientific Reserve. We intercepted it from Hydra at great cost. Of course it's accurate. Back during World War II, Austria, annexed by Nazi Germany, became part of the Axis powers and joined the fight against the Allies. Hydra, ever the industrious, villainous organization, had set up a secret base in Klausberg to produce energy weapons and enhance soldiers for the front lines. And you know what? Their efforts were disturbingly effective. The 107th Infantry Regiment had sent over 200 soldiers to attack the facility, only to be utterly crushed by a handful of Hydra's enhanced troopers leading the charge. It was a slaughter so bad that the survivors didn't even recognize their own unit when it was over. According to the SSR Intelligence Department, the captured Allied soldiers were most likely being used as laborers or test subjects at Klausberg. I turned to Peggy, smirking. "I thought you might have reported this mission to Colonel Phillips and convinced Allied Command to stop me from going on this rescue." Peggy brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and looked up at me. "I'm not a cold-blooded machine, Brigadier General Cavill. I don't want to see soldiers sacrificed, but wars aren't won by acting on emotion. You have to think about the bigger picture." Raising an eyebrow, I asked, "So why is Miss Carter helping us then?" The original plan had been for Steve and me to drive into Klausberg, sneak into the weapons factories, create chaos, and rescue Bucky and any other captured soldiers. But then Peggy had volunteered to come along and even roped in Howard Stark, genius inventor, industrial mogul, and apparently a skilled pilot to boot. Truly, the man was a walking skill tree. Peggy claimed Howard was the best pilot she'd ever seen. I, on the other hand, quipped to Howard, "Let's just hope this plane doesn't get shot out of the sky while you're showing off your flying skills." Unlike Steve, who was as tense as a coiled spring, already strapped into his parachute and ready to jump, I was as relaxed as could be. For me, this was just another thrilling adventure. Howard, ever the braggart, boasted, The men in the Stark family are the best at everything we do. It's a family tradition. Then, as if to prove his point, he pulled the plane higher into the clouds before diving into a steep descent. In this kind of fog, the man clearly had nerves of steel, or just a massive ego. "We're almost there," Howard called out. "I'll drop you near the base. And Brigadier General, I don't want to see your name on the casualty list." As the plane approached the drop zone, I opened the hatch. A rush of icy wind blasted into the cabin like 1,000 tiny knives. I turned to Steve, who looked like he was trying to channel his inner courage, and reassured him, "Relax. Our mission's simple. Just confirm Bucky's alive and rescue the prisoners." Steve took a deep breath, glanced at the chaos below, and said, "I'm ready." Then, without hesitation, he jumped, disappearing into the night like a stone sinking into water. I shook my head with a chuckle. "Eager, isn't he?" Peggy handed me a transmitter and said, "The Allies will track you through this signal." I looked at her and said, "Miss Carter, wars are won by accumulating small victories. Those soldiers may seem insignificant, but it's people like them who push history forward." Tucking the transmitter into my pocket and strapping on my parachute, I leaned back and jumped, giving her a victory sign as I fell. The wind howled like a banshee, whipping in my Kryptonian battle suit and sending my dark red cape fluttering behind me like a banner. Below, the battlefield roared, a cacophony of explosions and screams. Unlike most, I wasn't worried about the flak or the artillery. Enveloped in my nearly indestructible Kryptonian armor, I could take a direct hit from a shell and walk away without a scratch. My Man of Steel reputation wasn't for show. As I plummeted toward the ground like a meteor, the fiery glow of warfare grew closer. I shouted for Steve to deploy his parachute, but my voice was swallowed by the wind. Thankfully, he pulled the cord, and his parachute blossomed open like a black flower. He glanced back at me, his eyes widening in disbelief when he realized I hadn't deployed mine yet. By now, we were at roughly 700 meters, just 200 above the minimum safe altitude for a parachute jump. Peggy had drilled this into us repeatedly. "Luke," Steve shouted, but the wind carried his voice away. Waiting until I was just 100 meters from the ground, I finally yanked the cord. My parachute opened, and I immediately pulled out my paratrooper knife, slicing through the cords to free myself. The impact would have broken bones or worse for anyone else, but I landed effortlessly, as if nothing had happened. When Steve hit the ground, his expression was a mix of awe and exasperation. No wonder Colonel Phillips called me the best super soldier, and no wonder Roosevelt and Churchill referred to me as Superman. Steve, for all his bravery, wouldn't dare try a stunt like that. I glanced at the map and said, "We need to head 2 kilometers in this direction. Once we get through the forest, we'll be at Hydra's base." For me, a low-altitude parachute jump was child's play. If I could read Steve's mind, I'd probably laugh and think, "What's the big deal?" We moved through the dense fog and forest, using the natural cover to our advantage. Before long, we reached the edge of the woods and caught sight of the base. Hydra's defenses were as tight as a drum. Electrified fences loomed like walls, behind which stood rows of watchtowers and patrolling guards. Searchlights swept the area like ghostly eyes, while soldiers, each bearing the Hydra insignia on their uniforms, patrolled in disciplined formations. Their equipment was a century ahead of the Allies. Hydra had weaponized the Tesseract, harnessing its energy to create advanced firearms, artillery, and even massive multi-turret tanks that looked like steel behemoths. These monstrosities were rolling meat grinders. If not for Captain America's timely intervention, the timeline of this world might have gone completely off course. I turned to Steve and said, "You go rescue the captured soldiers. I'm going after Red Skull." If Red Skull and Dr. Zola were in the base, and I was sure they were, then the Tesseract was likely here too. Getting my hands on it ahead of schedule would be a nice bonus. While it didn't rival the potential of the Superman templates, the Tesseract's unlimited energy was still tempting. Adjusting my armor, I smirked. "Let's get to work." Let me tell you, the secret Hydra base at Klausberg was like a fortress wrapped in an iron shell, its defenses so tight it resembled a porcupine bristling with spikes. On either side of the base were 2 massive weapons factories, guarded by no fewer than 600 soldiers. The bunkers were solid as fortresses, and the firepower was intense enough to rival a Gatling gun on steroids. The place seemed like it could repel any enemy force in the world. If the Allies tried a frontal assault, they'd likely suffer devastating losses, throwing lives away for nothing but a spectacle of futility. The best strategy, in my opinion, would have been to call on the Air Force for a high-intensity carpet bombing, a little violent aesthetic to rain destruction from above and turn this hidden Hydra base into rubble. Otherwise, those monstrous multi-turreted tanks and relentless enhanced soldiers, who seemed to have stamina like perpetual motion machines, would swallow countless Allied lives. That's exactly why Allied Command had refused to authorize a rescue mission. Charging in head first would have been a textbook example of a fool's errand. Luke, how the hell are we supposed to sneak into this base without being noticed? I crouched behind a bush, staring at Luke with a frown. The Hydra base's defenses were airtight. Watchtowers stood like steel sentinels in the night, with patrols of Nazi soldiers moving back and forth like clockwork every 5 minutes. The searchlights swept the area like probing eyes, leaving no shadow unchecked. Clutching my shield, I felt the pressure mounting. For the first time, it really hit me. Just the two of us infiltrating this base? It sounded like something out of fairy tale. This mission was pure hell mode. "I've got a bold idea," Luke said after a brief pause, his tone dead serious. "What if I just charge in and take them all out? That way, there'll be no one left to catch us, and we can pull off the perfect stealth operation." I nearly choked on my own breath, coughing so hard I thought I might pass out. Was he joking? Or was he actually considering this insane plan? Sure, we'd both been injected with the super soldier serum and could handle ourselves on the battlefield, but facing Hydra's overwhelming firepower alone, that was straight-up suicidal. We needed a solid plan, something that wouldn't turn this into a one-way ticket to disaster. I racked my brain, trying to figure out how to rescue the captured soldiers without drawing Hydra's attention. "Luke, I think we should..." But before I could finish, Luke took off like a shot, darting out of the bushes with such force that the gust of wind sent leaves swirling into the air. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the forest. Just then, a military supply truck rolled down the muddy road nearby, its headlights slicing through the dense fog like twin blades. The massive gates of the Hydra base creaked open, allowing the truck to pass. And then, boom, a blur of motion shot out from the shadows like a bolt of lightning, slamming into the truck with the force of a freight train. The impact was like a cannon shot, the sound reverberating through the forest. The truck, built to withstand rugged terrain, crumpled like a tin can under the blow. It flipped onto its side and sank into the muddy road, a ruined heap of metal. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The deafening crash shattered the stillness of the Hydra base, throwing it into chaos. The guards at the gates sprang into action, hoisting their energy rifles and charging toward the scene. Alarms blared, their shrill wails cutting through the night like the cries of banshees. I stared at the overturned truck and the massive dent in its frame, then back at Luke, who stood there completely unharmed. My jaw dropped. Was this what it meant to be a super soldier? Clenching my fists, I glanced down at my own hands, but I couldn't feel even a fraction of the power needed to flip a truck. Were our serums really the same? Or had Dr. Erskine secretly given Luke an extra dose? "You go find the prisoners and check if Bucky's among them. I'll keep Hydra's attention on me," Luke said as he surveyed the chaos. Without breaking a sweat, he hoisted the overturned truck like it was a dumbbell. With the super demon template loaded, his strength had reached a whole new level. His ability to absorb stellar energy had become even more efficient, and his physical attributes had been enhanced across the board. The muscles in his arms bulged like steel cables, straining against his army uniform, which looked ready to tear apart at any moment. His boots had already split open during his earlier sprint. Skin coverage activated. Realizing his uniform was on the verge of disintegration, Luke quickly activated his Kryptonian battle suit. With its protection, he wouldn't have to worry about ending up in a Hulk-like, just a pair of shorts situation. "Over here. Quick!" The Hydra guards, dressed in their black uniforms and bearing the Hydra insignia, arrived in a flurry. On the muddy road stood Luke, a solitary figure who looked more like a steel titan than a man. With the truck still hoisted above his head, he was the very picture of invincibility. The sight of him left the guards dumbfounded, their minds struggling to process what they were seeing. Turns out, even Hydra's soldiers, brainwashed as they were, had the same instinct for self-preservation as anyone else. Faced with Luke's inhuman strength, a few of them turned tail and ran, shouting, "Hail Hydra!" As they fled. "It's the allied Superman. Notify the leader. Superman is here," someone shouted in panic. Luke squinted, locking his gaze on the massive multi-turreted tank stationed near the base entrance. Bending his knees slightly, he hurled the several-ton truck with the precision of an Olympian throwing a shot put. The Hydra guards barely had time to react. Their eyes widened in horror as the truck hurtled through the air like a missile, slamming into the tank with earth-shaking force. Boom! The explosion was deafening, sending shockwaves through the entire base. The tank crumpled under the weight of the truck, reduced to little more than scrap metal. The unfortunate crew inside, they didn't stand a chance. Flames erupted, lighting up the night sky as the base descended into utter chaos. Taking advantage of the pandemonium, I quickly donned the black uniform of a Hydra guard, complete with helmet, and slipped into the base. Those Hydra soldiers are having the worst night of their lives. Thanks to Luke, I muttered to myself, fully impressed by his strength. Now I understood why the Allies called him the Conqueror of Italy and the Liberator of Rome. No wonder the Howling Commandos always danced around the details of their missions in Sicily and Venice. They probably just followed along while Luke bulldozed his way through. The weapons factory. The cells should be in the back. Disguised as a Hydra soldier, I moved deeper into the base. The guards, armed with energy weapons, were in a frenzy, rushing toward the source of the commotion. Along the way, I passed rows of massive missile warheads, each glowing with an eerie blue light as soldiers loaded Tesseract-powered energy cores into them. Curious, I pocketed one of the energy cores before proceeding to the prisoner cells. Meanwhile, in the command center, Red Skull stood before a bank of monitors, his expression twisted with fury as alarms blared. He toggled the feeds, searching for the cause of the commotion. The fiery chaos outside revealed a towering figure striding through the flames, the dark red cape of his Kryptonian battle suit billowing behind him. His piercing gaze seemed to cut through the cameras, locking onto Red Skull through the screen. Red Skull stiffened, his blood-red face contorting into a snarl. "The Allied Superman," he growled. A few minutes ago, I, Johann Schmidt, better known as Red Skull, stood tall in the command room of the Hydra base, indulging in what one might call my penchant for Versailles literature. With dramatic flair, I painted grand visions of the future, giving my plans unrestrained applause as I outlined how I would rebuild the Third Reich from its ashes after the war. With Hydra's immense power, I would bring the entire world under my control, fulfilling my ultimate tyrannical CEO dream. My audience? None other than Hydra's chief scientist, Dr. Arnim Zola, my loyal, albeit occasionally spineless, follower. Clutching the Tesseract, I was utterly convinced that I was the chosen one, destined to be the planet's supreme ruler, a dominant force unmatched by any. Zola, ever the cautious sycophant, piped up nervously. "Herr Schmidt, the Führer insists that we produce more weapons to give the Axis forces a glimmer of victory at the front. He's not content with merely holding back the Allies. He wants to sound the horn of counterattack." Of course, I knew that back in Berlin, the Führer's so-called requests were nothing short of demands, orders barked with the expectation of absolute obedience. He was pressuring Hydra to ramp up production, to churn out more powerful energy weapons to arm the Axis soldiers. But Zola, crafty as he was, wisely refrained from delivering Hitler's words verbatim. He knew my temper well enough to avoid lighting that particular fuse. Ever since I obtained the Tesseract, my ambitions have been skyrocketing, spiraling out of control like a runaway rocket. I barely even try to rein them in. Scoffing, I said to Zola, "The Axis is finished." Hitler's obsession with wealth and religion has driven him to orchestrate mass genocide against the Jews, all while provoking the red god of war, the Soviet Union, and allying with Italy, the most useless of allies. And now, America has entered the fray. The Third Reich has become the world's enemy. This war's outcome was decided long ago, Zola. My tone carried not even a shred of respect for the Führer. Once, I too had idolized him. I'd joined the SS, climbing the ranks to become one of Reichsfuhrer Heinrich Himmler's most loyal followers. But everything changed when I entered the military's research division and met Abraham Erskine. He introduced me to the concept of the super soldier serum, a formula that could perfect the human body, making it stronger, faster, and more enduring. My zeal for the Führer and my desire for power drove me to volunteer as the serum's first test subject. The result? A grotesque transformation. The serum's first-generation side effects left me disfigured, my face a ghastly red skull. To Hitler, I was no longer the epitome of Aryan perfection. Cast aside, I was sent to lead Hydra, which was at the time merely an intelligence branch of the SS. I sneered at the memory, then turned to Zola and said, Hitler's sinking ship is beyond saving. Even if I supply the Axis with an arsenal of weapons, it won't change their fate. Tell me, Zola, do you want to go down with him? Zola, ever the opportunist, quickly raised his hands and declared, Hail Hydra, cementing his unwavering loyalty to me. Now that's more like it, I said, a satisfied smile creeping across my face. That's the smart choice. Once the Valkyrie plan succeeds and half the world is reduced to ash, I will personally forge an unprecedented Hydra empire from the ruins. My voice rose with conviction. I had long since wrested full control of Hydra, transforming it from a mere branch of the SS into an independent organization. If not for the Allies closing in on all fronts, the Führer would have undoubtedly died of rage by now, scrambling to eliminate me and my unruly Hydra. I shifted the conversation back to business. Zola, how is the Valkyrie plan progressing? The Valkyrie referred to our missile program, where warheads were powered by Tesseract energy cores. These missiles packed a punch on par with the hydrogen bombs America had yet to develop. Zola, trembling slightly, responded, All research facilities are fully cooperating. Per Schmidt. Targets have been selected. New York, Berlin, London, Moscow. Valkyrie will send these cities and their inhabitants straight to the gates of death. In his eyes, I must have seemed like a madman. After all, I wasn't just planning to destroy the Allies. I intended to wipe out the Axis powers as well, leaving no one to challenge Hydra's rise from the ashes. I nodded, pleased. Good. Superman mutants, it doesn't matter. In the face of Valkyrie, all are equal. The Tesseract is the future. Just as I was reveling in my vision of domination, a piercing alarm shattered my train of thought. On the command room's monitors, a tall, imposing figure appeared. His battle suit gleamed like steel, and a dark red cape billowed behind him like blood-soaked fabric. He cut a striking and unmistakable figure. I frowned, a flicker of unease creeping in. Just one man? Is it the Allied Superman? Zola shook his head. The footage is too blurry to tell. On screen, the figure moved like a bolt of lightning, his speed so great that the camera struggled to keep up. Hydra's soldiers, armed with advanced energy rifles, were little more than stationary targets. In mere moments, an entire squad of guards was down, unmoving. My mind raced. Has Erskine developed a second-generation super soldier serum? From what I could see, this intruder's combat performance far surpassed that of any super soldier. Even I would have struggled to take down so many enemies so quickly. The guards opened fire, their bullets bouncing harmlessly off the intruder's battlesuit. Not even a scratch. What do we do? Zola stammered, his voice tinged with panic. I snapped. He's just one man. We have guns, cannons, and enhanced soldiers. Why are you panicking? The monitor shifted to show one of our colossal multi-turreted tanks rumbling into action, its cannon adjusting to target the intruder. A smug smile crossed my face. Superman, even if you have a body of steel. But then I was silenced. The screen showed the intruder gripping the tank's barrel with both hands and snapping it like a twig. With a motion as casual as swinging a club, he flipped the several-ton tank onto its side, rendering it completely inoperable. My smugness evaporated, replaced by rage and disbelief. Impossible. Erskine must have developed a new serum. Damn him. I was the first super soldier, and yet he gave the better version to someone else. Hydra's soldiers, their morale shattered, hesitated between fleeing and surrendering. Some even seemed tempted to wave the white flag. Schmidt. Zola's tentative voice broke through my fury. Taking a deep breath, I forced myself to stay calm. We're retreating. Back to headquarters. We're not ready to face this allied Superman. Not yet. I wasn't about to let the Valkyrie missiles and the Tesseract fall into allied hands. As for the captured soldiers and the guards, they were expendable, sacrifices for Hydra's grand rebirth. Clenching my teeth, I snarled, "No matter how powerful a super soldier is, he can still bleed. He can still die. Superman, your time will come." I ordered the Tesseract to be removed from its containment device and secured in a reinforced case. Once I returned to Hydra's underground base in the Alps, I would launch the Valkyrie missiles, obliterating both the Allies and the Axis. Superman would fall with them, and Hydra would rise triumphant. Asterisk rat-a-tat-it. Rat-a-tat-it. Asterisk. The submachine guns roared to life, spitting bullets like an angry swarm of bees, their brass tips crashing against my Kryptonian battlesuit. The suit, as tough as Tony Stark's Iron Man armor, shrugged off the assault with ease. Bullets ricocheted harmlessly, as if they were eggs smashing against a wall of steel. Hey, could you not aim for my head all the time?" I muttered, the corner of my mouth twitching in annoyance. While the rounds bouncing off my chest felt like a mild tickle, the ones hitting my face came with a sting, like being flicked by a particularly aggressive whip. I wasn't quite at the level of shrugging off bullets, missiles, or nukes without flinching yet, so it was still mildly irritating. My eyes narrowed as I focused, entering slow-motion mode. In my perception, the bullet's trajectories slowed to a crawl, like watching a movie frame by frame. Extending 2 fingers, I plucked a deformed brass bullet out of the air with a quick whiz. Spinning it between my fingers, I flicked it with precision. Thwack! The bullet struck the lead Hydra soldier square in the helmet, punching a pea-sized hole through the metal. Blood sprayed out like a fountain as he collapsed to the ground. Not bad, huh? I'd give myself an A+ for precision. I thought smugly. If I treated Superman as a stand, this would be some next-level JoJo stuff. But there was no time to dwell on that. Shaking off the ridiculous thoughts, I shifted into wrecking ball mode. I barreled through the battlefield like a human tank, plowing into Hydra soldiers without hesitation. Anyone foolish enough to get in my way was met with a single punch. And let's just say they wouldn't be getting back up. The commotion I caused grew louder and louder, drawing more guards to the fray. Among them were several armed with energy weapons, their guns glowing ominously with blue light. Gunfire and shouts filled the air, a cacophony of chaos. Suddenly, boom! An energy blast struck me square in the chest. The impact sent me flying backward like a projectile, slamming into a parked tank with a deafening clang. The tank's armor buckled, leaving a human-shaped crater where I'd hit. "I got him! I hit him!" One of the Hydra soldiers shouted, his voice brimming with excitement like he'd just won the lottery. "Wait, he's still alive!" Another soldier exclaimed, his disbelief evident. These Hydra energy weapons were no joke. Ordinary humans hit by one would be reduced to ash. But me? I brushed it off like it was nothing more than a hard shove. That wasn't so bad," I muttered, pushing myself up and dusting off my chest. Felt like getting hit with an $80 sledgehammer at most. In a single bound, I launched myself at the soldier who'd fired the shot. The ground exploded beneath me as I closed the distance in an instant. Grabbing him by the chest, I gave him a light push for me, anyway. He flew backward, bouncing off the ground a few times before embedding himself in a wall with a sickening splorch. His body crumpled like a rag doll, leaving a grotesque splash of red behind. "We're even now," I said, shrugging and turning toward the other Hydra soldiers. Within moments, the battlefield quieted. With this Kryptonian nanotech suit, brushing off a few energy blasts was child's play. Sure, they stung a little, but nothing serious. Unfortunately, the transmitter in my chest pocket wasn't as durable. It was completely fried. As I cleared out the remaining guards around the base's perimeter, I found myself pondering a certain age-old question. Why did people always say Clark Kent had 0 dodge skills? If I had this kind of nigh-indestructible body and insane regenerative abilities, I'd also charge straight through gunfire instead of wasting time dodging. Efficiency over style, right? Wonder how Rogers is doing. I mumbled as I finished off the last of the perimeter guards and headed toward the weapons factory. The Tesseract piqued my curiosity. If solar radiation could amplify Superman's powers, who's to say the Tesseract couldn't do the same? No harm in giving it a shot. Worst case scenario, Thanos shows up across timelines to slap me around. But honestly, I wasn't scared of him either. As I entered the weapons factory, I spotted Rogers leading a group of freed Allied prisoners. Thanks to me drawing all the fire, his rescue mission had gone off without a hitch. "Did you find Bucky?" I asked, scanning the group for the familiar face of the future Winter Soldier. "No. They told me Bucky was taken to a separate isolation lab for human experiments, but when I checked, he wasn't there," Rogers said, his voice filled with worry. He was clearly distressed, fearing the worst for Bucky, that Hydra might have already turned him into a guinea pig or worse. "Steve, arm these guys and get them out of here. I'll keep looking for Bucky." "Don't worry, he's tough. He'll be fine," I reassured him. Just as I was finishing my sentence, a deep thud, thud, thud echoed through the ground, shaking the floor beneath us. The freed soldiers turned pale, their expressions a mix of fear and panic. "Run! A monster's coming!" one of them shouted. Before anyone could scatter, four hulking figures lumbered into view. "What the hell are those?" I asked, my eyebrows furrowing. The newcomers were massive, over 2 meters tall, and built like inflatable balloons. Clad in German uniforms with Hydra armbands, their withered faces looked like dried-out tree bark, and the stench of decay wafted from their bodies. They growled like wild beasts, their hollow, animalistic cries sending chills down everyone's spines. "They're Hydra's enhanced soldiers," a trembling prisoner stammered. I remembered the enhanced soldiers I'd encountered in Rome. They still had some semblance of thought, only going berserk when provoked. But these guys? They looked like straight-up zombies. Hydra's tech was getting more and more ridiculous. "Feels like this timeline's gone completely off the rails," I muttered as I stepped forward, clenching my fists. The enhanced soldiers charged, their speed blurring them into streaks. Rogers reacted quickly, raising his star-spangled shield and rushing to intercept. The guy loved that shield more than life itself. Crack! The first enhanced soldier brought his steel-like arm down, splitting Rogers' shield in half with a single blow. The next move was aimed directly at his throat, the soldier's hand moving like a spear. "Riot!" I moved faster, grabbing the soldier's arm and tearing it clean off. The limb was dry and brittle, hardly bleeding at all. "Let me handle this," I growled, ramming my shoulder into the soldier and sending him flying. My punch followed like a cannonball, creating a deafening boom as it struck his chest. The enhanced soldier crumpled to the ground, a gaping hole where his chest had been. Another one lunged at me, but I caught his head mid-charge, gripping it like a vice. With a sharp knee to his torso, I flipped him over and drove him into the ground. Crunch! My boot came down hard, splattering his head like a watermelon. Blood and brain matter sprayed everywhere, painting the ground in red and white. Behind me, the freed soldiers were frozen in shock. One of them finally broke the silence. "He's the Allied Superman. I've seen him in the newspapers." Another glanced at Rogers, his tone confused. "Aren't you a super soldier too? Why aren't you helping?" Rogers stood there, his shield shattered, his hands empty. He stared at me, his expression a mix of awe and frustration. "Am I really a super soldier?" he muttered, the question hanging heavy in the air. Whoa! By noon the next day, the tension was palpable. The radio operator was like an ant on a hot pan, frantically pacing back and forth, nervously reporting to Colonel Phillips, who was as agitated as a monkey with a sore behind. "Colonel, Brigadier General Luke Carver, and Captain Steve Rogers have gone missing in action in the enemy's third rear zone. The reconnaissance teams have practically turned the place upside down, but haven't found a single clue." When Colonel Phillips heard this, his face darkened like it had been dipped in ink. He didn't say a word, but the wrinkles on his face twisted like a pretzel, and the fury in his eyes was practically ready to burst out. The radio operator stood in front of him, trembling like a quail, terrified of becoming the colonel's punching bag. With a forceful slap on the table, Phillips snarled through gritted teeth, "Keep searching. Search like your lives depend on it." If Luke wasn't found in the next 12 hours, the military would have no choice but to list him as killed in action. If that news got out, it would be like kicking a hornet's nest. Allied morale would undoubtedly collapse like an avalanche. Just recently, they'd been promoting him as a war hero, a living legend. And now, to suddenly lose him to Hydra? How could they possibly explain that? The president would likely blow his top on the spot, and the allies would be clamoring for accountability. This is barbecue, burnt to a crisp. Colonel Phillips sighed heavily. He'd been counting on Luke to continue blazing a trail to even greater achievements. Who would have thought this rising star would fall before it even had the chance to shine? Sure, Luke had performed miracles before, like conquering Italy against all odds, but against a Hydra base with 600 men, giant tanks, and energy weapons, the odds of surviving were as slim as hitting the lottery. Just then, Carter stormed into the makeshift command tent like a gust of wind, clutching a stack of blurry black and white photos. Out of breath, she said, "Still nothing." Something triggered a massive explosion at Hydra's base, collapsing the nearby buildings like stacked blocks. It even caused a wildfire, though thankfully it didn't spread. The moment Colonel Phillips saw Carter, his temper flared even higher. Sarcastically, he snapped, "And what good is this information, Agent Carter? We've lost a general. The Allies have lost a hero. If you had notified me earlier or informed Allied Command, maybe we could have stopped Luke, that reckless troublemaker, from going. Would this have happened then? The military can't do anything about Howard Stark. He's a famous young tycoon from New York and our biggest arms sponsor. But who do you think you are? Agent Carter, can you start using your brain and thinking about the consequences before you act? Oh, and you probably don't have to worry about next time. Once Allied Command hears about this, they'll definitely hold the Strategic Scientific Reserve accountable, and we'll all be dragged down with it." Inside the tent, Philip's scolding was like a machine gun, rattling off nonstop. He glared at Carter and lowered his voice. "How many times have I told you? Don't let personal feelings interfere with your work. That's Spycraft 101. "I haven't, sir." Carter bit her lip and shook her head firmly. "Oh, don't be so quick to deny it. I haven't even said who it is yet. Is it Luke? Rogers? Or that playboy Howard Stark? Come on, Agent Carter, tell me. Who's got you so bewitched that you're willing to risk a court-martial to help them?" Colonel Phillips sneered coldly and added, "I've said it before, women have no business being in war. Damn Brits." Hearing this, Carter's chest heaved with anger. She took a deep breath but held her tongue. Just as Colonel Phillips was preparing to report to Allied Command, a commotion erupted outside. Amid the noise, faint cheers and applause could be heard. "What's going on now?" Phillips stormed out of the tent, his face a mix of anger and confusion, with Carter quickly following behind. At the front of the camp, the soldiers were lined up in 2 rows, packed together like people waiting to order bubble tea. Walking down the shaded path were 2 familiar figures, none other than Luke and Rogers, the Allies' Superman and Captain America. Behind them trailed a group of rescued Allied soldiers, and further back, a captured giant tank rumbled along, clearly spoils of war. "They're back." The soldiers were as excited as kids on Christmas morning, their eyes full of admiration as they gazed at the liberated soldiers, who now carried energy weapons and walked with heads held high, like triumphant kings returning for battle. "What's the situation here?" Colonel Phillips, stepping out of the tent, was so shocked he nearly dropped his jaw. Not only had the captured soldiers returned, but they brought back Hydra's secret weapons. This was a total game-changer, a monumental victory for the Strategic Scientific Reserve. It must have been Superman. He led them and crushed Hydra, saving our comrades. One soldier speculated excitedly, while the others nodded in agreement. The Allied propaganda had already turned Luke into a legendary figure in their minds. Back at the camp, the returning soldiers were treated like heroes. The more impatient ones immediately started clamoring to know what had happened, how they'd escaped Hydra's grasp. Even the previously furious Colonel Phillips came out personally to welcome the group, but his main concern was still Luke's safety. This 20-year-old brigadier general was now the Allies' legend, the military's poster boy, and an idol to countless soldiers. If something had happened to him on the front lines, the entire Allied force would have been shaken to its core. That's why so many high-ranking officials had opposed him going to the front lines in the first place. Even President Roosevelt, though he suggested Luke return to the battlefield, had hoped he'd stay in the rear as a morale-boosting figure. But I wasn't one to settle for that. I wanted to lay a solid foundation, build my reputation, and rack up achievements. There was no way I'd accept being a mere symbol. My goal was to completely crush Hydra and lead the Allies to victory. If I pulled that off, no one could question me. You worked another miracle, Luke. Colonel Phillips was visibly thrilled to see me back. He barely even noticed Rogers standing beside me. After all, the Allies only needed one hero, just like the sky only needs one sun. Some of the men are injured and need immediate care. Also, Colonel, this rescue mission was impulsive on my part. I'll take full responsibility and report to Allied command myself. I calmly accepted the praise. After taking down the 4 enhanced soldiers, Rogers and I had stormed Red Skull's command room, only to find that he'd already fled by plane, taking the Tesseract and Dr. Zola with him. With Hydra's base on the verge of exploding, chasing after him wasn't an option. So, we gathered the captured soldiers and returned to camp, along with the seized tanks and energy weapons. The president's definitely not expecting this kind of good news so soon. Colonel Phillips grinned like a Cheshire cat, his earlier anger completely forgotten. Just the 2 of us had taken down Hydra's secret base, destroyed 2 military factories, and wiped out 600 Nazi soldiers. The scale of this victory was incredible. Colonel Phillips had a gut feeling that my accomplishments wouldn't stop here. By the time the war ended, he was convinced I'd earn even higher honors. Maybe even become the youngest major general, or perhaps a full general in U.S. history. His imagination could hardly keep up with the possibilities. This is a huge win for the Strategic Scientific Reserve. We'll celebrate later. Colonel Phillips glanced at Carter and smiled brightly. As the highest-ranking officer in the camp, I had the authority to do as I pleased, barring orders from Allied command. But I wasn't one to get cocky after a win. Whether it was Rogers or Colonel Phillips, I treated everyone with respect, keeping my aggressiveness in check. This was my strategy to put the military top brass, who weren't fans of mine, at ease. "Anything you want to say to me?" I asked Carter, who was blocking my path, with a small smile. "Welcome back," Carter finally said after a long silence. It took me quite an effort to break free from all the 666 chants and frenzied cheering of the crowd and make my way back to the Strategic Scientific Reserve's temporary base. The moment I stepped through the gate, I spotted Howard Stark spinning around like a top, busy as ever. This guy wears a lot of hats. He's the Allies' biggest weapon sponsor, a top-tier scientist, filthy rich, and incredibly handy with inventing gadgets. He's come up with all sorts of cutting-edge tech for the Allies, earning him glowing reviews from the brass at the Department of Defense. With such an impressive resume, the Strategic Scientific Reserve wasn't about to let him slip away. Colonel Phillips drafted him into service under the title of Scientific Consultant, though that old-school military man isn't exactly fond of him. Howard turned his head, flashed me a grin, and said, "Luke, should I start calling you Brigadier General now? Congratulations on being crowned a hero of the Allies again. Honestly, I'm so jealous of you. You just have to say your name, and women flock to you in droves. Me? I've got to flash my car keys, book a high-end restaurant, then sweet-talk them before those gorgeous ladies even consider a date. During my time at the Strategic Scientific Reserve, I've come to figure Howard out. He's nothing like the mature, composed founder of S.H.I.E.L.D. he'd become in the future. Right now, this arms tycoon is basically a younger version of his son, Tony Stark, a guy who loves charming, beautiful women just to prove his appeal. His sharp tongue, though, that's definitely a Stark family heirloom. He never gives out compliments, and it's rumored that arrogance and sass run in their bloodline. Before Tony became Iron Man, his world revolved around machines and women. Howard is just a notch above, adding a love for making money to the mix. In just a few decades, Stark Industries would rise to compete with giants like Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, and General Dynamics. That kind of success owes a lot to Howard's genius and charisma. I smirked and teased him. "Your tricks don't always work, do they?" A lot of folks in the reserve say this playboy came to the front lines just to chase Peggy Carter, trying to win over that thorny rose. Too bad for him. Carter doesn't get him the time of day and has already turned down several of his dinner invitations. Howard puffed up with pride and bragged. After that flight, I took Carter out for cheese fondue. I couldn't help but mock him. "Mr. Stark, you don't actually think I don't know cheese fondue is just melted cheese and bread, do you? If a piece of bread could win someone's heart, then half the women in New York would have a fling with you." Howard wasn't the least bit offended. Instead, he struck a mentor-like pose and lectured me. "You don't get it. Wooing a woman takes patience. You got to be like Don Quixote tilting at windmills, fail, and try again. Don't push too hard or seem desperate, or she'll think your feelings are cheap, that you don't value her. But you've also got to show care and always be there when she needs you. A woman's heart is like a fortress, and I'm the best siege general there is. The fact that Carter agreed to dinner means I'm not far from victory. Watching his smug expression, I had to admit, he really is like his son. Looks like narcissism is another Stark family tradition. Still, Howard is more accomplished than Tony in many ways. A successful businessman and a brilliant scientist, Howard was way ahead of his time. Take Tony's arc reactor, for example. Howard had already developed the core technology for it a century earlier. The materials and technology of his era just weren't advanced enough to miniaturize it. Without that groundwork, Tony building an Iron Man suit and designing a cold fusion reactor in a cave would have been pure fantasy. His father had paved the way for him to become a superhero long before he even knew it. Even the new element Tony later used to solve his palladium poisoning, that was something Howard had discovered and left for his son. Howard's intellect was truly a generation ahead. Tony's later achievements? Sure, they owed a lot to Stark Industries' wealth and tech, but the most invaluable inheritance was his father's knowledge. Offhandedly, I said, I heard you snatched a fighter jet contract from Lockheed Martin and recently bagged their passenger plane deal too. Some folks at the Department of Defense aren't too happy with you. Howard, who had been tinkering with a Hydra energy weapon, immediately stiffened. His face darkened, and he retorted with his trademark sharpness. I told my secretary, competition in the industry is normal. If Lockheed Martin's upset, they should tell their researchers to work harder and try to keep up with my genius. He flipped from suave ladies' man to cutting wit in an instant. Clearly, Lockheed Martin was putting quite a bit of pressure on Stark Industries. He then turned to me and asked, Brigadier General, are you planning to help Stark Industries out of this jam? No offense, but I doubt you could make much of a difference. In other words, my rank might look impressive, but my actual influence wasn't enough to sway things, unless I were sitting in Eisenhower's chair. I replied, who knows what the future holds, Howard? My eyes caught sight of a shiny, circular shield under some of the new weapons. I pointed at it and asked, can I have this? Steve would love it. Howard, still preoccupied with his thoughts, waved me off, saying I could take whatever I wanted. After all, judging by my rank, I looked more like the boss of the reserve than anyone else here. He did add, though, are you sure Rogers will know how to use that thing? It's not even finished yet. Noticing that I might be hinting at some kind of collaboration, his attitude shifted slightly. Howard Stark was, at his core, a businessman. Lofty ideals weren't really his thing. He just wanted to profit from the war. Morality and conscience, those were luxuries he didn't place much stock in. Patriotism? That's something you develop after achieving career success, just like how successful entrepreneurs eventually turn to philanthropy. I said, trust me, Steve will fall in love with it at first sight. I can't stand seeing him take a trash can lid onto the battlefield anymore. My guess is because he was bullied as a kid, Steve got used to using trash can lids as makeshift shields, which is probably why Captain America has such a fondness for shield combat. Howard explained, this shield is made of a material called vibranium. It absorbs kinetic energy and doesn't conduct heat or force. In a way, it's practically indestructible. Unfortunately, the material is so rare that we can't produce enough to outfit the entire army. Hearing this, my eyes lit up. I knew of a place with a massive vibranium deposit, Wakanda. That country might look underdeveloped, but its technology is incredibly advanced. Hidden deep in the mountains of the African continent, it's a place few people know about. As I looked at the shield in my hands, its surface reflecting my youthful face, I thought to myself, I should pay it a visit someday. It turns out Luke really do have a knack for predicting things. Take Rogers, for example. When he got his hands on that shiny, circular shield, his expression was just like a kid receiving his favorite new toy. He couldn't stop fiddling with it, repeatedly saying how comfortable it felt in his hands. Grinning, he said, this is the best gift we've gotten since leaving Brooklyn. As he spoke, he strapped the shield on his arm and struck a few iconic poses. Rogers had been feeling pretty down earlier, worried sick about his friend Bucky's safety. But the moment I showed up, he seemed to relax a bit. With a furrowed brow and concern in his eyes, he asked me, Luke, what do you think happened to Bucky? He seemed to believe I always had a way to solve any problem. Back in the barracks, I laid it all out for him. I spoke to some of the rescued soldiers. They said it's likely Bucky was transferred elsewhere. I'd actually pieced together a few subtle clues that others might have missed. For instance, that Hydra secret base had a pattern of transferring prisoners every few weeks. The 107th Infantry Regiment had about 200 soldiers who'd been forced into slave labor at the munitions factory. By the time Rogers and I led the escape, only around 120 of them had made it out alive. Excluding those who'd succumbed to exhaustion or been killed, there were still 15 soldiers unaccounted for. Just like Bucky, they had been taken to the factory's isolation ward and hadn't been seen since. One British soldier, while working as forced labor, overheard Dr. Zola mention the name Baron Strucker. Coincidentally, I knew exactly who that was, so I figured Bucky had probably been moved to some other Hydra facility. Rogers lowered his head and murmured, "I hope so. Bucky doesn't even know I've made it to the front lines." I was hoping to surprise him. Before I arrived, it had always been just him and Bucky. They were as close as brothers. Trying to lighten the mood, I playfully teased him, "Don't dwell on things you can't solve right now. Colonel Phillips is hosting a celebration tonight, and I bet there'll be plenty of girls lining up to dance with you. I even heard you had a little moment with a civilian staffer this afternoon. She was overjoyed, thanking you on behalf of the prisoners' families." Roger's face immediately turned crimson. He coughed twice, flustered, and stammered, That was an accident. I'm not used to this sort of thing. She just hugged me out of nowhere. You know me, Luke? I'm not great at saying no." I chuckled and kept teasing him. "Come on. Who could say no to a gorgeous girl planting a big kiss of gratitude? By the way, Steve, don't tell me that was your first kiss, or I'll lose all respect for you." His face turned an even deeper shade of red, veins popping slightly as he protested. "Of course not. There was Janice, and then Amy." I cut him off with a laugh. "Oh, you mean back when you were 8 or 9, playing house with the neighbor girls?" Even Bucky said those don't count. Watching him rack his brain, try to recall any romantic encounters, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. The barracks were filled with a cheerful energy. Once Roger's mood had lifted, he went off to prepare his dress uniform for the celebration. Left alone, I sat there with my eyes gleaming, mulling over what Dr. Zola had said about Baron Strucker. His full name was Wolfgang von Strucker, born in Bavaria, Germany. Like the infamous Baron Zemo within the Nazi ranks, Strucker was a close confidant of Adolf Hitler. Unlike the Red Skull, Strucker was deeply loyal to the Third Reich and completely dedicated to defeating the Allies and securing an Axis victory. Though a high-ranking Hydra official, he wasn't aligned with the Red Skull. Instead, he had his own research facilities and technological resources, having once developed a bioweapon called the Death Spores, which had caused massive casualties within the Allied forces. I thought to myself, the Allies are really taking a beating, getting stomped on by the Axis black tech. No wonder a German major once proudly declared, "German engineering is the best in the world." Rogers and I washed up quickly and donned our freshly pressed dress uniforms before heading to a nearby town's tavern. The moment we stepped inside, we were hit by an overwhelming wave of noise. The air was thick with the scent of malt and a faint blue haze of cheap tobacco smoke. The rescued prisoners were scattered around, some downing hard liquor like their lives depended on it. Others gathered in groups, playing cards, arm wrestling, or even spontaneously starting wrestling matches. Every so often, the tavern erupted into boisterous laughter, the kind that made the ceiling tremble and the light bulbs swing precariously. Sitting at the bar, dumb, Dugan spotted me right away and shouted, "Our hero is here." He started banging his beer mug on the counter in a rhythmic beat, immediately drawing everyone's attention. The soldiers all stopped what they were doing, stood up, and burst into applause. The whole tavern nearly erupted. Those looks of admiration and gratitude turned into cheers, all directed at me, a gesture of respect for a war hero. The applause and cheers lasted a full 2 minutes. Rogers joined me at the bar and handed me a glass of whiskey on the rocks. I raised a glass and downed it in one go, the icy, fiery burn coursing down my throat, bringing a strangely comforting warmth. I turned to Rogers and asked, "So, have you picked a dance partner for tonight?" Rogers' eyes widened in surprise. "There's dancing? Since when?" He thought I'd been joking earlier back in the barracks, and found the idea of throwing a dance party before the war was even one a bit excessive. I replied, Howard told me. He's already picked his target for tonight. That girl might just be the lucky one to steal Captain America's first kiss. She doesn't look half bad, blonde, quite pretty. Look, she's gazing at you with stars in her eyes right now. I kept teasing him, Steve, there's no escaping tonight. He was flustered and annoyed by my jabs. After all, in America, a 20-year-old guy with no romantic experience was as rare as a snowstorm in July. Leaning closer, Rogers muttered, Not everyone is like Howard Stark. He raised his glass, probably hoping to hide his embarrassment. Clearing my throat, I pretended to act serious for a moment. Then, unable to resist, I leaned in again and asked, stifling laughter, So, Captain America, are you planning to lose your virtue tonight? Puffed. Rogers had just taken a sip of whiskey and promptly spat it out, the spray catching the light in the air. The noise drew a round of hearty laughter from the tavern patrons. Flustered, he scrambled to apologize to the bartender. Sorry, I didn't mean to. He shot me a furious glare, but by then, I was already halfway up the stairs to the tavern's second floor, well out of sight. Through gritted teeth, he muttered a rare curse under his breath. Damn it. Half an hour later, the drunken soldiers, stumbling and swaying like a pack of unleashed huskies, finally began to clear out. Word of the dance had spread quickly, and most of the crowd had already dashed upstairs to claim spot. The second floor had been completely cleared of tables and chairs, leaving behind a spacious, plaza-like area. An old gramophone sat by the window, its soothing, serene music flowing out like a babbling brook, filling every corner of the room with its gentle charm. The soldiers, each harboring their own sly intentions, cast furtive, almost mischievous glances at the women present. These ladies included unmarried field nurses, young women carefully selected by the town's mayor, and a handful of civilian staff from the Strategic Scientific Reserve. They were like delicate, budding flowers, waiting for someone brave enough to pluck them. Commander, I've got a question that's been bugging me, said Dum-Dum Dugan, running a hand through his wiry, steel-wool-like beard. These guys only have one goal, to get the women into bed. They couldn't care less about dancing. So why not just cut to the chase? Wouldn't that save everyone time and get straight to the, main event? I chuckled at his bluntness and handed him a drink. Dugan, let me ask you this. When you proposed to your wife, did you hold a gun to her head? How else could she have agreed to marry you? I joked. If you walked up to a woman and said, let's skip all the formalities and jump straight to some bodily exchanges, I guarantee you'd get slapped on the spot and labeled a pervert. But if you approach her with a drink, cracked a few funny jokes, and told her some impressive stories, true or not, as long as they're cool and captivating, you'd have a much better shot. Once the mood is right, you could suggest visiting your room or hers. If you're good enough, she'll be cuddling up to you afterward, saying, you're the best man I've ever met. See, Dugan? Being direct makes you a creep, but charm and sweet talk, that's how you reel them in. Dugan looked utterly dumbfounded. Honestly, it was probably sheer luck that he managed to get married in the first place. Luke, I've got to hand it to you. I didn't know you were such an expert. A familiar voice chimed in. Leaning casually against the bar, Howard Stark had joined the conversation. Dressed to the nines, he looked every bit the flamboyant playboy. Tailored suit, waistcoat, polished shoes, and hair slicked back to a glossy shine. Even his neatly groomed mustache added to his fashion icon vibe. Please, you're the real master here. I'm just a theorist. All talk and no action, I said with a grin, conceding defeat. After all, being suave and debonair is practically the Stark family's ancestral gift. I could never compete. Howard nodded smugly, fully embracing the compliment. As it turns out, one of the best ways for men to bond is by talking about women. Even Dugan, who normally had a chip on his shoulder about rich guys, was soon laughing and drinking with Howard like they were old buddies. Dugan seemed particularly fascinated by Howard's tales of Hollywood starlets, and Howard, who loved an eager audience, was more than happy to share. The two hit it off instantly, their conversation growing livelier by the minute. Steve, come over here and listen to Howard's live masterclass, I called out as I spotted Captain America ascending the stairs. Rogers, ever good-natured, took a glass of whiskey and let go of the grudge for my earlier teasing. The four of us leaned against the bar, sipping our drinks and watching the young men and women twirl and sway on the dance floor. Howard, why aren't you out there dancing? I asked, a bit puzzled. For someone as naturally flirtatious as Howard, sitting idly seemed out of character. A true expert always makes his entrance last, Howard replied with a sly smile, stroking his mustache. A few minutes later, we saw Peggy Carter step onto the second floor. She was dressed in a stunning red gown, striking and radiant like a red rose. Howard straightened his tie, picked up a glass of gin, and, with a confident smile and puffed-up chest, made his approach. I bet he lasts 2 minutes tops, I declared, starting a wager. 5 minutes, Dugan chimed in. 8 minutes, Rogers added, clearly more optimistic. Having just listened to Howard's courtship philosophy, they both believed he was a seasoned pro. 3 glasses of gin, I announced as my stake. But it wasn't even a minute before Howard returned to the bar, visibly dejected. Drinks. 6 glasses of gin lined up on the counter, and Dugan and Rogers downed them like water, laughing the whole time. And here I thought you had some real skills. Dugan slurred, his words thick on his tongue as he looked at Howard with mock disdain. Howard let out a couple of grumbles, but had no comeback. At least I had the guts to challenge that iceberg. You guys are just standing here watching, Howard retorted, grasping at straws to save face. Steve, why don't you give it a shot? I nudged Captain America, trying to egg him on. Thankfully, his tolerance was good, and he wasn't drunk. He shook his head firmly, declining the idea. If even Howard Stark, self-proclaimed undefeated champion of romance, had failed, Rogers, a self-admitted rookie, knew he wouldn't stand a chance. What about Dugan then? Oh, never mind. He's already out for the count. I turned to see Dugan slumped over the bar, snoring loudly. Well, gentlemen, I'm off to find a warm-hearted young lady who can console my wounded pride, Howard declared dramatically, quickly bouncing back from his defeat. His eyes landed on a curvaceous brunette across the room, waiting to be asked for a dance. Her figure was undeniably eye-catching, and Howard, ever the opportunist, was drawn to her like a moth to a flame. And Rogers, I turned to Captain America, only to see the blonde girl who had stolen his first kiss walking eagerly toward him. She grabbed his arm and pulled him toward the dance floor, leaving him no chance to protest. So it's just me, huh? Rogers gave me an apologetic glance before vanishing into the crowd. I was left leaning against the bar, unable to even drink myself into a stupor. As the night deepened, the second floor of the tavern only grew livelier. Don't you like dancing, Brigadier General Carver? A cool voice sounded beside me. I set down my glass and smiled. It's not that I don't like it. I just haven't found the right partner yet. So here I am, sitting this one out. Brigadier General Carver, do you know why all those women who are usually so eager to throw themselves at you aren't inviting you to dance tonight? Peggy Carter, radiant in her red dress, picked up the glass of whiskey I hadn't finished and downed it in one gulp. Do you know why, Miss Carter? I asked lightly, playing along. I'd say it's because you already have a dance partner reserved, she said decisively. But the sweat on her nose, the sound of her pounding heartbeat, and the intoxicating pheromones she was giving off betrayed her calm demeanor. I thought you didn't like men like me, Miss Carter, I said, taking a step closer. After all, you turned Howard down flat. Surely, someone as frivolous and indulgent as me isn't your type. Or could it be that you've seen past my flamboyant exterior and realized I'm actually a man of substance and depth? I just enjoy challenging tasks, and I like adventure, Carter replied, deliberately sidestepping the question. And I'm curious whether you'll be straightforward with me, or use sweet talk to try and fool me. I sighed, silently cursing Howard for spilling my secrets. We locked eyes, and instead of a romantic atmosphere, it felt more like a contest of wills, neither of us willing to back down. May I have this dance, Miss Carter? I finally asked, a hint of exasperation in my voice. Bowing slightly, I extended my hand. The night was almost over, and this was my first invitation to dance. The lady in red hesitated for a moment, biting her lip before placing her hand in mine. The soft melody wrapped around us like a gentle stream as we began to dance. The night, it seemed, was far from over. The next morning, I bumped into Rogers and Howard Stark outside the barracks. The atmosphere? So awkward you could practically carve out a 3-bedroom apartment with your toes. The three of us exchanged forced smiles, And even Rogers, who had little experience in situations like this, managed to chuckle nervously. What had happened last night? Well, let's just say everyone knew exactly what went down. Morning, Luke. Steve, out for some morning exercise, too? Howard cleared his throat and tried to sound casual, though his tone was dripping with bitterness. The reason was obvious. Howard had been working tirelessly to woo Carter, showering her with charm and attention, only to be met with an icy, glacier-like demeanor. Meanwhile, I, who hadn't even tried, had somehow picked that thorny rose. For the seasoned ladies' man, it was a hard pill to swallow. Let me guess, you wouldn't believe me if I said nothing happened between me and Miss Carter last night, I said with a shrug, keeping my expression perfectly serious. Predictably, I was met with a mix of skeptical stares and derisive laughter. Yeah, right? That's as believable as a drunk swearing they're sober or a politician claiming they're serving the people. Howard sneered. Clearly, he didn't buy it. Two people disappearing after a dance, and only reappearing the next morning? What were we doing, stargazing and discussing philosophy? Even Rogers nodded in agreement, and judging by his expression, last night had been something of a growing experience for him. All right, since you're so eager to know, I'll let you in on the truth. Miss Carter told me that the moment she laid eyes on me, she was utterly captivated. She said I was like a firefly in the dark, so bright, so unique. I deliberately spun the tale, exaggerating every word. Howard froze, his jaw dropping for a second before he caught my teasing look. Bah, he spat, realizing I was pulling his leg. For someone as well-mannered as him, that reaction showed how much I'd gotten under his skin. If I could take you in a fight, I'd have punched you already, Howard grumbled, stomping off in frustration. His movements were so abrupt he nearly threw his back out, forcing him to hobble away with one hand on his hip. He looked utterly defeated, and I couldn't help but laugh. Hey, judging by your face, you must have had a great night, I teased Rogers, throwing an arm over his shoulder as we headed back to the barracks. In my past life, there was constant speculation about whether Captain America had been a 70-year-old virgin. Now, I could confidently say that wasn't the case. Her name's Margaret, Rogers mumbled shyly, clearly still unused to conversations like this. Later that afternoon, after resting up, I walked into the operations room, only to hear Colonel Phillips roaring, "Johann Schmidt belongs in an asylum." He stood in front of a map, his face a mix of shock and fury. Rogers, Carter, and Howard sat at the long table, all looking equally grim. The other senior officers were silent, the tension in the room so thick you could choke on it. "What's going on?" I asked, frowning. Phillips, still fuming, managed to calm himself enough to explain. "The Red Skull wants to destroy half the world. He's starting with New York and isn't even sparing Berlin." His finger jabbed at the map, pointing to several red dots. Major cities on both the Allied and Axis sides, places like New York, London, and even Berlin. The weight of the news sank in. These were densely populated urban centers. If Hydra's plan succeeded, millions would perish. The Strategic Scientific Reserve had this intel thanks to Rogers. During his mission to rescue Bucky, he'd found the Red Skull's map and detailed plans in the command room of a Hydra base. Unfortunately, they hadn't been able to destroy or take the files during their escape. Schmidt is harnessing a power we don't even fully understand. If he crosses the Atlantic, he could obliterate the entire East Coast in an hour, Howard said, his tone grave. The room grew even heavier. As the reserve's chief scientist, Howard had studied the blue energy cube Rogers had brought back from the Hydra factory. The thing's power was terrifying. It only took a tiny amount for him to analyze, and even that had nearly blown him to pieces. "Lou," for once, Colonel Phillips dropped the formalities, the urgency of the situation overriding protocol. "I've already sent word to Allied Command and the White House. The President himself hopes you'll step up to stop Hydra's plan. At this point, you're the only one who can do it. The Red Skull will put his plan into action in 24 hours. All eyes in the room turned to me. The Allies needed a hero to save the world, and I was the obvious choice. My track record spoke for itself. Capturing Rome, assisting the Allies in the Sicily landings, dismantling Hydra bases, rescuing prisoners of war. They didn't call me Superman or the savior of the Allies for nothing. "Steve, you know where Hydra's headquarters is, don't you?" I asked, a faint smile playing on my lips. "There's an underground base in the Alps, That's their headquarters. Rogers replied confidently. Then, would you join me in taking it down and stopping the Red Skull's insane plan? I asked. My calm demeanor seemed to reassure the room, the tension easing slightly. I'll follow your orders, Commander, no matter what, Rogers said, standing tall with unwavering determination. He knew the mission would be dangerous, but as both my friend and a soldier of the Allies, he was ready. Brigadier General, count me in. Dum-dum, Dugan roared, and the rest of the Howling Commandos quickly echoed his sentiment. These men owed their honors and accolades to me, and their admiration for their young commander was heartfelt. All right, you've got 2 hours to gear up. Then we move out, I said, wasting no time. Speeches wouldn't win battles. Action would. With their orders clear, everyone dispersed. Carter stood up, her fingers tracing absent patterns on the table. She seemed to want to say something, her lips parting slightly, but in the end, she said nothing and walked away. I smirked to myself. So much for being a gentleman. Apparently, it didn't come with any rewards. The Alps were brutally cold, a vast expanse of snow stretching endlessly under the howling winds, which lashed at us like whips. I stood there in nothing but my simple brigadier general's uniform, like a stubborn nail hammered into the icy expanse. This wretched weather didn't bother me in the slightest. According to the original timeline, Captain America was supposed to single-handedly infiltrate Hydra's underground base in the Alps, distracting the Red Skull, while the Howling Commandos swooped in from above to obliterate Hydra's forces. But this time, with me leading the charge, Rogers and the Commandos only needed to keep Hydra's soldiers occupied. Rogers still looked a little uneasy. "Are you sure you can handle this alone?" he asked. He'd seen me storm Hydra bases before, flipping trucks and smashing tanks like they were toys, but who knew what secret weapons the Red Skull might have up his sleeve? "Don't worry. The mission starts in 30 minutes, I said casually. The Red Skull's strength relied on Hydra's special forces and the weapons powered by the Tesseract. As for his personal combat ability, it was, at best, on par with Rogers. Let's be real. Given that Captain America would later go toe-to-toe with Iron Man, Thor, and even Thanos, the fact that the Red Skull could barely hold his own against Rogers might have been the biggest compliment he'd ever received. Lowering his binoculars, Rogers asked, "Luke, do you think Bucky's in this base?" His voice carried the weight of worry for his long-lost best friend. "I don't know," I replied. "My intel suggests Bucky might have been transferred to another Hydra research facility in Germany. I didn't have the time to chase down Baron Strucker yet, but I could only hope that when I saw Bucky again, he hadn't already been turned into the cold, unfeeling Winter Soldier." Back then, every country was dabbling in super soldier programs. The Germans had their Aryan super soldiers, the Soviets had the Winter Soldier, and there were even rumors of wizards, werewolves, and vampires in Britain's arsenal. This era worshipped supernatural powers, treating powerful beings like gods. Well then, I thought to myself, smirking, the butterfly effect starts flapping its wings. The more I meddled with the storyline, the more the original timeline veered off course. My gut told me there were plenty of unexpected twists waiting just around the corner. 30 minutes flew by. Shaking off my wandering thoughts, I focused on the snow-capped mountains before me. Hydra's hidden headquarters lay buried deep in the canyon below. Meanwhile, deep beneath the Alps, within Hydra's headquarters, the Red Skull was delivering what he believed to be the final speech before his conquest of the world. Dressed in a jet-black leather uniform, with his crimson skull fully exposed, he no longer bothered to hide his terrifying visage. In the past, he'd worn a mask to blend in, avoiding the horrified or disgusted stares of others. But now, he didn't care. He believed he was on the cusp of ruling the world, building an empire so vast it would dwarf the Third Reich. His confidence had swelled to the point where secrecy was beneath him. To his brainwashed followers, his grotesque appearance wasn't repulsive, it was awe-inspiring. They revered him like a deity. "The Hydra will win this war," the Red Skull roared. "The Valkyrie will rain down the wrath of the gods and burn our enemies to ash." Behind him stood a sleek, state-of-the-art aircraft equipped with the Valkyrie warheads. In just 2 hours, he planned to seize control of the Axis, launching a devastating counterattack on the Allies. A loyal cadre of fanatics had already been chosen to pilot the planes and deploy the Valkyrie warheads over target cities, ending this war in one fell swoop. He raised his glass, his voice booming. And if one plane is shot down, hundreds more will rise to take its place. Cut off one head, and two shall take its place. The uniformed followers below raised their arms in unison, shouting, "Hail, Hydra! Hail, Hydra!" The Red Skull basked in their adoration, utterly convinced of his destiny. In his mind, he was far superior to the Führer, whose war had ended in failure. He was the true chosen one. But his delusions were abruptly shattered. A deafening explosion rocked the base, followed by the blaring of alarms. Chaos erupted as his dream of world domination came crashing down. "What's going on?" the Red Skull snarled, irritation flashing across his monstrous face. Couldn't bad news wait 2 hours? All he wanted was to peacefully conquer the world, raise the Allies and Axis to the ground, and build a new world atop the ruins. Being dragged out of his fantasy left him seething, his crimson skull looking even more menacing. A panicked Hydra soldier stammered, It's the Allied Superman. He's breached the base." The Red Skull cursed under his breath. "Damn you, Erskine." He'd already witnessed my capabilities at the secret base in Klausberg. Invulnerable, superhumanly strong, a walking embodiment of everything the super soldier serum was meant to achieve and more. Even the 4 enhanced warriors he'd sent after me had only managed to stall me for a few minutes. Regret flickered through his mind. I should have allied with Sebastian Shaw. If not for the fear that Shaw would covet the Tesseract, he might have joined forces with the mutants. After all, they were on the same side, Axis allies, and the real enemy was the Allied Superman. But the leader of the Hellfire Club was too ambitious, too uncontrollable. There was no way Shaw would have obediently played the role of Hydra's weapon, let alone submit to the Red Skull's authority. With a wave of his hand, the Red Skull commanded, "Stop him. Fight the Allied Superman. The world belongs to Hydra." He sent his soldiers out as cannon fodder while he grabbed a briefcase containing the Tesseract and hurried toward the aircraft behind him. To him, these loyal Hydra soldiers were expendable. He had no time to deal with my assault. The Valkyrie plan would proceed ahead of schedule. Once his aircraft crossed the Atlantic and devastated the east coast of the United States, other target cities would soon follow. With the Allies and the Third Reich leaderless and in disarray, he could step in, rally the Axis under Hydra, and crush the disorganized Allies. As for me, the so-called terrifying Allied Superman. Once aboard the plane, the Red Skull turned to Dr. Zola in the cockpit and snarled, "Dr. Zola, I don't just want the Tesseract's energy weaponized. I want you to accelerate the human experiments. I need to become as strong as Luke Carver. No, stronger." Dr. Zola's face twisted into a grimace. Based on the blood samples provided by the Red Skull, the best he could produce were inferior, mindless, enhanced soldiers. Replicating my level of power? Impossible. Who knew what modifications Abraham Erskine had made to the serum? "I'll do my best, Herr Schmidt," Zola replied reluctantly. Satisfied for the moment, the Red Skull settled into the pilot's seat, inserting the Tesseract into the central console. As the device hummed to life, he envisioned a world engulfed in mushroom clouds, the ultimate testament to Hydra's supremacy. I fought my way to the deepest level of the base, just in time to see the Red Skull's sleek aircraft rolling onto the runway, its engines roaring as it prepared for takeoff. Turning back to the doorway, where Captain America was busy with Hydra soldiers, I called out, "Rogers, this one's all yours." With his trusty vibranium shield in hand, Rogers was a force to be reckoned with, toppling Hydra soldiers left and right with rhythmic precision. Bam, bam. Each foe hit the ground as if he'd choreographed the whole thing. His combat effectiveness had skyrocketed. I mused to myself, this is the Captain America we all know and love. The shield isn't just a weapon, it's his identity. Rogers took a moment between blows to glance back at me and shout, "No problem. Just stop the Red Skull, Luke." He hurled his shield forward, taking down 2 Hydra soldiers in one throw. The shield ricocheted off walls in a seemingly impossible arc before flying right back to his hand. I smiled faintly, took a deep breath, and sprinted toward the accelerating plane. My legs powered me forward like a missile, cutting through the chaos with unstoppable momentum. Hydra soldiers trying to block my path were flung aside like ragdolls. Some were sent flying, while others were crushed underfoot. I was like Moses parting the Red Sea, carving a path with nothing but my unyielding, steel-like body. Not far behind, Colonel Phillips and the Allied forces advanced through the base with thunderous momentum. Watching me sprint ahead, Phillips couldn't help but remark, "Erskine's serum created a super soldier beyond imagination," and he glanced at Rogers, who was still bashing Hydra soldiers with his shield, one that's a bit more conventional. Standing nearby, Carter furrowed her brow and asked, "How can two super soldiers have such a vast difference in power?" She'd read Erskine's reports and knew both of us had received the same dose of serum under identical conditions. Yet the results couldn't have been more different. Phillips grumbled, "How should I know? I'm no scientist." Maybe it's because Rogers was a scrawny kid before, and now he's, well, built like a tank. Carter didn't press further, though her gaze lingered on me as I disappeared into the distance, a complicated expression on her face. The Red Skull's plane roared down the runway, its massive propellers slicing through the air as it prepared to lift off. I chased after it relentlessly, the wind from the spinning blades plastering my uniform against my body. Timing my jump perfectly, I leapt forward with all my strength, activating my Kryptonian suit mid-air. The advanced armor enveloped me like a second skin, its steel-like surface glinting in the harsh light. The plane's spinning propellers struck me head-on, their high-speed blades screeching against the suit in a deafening cacophony of metal grinding on metal. I winced, feeling one of the blades nick my face. Running a hand over the shallow cut, I muttered, "Close one." Almost ruined my good looks. Gripping the plane's retracting landing gear, I hoisted myself up and slipped inside. Almost immediately, I found myself surrounded by rows of Valkyrie missiles, each one emblazoned with the names of cities like New York and Chicago. At that moment, a notification from the system popped into view. Side mission: the dawn of a new era, Hydra's downfall. The objective was clear: defeat the Red Skull. The reward? A Green Lantern disc, a one-time substitute for the fabled ring. The moment I saw the mission prompt, my motivation surged. With renewed determination, I marched forward, knocking out every Hydra soldier who dared to stand in my way. Before long, I reached the spacious cockpit and laid eyes on my target, the Red Skull. He turned in his pilot's seat, facing me as I tore the metal doors apart with my bare hands. "You're relentless, aren't you, Brigadier General Carver?" he sneered. "What can the Allies offer you? An empty title? Meaningless praise? Once the war is over, they'll toss you aside like yesterday's news. You know why? Because a hero in wartime becomes a threat in peace. A man with a steel body. What if he decides to become a tyrant? What if he decides to rule? Fear, Carver. Fear will consume them. That's my advice to you, from one extraordinary man to another." I shrugged, unimpressed. "Let me guess. You're trying to recruit me to join the Axis? Isn't it a little late for that?" I taunted. The Red Skull rose from his seat, his snarl giving way to a smug grin. The plane was already set on autopilot, programmed to follow its deadly course. In the corner, Dr. Zola cowered like a frightened rabbit, utterly useless in the face of the chaos. The Red Skull began his monologue, his voice dripping with self-righteous fervor. "I once served Hitler, obeyed his every whim. He had a secret research division called Animerecap, devoted to studying supernatural forces. I thought he was searching for truth, for the path to godhood. But no, he wasted his time on astrology, ancient texts, and the spear of Longinus. Fueled by cocaine and morphine, he clung to his delusions. So I sought the real miracles, the true path to divinity. I found it in Norse mythology, in the treasures of Odin's vault. I hold the key to godhood, Carver. Men like us shouldn't fight for nations or organizations. The future has no flags. We should rise above it all, leading humanity to a new, better world." I shook my head, my voice calm but firm. "Schmidt, I'm disappointed. I spent all this time listening to you, and you couldn't even surprise me. Why don't you just hand over the Tesseract? If you do, I might spare you and hand you over to the Allies instead." His grandiose speech had no effect on me. Sure, he had a broader vision than most, and some of his points weren't entirely wrong. But he didn't understand. I wasn't just any ordinary super soldier. My sights were set far beyond this planet. The Red Skull pulled out a remote, his expression darkening. This plane carries 21 Valkyrie missiles. With one press of this button, I can detonate them all. No matter how powerful you are, Carver, you'll be obliterated. Join Hydra, and when the Empire is built, you'll stand beside me as a ruler of the new world. I blinked, unimpressed. His threats lacked bite. Honestly, if I weren't trying to avoid unnecessary risks, I might have been curious to see what 21 Valkyrie missiles felt like. After all, no Superman's resume is complete without surviving a nuclear blast. Testing this low-budget version of a nuke sounded almost tempting. The thought actually made my eyes light up with anticipation. The Red Skull gaped at me as I advanced steadily toward him. His confidence wavered, and he shouted, "Stay back. I'm serious, Carver. I'll press it." He clearly hadn't anticipated that the Allied Superman's resolve would be so unshakable, that I'd willingly risk my life to stop Hydra's plans. "I warned you, don't come any closer, or you'll turn us all into fireworks." The Red Skull barked, his grip tightening around the detonator in his hand. His voice was firm, but the slight tremor in his fingers betrayed the conflict raging inside him. His body instinctively took a step back, hesitant to pull the trigger. Despite the menacing facade, the allure of his grand dream, world domination, the founding of Hydra's empire, held him back. Even a man as ruthless as the Red Skull couldn't simply let go of success when it was within reach. "Brigadier General Carver, you're willing to risk your life for the Allies? How utterly foolish," he shouted, trying to mask his unease. But as he stared into my resolute eyes and watched my unyielding steps, his words faltered, caught in his throat. He realized then, no threat, no weapon, no words could sway me. My unwavering resolve, this willingness to sacrifice myself for the world, seemed to spark a strange, fleeting admiration in him. In his mind, he muttered, "Asterisk Erskine said the serum amplifies a person's essence. The good become better, the bad become worse." Could it be that Luke Carver's incredible strength is a result of his incorruptible character, his moral compass? Asterisk, but the Red Skull quickly dismissed the thought. He had always scoffed at notions of justice and virtue, dismissing them as human delusions. I seized the moment. In a flash, I lunged forward and struck him with a powerful blow, knocking the detonator out of his hand and sending him crashing to the floor. Before he could react, I stomped on the remote, crushing it underfoot. The detonator shattered with a satisfying crunch. Looking down at him, I spoke calmly, "Schmidt, there's no shame in fearing death. A man consumed by his lust for power would never accept defeat easily. For someone like him, a fiery demise was the worst possible ending." I smiled faintly. "The Allies will have a field day with Hydra's secrets." I couldn't help but admire the durability of the super soldier serum. My punch, which would have turned an ordinary man's chest cavity into splinters, merely left the Red Skull gasping on the floor, his bent posture resembling a lobster. Coughing, he muttered, "We're both products of the serum. Limitless potential, ah." He didn't finish his sentence. My boot sent him sprawling across the floor, his grotesque crimson skull cracking against the steel like fragile porcelain. Expressionless, I said, "Your vision is too narrow, Schmidt. All you see is this tiny blue planet, dreaming of conquering a single world. You've completely overlooked the vast galaxies beyond, the real stage where wonders await." Stepping toward the control console, I reached for the tesseract nestled within the central hub. Its ethereal blue glow rippled like liquid light, radiating tangible energy waves. At that moment, a system prompt appeared in my mind. Main quest, the 6 Infinity Stones, the edge of the universe. Objective, collect all 6 Infinity Stones. 0/6. Completing this mission will unlock the next chapter of the multiverse. Reward, Superman template, Ravager mode. I glanced at the mission notification, my interest piqued, and reached for the Tesseract's metallic container. But before I could grab it, the Red Skull, still sprawled on the floor, stared at me with a mix of hatred and desperation. His voice rose in a crazed shout. "No, it's mine. You'll never take it." In a flash, he pulled out an energy pistol glowing with an eerie blue light. Instead of aiming at me, He fired at the Tesseract's container. Zap! A searing beam struck the casing. Crack! The sturdy metal shell splintered, and the luminous cube tumbled free. Stimulated by the damage, the Tesseract unleashed a surge of radiance, filling the cockpit with waves of misty, electric blue energy. Fine threads of light twisted and crackled, dancing like miniature lightning bolts. The glow intensified, as though threatening to tear the fabric of reality itself. The Red Skull's eyes gleamed with manic fervor. Do you see? This is the power of the gods. Compared to its infinite might, humanity is nothing. His gaze remained fixed on the swirling vortex within the Tesseract, its translucent surface seemingly containing entire galaxies. He coughed up blood but continued shouting, "The Norwegians hid it, disguising it with the World Tree statue, trying to keep its secrets buried. But fate led me to it. Unlimited energy, the key to ruling the world." From the corner of the room, Dr. Zola suddenly stepped forward, eager to assert his worth. "Brigadier General, I'm the one who uncovered this technology," he blurted out, completely ignoring the Red Skull's murderous glare. I chuckled. "See, Schmidt, you're already expendable." Reaching for the glowing cube, I held the Tesseract in my grasp. Turning back to the Red Skull, I pinned him beneath my boot, his crimson skull pressed against the floor. I had initially planned to keep him alive. Handing him over to the Allies would not only earn me accolades, but also provide an opportunity to uncover more about Hydra's origins and its shadowy history. But now his usefulness seemed to be running out. "It's no longer yours, Schmidt," I said. The Tesseract pulsed violently in my hand, its energy surging through my veins like molten lava. The pain was searing, as though my skin was being scorched from the inside out. But I didn't let go. Instead, I tightened my grip, as if daring it to break beneath my fingers. Sensing the futility of resistance, the Tesseract's energy shifted subtly. Its oscillations formed intricate patterns, resonating with a hidden rhythm. The vibrations grew stronger, and the very air seemed to hum. Suddenly, the fabric of space began to distort. A shimmering portal, like a wound in reality, slowly opened in the cockpit's metal wall. Beyond it lay an unfamiliar starry expanse, a kaleidoscope of shifting colors that seemed both surreal and tangible. The Red Skull's eyes widened in frenzied awe. "That's the realm of the gods, the place where they dwell," he screamed, his voice cracking as he scrambled to his feet. With a surge of desperation, he knocked my boot aside and lunged toward the portal like a parched traveler spotting an oasis in the desert. I made no move to stop him. Standing calmly, I watched as the Red Skull threw himself into the ever-expanding vortex. Instantly, blue energy enveloped him, trapping him like an insect in amber. His body began to disintegrate, dissolving into the swirling light. The Red Skull's triumphant expression twisted into terror. "No, this isn't." His voice faded as his form crumbled, piece by piece, until nothing remained. "Bon voyage," I said with a smirk. I had a pretty good guess where he was headed, banished to Vormer to spend eternity guarding the Soul Stone. Hopefully, that desolate world would be enough to satisfy his ambitions. Holding the Tesseract, I sighed. The universe is vast. I'd love to explore it. Gazing through the portal at the 9-star systems shimmering in the distance, I felt an intense urge to dive headfirst into the unknown. The galaxy held so much more than Earth, so many cultures and civilizations waiting to be discovered. But I suppressed the impulse, releasing my grip on the cube and placing it back into its container. Once removed from my touch, the Tesseract calmed, its energy subsiding into a quiet glow. Turning to Dr. Zola, I asked, "You know how to fly this plane?" He nodded vigorously. "Yes, Brigadier General. I helped design it. I can manage the basic controls." I raised an eyebrow and added, "And the Red Skull, his whereabouts?" Zola's face lit up with sycophantic enthusiasm. Schmidt was unyielding. He sought to destroy half the world. But you, Brigadier General, stopped him single-handedly and ended his reign of terror. The Allies owe you a great debt. Satisfied with his response, I said, "Then set a course for home, Dr. Zola." Leaning back into the seat, I closed my eyes. For a fleeting moment, I felt a strange, unshakable sensation, as though an unseen force was watching me. Who could it be? Brigadier General Carver reports that the Red Skull has been defeated, and the plane is returning, came the crackling voice through the control tower's radio. The static-laden message was barely coherent, but it was enough. Carter's cold, composed face softened into a faint smile, and the tension in her body visibly eased. One man had gone after the Red Skull to stop Hydra's Valkyrie plan. It was a daring move, perhaps too reckless. At the very least, he could have waited for Rogers to join him. We've won. Brigadier General Carver has saved half the world. Carter turned to deliver the news to the anxiously waiting Colonel Phillips. The control tower erupted in cheers, the energy so explosive it seemed to shake the walls. Captain America and the Howling Commandos embraced, their faces lit with joy. To defeat Hydra in one decisive blow and prevent the devastation of half the world's cities. This marked a turning point. The Axis powers had lost their trump card, and the war was as good as over. Looks like we'll soon be calling him Major General Luke Carver, Phillips said with a proud smile. Who would have thought that the Strategic Scientific Reserves experiments at the Caspian training camp would yield not one, but two super soldiers, and that one of them would single-handedly alter the course of history and deliver the Allies their greatest victory? Fate, it seemed, had a way of crafting the most unexpected stories. Major General, hero, Superman, Carter whispered to herself, her thoughts distant. Who exactly was Luke Carver? What kind of man was he? 40 minutes later, the enormous Hydra plane descended gracefully onto the open airstrip, its engines rumbling as it rolled to a halt. Congratulations, Brigadier General. Another miraculous victory. Colonel Phillips was the first to approach, his face beaming with admiration. Hydra had long been a thorn in the Allies' side, a shadowy menace that infiltrated governments, assassinated key figures, and nearly cost the Allies the war with their advanced energy weapons. With the Red Skull's defeat, the Axis powers had lost their most dangerous weapon. Berlin's Führer was out of cards to play, and the Axis days were numbered. The Axis good fortune is over, Phillips declared. Luke nodded lightly, a calm smile on his face. It's a shame we couldn't capture the Red Skull alive. That lunatic jumped ship in the end. But we've still got Dr. Arnim Zola, who's deeply involved in Hydra's experiments. He should be able to help the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Right, Dr. Zola? The once arrogant Hydra scientist nodded repeatedly, his face now a mask of contrition. He had made it abundantly clear to Luke that he wanted to renounce Hydra and start anew. His eagerness to cooperate pleased Luke. Talented individuals were a rare commodity, and locking him up or executing him would be a waste. Better to make use of him. Luke, you did it. Rogers came running over, shield in hand, his face flushed with excitement. For him, the end of the war meant one thing. He could finally begin searching for Bucky. You weren't too bad yourself, Captain America. I hear you took out several squads of Hydra's soldiers. Before long, I might have to start calling you Colonel Rogers. I'm sure the president's got a medal waiting for you. Luke replied with a grin, his calm demeanor contrasting with the jubilant mood around him. Congratulations, Brigadier General. Carter approached, her voice unusually soft. She had been lingering in the background, but had been pushed to the forefront by the crowd of cheering soldiers. Any rewards for me? Luke teased, lifting the case that held the Tesseract, his hard-earned prize. When the war is over, we could go to the Army Club and dance, Carter replied, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she met Luke's gaze. The memory of her impulsive actions at the previous dance flashed through her mind, and she felt a pang of second-hand embarrassment. Not a bad idea, Luke said with a nod, clearly amused. Meanwhile, in Berlin, deep within the Führer's bunker, the man himself sat motionless in a chair, staring blankly into the distance. 20 minutes earlier, he had received reports of the Axis crushing defeat. Worse yet, 40 minutes earlier, news had arrived that the Red Skull's Hydra forces had been annihilated by the Ally Superman. The energy weapons that were supposed to turn the tide of the war were no longer in play. This could only mean one thing. The Third Reich's end was imminent. Wasn't supposed to be like this, the Führer murmured, slumping back into his chair. He had once envisioned himself standing atop the world, commanding every nation under his iron rule. The Third Reich's glory would illuminate all of Europe, or so he had dreamed. Now, it was clear that it had all been an illusion. The Allies are closing in on Berlin. Eva, the Führer whispered, rising from his seat to press a kiss to his lover's forehead. Eva Braun's lifeless body lay slumped on the sofa, her warmth long gone. Upon hearing of Hydra's collapse, the Führer had realized the game was over. He had decided to take Eva with him into the abyss. Fearing pain, she had taken poison. No one will judge me, he thought bitterly, opening a drawer to retrieve a Walther P38 pistol. He placed the barrel in his mouth, the cold steel pressing against the roof of his mouth. But his finger trembled on the trigger, unable to pull it. Even a madman who had plunged the world into war couldn't face death with composure. "Schmidt, you worthless failure," he spat, lowering the gun in frustration. The dream of dominating Europe had crumbled. What now? Rely on Sebastian Shaw and his band of mutants? But the Auschwitz camp had already been liberated by the Allies, and Shaw had fled with his followers. A traitor. Traitors. Scum. The Führer raged, his voice echoing in the bunker. Surrounded by turncoats and failures, his fury boiled over. Better to end it himself than be captured and humiliated as a defeated tyrant. Just as he raised the gun to his temple, the door burst open with a resounding bang. Mein Führer, a miracle weapon has been created. A soldier in Wehrmacht uniform, adorned with a swastika armband, shouted breathlessly. And good news, the Allies have been defeated. The Third Reich just achieved a major victory. The unexpected announcement left the Führer wide-eyed in disbelief. He dropped the gun, his once dim eyes now alight with renewed ambition. Repeat that. We defeated the Soviets? How? He demanded, his voice sharp. The Soviets, hardened by the brutal winters, were practically at Berlin's doorstep. How could the tide have turned? We have a Superman, an Aryan Superman, created by the Third Reich. The soldier was practically trembling with excitement. It worked. General Sanctus has completed the project and created the perfect Aryan Superman. His name is Marcus Young. He's not just a tank, he's a bomber. Nothing can stop him, not even the Soviets. The Führer straightened, his hands braced against the desk. Despite his short stature, his commanding presence filled the room. Excellent. Summon General Sanctus immediately. I must see this Aryan Superman with my own eyes, he declared, his spirits soaring. The news of the Soviets' defeat had completely revitalized him. Though what a pity about Eva, he muttered, casting a fleeting glance at his deceased lover. A few symbolic tears welled in his eyes. For a man like him, power was the intoxicating wine he craved most. Beauty was merely the cherry on top. Without power, neither held meaning. General Sanctus, he is the Third Reich's savior, the Führer exclaimed, practically giddy with excitement, like a chimpanzee handed a banana. The so-called Aryan Superman project, also known as the Source of Life, had started as a genetic experiment, pairing elite SS officers with blonde, blue-eyed women to create a perfect race. When Hydra took over, the goal shifted to creating super soldiers to conquer the world. The project had seen countless failures, and even the Führer had lost faith in it. But now, at the very brink of the Third Reich's collapse, it had succeeded. The Allies' Superman. The Führer's gaze hardened as he glared at the newspaper on his desk, the front-page photo showing Luke in his brigadier general's uniform. The Third Reich will rule the world. The Allies will tremble before us. 2 days later, back in London, the Strategic Scientific Reserve received a piece of jaw-dropping news. The Soviets had suffered a crushing defeat, with massive casualties, and reports out of Berlin hinted at the emergence of super soldiers. After successfully dismantling Hydra's headquarters, Colonel Phillips had stayed behind with the Howling Commandos to consolidate the Red Skull's advanced technology and resources. Meanwhile, I had returned to London with Rogers, Carter, and the others. The general consensus was that with the Red Skull gone, Hydra scattered, and a Valkyrie plan foiled, the war was all but won. Who could have predicted that the Axis would manage such a shocking reversal? Sitting in the luxury suite of my hotel, I rubbed my temples and muttered, "How do you lose when you've got a dragon riding your side?" All right, because the enemy has Superman. According to Allied military reports, Berlin had suddenly produced 3 suspected super soldiers. And when the British referred to super soldiers, they weren't talking about Roger's kind. They meant my kind. These 3 individuals had not only fortified the defenses of an otherwise vulnerable Berlin, but had also routed tens of thousands of Soviet troops. It was absurd. A Soviet telegram detailed how Marshal Zhukov's First Belarusian Front had encountered one of these super soldiers while attacking Berlin from the south. A seemingly ordinary German soldier had unleashed destructive energy beams from his eyes, wiping out entire tank battalions and punching through Soviet lines single-handedly. Many Soviet troops were forced to surrender and become prisoners. Rogers stared at the report, utterly baffled. What's going on? Super soldiers are suddenly dime a dozen. How did the Axis churn out 3 of them all of a sudden? I shrugged. Beats me. Churchill wants to meet us this afternoon, so I guess we'll hear what he has to say. Absent-mindedly, I swiped open the system's task list and noticed an item labeled Green Lantern Disc in my inventory. According to the description, it was a one-time use gadget developed by the Guardians for the Green Lantern Corps. Swallowing it would temporarily grant Green Lantern powers. A single-use item, but better than nothing. Ignoring Roger's obvious frustration, I started mentally reviewing my recent gains. First, I'd accumulated nearly 8 million reputation points, enough to level up to Warrior LV2 with plenty left over. Second, my standing within the Allies was at an all-time high. Capturing Rome, dismantling Hydra, and stopping the Valkyrie plan had made me a symbol of hope. If the war weren't still ongoing, I'd likely already be back in New York, receiving my promotion to Major General. Being promoted to Major General at 20 years old? That would be unprecedented in U.S. history. Of course, wartime promotions were faster, but my accomplishments were undeniably monumental. I began strategizing my next moves. While the timeline had deviated significantly, with the Axis somehow clawing its way back into the fight, there was no way the Third Reich could dominate Europe or the world. I knew that the U.S. military's Manhattan Project was already underway, with Howard Stark having been recruited to Oak Ridge. It wouldn't be long before the first atomic bomb was detonated in the New Mexico desert, followed by successful tests at Bikini Atoll. No matter how powerful the Axis super soldiers were, they wouldn't survive a nuclear strike. They weren't real supermen, after all. Even I would likely be severely weakened by a nuclear blast. I still remembered the movie scene where Superman, exposed to radiation, was almost reduced to a desiccated corpse. Better soak up some more sunlight, I thought to myself. The Allied leadership's panic was understandable. No one could see the future, and uncertainty breeds fear. They were terrified that the Axis might regain momentum, dragging the war out even longer. And that was the real issue. A prolonged world war would drain unimaginable amounts of manpower and resources. With victory seemingly within reach, no one in the Allied camp wanted to be pulled back into the depths of conflict. I mused, another chance to rack up more reputation points? In my previous life, I'd seen countless fictional scenarios. Nazi zombie armies taking over the world, the Fuhrer discovering alien technology, and winning the war, the U.S. partitioned and colonized by the Axis. Compared to those wild storylines, Axis super soldiers didn't seem too outlandish. I sighed deeply and waited for Churchill to summon me, chuckling at the thought of him slamming his desk and yelling, "Fetch the Allied Superman." A sleek black car made its way through London, passing Trafalgar Square, Whitehall, and Westminster Abbey, before coming to a stop on Charles Street. It parked at an inconspicuous corner, where a sandbag-covered entrance led down to a fortified underground bunker. I raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. I'd expected to meet the Prime Minister at 10, Downing Street, or perhaps in the Parliament building. Noticing my curiosity, Carter, walking ahead, explained this is the war rooms. The Prime Minister activated this bunker a week before the war broke out. They say he crosses over from the Foreign Office building daily to direct military operations here. As a Brit, Carter was well-versed in the inner workings of the intelligence community and the war cabinet. Nodding, I followed her into the bunker. The first room we entered was the map room, its walls lined with maps of various theaters of war. The table was cluttered with telephones in an array of colors. Carter noted that each color represented a different level of communication, with the ivory phone on the right connecting directly to Churchill's office. Carter led the way with her usual poised elegance, her figure drawing more than a few glances. The constant ringing of telephones and the frantic energy of the operators reminded me of a Wall Street trading floor. Clearly, things weren't going well on the front lines. After announcing our names and ranks, we were ushered into a meeting room. The moment the door opened, The pungent smell of tobacco hit me like a punch. I quickly reined in my enhanced senses to avoid being overwhelmed. Churchill, seated at the head of the table, put down his cigar and extended his hand. Brigadier General Carver, I've heard much about your youth, but seeing you in person, I'm still taken aback by your age. A lifelong cigar smoker, Churchill's gruff voice carried a hint of admiration. I shook his hand, exchanged a few pleasantries, and cut straight to the chase. Prime Minister, I've heard about Berlin. Churchill exhaled a plume of smoke, his eyes narrowing as he studied me. We don't have the full picture yet, he admitted. All we know is that the Soviets were defeated, nearly 100,000 of their troops captured. The plan to take Berlin has been shelved. The Allies are counting on you now, Brigadier General Carver. Sitting upright in my chair, I did my best to embody the image of a dutiful and fearless soldier, looking Churchill squarely in the eye. What would you have me do, Prime Minister? I asked evenly, though inwardly I was genuinely intrigued by the Axis so-called Aryan Supermen. The reports of their abilities, firing destructive energy balls from their eyes, easily obliterating tanks, and possessing physical resilience far beyond human limits, sounded almost like a watered-down version of Superman or a souped-up version of a super soldier. Could Berlin have reverse-engineered the Red Skull's stolen serum samples to recreate Erskine's masterpiece? I found it hard to believe. After all, the U.S. military had poured countless resources into restarting the super soldier program after Rogers, yet successive generations yielded nothing but flawed results, plagued with side effects. Rogers remained one of a kind, a testament to how difficult it was to replicate the serum. For Berlin to have cracked the code so quickly, it seemed far-fetched, unless, of course, the Führer had somehow paid for a cheat code and unlocked an entirely new tech tree. Churchill frowned deeply, drawing heavily on his cigar. It was several moments before he finally spoke. We have an undercover agent in Berlin, he said, his voice grave. During the war, intelligence organizations were as critical as armies. While Hydra and the Strategic Scientific Reserve often took the spotlight, Britain's MI6 had its own share of victories, including the assassination of Reinhard Heydrich, the head of the Reich Main Security Office and the Führer's handpicked successor. The Prime Minister's voice was steady, though the faint tremor in his hand betrayed the weight of what he was about to ask. Her name is Stephanie. Shortly after the war began, she infiltrated Berlin's research divisions by posing as a Norwegian scientist. It's a top-secret operation under MI6. I learned from Stuart that Stephanie hasn't sent a report in over a year. For her safety, we refrained from contacting her. But 3 days ago, just one day before the Soviet defeat, we received an emergency transmission from her on a rarely used channel. In it, she warned us about monsters stationed in Berlin. And, as you've seen, she wasn't exaggerating. Those super soldiers routed the Soviet army. Now, only Stephanie knows the full extent of the situation. I could already see where this was headed. Churchill wanted me to extract the undercover agent and uncover the secrets behind the Aryan Superman. He confirmed my thoughts with a solemn nod. That's correct, Brigadier General Carver. I want you to bring Stephanie back. She's on her way to Britain, but is being pursued by Axis forces. Without Allied support, she won't make it. His tone was sincere, his words carefully chosen. It was a direct appeal to my sense of duty. Churchill studied my reaction intently, his sharp eyes gauging my every move. I know it's a lot to ask, a brigadier general risking his life to rescue an MI6 agent. It's both unreasonable and dangerous. But this is about the future of the Allies, about stopping the Axis from rising again. Brigadier General, you've performed miracles before. We believe you can do it again. The room was thick with smoke, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Churchill and his senior advisors, seated in the corners of the room, all waited for my response. The risks were clear. A mission this sensitive required a small team, or ideally, just one operative to avoid detection. It was a perilous task, and one that no one could order me to undertake. Churchill lacked the authority to command me, and I had no obligation to obey. Raising an eyebrow, I replied calmly, Stephanie's intelligence on the Aryan Supermen and their technology is undoubtedly valuable to the Allies. I'm willing to participate in the rescue operation, but the Axis technological advancements must be shared with the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Without hesitation, Churchill nodded. He knew this wasn't the time for haggling. The Soviets, who had held their ground against the Third Reich and even pushed back to Leningrad and Moscow, had been crushed by the Axis supersoldiers. If the Anglo-American forces faced the same fate, the war could drag on indefinitely. To Churchill, securing my cooperation, even at a price, was worth it. Better me than relying on the likes of wizards, vampires, or werewolves. Of course, Churchill said with a faint smile. The Allies must stand united. Just days ago, Parliament had been ready to pop champagne over the collapse of Hydra and the Axis' apparent retreat. No one had foreseen the emergence of Berlin's super-soldiers turning the tides. Now, the only one who could challenge the Führer's mad ambitions and save the Allies was me. Only a super-soldier could stand against other super-soldiers. Only a Superman could fight a Superman. Rising to my feet, I loomed over the room like a mountain. I'll leave immediately, Prime Minister. And while you're at it, let the President know to expect good news. On the outskirts of Berlin, a liaison officer from the Führer's bunker approached General Sanctus, the mastermind behind the Aryan Superman project. General Sanctus, the Führer has sent me to summon you. He's eager to meet Siegfried, the big guy, right? The liaison glanced up at the towering figure beside the general. Siegfried, the super soldier who had single-handedly annihilated Soviet tank battalions, stood silently. His sharp facial features, blonde hair, and piercing blue eyes made him the epitome of Aryan ideals. At over 2 meters tall, his massive frame exuded an almost statuesque sense of power. General Sanctus, a stern and calculating man with a hawk-like gaze, replied coldly. His real name is Marcus Jung. Now he's Siegfried. I can't leave to see the Führer right now. The factory producing Woden's blood was destroyed last night, and a Norwegian scientist named Freya fled during the chaos. After an investigation by the secret police, we discovered she was a British agent. This is a disaster. Do you understand? Our recent victory could be undone in an instant. If the Allies gain access to the technology to create super soldiers, the Axis will be finished. The liaison hesitated, intimidated by the general's icy demeanor. But the Führer insists. His mission was to bring Sanctus and Siegfried back to Berlin. Sanctus snapped, good God, don't you get it? That damned woman could ruin the Third Reich's fleeting triumph. I need to send men to track her down and eliminate this threat before she reaches the Allies' lines. That's far more important than stroking the Führer's ego or easing his fears. The liaison shrank back, too terrified to argue. Under normal circumstances, such insubordination would have landed Sanctus in a cell. But with Berlin's defense resting entirely on Sanctus and his Aryan Superman, the Führer had no choice but to tolerate his defiance. Fine, Sanctus growled. Send Siegfried to meet the Führer in my place. Let him see what a perfect Aryan looks like. The Allies' Superman is nothing more than a shoddy imitation of our super soldiers. The military motorcycle roared through the shadowy forest, its engine's thunderous growl scattering the crows in the treetops. My hands gripped the handlebars tightly as I fought the urge to glance over my shoulder. Through gritted teeth, I cursed inwardly. Asterisk, damn it. Those Germans are catching up. Asterisk. The Allied lines were close, so close. Once I got out of this forest, just a few kilometers ahead was a British outpost. Safety was almost within reach. But the forest was crawling with desperate refugees, war-torn souls left homeless and starving, their hollow eyes pleading for salvation. Do you have food? You must have something to eat. Please help us. A gaunt man in ragged clothes stepped directly into my path, blocking the way. I didn't slow down. Instead, I twisted the throttle harder and shouted, I don't have any food. This wasn't the time for compassion. I'd seen too many starving people along the way, and my heart had grown numb to their suffering. Ending this war was the only way to save them. With a sickening thud, my motorcycle struck the man, sending his frail body hurtling into a tree. I'm sorry, I muttered under my breath, biting down on my guilt. But as more desperate refugees surged toward me, I yanked the MP-40 submachine gun from under my coat and shouted, Get out of the way! I can't help you. Move! Rat-a-tat-tat. The harsh clatter of gunfire echoed through the forest, shredding the leaves above. The deafening sound drove the small crowd of refugees into a panic, scattering them like terrified sheep and clearing a path. I couldn't help but glance back over my shoulder. The fleeing refugees swarmed toward the man I'd struck, their desperation erasing their humanity and dignity. I didn't want to imagine what would happen next. The thought alone was enough to etch itself into my nightmares forever. Then I heard it, the rumble of engines growing louder behind me. A squad of German soldiers on motorcycles sped through the forest shadows, weaving between the trees. Unlike me, they didn't even glance at the refugees. One German officer drew his handgun and coldly shot a man who stumbled into their path, barking orders as he fired. "Out of the way! Shoot them! Shoot these pigs!" The forest erupted in a cacophony of gunfire. Rat-a-tat-tat. The sound of death echoed as the soldiers mowed down the refugees without hesitation. Lives were snuffed out like crops under the scythe of death. My blood boiled as I twisted the throttle harder, breaking free of the forest's oppressive shadows. My vision blurred with fury, but I didn't look back. I couldn't afford to. The secrets I carried about Berlin's Aryan Supermen and their technology were too crucial. If I didn't deliver them to the Allies in time, even more lives would be lost. Thank God. Finally, ahead, the Allied outpost came into view. Tanks, sandbagged fortifications, and vigilant soldiers stood ready, their presence a lifeline in this chaos. One British soldier fired a warning shot into the air, aiming his Sten submachine gun at me. "Stop right there," he shouted. The battlefield wasn't a place for chivalry. The fact that I was a woman wouldn't earn me any leniency. It would only get me killed faster. "I'm Stephanie," I shouted back, "agent of MI6. I trusted that London had made preparations. This was the closest British outpost to Berlin. If MI6 had arranged for someone to meet me, this would be the spot." The soldier lowered his weapon slightly, glancing at his comrade. "Go alert Brigadier General Luke Carver, the Allied Superman who just arrived." His words were cut short as a blazing energy blast struck him, vaporizing him on the spot. Blood and viscera splattered across the sandbags like macabre art. "Take cover. We're under attack," I yelled as I ducked, narrowly avoiding another searing energy ball. I tumbled off the motorcycle and hit the ground hard. Fortunately, I wasn't just a fragile scientist. I was a trained undercover agent. Instinct kicked in as I curled into a protective position, shielding my head to minimize the impact. Scrambling behind cover, I peeked out to assess the situation. A hulking German soldier emerged from the shadows, his insignia marking him as one of Berlin's tank-class Aryan Supermen. I shouted to the British soldiers, "Get into the tanks. It's the only way to stop him." I knew all too well what these tank-class super soldiers were capable of. Bullets couldn't pierce their skin, and even if injured, they healed at an alarming rate. The tank in the center of the outpost roared to life, its treads grinding forward as the turret swiveled to aim at the approaching enemy. Boom! The cannon fired, but the shot missed. The super soldier was too fast, darting across the battlefield like a predator. One brave British soldier stepped forward, firing his Sten gun in a desperate attempt to distract the enemy. Bullets tore into the German's flesh, embedding themselves in his body, but they failed to deliver a fatal blow. The super soldier lunged forward, grabbing the British soldier by the shoulders. With a sickening rip, he tore the man apart as though he were made of paper, blood spraying like a crimson fountain. I snatched a Springfield rifle from a nearby soldier, my hand steady despite the chaos. I knew the tank-class Aryan Superman had a weakness. The German soldier crouched, his powerful legs coiling like springs before launching him high into the air. He descended like a living cannonball, landing atop the tank with a deafening crash. With a feral roar, he wrapped his hands around the tank's main gun and twisted it into a useless knot as though it were made of soft clay. The morale of the British soldiers shattered. I lay prone behind the sandbags, my eye pressed to the Springfield scope as I tracked the killing machine. "Yes," I whispered to myself. "He's still human, and humans can die." I held my breath, waiting for the perfect shot. The super soldier turned his glowing eyes toward the tank. Twin beams of energy erupted from his gaze, obliterating the vehicle and incinerating the crew inside. Then his focus shifted to me. "Freya, isn't that what you're calling yourself?" He sneered, his voice a guttural growl. "General Sanctus sent me to bring you back. Or kill you." Personally, I think tearing your head off will be easier. I fired. Crack! The 7.62 millimeters bullet screamed through the air, but he raised a hand to shield his eyes, deflecting the shot. Smirking, he said, "You think I wouldn't protect my own weakness?" I felt despair creeping in. A single rifle wouldn't be enough to stop him. At the very least, I needed something like a rocket launcher or a heavy artillery strike. My mind raced for solutions as the monstrosity closed in. Then I heard a steady, commanding voice behind me. "You're Stephanie, right?" I turned instinctively, craning my neck to look up at the towering figure that had appeared like a shadow over me. "Yes," I managed to reply, my voice tinged with both relief and disbelief. He smiled confidently. "You're safe now." His gaze shifted to the battlefield. "That must be the Axis Superman." I nodded, urgency in my tone. "That's one of Berlin's tank-class Aryan Supermen. He's a battlefield butcher. Regular soldiers can't fight him." The man stepped out from behind cover, his voice carrying an almost amused tone as he said, "Aryan Superman, just the one I was looking for." "So, you're the Allies' so-called Superman?" The German soldier who had undergone General Sanctus transformation sneered as he eyed me stepping out from behind the cover. His gaze was filled with disdain, sizing me up from head to toe. For someone who had heard the legends, how a single man conquered Italy and toppled Rome, he had probably expected me to look like Hercules himself. Over 2 meters tall, muscles like mountains, an overwhelming presence that would strike fear into anyone. But then there was me, just a bit taller and stronger than the average man, nothing exaggerated. At 6 feet 2 inches, 191 centimeters, I barely measured up against this behemoth of a soldier. His massive, steroid-like physique made him look like an ancient warrior reborn, a monstrous figure with muscles so thick they strained against his uniform, as if his sheer bulk might rip free from the fabric at any moment. He glanced at me with a smirk and scoffed. "You look like a Boy Scout. Drop you in a British camp, and I'm sure they'd make good use of you there. Maybe even break you in properly." His words dripped with mockery, but I didn't rise to the bait. Instead, I turned to Stephanie and asked, "You said he's tank class. Are there stronger Aryan Supermen?" "Yes," she replied with a nod, her voice tinged with worry. "The ones who crushed the Soviet army are battleship-class Aryan Supermen. They're far more terrifying." Stephanie's eyes reflected her unease. Many believed strength was all about size and muscle mass. So even though I exuded an aura of power that rivaled the German soldiers, she still doubted me. She had seen firsthand in Berlin what these battleship-class super soldiers were capable of: tanks, bombers, and thousands of soldiers had fallen before them. She wasn't sure if I could handle even this tank-class opponent. Clutching her Springfield rifle tightly, she prepared to back me up if things went south. The hulking German soldier, still grinning arrogantly, introduced himself. "Name's Julian. If I bring your head back to Berlin, the Führer will personally reward me. Maybe I'll even get a medal, like Siegfried." His eyes gleamed with anticipation. I didn't bother responding. Why waste time trading insults with a minion? Dialogue like that was reserved for major players. Instead, I stomped my foot into the ground with deliberate force. Stephanie, crouched behind cover, felt the tremor ripple through the earth as spiderweb-like cracks splintered outward from where I stood. Before Julian could react, I vanished in a burst of speed, tearing through the air like a missile. In the blink of an eye, I was in front of him, my right fist hurtling downward with devastating force. At this point, my strength and speed had grown significantly, an intoxicating feeling that surpassed even the most primal pleasures. It was addictive, this constant sense of becoming stronger. So fast, Julian's enhanced visual reflexes barely managed to register my movement. The sheer intensity of my strike made him instinctively abandon his smug demeanor. He crossed his massive arms in front of his chest, muscles coiling like steel cables as he braced himself. "Let's see what you've got," he growled, underestimating the gap between us. If he had known I once pulverized the mutant steel shell with my bare hands, he wouldn't have dared to take this approach. In a fight where the power gap was this wide, surrendering the initiative was practically suicide. Boom! My punch connected with his crossed arms, unleashing nearly 10 tons of force. His elbows snapped instantly with a sickening crack, his mighty arms reduced to mangled flesh and shattered bones. Those same arms that could twist tank barrels like pretzels were now unrecognizable, as if they'd been fed into an industrial grinder. The searing pain surged through his body, but before he could even scream, I narrowed my eyes and pressed my left hand down on his shoulder. With a single motion, I drove him to his knees as if he were a helpless child. His colossal frame collapsed under me, his knees slamming into the dirt. Looking down at him with cold indifference, I said, "I heard the Führer considers Aryans the pinnacle of humanity, and you're supposed to be some kind of Aryan Superman. From what I can see, you're nothing special. The great Führer." Julian's face twisted in agony, his exposed bone shards writhing as his regenerative abilities tried to mend his ruined limbs. His eyes glazed over, turning a ghostly white as he let out a guttural roar. Heil the Third Reich. With that, he unleashed a massive surge of energy. A glowing orb formed between his hands, expanding rapidly into a blinding sphere of destruction, a ball of crackling energy that engulfed me completely. The air sizzled and burned, the acrid smell of scorched earth filling the battlefield as the explosion echoed like thunder. The energy orb crackled violently, its fiery tendrils scorching patches of the ground as it sent shockwaves rippling outward. Smoke and dust blanketed the entire area. "No!" Stephanie's voice trembled as she clutched her rifle, her expression grim. She was certain I had been obliterated. She knew firsthand that the energy spheres of Aryan Supermen could reduce tanks to molten scrap. There was no way any flesh-and-blood human could survive such an attack. Regret washed over her. She should have warned me about this ability. "The Allies," she muttered bitterly, her grip tightening on her weapon. "The rescue mission has failed." As she saw a figure emerge from the smoke, she prepared to make one last stand. If she was going to die, she would go down fighting, not running. "Stephanie, you look tense," a familiar voice called out, calm and casual. Her body froze, her mind refusing to believe what she was hearing. "You're alive?" she stammered, her shock palpable. As the smoke cleared, I stepped into view, unscathed save for a slight scorch mark on the armored suit I had donned at some point. The metallic sheen of the suit gleamed under the dim light, its design reminiscent of impenetrable steel plating. My right hand, which had shielded me from the brunt of the explosion, bore faint traces of the blast, but was already healing. Grinning, I said, "Of course I'm alive, Stephanie." With one hand, I lifted Julian's limp body off the ground. He had poured everything into that energy attack, leaving him utterly drained, no more than a powerless shell of a man. "This is what you call a Superman," I scoffed, glancing at the unconscious German soldier dangling from my grasp. His energy sphere had been formidable, comparable to the explosive force of an anti-tank missile. It had even managed to leave a small burn on me, a rare occurrence. But thanks to the regenerative abilities granted by my Superman template, the wounds had already healed within moments. Tossing Julian aside like a broken doll, I turned back to Stephanie, my voice steady and resolute. "Let's move. Berlin's secrets won't deliver themselves." The battlefield near the Allied lines was eerily silent, the only remnants of the chaos being the smoldering wreckage of tanks and the mangled bodies strewn across the ground. The devastation told the story of a brutal, bloody battle that had just taken place. Dragging the limp, defeated form of Julian behind me, I approached Stephanie, who stood amid the carnage with a rifle in her hands. "Miss, do you need a live specimen?" I asked, gesturing to the barely conscious Aryan super soldier at my feet. Stephanie shook her head, her expression resolute. She had already secured the crucial intelligence and knew the process behind creating these so-called Aryan Supermen. Having spent years in Berlin, she had seen more than enough live specimens used for dissection and experimentation. Taking Julian along would only increase the risk. There was no telling when he might recover his strength. "Fair enough," I said with a calm smile. Without hesitation, I twisted Julian's neck with a sickening crack. His body collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The brief showdown had given me a good sense of the tank class, Aryan Supermen's capabilities. Their strength, speed, reflexes, durability, and regeneration were all superior to standard super soldiers. Even someone like Rogers, with his 50-50 reputation, would likely struggle against one unless he could exploit their vulnerabilities. Victory would require precision, or else it would be a grueling battle. However, I had observed a critical flaw. These Aryan Supermen couldn't sustain combat for long. Julian's energy orb attack had drained him completely, leaving him as weak as a regular human afterward. This limitation was likely why the Axis hadn't launched a full-scale counteroffensive yet. I filed the observation away for further analysis. Peeling off my armored suit, which had taken the brunt of Julian's attack, I glanced down at his lifeless form. To be honest, I'm looking forward to facing one of these battleship-class Supermen, I remarked. The tank-class soldiers weren't enough to tip the scales of the war on their own. Unless the Axis could mass-produce them, single combatants wouldn't win the war. Stephanie's eyes flickered with intrigue, though she refrained from asking about my combat gear. She likely assumed it was proprietary technology from the Strategic Scientific Reserve, and prying into such matters uninvited could easily rub someone the wrong way. "Brigadier General," she said, her voice laced with warning, "the battleship-class soldiers are leagues beyond the tank class. Their regenerative abilities, physical capabilities, and energy attacks are several times stronger. They're terrifying." Having witnessed my battle with Julian, Stephanie felt a flicker of hope for the Allies' future, but her overall outlook remained grim. Berlin alone had hundreds of tank-class soldiers, led by 3 far more dangerous battleship-class leaders. Together, they could form a nearly invincible strike force. Meanwhile, the Allies had only me, a single Superman. "Understand," I replied. "Stephanie, the Prime Minister's eager to meet you, and I'm just as eager to learn the full truth behind these Aryan Supermen." Walking ahead, I left the task of cleaning up the battlefield to others. My priority was getting Stephanie back to safety. The rest wasn't my concern. As she followed behind me, her voice softened. "Thank you, Brigadier General Carver. Thank you for calling me Stephanie. It's been so long since anyone's called me that." The next day, a heavily armed squad of German soldiers arrived at the now-deserted battlefield in the forest. The Allied forces had long since withdrawn, leaving only the wreckage of war behind. General Sanctus stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression grim as he surveyed the scene. The remains of tanks, scattered limbs, and the charred scars of energy explosions painted a vivid picture of the intense battle that had taken place. "Cancel the pursuit," he ordered coldly. "Freya is gone. She's reclaimed her identity and returned to London. That damned woman." His voice was filled with frustration. The battlefield told him everything he needed to know. The Allies had put up a fierce fight, and Julian had been defeated. Muttering to himself, Sanctus said, "Could have been the Allies' Superman." He seemed to believe that the Allied forces had suffered heavy casualties to take down Julian, concluding, "So, the Allies' so-called Superman isn't as invincible as they claim." His sharp eyes scanned the battlefield, piecing together a narrative that suggested I had struggled alongside ordinary soldiers to barely overcome Julian. A blonde female adjutant, standing at his side, voiced her concern. "General, we must assume that critical technology has fallen into Allied hands. The locations of our factories may also have been compromised. We need to act quickly." Sanctus' eyes darkened. "Relocate all documents and personnel related to the Super Soldier program to the second site. Purge all the lower-class test subjects." His tone was icy, his decisions ruthless. He was determined to accelerate the program and ensure the Third Reich maintained its advantage before the Allies could develop their own super soldiers. His voice dropped to a grim murmur. "Let's hope the Führer listens to reason this time and doesn't let this fleeting victory go to his head." Sanctus had little faith in the Führer, whose penchant for micromanaging and lackluster military acumen had led to some of the Reich's greatest failures: Stalingrad, Normandy, the Ardennes offensive. The general sighed heavily. "Return to Berlin. We were so close to ruling the world. Just a little more." Several days later, in the Prime Minister's private office within London's underground war rooms, Stephanie sat across from me, dressed in a green dress and holding a leather briefcase. This time, the office felt more intimate. No senior advisors, no aides, just the 3 of us. Churchill poured Stephanie a glass of whiskey and handed it to her. "You've done well, Stephanie. You're one of MI6's finest, and I've heard much about your exploits. You've given the Allies a chance to breathe, a reprieve from the terror those monsters in Berlin have unleashed. You've pulled us back from the brink." His tone was warm, though his words carried a sharp edge as he added, "Lately, many MPs are too scared to even set foot in Parliament. They hide at home, terrified that Hitler and his demons will swoop down and hang them from the street lamps. His attempt at dark humor lightened the tension in the room. Stephanie chuckled, taking a long sip from her glass. That won't happen, Prime Minister. Those Aryan Supermen are currently limited to operating within the Third Reich's borders. I worked on the program and know their weaknesses. The tank-class soldiers have vulnerable eyes and can be dealt with using rocket launchers or anti-tank weapons. The battleship-class soldiers, on the other hand, weaken over time. Their experimental reports indicate a combat limit of approximately 8 hours. After that, they need significant rest to recover. For now, the Germans can only defend their territory. But once they've massed enough forces, the real disaster will begin. Churchill's expression was unreadable as he absorbed her words. He wasn't sure whether to feel relieved or alarmed. Turning to me, he said, "They say you personally defeated a tank-class Aryan Superman. That's given the Allies something to rally behind, a symbol of hope." The news had already begun to spread, lifting morale among the troops and countering the despair caused by the Soviet defeat. I could see where this was heading. Churchill was likely contemplating how to deploy me against the Axis super soldiers. But the idea of me single-handedly taking on hundreds of tank-class soldiers and 3 unknown battleship-class leaders was absurd. They'd bleed me dry. I wasn't about to let myself become the Allies' sacrificial pawn. Playing the role of a super soldier was one thing. Losing myself in the act was another. I turned the conversation back to Stephanie. "I assume you're holding on to more critical information. Otherwise, the Germans wouldn't have pursued you all the way from Berlin." Stephanie's expression hardened with resolve. "You're right. I can help the Allies create their own super soldiers." Her words dropped like a bombshell, plunging the room into stunned silence. After a long pause, Churchill's cigar slipped from his fingers and hit the desk with a faint thud. Stephanie opened her briefcase, revealing a stack of documents and a glass container filled with irregular crimson crystals. The vivid, translucent stones sparkled like blood-red coral. She set them on the table and said, "This is Woden's blood." I sat silently, my brow slightly furrowed, as my gaze lingered on the irregular crimson crystals. From these jagged fragments of Woden's blood, I could feel an unstable, volatile energy emanating, like a powder keg waiting to explode. It wasn't just a physical observation. It was a visceral reaction, an instinct that gripped me on a deeper, almost psychic level. This stuff was dangerous. The Prime Minister, Churchill, glanced at Stephanie with confusion, gesturing toward the crystalline substance in the glass container. "And what, exactly, is this?" he asked, a note of expectation in his voice. He had likely anticipated detailed experimental reports or technical schematics, not this ominous pile of blood-red stones. Stephanie downed another gulp of whiskey, her hand steady despite her evident fatigue. "It's the only way the Allies will ever defeat those monsters," she replied, her tone matter of fact. Her time spent undercover in Berlin had clearly taken its toll. Years of living under constant tension, buried in the heart of enemy operations, pretending to be one of them. It was no surprise she developed a drinking problem. Every day in the lion's den was a battle for survival, a performance where the stakes were life and death. She took another swig before elaborating. "The Germans call it Woden's blood. It's the key to turning ordinary people into super soldiers. These crimson crystals are a crystallized polymer formed during a specific fermentation process. Think of them as crops in a field. In other words, Woden's blood doesn't just spontaneously appear. It has to be grown, nurtured over time." The good news? Before leaving the factory, I destroyed the storage containers holding their supply of Woden's blood. Rebuilding will take the Germans a significant amount of time. The bad news? General Sanctus, who oversees the Aryan Superman program, is meticulous and cautious. I'm certain he has reserves hidden elsewhere. This damn project isn't dead yet. Churchill took a long draw from his cigar, his gaze fixed on the glass container. He was working hard to suppress his excitement, but his voice betrayed him. "And do you know how to synthesize this Woden's blood?" he asked, his tone a mix of hope and trepidation. Stephanie shook her head. "No, my role was to screen and select viable subjects for the program. The process of cultivating Woden's blood isn't overly complex. With these crystals as a starting point, Allied scientists should be able to figure it out fairly quickly." Her answer was pragmatic. Neither thrilling nor disheartening, just a blunt assessment of the situation. Churchill's eyes shifted to the other item in her briefcase, a stack of documents. "And what about this?" he asked, pointing to the tightly packed pages. Stephanie's expression turned serious as she spread the papers out on the desk. These documents outline the origins of Woden's blood and the foundation of the Aryan Superman program. The original records were kept under heavy guard in Berlin. I couldn't access them directly, but these are copies I managed to smuggle out. Both Churchill and I leaned in slightly, our attention fully captured. The sudden emergence of the Aryan Superman had left the Allies scrambling for answers. Many in Allied command had assumed the Axis had reverse-engineered Abraham Erskine's serum to create an even more powerful version of the super soldier. But as Stephanie unfolded the story, it became clear that these Aryan Supermen were something else entirely. The two projects weren't even in the same category. Erskine's serum was a product of science, while the Aryan Supermen seemed to be the result of something far more esoteric. Stephanie's voice dropped as she recounted her discoveries. Everyone knows the Führer is obsessed with mysticism and the occult, always seeking supernatural power. Hydra itself originally branched off from the Third Reich's Annenberg Institute, which was supposed to serve as an external intelligence agency. But under the Red Skull's leadership, it evolved into something else entirely, attracting fanatics and rogue scientists. Eventually, it slipped out of the Führer's control. My eyes narrowed slightly, and a faint flicker of realization crossed my mind. The origins of Woden's blood and the Aryan Superman program might be tied to Hydra's oldest, most secretive operations. The thought lingered, unresolved but tantalizing. Stephanie glanced at me, as if sensing my train of thought, before continuing. To curb the Red Skull's growing power, the Führer secretly assembled a new research team. Using blood samples left behind by the Red Skull, they sought to replicate a super soldier as powerful as Brigadier General Carver here. But the experiments were a string of catastrophic failures, and the Führer nearly abandoned the project altogether. That's when the Annenberg Institute made a breakthrough. They unearthed an ancient manuscript written in a strange, indecipherable language. After extensive study, linguists determined it was the language of an ancient extraterrestrial race. Churchill froze mid-puff, his cigar hanging loosely between his fingers. The Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, a graduate of the Royal Military Academy Sandhurst, a novelist, a future Nobel laureate in literature, and a man who would later coin the term Iron Curtain, was left momentarily speechless. His round face rested in his hand, a look of disbelief plastered across his features. "Is the world mad?" he muttered under his breath. "Or have I simply failed to keep up with the times?" I, on the other hand, remained composed. This was, after all, the Marvel Universe. Earth, Midgard, was just one piece of a much larger cosmic mosaic. Beyond our world lay Asgard, Jotunheim, and other realms of Norse mythology. Zooming out further, there were the Kree, Skrulls, and Shi'ar, the three great interstellar empires of the galaxy. And towering above them all were the Celestials, the Elders of the Universe, and the enigmatic cosmic entities. Against this backdrop, the idea of the Axis unearthing alien technology during World War II didn't sound so far-fetched. Stephanie noticed Churchill's incredulous expression and sighed. "I know it sounds like something out of Madman's Diary or a pulp novel. I thought the same at first. I assumed it was propaganda, a lie designed to turn gullible people into fanatical worshippers of the Führer. But the deeper I got into the Aryan Superman project, the more I uncovered. They really did find an ancient alien ruin. Based on their findings, it might date back to ancient Egypt." She paused, her voice dropping to a near whisper. The ruins contained records of a figure named Imhotep, a legendary Egyptian leader, warrior, and architect. According to the carvings and texts, Imhotep led the Egyptian people in a rebellion against an alien species called the Brood. These red crystals, Woden's blood, were remnants of the Brood's technology. The Brood cultivated these crystals as a kind of biological feed for their monstrous creations, using them to enhance and create terrifying war machines. Churchill's grip on reality seemed to fray further. He reached for the bottle of gin on his desk, pouring himself a glass with slightly trembling hands. One glass wasn't enough. He downed it in a single gulp, then poured another and another draining each one in quick succession. I decided to chime in, my voice calm and steady. Imhotep, if I'm not mistaken, he was a prominent figure in Egypt's third dynasty, a pharaoh, an architect, the designer of the first pyramid. Stephanie nodded solemnly. According to the murals and texts in the ruins, Imhotep was more than that. He was a brilliant leader and a fearsome warrior. Armed with a spear and a shield, he led his people to victory, driving the brood off Earth and slaughtering their war beasts. Hearing the description of a pharaoh with a spear and shield, a flash of realization lit up my mind. Imhotep, that name had been tugging at my memory, and now I understood why it sounded so familiar. This ancient Egyptian wasn't just any historical figure. He was a legendary pharaoh of the third dynasty, revered as a god of medicine and wisdom in later generations, honored with eternal worship. But his true identity? A primordial superhero. No supernatural powers, just raw physical prowess. A warrior of such overwhelming strength that he was able to lead ordinary Egyptian warriors, armed with primitive weapons, against alien invaders wielding technology far beyond Earth comprehension. It was as if a prehistoric human had taken on mammoths and saber-toothed tigers with nothing but their bare hands, and won. Imhotep was the human embodiment of the terrifying upright ape, capable of wrestling alien creatures into submission. And then there was En-Sabah-Nur, Apocalypse, the self-proclaimed first mutant. Back then, he wasn't the all-powerful figure we know today. He was just a student under Imhotep's tutelage, fighting alongside his master. Imagine that, the future godlike mutant hacking away at alien brood swarms while cheering on his teacher. The man who would one day become the ultimate mutant tyrant had once been a subordinate, learning the art of war from a mortal. I couldn't help but marvel at the sheer span of time. The scale of this, it's almost unfathomable, I thought. That the genetic and biological modifications used by Berlin to create Aryan supermen stemmed from a technology originating in that distant era made a strange sort of sense. After all, the eagle symbol used by the later Shield Brotherhood, a group founded by the likes of Da Vinci, Newton, Tesla, and Galileo, was derived from Imhotep's shield. And organizations like Shield, Hydra, and Leviathan, which emerged much later, all bore shades of their predecessors' legacy. Given the Third Reich's inheritance of Hydra's remnants, it seemed perfectly plausible that they would stumble upon the brood's bioengineering technology. Stephanie, unaware that I had pieced much of this together, adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and continued her explanation. At first, the Germans studied the ancient manuscript out of academic curiosity. But after translating the first chapter, everything changed. They realized they had uncovered a treasure trove, the key to unlocking a new era of humanity. General Sanctus reported the findings to the Führer, and the Aryan Superman project was officially launched. She took a breath and went on. 3 departments were created. The first focused on synthesizing the catalyst described in the manuscript, what they call Woden's blood. The second was tasked with screening potential subjects, identifying suitable candidates for augmentation. And the third, the largest, was dedicated to the actual process of human modification, aiming to mass-produce these super soldiers. The worst part? General Sanctus has only translated about 20% of the manuscript. Beyond the tank class and battleship class, there may be even more powerful Aryan supermen in the future. Her words hung in the air like a storm cloud, and for a moment, the room was silent. Churchill's face was a mask of concern. Even stronger Aryan supermen, he muttered, almost to himself. What's next? Aircraft carrier class. My mind wandered briefly to my own trajectory of development, wondering what class I might reach in the future. Asterisk, nuclear class, space battleship class, planet killer class, two-dimensional class. Asterisk, the possibilities were amusing, but I quickly refocused. The Aryan supermen didn't feel like a real threat to me. Not because of arrogance, but because their manufactured nature came with inherent limitations. If the brood's biotechnology had been flawless, they would have conquered Earth long ago, and the Third Reich wouldn't be inheriting their scraps. Churchill, ever the shrewd politician, homed in on the critical question. Stephanie, he said, his tone sharp, can these super soldiers grow stronger? And why hasn't the Third Reich mass-produced them yet? Mass production is impossible for now, Stephanie replied. Studies show that Woden's blood only works on about 1 in 5,000 subjects. For the rest, it's a lethal toxin. The manuscript includes a method for identifying suitable candidates, but General Sanctus hasn't been able to fully decipher it. Instead, he devised a brutal workaround. They began testing it on prisoners, Jews, and Soviet POWs. Those who survived the initial exposure had their blood extracted for further testing. This blood was then used to mark potential candidates among German soldiers, who were later recruited for the program. That's how they got their few hundred tank-class soldiers and their 3 battleship-class leaders. Churchill exhaled deeply, as if a weight had been lifted. Stephanie's destruction of the factory, combined with the time-intensive cultivation process for Woden's blood and the low success rate, meant that the Axis wouldn't be able to mass-produce these soldiers anytime soon. The Allies had been granted a reprieve. Snubbing out his half-smoked cigar, Churchill looked at me expectantly. "What do you think, Brigadier General Carver?" Stephanie's actions had leveled the playing field, but that didn't mean the Allies were now at an advantage. This war was becoming less about armies and more about elite, cutting-edge forces. Tanks and bombers had lost their decisive edge. I was the Allies' sole Superman, and while I could outmatch a tank-class soldier, I wasn't foolish enough to think I could take on hundreds of them, or worse, the battleship-class trio, by myself. I spoke with clarity and conviction. The immediate priority is to mobilize the Strategic Scientific Reserve to study the composition of Woden's blood and begin cultivating it. Using the red crystals Stephanie brought back, we can develop a screening process to identify compatible candidates among our soldiers. Those who pass can be prepared for augmentation. My proposal seemed to light a spark in both Churchill and Stephanie. It wasn't a complicated plan, but the ability to synthesize such a solution so quickly after absorbing this much information required sharp insight and rapid thinking. Churchill nodded, visibly impressed. "I'll contact Allied Command to expedite the recall of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Brigadier General, you'll lead the effort. There's no one more suited to be the Allies' savior than you." Churchill was a master of subtle manipulation. With a few carefully chosen words, he had handed me both authority and responsibility. Leading the SSR in this fight against the Axis would grant me access to top-tier resources and unparalleled strategic influence, a position with immense potential for the future. I responded earnestly. "It's an honor to contribute more to the Allies' cause. My greatest wish is for world peace. Anyone who threatens that peace is my enemy." Churchill clasped my hand with a smile. "It seems we share the same dream, Brigadier General. World peace has been my life's ambition as well." Internally, I couldn't help but smirk. World peace? Huh. The irony wasn't lost on me. This same British Prime Minister, a symbol of leadership during the war, would later be nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. And yet, so had Mussolini and the Führer. Leave it to history and the people who hand out awards to redefine the meaning of peace. The Reichstag in Berlin stood eerily quiet, its imposing structure now a symbol of the Führer's growing hubris. No longer confined to his bunker, the Führer now occupied a lavish bedroom in the heart of the capital. The Allied bombers that once roared incessantly over Berlin's skies, disrupting his sleep and forcing him to cower in fear, were no longer a threat. Dressed in a silk robe, the Führer awoke from a deep, untroubled sleep, his first in months. He stepped to the door of his luxurious quarters and opened it to find Siegfried, his most trusted Aryan Superman and the crown jewel of the Aryan Superman project. "Siegfried," the Führer said, a faint smile curling his lips, "you are the hero of the Third Reich. The most perfect Aryan specimen. My most loyal protector." With his lover, Eva, gone, the Führer now drew his sense of security from Siegfried, who stood like an unshakable pillar outside his room. No longer did he fear for his life, nor did he dread the grim prospect of Allied forces storming Berlin, dragging him to the gallows in the city square. This newfound sense of safety had given him something he hadn't felt in years, peace of mind. Yet, just hours earlier, the Führer had ordered a demonstration of Siegfried's power. To test his might, Siegfried had executed tens of thousands of captured Soviet soldiers. The air had been filled with the sound of their screams and cries, the stench of charred flesh and blood saturating the ground as Siegfried's devastating energy beams tore through their ranks. The Führer, unmoved, had watched without emotion, even savoring the macabre scene. The failed artist, rejected by art schools long ago, had regarded the carnage as a masterpiece, a symphony of colors and forms that only he could appreciate. After ringing a bell, the Führer waited only moments before his personal chef arrived with breakfast. Cutting into a tender veal steak with practiced precision, he remarked, "The French do have a knack for refinement, don't they? Their mastery of cuisine is as natural to them as raising a white flag." He chuckled at his own joke, his tone dripping with derision. Siegfried stood stiffly at attention as he delivered his report. "General Sanctus is on his way back to Berlin. He was occupied with pursuing a female scientist who defected. She was a British spy." The Führer paused, chewing methodically, then set his utensils down with an air of disappointment. "How careless of him. I had intended to commend him for his service. Sanctus could have been a hero of the Reich, like you, Siegfried, but it seems he squandered the opportunity." Berlin currently boasted 3 battleship-class Aryan Supermen. Aside from Siegfried, who served as the Führer's personal guard, the other 2 were stationed elsewhere. One, a woman named Sieglin, patrolled the flag towers that defended the city from Allied bombers. The other, Sigmund, was tasked with eradicating partisan resistance in the surrounding countryside. His efforts had already resulted in the destruction of dozens of Allied aircraft. The Führer smiled smugly, his thoughts turning to the Allied leaders. "I wonder if those cowards are trembling in fear, crying for their mothers as they realize their doom is inevitable." He believed divine providence had returned to favor the Third Reich. With this newfound power, he was already envisioning a counteroffensive, retaking Stalingrad, conquering Moscow. The humiliation of Germany's failures in the Soviet Union would finally be avenged. As he indulged in these grandiose fantasies, the bedside phone rang. Siegfried answered it, listened for a moment, then turned to the Führer. "General Sanctus has arrived. He's waiting downstairs for your audience." The Führer waved dismissively. "Have him come up. He may have failed to resolve the issue, but he's bled for the Reich and brought us miracles. I do not abandon my loyal servants." Moments later, Sanctus entered the room, his face as stern and unyielding as ever. The Führer, his hands clasped behind his back, stood barefoot on the richly patterned carpet. "You look troubled, General Sanctus," he said, his tone almost fatherly. "Your failure in security wasn't your responsibility, and you worked diligently to address it. While you didn't succeed, you needn't fear punishment. You are a hero of the Reich. You brought us the miracle weapon that saved our empire, albeit a bit late." But the Führer's tone shifted abruptly. He removed his glasses, his expression hardening as he flung a pencil onto the desk. His voice rose into a furious roar. "But you owe me an explanation, General. I've read the reports. I've spoken to Siegfried. The Aryan Superman project was completed months ago." Sanctus, unflinching, interrupted him. "In fact, it's been nearly a year, my Führer. 11 months ago, I created the first prototype Aryan Superman. Shortly thereafter, the second generation was deployed. Then came the mass production of tank-class soldiers, and finally, the 3 battleship-class units." The Führer's face turned crimson with rage. He removed and replaced his glasses repeatedly, his voice shaking with fury. "And you didn't tell me? You let the Reich crumble. Let me suffer under the Allied bombers, while you sat on this power." Sanctus remained calm, his tone measured. "I assumed the Red Skull would hold out longer. At the time, the Aryan Supermen were not ready, and deploying them prematurely would not have changed the tide of war. After the First World War, many Germans mocked the concept of tanks, calling them novelties suitable only for transporting flour. They couldn't see their true potential. Only visionaries like Guderian understood the value of coordinated tank warfare, and it was his foresight that built your Reich, my Führer. I intend to deliver you an indomitable army of super soldiers, one capable of restoring Germany's glory. But such an army must be deployed en masse to achieve victory. If I had told you earlier, forgive my bluntness, but you would have squandered them, sending them to die pointlessly in battles we couldn't win." Sanctus' blunt honesty sent the Führer into a boiling rage. He couldn't tolerate such defiance, especially when laced with thinly veiled insults. He waved his hand dismissively. Enough, General Sanctus. The Aryan Superman project is no longer under your command. You are dismissed. But Sanctus didn't move. With his hands clasped behind his back, he shook his head and said, "My Führer, why do you refuse to face your own failures? You act like a madman, ordering Siegfried to slaughter tens of thousands of Soviet POWs. All you've done is galvanize the Allies against us. No one will ever surrender to us again. You're nothing more than an Austrian peasant who rode to power on the backs of Prussian discipline and a flock of gullible fools. You've been handed the most powerful war machine in history, and your arrogance has led it to ruin. I believe in the Reich, but the Reich deserves a better leader." The Führer's face contorted into a mask of fury. He picked up his pencil, his voice eerily calm as he said, "Oh, General, I never expected this from you. What a shame. You won't live to see the Reich you dream of, nor the leader you think it needs. Siegfried, kill him." Siegfried stepped forward, his towering frame casting a shadow over Sanctus. His eyes began to glow, crackling with blue energy as he said, "As you command." But then Siegfried turned, his blazing gaze locking onto the Führer himself. With a sudden burst of light, twin beams of energy erupted from his eyes, aimed directly at the Führer. 3 days later, Colonel Phillips arrived at Bletchley Park on the outskirts of London, bringing along the Howling Commandos and other members of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. This estate used to be the Allied cryptography hub, specializing in decoding intercepted German radio transmissions. At its peak, it housed 6,000 staff members, including many of Oxford and Cambridge's top mathematicians. However, the most famous individual was undoubtedly Alan Matheson Turing, who cracked the Enigma code, earning him the posthumous title of Father of Computer Science. He also proposed the Turing test. I had met him not long ago, almost mistook him for Dr. Strange or Sherlock Holmes. As soon as Colonel Phillips entered the office, he raised his voice and barked, "I just heard that the Axis powers have unearthed ancient civilization biotechnology, prehistoric humans dabbling in science." The official Allied explanation regarding the Soviet Army's devastating defeat and the Axis so-called Aryan superhumans was that Berlin had developed brutal human modification technologies through the lance of Longinus and ancient knowledge. This sounded far more plausible than alien invasions or triumphant ancient Egyptian pharaohs. People back during World War II hadn't experienced the information overload of the Internet era. They weren't like the later generations of New Yorkers who had grown desensitized to alien beings and supervillains. The secrets of Woden's blood and the Allied super soldier program were highly classified. Besides the upper echelon of the Allies, only Stephanie, who oversaw the scientific guidance, and I were privy to them. I was chatting with Stephanie and Rogers in the office when I saw the colonel walk in, so I stood up and approached him. I had always respected my former superior. Despite his relatively modest rank, Colonel Phillips had extensive connections, well acquainted with both the Army and Navy camps. I was aware of the severe inter-branch discrimination in the U.S. military. During 18th century domestic battles, the Army stood at the top of the hierarchy. When the Air Force gained prominence in World War II, it began catching up. Later, the Navy rose to become Congress's favorite child, leading to a decline in the Army and Air Force's status, forming two major factions, Army and Navy. I still remember Cold War hawk Curtis LeMay's infamous remark, "The Soviets are our adversary, the Navy is our enemy," which speaks volumes about the intense factional conflicts. The National Guard, meanwhile, was completely sidelined, not even considered a part of the power struggle. After defeating Red Skull and crushing Hydra, I was introduced to numerous top military figures on Colonel Phillips's recommendation: Dwight Eisenhower, George Patton, Douglas MacArthur, Chester Nimitz, George Marshall, and the like. They were all keen to maintain good relations with me, the Allies' rising star. At just 20 years old, I was already a brigadier general. As long as I didn't choose the wrong side or act recklessly, my future seemed limitless. Experience, connections, and foundation could all be built over time, but youth and time were things I could never get back. To me, being young was both a disadvantage and an asset. Colonel Phillips shook his head and said, "Howard Stark has been drafted to Oak Ridge for a classified project. The Allied Command has handed over the Strategic Scientific Reserve's leadership to you, Luke. What miracle are you going to pull off for us this time? Half joking and half serious, I replied. A raid on Berlin to capture the Fuhrer alive. Wait, no, the Third Reich's leader is the Holy General now. Over the past few days, Rogers and I had discussed countless times how to swiftly end the war. The answer was to break through Berlin. The Allies couldn't afford to give the Third Reich time to catch its breath. If they managed to turn the tide with their Aryan superhumans and start mass-producing troops, victory would slip further out of reach. Colonel Phillips frowned in thought, clearly accustomed to the shock value of my words, and asked, "Are you serious?" I said, "It's a contingency plan." I called Carter, Stephanie, and Rogers to the desk. The group gathered around the long red mahogany table, which was covered with maps and classified documents. After brief introductions, I said gravely, "Steve, you've been asking me what's going on. I'm going to share top-secret information with all of you now. Berlin has created Aryan superhumans stronger than super soldiers, using technology derived from extraterrestrial beings. Thanks to Stephanie bringing back Woden's blood and copies of ancient documents from Berlin, the Allies finally have the means to counter this threat. We're working on creating superhumans as well, with the cultivation of crystals and selection of receptors proceeding simultaneously." For a moment, the office was so quiet you could hear nothing but breathing. The information I just shared was overwhelming, and they needed time to process it. Rogers pressed his lips tightly together and said, "So the war isn't over yet?" It seemed his plan to find Bucky would have to be postponed. He added, "Luke, what can I do? I might not compare to those tank class or battleship class, but I won't back down as long as I can fight." True to the spirit of Captain America, his words were firm and resolute, even earning a hint of respect from Colonel Phillips, who had never been particularly fond of him. I couldn't help but think to myself, Rogers definitely has some kind of passive leadership aura. Colonel Phillips said, "I can join the fight too. The Howling Commandos will be more than happy to work under you again." I glanced at him discreetly and thought, with his aging body, he probably wouldn't even stand up to a tank-class Aryan superhuman demonstrating their ability to tear a man apart. I shook my head and said, "No need to rush, everyone. This isn't a pre-battle mobilization. The conflict between the Allies and the Third Reich has evolved into a contest of top-tier combat power. Both Stephanie and I have seen the Aryan superhumans. They're incredibly strong, and ordinary soldiers are no match for them. Acting recklessly would only lead to unnecessary sacrifices, which isn't worth it." My words left Colonel Phillips and Rogers visibly discouraged, especially Rogers. He had always felt like he hadn't contributed much to the war effort, and now, just like in the past, he was still the one being protected. Back in the days of the Brooklyn Trio, he was the underdog. Now, nothing had changed. I shifted my tone and sternly asked Rogers, who was staring at the floor, "Steve, tell me, do you want to become stronger?" "Stronger?" The moment I said it, Rogers froze for a second and then fell silent. He was already a super soldier, built like an ox with endurance that was nothing short of extraordinary. On the battlefield, he could take on 100 enemies single-handedly, storm enemy strongholds, and carry out decapitation strikes with ease. In the future, after long-term training, he'd be the guy pulling helicopters with his bare hands, withstanding the power of the Infinity Gauntlet, and wielding Mjolnir alongside his vibranium shield to form a legendary golden combo, able to go toe-to-toe with Thanos himself. For such a formidable super soldier, he was practically a god-tier figure in the World War II era. He was probably wondering how much stronger he could even get. But reality was harsh. On the Allied side, there was me. On the enemy side, there were Aryan superhumans. Rogers had been relegated to the background. He should have been the strongest and bravest super soldier, someone who wouldn't even need to think about getting stronger. But with me and the Aryan superhumans around, the man destined to shine and become the star-spangled icon of the United States, Captain America, only managed to fulfill the latter. The military didn't value him as much as they should have, and he rarely had a chance to showcase his abilities. It was like being the background prop on stage for a star performer, there but ultimately unimportant. As a fellow super soldier, I'd lost count of how many people had asked Rogers, "Why are you so different from Luke?" They'd say things like how I could smash tanks, infiltrate Hydra's main base, and remain unscathed by energy weapons, while all he could do was throw a shield. Those doubts and comparisons never stopped and eventually became a hurdle he couldn't overcome. Over time, every time someone compared him to me, the once determined Captain America would retreat into himself. Inside, he'd constantly ask, "Am I just not good enough?" He was originally an optimistic, never-give-up kind of guy, but the gap between us was undeniable, and the rumors and criticisms found their way to him, weighing him down. Late at night, he'd often question whether Dr. Erskine had preferred me all along and if he was just some bonus addition. Or maybe I'd been given an enhanced version of the second-generation serum, while he only got the first, making it impossible for him to match me. These thoughts tortured him, keeping him awake at night. So when I asked him now if he wanted to be stronger, he nodded heavily. That single word, yes, carried all the weight of his inner desire. At this moment, he wanted to be stronger more than he had ever desired it back when he was a scrawny kid getting bullied in Brooklyn. I thought about how high the cost of cultivating Woden's blood was. Maybe that was one reason Berlin hadn't mass-produced Aryan superhumans. Aside from the technical challenges and low success rates, cost was likely another barrier. Pulling my thoughts back, I said with a serious expression, "Then you can be a candidate for the Allied Superhuman Project. But I have to warn you, this isn't like the serum injection you went through where willpower and belief could get you through it. The transformation with Woden's blood is dangerous, with an extremely low success rate. You'd have to endure multiple mutations, 3 times to reach tank class and 24 times to reach battleship class. And, as Stephanie mentioned, the transformation might severely harm your body and even shorten your lifespan. You need to think this through." I gave him a solemn reminder. Becoming superhuman wasn't something to be taken lightly. I couldn't predict where this path would lead him. Unlike his fate of being frozen for 70 years, he now had a new life. But from here on, he had to be ready to face the unknown. With a resolute look on his face, Rogers declared, "I've thought it through. That was just who he was. Once he decided on something, he never looked back." I nodded and didn't say more. This secret meeting of the Strategic Scientific Reserve lasted 2 hours. It should have ended 50 minutes earlier, but Colonel Phillips decided to say a few words, which spiraled into a long-winded discussion, dragging the conversation further and further off topic. When I gently reminded him of the time, he finally wrapped it up, albeit reluctantly, much to everyone else's relief. As the others left the office, I called out to the excited Rogers, "Steve, stay for a moment. I'd like to chat with you. Let's start with that blonde girl from the dance. Her name's Margaret, right? How's it going with her? Still keeping in touch?" I leaned back in my chair, speaking in a casual tone. Rogers scratched his head awkwardly as he sat down and said, "We've kept in touch. Everyone thought the war was about to end, so she went back to Edinburgh. She's a Scottish girl. We write letters occasionally, but, I'm not great at conversations, and I can't come up with any funny jokes. It's been a bit frustrating. The first time in love Captain America wasn't much different from an average person, probably even worse. I couldn't picture his ever-serious face saying anything romantic or cheesy. I chuckled and said, "You don't have to be witty or funny. You're not Howard Stark. Just talk about everyday life. Let her feel that you care. Steve, we're friends, and I don't want my existence to put pressure on you. I know there are rumors in the military about the super soldiers, about you and me, and they're not kind. But I've told you before, Dr. Erskine valued you more. You're not some bonus. You have qualities I lack. I'm not exactly a good person. Everything I do has a purpose, either for gain or out of personal interest. I don't show mercy to enemies, nor do I blindly sympathize with the weak. I lack the qualities of a true hero, and frankly, I'm not interested in being one. In this sense, I'm more like Howard. I prefer leading others, making the decisions." I looked at him seriously, not hiding my true nature, just as I hadn't hidden my abilities back at the Caspian training camp. If the future was to be an era of superheroes, I wanted to be a protector, a controller, a warden, not someone wearing capes or armor, running around saving cats or rescuing ships and planes. I didn't want him to risk joining the Allied Superhuman Project just to catch up to me. Rogers listened quietly, his smile fading. After a moment of silence, he said in a hoarse voice, "I have to admit, you do put a lot of pressure on me. Even though we're friends, there are times when I envy you. But it's not your fame or the admiration you get from others that I envy. What I wish for is your ability to rush to the front when people need you the most. Back in Brooklyn, when Bucky was surrounded by bullies, I was no help. I just held him back. After knowing you, everything changed. You always had a way to fix things, and over time, Bucky and I both started relying on you. Sure, I've thought about catching up to you, but that thought disappears quickly because no matter how exceptional or strong you are, you're my friend. Who gets jealous of their friend's achievements? I want to be stronger, not for glory or recognition, but so I can help when it matters. So that when you need me, I can step up and you don't have to fight alone. The office fell silent for a moment before it was filled with a burst of hearty laughter. A week later, the first batch of 321 candidates for the Woden's blood transformation was ready. All their blood reacted to the red crystals, making them candidates for the Allied Superhuman Project. They were stationed at a camp on the outskirts of London, awaiting the initial experiments. I had to admit, once the wheels of a nation's machinery started turning, the efficiency was staggering. From selecting candidates to identifying suitable receptors, everything was accomplished with astonishing speed. Strolling down the tree-lined paths of Bletchley Park, Stephanie said to me, "Brigadier General Cavill, we're now entering the transformation phase, but I'd advise you and the Allied leadership not to get your hopes too high." Not long ago, news came from the Allies that the Holy General, who had been overseeing the Aryan Superhuman Project, had turned against the Axis, eliminating the ambitious Führer. Berlin had plunged into chaos, with power struggles and purges slowing the Third Reich's progress. The Holy General was unable to capitalize on the advantage. Naturally, the Allies were delighted, eager to seize the extra time to mass-produce their superhuman army. For now, the two camps were locked in a delicate balance, as though waiting for the cool-down period on their technological advancements and troop buildups to end. Stephanie elaborated, "Creating a tank-class soldier requires at least half a month of transformation, and then several weeks of intensive training before they're battlefield-ready. Woden's blood is different from the serum. It's not an instant enhancement. There's a transition period during which the skin, muscle fibers, and cells undergo violent changes." I nodded in understanding. Unlike the Allied leadership, I wasn't in a rush to see results. After all, Berlin had spent years of research to produce just 3 battleship-class superhumans. It wasn't realistic to expect the Allies to be significantly faster. I said, "For the cultivation and research of Woden's blood, I've enlisted Dr. Arnim Zola. He's Hydra's chief scientist, known for designing energy weapons and with considerable expertise in biology. As the leader of the Strategic Scientific Reserve, I had extensive authority and resources, and recruiting the detained Dr. Zola was a relatively minor task." Stephanie raised an eyebrow. "You don't trust us?" Over the past few days, I'd embedded several individuals into the Allied Superhuman Project, including Steve Rogers as one of the first candidates and Peggy Carter as the lead in deciphering the documents. Now, I'd added Dr. Zola to the mix. I replied frankly, "It's part of the deal to rescue you." The Prime Minister promised that the technology and information regarding Woden's blood would be shared with the Strategic Scientific Reserve. I wasn't doing charity work after all. Stephanie shook her head and dropped the topic. In truth, she didn't care much about national interests. Her primary concern was defeating the Axis powers and ending the World War. Smiling, she tested me. "Brigadier General Cavill, your friend Steve Rogers has joined the program. As a super soldier, he might survive all 24 mutations to become battleship class. Aren't you tempted? With your abilities, the transformation could make you even stronger. Maybe even surpass battleship class." I shook my head firmly. I don't need to become a superhuman, because I already am. Even if I were to consider using Woden's blood to enhance myself, it would only happen after Dr. Zola's research confirmed its safety. In the world of superheroes, the poor rely on mutations, the rich rely on technology, and I rely on my cheat codes. 2 days later, at the camp on the outskirts of London, Rogers sat shirtless in a high-backed chair, wearing only a pair of shorts. His hands and feet were bound to restrict his movements. Stephanie, dressed in a white lab coat, said, "This will be painful, Captain Rogers. Considering the risks of failure, you can still back out." Taking a deep breath, Rogers replied, "I can handle it. Let's do this." The tone of their exchange felt a little off, as if they were about to engage in some risque activity. I quickly chose to ignore the unintended innuendo and instead cheered Rogers on. Steve, don't let me down. I'm counting on you to storm Berlin with me. Rogers smiled faintly and said, I'll do my best. If I don't make it, Luke, take care of Margaret for me. Make sure she's not heartbroken and finds a good man. Honestly, I've been thinking, after the war, I like to go back to Brooklyn and... Shut up. I interrupted him before he could finish. I didn't hear anything, and you're going to do those things yourself. Lines like after the war, I'll go home and get married, were practically death flags. Even though Captain America was Destiny's chosen one, who knew if my presence here would cause some butterfly effect and flap him out of existence. I didn't want the Sorcerer Supreme coming after me. Rogers gave me a wounded look. You're so heartless, Luke. Stephanie interjected. Gentlemen, are you done? I'm about to begin. She slipped on rubber gloves, retrieved a Woden's blood fragment from a glass container, and said, Good luck, Captain Rogers. Then she pressed the red crystal shard against Rogers's forehead. The crystal burned like a searing brand, sizzling against Rogers's skin as smoke rose into the air. Rogers cried out in agony, his eyes wide as the Woden's blood melted and seeped into his body. He felt as though his skin and cells were being engulfed in molten lava, his entire body radiating an intense heat. Stephanie glanced at me and said, Brigadier General Cavill, you'll need to restrain him. It was clear the current setup wasn't enough to contain a super soldier. I reassured Rogers, Steve, hang in there. If you can't fight the pain, embrace it. I moved to his side, placing my hands firmly on his convulsing body to pin him to the high-backed chair. Thankfully, the chair had been reinforced with thickened metal, or it wouldn't have withstood his struggles. Stephanie sighed. This is just the first mutation. She had seen people in Berlin unable to endure the agony, biting through their tongues, slamming into walls, or even begging the researchers to end their lives. I trust Steve will make it through, I said confidently. The Broodzer designed their war machines to take lives, not lose them. While the success rate of Woden's blood transformations was low, Captain America had survived the serum injection without any adverse effects. Just look at Red Skull's grotesque result compared to how a scrawny Brooklyn kid turned into America's posterior perfection. The difference between individuals could be greater than between man and beast. Stephanie didn't argue. Let's hope so. She believed Rogers had the potential to become battleship class. It all depended on whether he could endure the pain of the transformation. By the time Rogers endured his first mutation, night had already fallen. I lifted the tent flap at the camp and walked inside, carrying a bowl of oatmeal heavily laced with glucose. You're awake? The transformation was a success, I said as I approached. Rogers opened his eyes, his consciousness slowly returning. That was the first thing he heard. He struggled to get up from the reinforced high-back chair, rubbing his wrists where the restraints had left marks and stretching his stiff limbs. Bare-chested and clad only in shorts, he looked at me with confusion written all over his face. You sure it worked? I don't feel any different. He was used to obvious transformations. The last time, after the serum injection, he had gone from scrawny kid to a hulking super soldier in an instant, an unmistakable, dramatic change that anyone could see. This time, after enduring excruciating pain, there seemed to be no visible effect. I shrugged and handed him the bowl of oatmeal, a smirk barely hidden on my face. Stephanie said the fact you're still alive means it worked. For the next few days, you're stuck with nutrient solutions and glucose. Enjoy the high life while it lasts. Rogers frowned, but obediently spooned the bland oatmeal into his mouth. What about you? What did you eat? He asked between bites. I exaggerated a satisfied smack of my lips. Cheesesteak and roast chicken. I even turned down Stephanie's invitation to try some fine British cuisine. Instead, Carter and I went to a not-too-shabby restaurant for dinner. Hearing this, Rogers looked down at his oatmeal, the bland, glucose-heavy gruel suddenly losing what little appeal it had. He wasn't a vegetarian, and this dull, sticky mess was doing nothing for his appetite. With a serious expression, he asked, Can I eat meat? How am I supposed to replenish my strength on just this? I shook my head and explained, You've got a nutrient for coming your way shortly. In about 3 hours, you'll undergo your second mutation. Stephanie doesn't want you throwing up everything in your stomach. But if you're curious about other foods, I'd recommend Britain's signature dish, stargazy pie. One look at it, and I promise you'll think this oatmeal is a five-star meal. Rogers immediately pictured the unsettling image of fish heads and eyes poking out of pie crust, their lifeless gazes staring back. He quickly shook his head in refusal, muttering to himself that this couldn't possibly be food. It looked more like a prop from a horror film. After gulping down the rest of the oatmeal, Rogers asked, "Can I at least take a shower?" That first mutation had me sweating so much I'm practically crusted in salt. I chuckled. Shouldn't be a problem. Stephanie just said no intense physical activity and no heavy meals. Other than that, you're practically your usual self. The effects of Woden's blood won't show until after at least 3 mutations. Rogers nodded, though it was clear he only half understood. Neither of us were exactly academic types. He lacked the aptitude, and I preferred action over overthinking. Still, I couldn't help but feel that I was starting to embody the essence of a proper superhuman. Rogers stepped outside to shower, calling out over the sound of water, "How's the rest of the program going?" His status as someone Stephanie believed had battleship class potential earned him a private tent, keeping him separate from the other soldiers. I sighed and gave him the grim numbers. The first mutation eliminated 141 candidates. Nearly half died from rejection reactions, and the others either couldn't endure the pain or resorted to self-harm. The situation doesn't look good. This outcome had already crushed the Allies' optimistic dreams of mass-producing Woden's blood technology. The success rate was abysmally low, and the cost of cultivating the red crystals was astronomical, making it far from a viable solution. Even tank-class soldiers couldn't survive a direct hit from a bazooka or a sniper's bullet. Only battleship-class soldiers offered a worthwhile return on investment. It was like gambling on a 10-pull in a gotcha game. Anything less than purple or gold was a loss. The military didn't want tank class, they needed battleship class. But with odds this poor, even the luckiest players would despair. Sitting inside the tent, I estimated that if 20 candidates survived after the third mutation, it would already be a miracle. Still, these Europeans might just pull off a few surprises. As for Rogers, if he managed to endure all 24 mutations, he'd be the rarest, most golden card in the deck. With a wry smile, I called out, "So Rogers, do your best." After all, it wasn't me suffering through it. Dr. Zola had been integrated into the research team for Woden's blood, so any potential enhancements for me were a matter for the distant future. For now, I was content to let others be the guinea pigs. 3 hours later, Rogers underwent his second mutation. This time, Stephanie doubled the dose of Woden's blood, nearly sending Captain America to the afterlife. Watching his skin redden and veins bulge alarmingly, I couldn't help but think to myself, the poor rely on mutations, the rich rely on technology, and those with cheats like me don't need either. My mind wandered as I mentally cataloged all the Marvel heroes. Superman from the DC universe, I decided, had the easiest life, just suntanning his way to power. The thinking was left to Batman, the sword-swinging to Wonder Woman, and the sacrificial crises to Flash. Half-jokingly, I concluded, being a leader really is the best gig. The second mutation dragged on for over 2 hours. By the end, Rogers looked like he'd been pulled out of a pool, drenched in sweat, his massive chest heaving. The sight was, frankly, a bit much to look at. I hadn't slept all night, but it didn't bother me. I could go weeks without sleep if I wanted to. "You holding up?" I asked. Barely clinging to life, Rogers muttered, "Thinking about 22 more of these, I just want to slam my head into a wall." Pain, as categorized by the medical world, ranged from mosquito bites to childbirth, the latter being nearly unbearable. For Rogers, the agony he was enduring likely surpassed that. Even imagining 24 rounds of this was enough to make anyone's skin crawl. Hoarsely, he asked, "How many are left now?" I brought him another bowl of glucose oatmeal, sympathy in my voice as I said, "This is your breakfast." Outside the tent, the horizon was just beginning to glow faintly with the dawn. Overnight, only 82 candidates remained, those who met the criteria for the transformation. Shaking my head, I remarked, "Mass production seems nearly impossible." Thinking about it, Berlin's ability to produce 3 battleship-class soldiers in one run seemed like an extraordinary stroke of luck. Surely, the Allies, being Europeans too, wouldn't be cursed with worse fortune. As my thoughts wandered, Stephanie burst into the tent, her white lab coat flapping as she hurried in. Brigadier General Cavill, bad news. Berlin has launched an offensive. All 3 battleship-class soldiers are in action. 2 days ago, in the underground war room of Berlin's research facility, I stood with my hands clasped behind my back, staring intently at the war zone map on the wall, my brow furrowed so tightly it could wring water. After having Siegfried deal with that arrogant, blind, and utterly incompetent Führer, I had assumed the mantle of the Third Reich's new leader. The process had been anything but smooth, met with an uproar of opposition. After all, that Austrian with the little mustache had a knack for brainwashing, and he still had plenty of die-hard followers. I let out a cold laugh. A bunch of brainless sheep blindly following orders. What do they know about the future of the Empire? I turned to look at the serious man adjusting the military sand table. Thankfully, he was on my side. Otherwise, I'd be completely isolated. His name was Heinz Wilhelm Guderian, nicknamed the Eagle of the Reich, a brilliant commander rivaling the likes of Manstein and Rommel. If it weren't for him helping me stabilize the situation, this vast empire would have crumbled already. With his usual stoic expression, Guderian remarked, "I warned him long ago. Using armored forces to launch a frontal assault on the heavily fortified defenses of Kursk was an act of sheer idiocy." But the Führer loved to follow his own instincts. No strategic vision whatsoever. His military command skills were worse than his painting. I nodded in complete agreement. Once we both naively believed the Führer could lead the empire to glory. But in the end, that Austrian country bumpkin was far from capable. I said passionately, "We both want to build a stronger empire, and now the chance has come." I regarded him as an ally. His disdain for the Führer was no secret. He openly defied the Führer's orders, refusing to execute Soviet prisoners of war or massacre civilians. During the Battle of Moscow, he prioritized preserving his troops and their lives, retreating against orders from Berlin, a decision that enraged the Führer so much that he had Guderian dismissed and reassigned to the reserves. Ironically, after the disaster at Stalingrad, the self-absorbed Führer had no choice but to recall him. It was widely acknowledged that the Third Reich couldn't function without him. Humbly, I asked, "Guderian, what do you think we should do next?" While I had graduated from a military academy, my strategic vision and command abilities were miles behind his. After serious contemplation, he said in a deep voice, "The Empire is in shambles right now, and the disadvantages are hard to reverse. But fortunately, you've created 3 battleship-class Aryan superhumans. At present, they are our invincible weapons. I suggest we center our offensive operations around them, launching 3 separate attacks. Form 3 battle groups, each led by one of them, Siegfried, Sieglinde, and Sigmund." I was captivated. I'd long wanted to expand the Empire's strategic advantage, but I'd been held back by the conservative Old Guard and the Führer's diehards, giving the Allies the opportunity to develop unimpeded. Guderian, calm and wise as ever, traced over the map with his finger. "Send Sieglinde to the northwest to spearhead an assault along the Belgian coastline. The defensive line in the Ruhr area under Model has collapsed, and many of our soldiers are being held in nearby Allied camps. Once they're freed, they can reinforce our advance and disrupt the Western Ally supply lines of Belgium. Meanwhile, deploy Sigmund to the Eastern Front. The Soviets are the Empire's greatest threat. We can't allow them to regroup. Lastly, have Siegfried launch precision strikes on the Romanian oil fields in Ploiești. Regaining control of this industrial hub and its essential fuel reserves will stabilize the Empire. With the Western Allies temporarily unable to counterattack, this breathing room will allow us to clean up the mess." I valued his counsel deeply and instructed him to draft a detailed operational plan before concluding our discussion. After he left, I turned toward a side chamber and asked, "Baron, what's your take?" From the shadows emerged a sharp-eyed man wearing a monocle, his movement as precise as it was calculated. With a mocking smile tugging at his lips, he said softly, "Guderian's plan is solid, but he's overlooking one thing. The Allies have obtained Woden's blood. It won't be long before they master the technology to create Aryan superhumans of their own. The Empire doesn't have time to play the long game. We must strike first and eliminate the threat in its infancy if we are to survive." I fell silent, not offering an immediate response. I was at my core just a scientist with no experience in leading an empire. Even though the three battleship-class superhumans answered to me, relying solely on brute force to maintain control over the state was a daunting task. The conservative factions in the military, the Führer's loyalists, and the party officials would never tolerate someone like me, who rarely set foot on the battlefield, as their leader. Political maneuvering and making grand promises weren't my strengths. To stabilize the situation, I had aligned myself with Guderian, but that alone wasn't enough. I needed political backing. Naturally, I thought of Hydra. Originally, after Red Skull's defeat and the fall of its headquarters, Hydra should have been finished. But surprisingly, instead of weakening, the organization had only grown stronger. Red Skull's faction had been wiped out, but other branches stepped in to seize the resources, leaving the strategic scientific reserve with nothing but an empty shell. Hydra, far from collapsing, was thriving. The Baron crossed his legs, his tone dripping with scorn. General of the Holy Army, let me remind you, it was Hydra that cleared the obstacles for you, locking up those who opposed you. Guderian couldn't sway the conservative factions, nor could he make the military follow your commands. That was all thanks to Hydra. How much Woden's blood do you have left? That spy, Stephanie, destroyed an entire factory before escaping, killing and injuring many of the researchers. The deciphering of ancient text has also stalled. Time is not on your side. Without Hydra's support, the Third Reich will eventually be dismantled by the Allies. His words struck me like a dagger to the heart. My expression remained cold and composed, but my tone softened as I asked, Baron Strucker, what's the price? He smiled, his eyes gleaming with calculated intent. Fly the Hydra banner across the Third Reich, and create one more Aryan superhuman for us. Do that, and Hydra will be your ally. We'll help you secure your position on the throne. A flicker of caution passed through my eyes. The technology of Woden's blood was my only bargaining chip. I couldn't afford to give it up so easily. The Baron clapped his hands, and a tall man wearing a mask stepped out from the shadows. This is my newest creation, strong, unwavering, and most importantly, absolutely loyal to the Empire and Hydra. The towering figure's eyes were vacant, but as soon as he heard the command, he raised his arms high and bellowed, Hail, Hydra! Seeing the tall man obey commands like a tamed pet, Baron Strucker's face lit up with satisfaction. This was a test subject he had painstakingly acquired, shaped into an emotionless killing machine through Hydra's unique brainwashing techniques. The Baron had even prepared a secret weapon for him, and with the Aryan superhuman enhancements added to the mix, he was confident this creation would be an unprecedented super soldier. The Holy General cast a brief glance at the man before quickly looking away, letting out a cold snort. Surviving the mutation process of Woden's blood isn't that easy. The fact that he had managed to produce 3 battleship-class superhumans was nothing short of a lottery win, a fluke. There were no clear criteria for viable test subjects. Men or women, strong or frail, blonde or dark-haired. There were too many unknown factors. Strucker's eyes sharpened, and he said seriously, You don't need to worry about that. Let's get back to the real issue. Guderian's plan is solid, but he fundamentally underestimates the nature of this war. The Empire's greatest threat isn't the Allies. It's that superhuman who conquered Italy, defeated Red Skull, and turned the tide of this war into an even bigger mess. General, he is the real threat that we must eliminate immediately. The allied superhuman. The Holy General's previously relaxed expression tightened, his brows furrowing. He thought Strucker was exaggerating. The idea that one person could pose a threat to the Third Reich seemed preposterous. He straightened his back, about to boast, I have 3 battleship-class superhumans, but Strucker cut him off before he could finish. Please trust Hydra's assessment, the Baron said impatiently. He thought the Holy General was just as dismissive of unknown threats as the now-dead Führer had been. Strucker squinted and said, General, let's rewind time a bit. When did the Axis powers start to falter? Was it the defeat in North Africa, the D-Day landings of 2 million Allied troops in Normandy, or the catastrophic losses on the Eastern Front? Strucker, after absorbing part of Hydra's resources, had deployed an intelligence network to meticulously analyze the progression of the war. As a descendant of the Junker aristocracy, Strucker carried the pride of his heritage. The term Junker in German meant young lord or landowner's son, historically referring to noble heirs without knighthood. Over time, it came to denote the Prussian aristocracy and large landowners. Unlike traditional classes, the Junkers saw military service as the highest calling for their sons, adopting primogeniture, where the eldest inherited the title and estate, while the younger sons pursued military excellence to earn their own ranks. Germany's ability to launch World War II just 20 years after the end of the First was partly due to the Junker officer corps, well-educated, militarily skilled young elites with a warrior's bloodline. At the height of militarism, 1 in 28 adult Germans was a soldier, compared to 1 in 70 in France, 1 in over 80 in Britain, and 1 in 130 in Russia, the so-called nation of warriors. Germany's attempts to dominate Europe weren't blind arrogance. They had the pedigree to back it up. Yet Strucker was an anomaly among the Junkers. While most Prussian officers despised the SS, viewing them as dishonorable thugs and tools of oppression, Strucker willingly joined their ranks and became one of the Führer's trusted confidants. He cared little for military honor or noble codes. He worshipped power and subscribed to the extreme ideology of Aryan racial superiority. This made him a natural leader of one of Hydra's factions. Rubbing his bald head, Strucker said gravely, "General, let me tell you how the Third Reich began to crumble. Even with the Allies' aggressive offensives, we weren't at our worst when their forces advanced. Red Skull's energy weapons and the Valkyrie missiles still kept us in the game. But the first domino fell when Rome was captured. Sure, our Italian allies were hopelessly incompetent, but they were still useful to some extent. When Italy failed, the legend of the Allied superhuman spread across the globe, inspiring Allied troops and giving countless people hope for victory. The second domino was the fall of Klausberg Base, Hydra's first major defeat. Red Skull fled in disgrace, and the Valkyrie program was exposed. Before that, the Allies had no morale in the face of our giant tanks and energy weapons. But Luke Cavell changed all that. Red Skull's total failure and the destruction of Hydra's headquarters proved that this Allied superhuman had the power to tip the scales. The Third Reich dismissed it all as Allied propaganda to rally their soldiers, but the reality was far from exaggerated. General, think back. Who was it that saved the runaway spy Stephanie when you sent the tank-class Julian to track her down? Who cost you a loyal soldier? The holy general fell into deep thought. He still found it hard to believe that a single Allied superhuman could threaten the Third Reich. It was like a weapons inventor convinced their creation was the pinnacle of invincibility. He firmly believed that the power of Aryan superhumans was unmatched. After all, their abilities had been tested against tens of thousands of defeated Soviet troops. Conventional human weapons posed no threat to the battleship class. Even with powerful weaponry like naval artillery, hitting them was far from guaranteed. Without a new kind of weapon with widespread impact and fast shockwave dispersion, the battleship-class superhumans were exactly what their name implied: mobile, highly maneuverable, and tactically intelligent humanoid battleships. After a prolonged silence, the Holy General finally said, "Baron, even if what you say is true and this young Allied Brigadier General is the Empire's greatest threat, he's still just one man." He raised Luke Cavell's threat level by 2 notches but remained unconvinced, putting all his faith in the power of his 3 battleship-class superhumans. Strucker clapped his hands once, his excitement palpable. "Exactly. The Allies have just 1 superhuman. We have 3, plus hundreds of tank-class soldiers. That's why we have a chance to eliminate this threat in advance." The Holy General's brow furrowed even deeper. "You're suggesting we set a trap to ambush the Allied superhuman?" "Precisely. We strike before the Allies can create more superhumans. Kill Luke Cavell, and then unleash the 3 battleship-class superhumans on London, striking at the heart of the Allied command. What their superhuman can do, ours can do better. We'll take London, then New York, and send every resistor and opponent straight to hell." Strucker was so fired up he seemed to already see victory, his voice rising with fervor. "When that happens, nothing will stand in the way of the Empire." The Holy General hesitated. "But Guderian said the battleship-class superhumans are critical strategic weapons. We can't afford to lose them." At the end of the day, he wasn't a politician or a military leader. Most of his time had been spent in laboratories, poring over scientific texts. Sitting in the Führer's chair had only made him realize how inadequate he was for the role. Fortunately, unlike his predecessor, he was open to advice. Both Guderian and Strucker had valid points. Strucker's eyes gleamed as he smiled and said, "You misunderstand me, General. The Empire's operational plans should still follow Guderian's strategy, but we can make some adjustments to the details. General, everything we do is for the Empire." The Holy General stared at the map on the wall, studying the shrinking borders of the Empire. Doubt began to creep into his mind. After a long pause, he finally said, "Let me think it over." At a campsite on the outskirts of London, a group of men as massive as mountains were wrestling, their sheer physicality setting a scene brimming with a philosophical intensity. I stood with Dr. Zola on a nearby hillside, watching these successfully enhanced soldiers. Their height and physiques had undergone dramatic changes. Each man now stood over 2 meters tall, their powerful frames clad in tight white t-shirts stretched to the brink by bulging muscles. I couldn't help but think that one wrong move might cause their shirts to burst apart in an impromptu wardrobe malfunction show. The Allied Super Soldier program had been running for a week now. Of the 300 initial candidates, only 26 survived the 3 rounds of mutations. And among these, only one, Captain America, had endured the full 24 stages to achieve the battleship class transformation. Stephanie once remarked, "Captain Rogers is the most resilient and strong-willed test subject I've ever encountered." But even for those who survived the mutations, the battlefield was still far out of reach. Just yesterday, one of the soldiers, consumed with a sense of newfound invincibility, attempted to lift a jeep at the camp. The result? His skin tore, his bones shattered, and the jeep crushed him into a bloody pulp. Stephanie explained that these soldiers were akin to unfinished airplanes. Forcing them into action would only end in catastrophic failure. They required rigorous training and adaptation before they could truly become tank-class or battleship-class warriors. As I stared off into the distance, lost in thought, I asked Dr. Zola, "You've been studying Warden's blood for some time now. How much progress have you made understanding the composition of those red crystals and the principles behind their ability to transform the human body?" The Allied command had recently sent word that Berlin had deployed 3 battleship-class soldiers, each leading a combat group. No one on the front lines could stand against them. The Zygmunt combat group was advancing eastward, and despite the Soviet forces' fierce resistance, their heavy losses forced them to retreat. The Siegfried Combat Group had retaken Ploiești, securing the Third Reich's oil supply and reigniting the Axis powers' hopes of resurgence. Meanwhile, the Ziegland Combat Group rampaged through Free France, pushing towards Paris. De Gaulle had broadcast a speech calling for resistance to liberate France, but the Allies' situation was grim, suffering defeat after defeat. I guess it wouldn't be long before the Allies came begging me to return to the field. Pretty words wouldn't be enough this time. If Berlin's battleship class keeps advancing like this, London might as well just surrender. Like an overworked intern reporting to their boss, Dr. Zola respectfully replied, "Brigadier, the composition of the red crystals is peculiar, and it's not something that can be fully analyzed in a short time. The synthesis process is straightforward, but the yield is low, requiring approximately 6 months to cultivate. The crystals stimulate human cells and catalyze growth, but the process is brutal, causing immense pain to the test subjects. For you, however, Warden's blood is almost negligible in its impact. Ordinary people are like a bowl, Captain Rogers and his kind of super soldiers are like barrels, and you, Brigadier, are the ocean. The first 2 can expand in capacity under external forces, but you don't need such measures at all." I quite enjoyed this bit of flattery, thinking to myself that Hydra's chief scientist had serious potential as an employee of the year. He had a way with words, was efficient in his work, and was clearly worth keeping close. Dr. Zola continued, "Brigadier, I've made another discovery. I've deciphered parts of the ancient texts brought by Ms. Stephanie, and, cross-referencing them with Berlin's 3 battleship-class soldiers, I've developed a bold hypothesis. The true purpose of Warden's blood might not be to strengthen the body, but to modify cells, creating a highly efficient energy storage system. That's why Berlin's Aryan super soldiers can discharge energy attacks from their eyes. However, their cells' energy conversion rate is low. Their absorption can't keep up with their output. Even the battleship-class soldiers can only fight for 8 hours at a time. I nodded, satisfied with his line of reasoning, and asked him gently if he were to shift focus away from simply strengthening the body and towards improving the energy conversion rate of the cells. Could you make it work? For a while now, I've been toying with the idea of developing heat vision abilities for superhumans, and Warden's blood seemed like just the thing to make it happen. Harnessing external power was, after all, a perfectly viable strategy. Dr. Zola thought for a moment before nodding. It's feasible, he replied. With the help of the ancient texts, achieving your request shouldn't be too difficult. However, he hesitated before cautioning me. Brigadier, the stimulation from Warden's blood has side effects. It shortens the subject's lifespan. The more they use their abilities, the greater the impact. The ancient brood swarm developed this technology to create war machines, not perfect superhuman species. Flaws are to be expected. I listened without much reaction. After all, I didn't even know how long Kryptonians' natural lifespans were. Surely, it wouldn't be shorter than the millennia-long lives of the Asgardians. A few decades might seem like a lifetime to humans, but to other species, it was trivial. I mused to myself, if a Kryptonian were to lie low, they could probably live until Earth itself exploded. But then I remembered that Earth might be the heart of one of the 5 cosmic entities, eternity. If that were the case, an explosion seemed rather unlikely. Still, I couldn't help but feel that for someone like Rogers, an ordinary human, accepting the Warden's blood enhancements and a shortened lifespan that came with it was a heavy price to pay. I had even warned him about it before he joined the program, but he hadn't backed down. Pushing aside my stray thoughts, I said coolly, I want to see results soon. Time was running out, for both the Allies and for me. At the temporary headquarters of the Strategic Scientific Reserve in Bletchley Park, Carter, dressed in her civilian military uniform, held 2 telegrams in her hand. The sound of her low-heeled shoes tapping against the wooden staircase echoed softly, click-clack, click-clack. As soon as she pushed open the door, she heard my lazy voice. Let me guess, the Allies want me to lead a team to Paris to stop Zieglin's advance? I seem to recall the Prime Minister saying just 2 days ago that the Allies could hold the line and that we shouldn't feel any pressure. I was sitting by the window, my long legs propped up on the windowsill as the chair wobbled precariously, balancing on its back legs. The afternoon sunlight poured over me, warm and drowsy, as if I were soaking in a heated pool. I felt utterly languid. Carter looked a bit surprised. You could hear me talking downstairs? She asked. She tucked one of the telegrams away, realizing I had guessed its contents entirely. The Allies couldn't hold out any longer and were planning to send their super soldiers to give the Germans a taste of their own medicine. Who could have predicted that the Third Reich, fresh off a ceasefire, would launch an offensive so quickly? General Sanctus had reorganized their forces at a speed that caught the Allied leadership off guard. And the other telegram? I asked. Carter hid it behind her back, as if guarding it from my prying eyes. Without opening mine, I said, It's a commendation from the President. The Allies have been celebrating my victory over Berlin's tank-class soldiers. If I weren't stuck here in London, the President would have probably promoted me to Major General by now. The Allies desperately needed victories to boost morale and powerful warriors to halt the Third Reich's advance. Naturally, the best candidate was the young Brigadier General basking in sunlight. The White House clearly wanted to win me over, lest Britain steal an opportunity to strengthen its influence. Carter's surprise deepened. You're spot on, she said. The second telegram was indeed from the White House. I smirked. Peggy, I have many talents you're not aware of. Stretching lazily, I got up from my chair and said, I should go check in on Steve. Let's hope he's adapting well to his enhanced body. He needs to be ready to join me on the battlefield. After some training, the tank-class soldiers had reached combat readiness, but battleship-class, Rogers was still undergoing tests, and his deployment remained uncertain. Carter blinked and hesitated before saying, I just spoke with Colonel Phillips. He's a bit concerned about you. With the Allies creating new super soldiers, your position might not be as secure as it once was. My gaze shifted slightly, but I betrayed no visible emotion. The Prime Minister and the President had treated me well, but that was a wartime necessity. Once the war ended, the title of war hero wouldn't carry much weight. But I had planned for this long ago. Through connections like Colonel Phillips, I had established ties with influential figures in the military. With my abilities, landing a role with real authority wouldn't be an issue. I'd already decided. Once the war ended, I'd restructure the Strategic Scientific Reserve and bring it under my command. After all, this organization would eventually become SHIELD, with immense potential for future growth. As for those super soldiers created by experimental serums, with a success rate of 1 in 5,000, exorbitant production costs, and the side effects of shortened lifespans, they were destined for limited use. The military wanted mass-producible weapons. Warden's blood was like Tony Stark's Iron Man suits. Impressive but impractical for widespread deployment. I smiled confidently. No one can threaten my position, Peggy. I would ensure the Allies understood the vast difference between a true superhuman and the rest. Carter shrugged. That's just so you, Luke. Within the Strategic Scientific Reserve, the phrase, "You can always count on Brigadier General Cavill," had become something of a mantra. To many, I was a living legend, one who seemed to conjure miracles at will. Anything I said was taken as gospel. The team had even gotten used to my nonchalant phrase, "Just basic stuff? No need to be surprised." It had become so popular that whenever something unexpected happened, people would calmly say it was just basic stuff. At an army camp on the outskirts of London, a deafening boom echoed across the field. Blinding white energy erupted like spherical lightning, radiating rings of light. A Churchill infantry tank, as if struck by a barrage of landmines, was flipped over, its thick steel hull shattered. Flames shot up into the sky, and after a violent explosion, only a burning wreckage remained. Standing not far from the scene, I chuckled. Is this the power of a super soldier after another round of enhancements? I watched as Captain America hurled his shield with tremendous force, the air splitting with a sharp whistle. The incoming shell from another tank was deflected mid-air. Rogers sprinted forward, leaping to catch his vibranium shield, and with a powerful swing, he smashed the tank's cannon barrel in half. Stephanie, standing with her arms crossed, looked at Captain America with satisfaction. Exactly. This is what a battleship-class soldier can do. I focused on further enhancing Rogers' physical attributes while reducing his energy attack capabilities. This should significantly improve his battlefield survival rate. Even a direct hit from naval artillery might not kill him. I couldn't help but twitch the corner of my mouth. So they were essentially training Rogers to be a walking tank, a damaged sponge with the thickest armor imaginable. It suited him, though. After all, he'd taken countless beatings throughout his life and always emerged relatively unscathed. Stephanie adjusted her glasses and added, "The same logic applies to the tank-class soldiers. I made them true to their name, practically indestructible tanks." The Allies didn't have as many super soldiers as Berlin, so they had to adopt a defensive strategy to hold the line as long as possible. I nodded and walked over to Rogers, who had just flipped 2 tanks. Grinning, I asked, "So, Steve, how's it feel to be a superhuman?" Rogers beamed with excitement. "I've never felt better." He described the overwhelming strength coursing through him as if a dam had burst, releasing a flood of power. I couldn't resist glancing at him and remarked, "Your pectoral muscles are definitely more pronounced now." It wasn't that I had any inappropriate thoughts about him. It was just impossible not to notice those ridiculously prominent muscles. Rogers looked a bit deflated. "That's all you noticed?" "I just flipped 2 tanks." Feigning seriousness, I replied, "What else is new? I've been punching tanks and kicking truck for ages. That's nothing special." I patted him on the shoulder. "You've still got a long way to go, kid. The current enemy might be the Third Reich super soldiers, but in the future, we could face alien races, dimensional demons, or even cosmic overlords. A vibranium shield won't solve everything." Gazing at the burning wreckage of the tanks, I spoke softly, "Steve, get ready for the fight ahead. We're heading to Paris." I stood atop the Arc de Triomphe in the Place de l'Étoile, overlooking Paris, which now lay silent and empty. My battle group, centered around me, had taken the city without breaking a sweat. Ever since we broke through the Allied defensive lines, we hadn't encountered any meaningful resistance. Ordinary troops and scattered resistance forces were nothing more than helpless children before me. Even the Allies' bazookas and tank barges proved utterly useless. Down below, a high-ranking officer wearing a Hydra armband shouted, "Berlin has sent a telegram. The bombing will begin in 1 hour." His cold, harsh voice echoed across the empty plaza. I gazed at the eerily quiet city, my brows furrowed. I couldn't understand why the general had ordered me to occupy such a lifeless city. Paris had already fallen once before. Even if the Allies managed to reclaim it, it held little strategic value now. Back in 1940, during the Third Reich's blitzkrieg through the Low Countries of Western Europe, Belgium, the Netherlands, and Luxembourg had surrendered in quick succession. France, after the German forces bypassed the Maginot Line and swept south, gave up resistance entirely. Paris became an open city, its government fleeing in advance, with 2 million Parisians following suit. They claimed that continuing to fight would reduce Paris to rubble, and that surrender was necessary to preserve civilization and protect lives and property. The logic was laughable. The Allies had truly inherited a precious ally. At the time, France was touted as the strongest land army in the world, boasting over 10,000 heavy-caliber artillery pieces, more than 2 million infantry, and over 3,000 tanks. Yet it capitulated in just 40 days. Compared to Poland, Greece, or Norway, it was downright embarrassing. Unsurprisingly, French surrender jokes have become a trend ever since, with quips like "No one can occupy Paris before the French surrender," "The French salute involves raising both hands above their heads," and "Only short men and women can save France." Crossing my arms, I muttered, "I really don't get it. Why does the general want me to take this empty city? Paris has no value anymore. After all, I was one of Berlin's battleship-class superhumans, the pinnacle of Aryan superiority. My golden blonde hair, braided and draped over my shoulder, symbolized the pride of my bloodline. Standing nearly 2 meters tall with an athletic, powerful physique, I exuded an aura of overwhelming strength. Below me stood 34 tank-class soldiers, originally a group of 40. 6 had fallen to tank shells, sniper fire, and rocket attacks. They were stationed around the Arc de Triomphe, keeping watch. It was this very unit that had torn through the Free French Allied lines, advancing all the way to Paris and sending the Allied leadership into a panic. The high-ranking officer below tilted his head back and shouted, "This is General Guderian's operational plan. In 1 hour, Paris will burn." Earlier this morning, the Third Reich had issued a public ultimatum to the Allies: withdraw to their home countries and surrender, or London and New York would suffer the same fate as Paris. I narrowed my eyes, leapt lightly off the Arc de Triomphe, and landed smoothly on the ground 50 meters below. The impact didn't faze me. I bent my knees slightly to absorb the momentum and then walked straight up to the officer, staring down at him. I was a full head taller. I asked, "Tell me, what surprise has Hydra prepared for the Allies?" His voice was low and steady. "You don't need to know, Frau Claudia. You are a weapon of the Third Reich. Your task is to follow orders." My brow arched, and my braid swung slightly as I moved. "I'm called Ziegland," I corrected him. He started to say something about how General Sanctus had named us, but I cut him off. Reaching out, I grabbed him by the throat and lifted him off the ground like a child picking up a chick. "I am Ziegland," I reiterated, my voice sharp and commanding. "The Valkyrie of the Reich. That is the honor given to me by the general. When I ask a question, you answer it. No nonsense. Casualties are common on the battlefield." The white-hot energy coursing through me crackled like electricity. For a moment, I was tempted to char this arrogant coward into ash. His resolve crumbled under my threat. Trembling, he confessed, "General Sanctus has designated Paris as the final battleground. It's a diversion to draw the Allies' attention and force them to counterattack, deploying their immature super soldiers." I released him, letting him collapse to the ground, trembling. My mind raced. The final battleground. Could that Allied super soldier show up here? Asterisk, asterisk, all 3 of us battleship-class soldiers were curious about him. He had been hailed by Roosevelt and Churchill as a legendary war hero. If I could capture him, or better yet, take his head, it would deal a crushing blow to Allied morale. This victory will be mine, I thought to myself. Both Siegmund and I had been frustrated by Siegfried receiving a medal directly from the Führer. General Sanctus had been preoccupied stabilizing the situation in Berlin, leaving us neglected. But we Aryan superhumans deserved medals too, not just to be paraded around as propaganda for the Axis powers. I eagerly anticipated the arrival of the Allied super soldier. If I could claim this glory, perhaps I'd finally earn an Iron Cross medal of my own. That way, I wouldn't have to listen to Siegfried endlessly bragging about the Knight's Cross he'd received posthumously for some fallen comrade. 40 minutes later, I suddenly looked up, my piercing gaze fixed on the horizon. Against the pitch-black night sky, several transport planes appeared to be approaching. Their silhouettes were faint, but the flags of the Allies were unmistakable. The transport planes descended lower, and soldiers with parachute packs were dropped one after another, like dumplings falling into boiling water. Soon, the night sky bloomed with countless parachutes forming little flowers. The Allied planes dared not approach the place de l'Etoile, as the Third Reich's Aryan superhumans had already proven their deadly anti-air capabilities through countless down bombers. I landed near the Champs-Élysées, a place that in later years would become a shopping paradise, filled with luxury boutiques and high-end restaurants. But now it was in ruins. After Paris fell, the streets became lined with Third Reich flags and recruitment posters for reserve forces. I turned to Rogers and said, "Steve, stay alert for any potential tank-class soldiers." Rogers stood beside me in his star-spangled uniform, his iconic shield strapped to his back, wearing metallic helmet reminiscent of a pilot's gear. Around him were 28 heavily armed, battle-hardened tank-class soldiers, including Rogers, who was battleship class, and myself, with my unknown level of power. This was an all-out deployment. Our goal was clear: eliminate Ziegland and sever one of the Third Reich's most dangerous arms. I reminded him, don't blindly trust Allied intelligence. Dr. Erskine was assassinated right inside the Brooklyn military base. When it comes to infiltration, espionage, and assassination, the Strategic Scientific Reserve is no match for Hydra. Why would Berlin retake Paris? The city holds little strategic value. Deploying Aryan superhumans deep into Allied territory is less effective than having Ziegland break through our front lines. Guderian wouldn't act without reason, and Allied command suspects Berlin is orchestrating a massive conspiracy. Rogers scratched his head, looking a little puzzled. Perhaps due to the Warden's blood enhancements, all his stat points seemed to have gone into strength, leaving his leadership and strategic thinking somewhat lacking. I didn't elaborate further, instead issuing orders. Our target is the Arc de Triomphe at the Place de l'Etoile. Split into teams of 6 and advance quickly. The Allies had limited knowledge of the Third Reich's Aryan superhumans. Most of the Strategic Scientific Reserve's intelligence came from Stephanie, and all we knew was that tank-class soldiers were impervious to conventional weapons, with their primary vulnerability being the eyes. As for battleship-class soldiers, only naval artillery or wide-scale firepower could inflict damage. Beyond that, we had nothing. Even with Rogers as a reference point, formulating an effective battle plan was nearly impossible. Both the British Prime Minister and the White House had pinned their hopes on me, praying I could once again pull off a miracle to save the world. Before we moved out, I addressed the group sternly. We're outnumbered, so don't scatter. Maintain formation and advance steadily. If you encounter Ziegland, retreat immediately and leave her to Steve and me. According to Stephanie, against her, tank-class soldiers are like newborns. The hulking brutes of the Colossus unit all nodded in agreement. After spending several days with them, I'd earned their respect, though perhaps it was more accurate to say I'd beaten it into them. My persuasive methods were not something everyone could endure. Meanwhile, a few blocks away, Baron Strucker appeared through binoculars at the Arc de Triomphe. Behind him, a man wearing an unusual mask spoke in a muffled, gravelly voice. "I don't understand. Why are you so fixated on Luke Cavil? What's so special about him?" Baron Strucker lowered the binoculars and turned around. "Zemo, you don't get it. After absorbing part of Red Skull's forces, I learned some of Hydra's deeper secrets. Dr. Erskine's serum created the first generation of super soldiers. Steve Rogers and Luke Cavil represent the second generation. But doesn't it strike you as odd that the same serum produced 3 vastly different super soldiers?" The masked man, addressed as Zemo, fell into contemplative silence. He was Heinrich Zemo, the first Baron Zemo, a staunch supporter of the Third Reich who later joined Hydra. Strucker's eyes narrowed as he analyzed further. I suspect Erskine concealed other technologies. He was once a member of the Anambia Institute, and Hydra's very name and history trace back to there. Many believe Red Skull is Hydra's leader, but in truth, he merely inherited one faction. Madam Viper and I preferred to work in the shadows, which is why he got all the attention. The first Baron Zemo nodded slightly. Hydra's history was indeed ancient, rumored to date back to the Mayan civilization. The Anambia Institute had been established by the Führer to study the occult, focusing on uncovering mythological relics. The Spear of Longinus and the Warden's Blood modification technology were among its most significant discoveries. Dr. Erskine had once been a member of that institute and had even participated in Hydra's excavation projects. "What do you think he's hiding?" Zemo asked, frowning. Strucker's voice was firm. "Inhumans. I've investigated Luke Cavill, and his abilities far surpass those of a typical super soldier. Do you remember Hydra's history? Our ultimate goal is to bring back the god who is exiled. I suspect Luke carries Inhuman blood. Otherwise, how do you explain why Erskine chose him? Before the serum, he and Steve were just ordinary guys from Brooklyn. If I knew about this wild theory, I'd probably laugh until I couldn't breathe." Zemo quickly caught on to Strucker's train of thought. "You want to use Sanctus and the Aryan superhumans to subdue Luke Cavill and offer him as a sacrifice for the Farstar Project, don't you?" The Farstar Project referred to using the Blackstone Gateway unearthed by the Anambia Institute to send offerings to the exiled Inhuman God. No one knew what lay on the other side of the portal, but the Inhuman God was said to be waiting to be brought back. Clapping his hands, Zemo remarked, "Interesting idea. But what if Luke isn't of Inhuman blood? Or what if Ziegland isn't his match?" Strucker, exuding the confidence of a master manipulator, smiled. "It doesn't matter. While clearing obstacles for the Third Reich, I'll also confirm my theory. Besides, do you really think Paris has only one battleship-class soldier? There are two more Aryan superhumans like Ziegland, and they're on their way here as we speak." Asterisk boom. Asterisk blinding white energy poured down like lightning onto an allied tank-class soldier. His shoulder was struck as if by a cannon shell, tearing off a large chunk of flesh to expose raw, white bone beneath. A grotesque sight. Yet the soldier didn't fall. Like a raging bull, he charged forward at his enemy. Thud! The two figures tumbled to the ground, grappling fiercely. The allied tank-class soldier, tougher and more resilient than his Third Reich counterpart, managed to endure the assault. Wrapping his arms around the enemy's waist, he pinned him down as one of his teammates rushed in, grabbed the German soldier's neck, and twisted it sharply. The sickening crack of a snapping spine echoed, like a ripe fruit torn from a branch. Blood sprayed like a fountain, and the enemy's massive body collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. The battle had erupted 5 minutes ago. Ziegland's combat group, organized into teams of 3, had clashed with the 6-man squads of Allied soldiers in a critical street leading to the Arc de Triomphe. The skirmish was instantaneous and brutal. The Allied enhancements focused on creating heavily armored warriors, prioritizing physical durability and defense. This, however, came at the expense of energy-based attacks, which were weaker and less lethal. By contrast, the Third Reich's tank-class soldiers possessed a more balanced skill set. Having had time to master their abilities, they were overall more formidable. To compensate, I had arranged for the Allied soldiers to operate in 6-man teams, avoiding one-on-one combat whenever possible. Boom, boom, boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as the remaining 2 tank-class soldiers unleashed a combined energy attack. Blinding light engulfed the street, and a violent shockwave, like a hurricane, tore through the area, toppling streetlights. The terrifying energy surge poured out like a deadly electric torrent. The Allied soldier who had just snapped the neck of his enemy couldn't evade in time, and was caught in the blast. No amount of toughness could shield him from the searing attack, which stripped flesh from bone in an instant, leaving only a charred skeleton behind. "Fall back!" the squad leader shouted, retreating to avoid further casualties. Their strength lay in numbers and defense. They could grind down the Third Reich soldiers in prolonged combat. But engaging in an energy duel was a losing proposition. That's where my strategy came in, fight dirty, gang up on them when needed, and retreat when the situation turned against us. As I told them, when dealing with Nazis, throw the rulebook out the window. But I also emphasized the importance of strategic retreats. Reckless charges were pointless sacrifices. I'll cover you. Before the squad could fully retreat, a tall figure clad in a star-spangled uniform appeared behind them. "Follow me," Rogers barked, holding his vibranium shield in front of him like a Spartan warrior defending the hot gates. The devastating energy beams struck the shield, but it remained unscathed. Luke was right, Rogers muttered under his breath. With the shield up, the enemy's attacks all focus on one point, so they can't hit my vitals. Shield raised, Rogers charged through the combined energy blast of the two tank-class soldiers. Closing the gap in a single burst of speed, he swung the shield in a powerful upward arc, like a devastating uppercut, sending one enemy flying. He followed up with a brutal kick to the second soldier, whose body curled up like a crushed lobster as he crashed into a glass storefront. "Stick to the plan, don't split up, head to the next street, and regroup with the others," Rogers called out, turning back to address the squad after dispatching the two enemies with ease. The Allied soldiers nodded, retreating from the street in an orderly fashion. Their strategy was to advance in six-man teams, forming a surrounding net as they pushed toward the Arc de Triomphe. "Incoming," someone shouted, pointing to three silhouettes in German uniforms rapidly approaching from a distance. "I've got this," Rogers grinned, gripping his vibranium shield tightly. His eyes flared with a blazing, white-hot energy. "Hope Steve's doing all right," I muttered to myself. He better not run into Ziegland. That German broad's no joke. I strolled down a wide street leading toward the place de l'Etoile, eager to see for myself just how strong a battleship-class soldier could be. Unlike the other Allied soldiers, I moved alone. Rogers, acting as a roving striker, was busy taking down tank-class German soldiers to help form the encirclement. Allied Command's plan hinged on using our numerical advantage to corner Ziegland. With Rogers in the mix, they believed we might actually take her down. As for me, they saw my primary role as a commander. Fighting a battleship class directly wasn't deemed realistic. Of course, I had other plans. Looks like I've got company. I came to a halt, my steps slowing as the air around me grew tense. My battle instinct sharpened, and I detected a powerful heartbeat, steady and rhythmic, like the deep pounding of war drums. "Ziegland," I murmured, spotting a lithe figure emerging under the night sky at the end of the street. Her slim yet muscular frame was accentuated by a fitted German uniform, her exaggerated curves undeniable. Her golden braids swayed as if defying gravity. An Allied superhuman, Ziegland's voice was hoarse yet sharp, her piercing gaze locking onto me. I expected someone older. "You look like a Boy Scout." A guy named Julian said something similar. I replied, a smirk curling at my lips. "He's dead now." I wasn't the least bit nervous. The life force radiating from her was immense, like a roaring inferno. This was someone worth fighting. "Just so we're clear," I said, my tone casual but firm, "I'm not the type to go easy on women. But on the battlefield, none of that matters, right?" With deliberate, heavy steps, I advanced toward her, each one causing the ground beneath me to tremble slightly and crack. It was as if I were gathering power with every move. "I hope you don't start crying like a girl later, Brigadier," Ziegland taunted, her eyes glowing white-hot as spheres of energy formed at her palms. She hurled a blinding ball of electricity at me, its sheer force sending ripples through the air. I sidestepped the attack, letting the destructive energy crash into the street behind me, unleashing a torrent of heat and wind that swept through the night. "About as strong as a rocket launcher," I noted, assessing the damage. "Not enough to kill me." With that, I surged forward, my body a blur of motion as my dark red cape whipped violently behind me. A shockwave followed in my wake as I closed the distance. My right fist clenched tightly, muscles coiling like steel cables, emitting faint crackling sounds. This was a punch that could pierce a tank, and I aimed it squarely at her face. "Impressive strength. I like the muscle-bound type," Ziegland sneered, catching the trajectory of my attack. Unlike the tank class, Julian, who had been too defensive, she stepped forward boldly, her hand snapping up to intercept my punch. Clang! The impact resonated like the clash of metal. My devastating power surged into her palm, causing her to stagger. The sleeve of her German uniform shredded into tatters, and the ground beneath her feet caved in, forming a small crater as dust billowed around us. My turn. Ziegland grinned, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Blocking my punch had clearly taken its toll, but she didn't hesitate. She launched a lightning-fast knee strike, her attack as sharp and deadly as a bullet. Not bad, I muttered, my eyes narrowing as I anticipated the move. Instinctively, I blocked, though the force left my arm numb. I wasn't about to show mercy. Grabbing her wrist, I twisted my body and executed a textbook over-the-shoulder throw, slamming her into the ground with all my might. Boom! Chunks of concrete exploded outward like shrapnel as Ziegland's body embedded itself deep into the pavement, leaving a human-shaped crater in the middle of the road. I faced off against Ziegland, and in her heart, she was thinking, what incredible strength, what sharp combat instincts. She had never lost in sparring matches against two other battleship-class opponents simultaneously, yet against me, she was completely outmatched. Not only did I possess overwhelming strength, but I could also predict her attacks. Inwardly, I mused the martial arts master skill card from Deathstroke is proving to be quite handy. Looking down at her as she lay in a human-shaped crater, I didn't waste words. Lifting my foot, I stomped down heavily. On the battlefield, there's no distinction between genders. Showing mercy to your enemy is tantamount to harming yourself and your comrades. With a resounding thud, my foot came down. She crossed her arms to protect her chest, but the sharp crack that followed signaled her arms breaking as if struck by an iron warhammer. The agony contorted her face, and her eyes filled with a fiery energy. Around her, glowing halos pulsed and erupted, unleashing terrifying energy that surged outward. The entire street seemed to detonate like a massive stockpile of explosives, with shockwaves and hurricanes ravaging the surroundings. Bricks and debris flew in all directions, leaving the ground riddled with shattered craters. I couldn't avoid being affected. Despite having the Deathstroke martial arts master skill card and excellent combat awareness, there was little I could do against such a large-scale energy attack. It felt as if I were caught in a violent vortex, repeatedly struck by the shockwaves. As I broke free, I touched the cut on the right side of my cheek, using my supervision to pierce through the swirling smoke. I saw her struggling to rise. Her arms hung limply by her sides, her uniform tattered and torn, exposing her fair skin. She looked at me with a heavy, serious expression in her eyes. Coughing, her lips stained with blood, she said, "I heard you were just a super soldier, but you're stronger than any Aryan Superman I've ever seen. It's unbelievable." I smiled at the compliment. Only realizing it now, isn't it a bit too late? She was indeed formidable. But with the Deathstroke skill card in my arsenal, my superhero template combined with Deathstroke combat abilities wasn't a simple case of 1+1. Her voice was raspy as she replied, "No, it's not too late at all. I used to look down on Hydra, but now I must admit, they had vision." She took a few steps back, her gaze lifting to the night sky, where the roar of German bombers echoed ominously. "Bury me along with you here, and the Third Reich will have nothing standing in its way." Elsewhere, Rogers was leading Allied soldiers in clearing out tank-class enemies when he suddenly looked up to see dozens of Stuka bombers diving down. A soldier, shocked, exclaimed, "Stuka bombers, the screaming death." They were built like tanks, lacking any means of long-range attack, making it nearly impossible to threaten the bombers unless someone of battleship class intervened. Everyone turned to look at Rogers. Taking a deep breath, he said, "I'll give it a shot." His eyes flared with energy, launching light spheres at the planes. The bombers ascended to dodge, and the collision of the energy spheres created shockwaves that nearly toppled one of the aircraft. Realizing he needed higher ground, Rogers thought of the Eiffel Tower and sprinted toward it. He was worried about my side of things. Surely the explosions from earlier must have been the result of my fight with Ziegland. Though he trusted in my strength, he hadn't anticipated the Germans deploying bombers. It seemed the Strategic Scientific Reserve's intelligence had failed. German bombers shouldn't have been able to evade Allied surveillance. Meanwhile, Baron Strucker watched the bombers over Paris with satisfaction. Helmut Zemo, the first of his name, flattered him. You've accomplished what the Führer himself could not. Years ago, the Führer had ordered the bombing of Paris and instructed General Koltitz to destroy the city, but the general had defied orders and surrendered instead, sparing Paris from ruin. Baron Strucker, however, spoke gravely, "One must go all out when dealing with the enemy. The Allied superhumans are no pushovers. Even Ziegland isn't their match. I suspect Luke's body may harbor inhuman blood." Initially, he had suspected Luke of being a mutant, but considering Luke's animosity towards Sebastian Shaw and his stance on mutants, he dismissed the idea. Now, he believed Luke's strength, speed, and regenerative abilities were beyond normal human limits. If the inhuman god's bloodline had awakened within him, it would explain his extraordinary powers. Excitement coursed through Strucker's veins. Could it be that Hydra's Far Star project will be completed in my hands? His mind brimmed with visions of the inhuman god bestowing immortality upon him, of inhumans ruling the world. At that moment, Zemo's astonished voice interrupted his reverie. Annoyed, Strucker grabbed his binoculars to see what had caught Zemo's attention. In the night sky, a streak of green light flashed by, and a blurry figure rode upon a Pegasus with emerald wings, soaring gracefully. Strucker's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind overwhelmed with questions. A horse? Is that some kind of inhuman bloodline ability as well? I mumbled to myself. Though the emotional spectrum belongs to a neighboring storyline, the thoughts and emotions of living beings can still spark the willpower of a Green Lantern. After swallowing the Green Lantern disc, I harnessed its faint willpower, and an emerald radiance erupted from me, as if an invisible brush sketched out a Pegasus with wings spread wide. Ziegland, who had been bracing herself for the incoming bombers, froze in shock, her mind going blank. What kind of trick is this? Where did that glowing green phantom Pegasus come from? I shouted. We'll finish this fight later. I've got some problems to handle first. In an instant, I shot into the sky like Odin riding Sleipnir, his eight-legged steed from Norse mythology, hurtling toward the formation of bombers over Paris. This Green Lantern disc was a one-time substitute for a Green Lantern ring. It didn't require a lantern for recharging and was designed for emergencies. Its usage time was short, and once the energy was depleted, it would become useless, a unique tool of the Green Lantern Corps. As I flew, I reflected, the Strategic Scientific Reserve's intelligence really dropped the ball. They didn't even catch wind of the Third Reich's bombing plans. Could Hydra be stirring up trouble again? Riding the glowing green Pegasus, I streaked across the night sky, chasing a Stuka bomber. The emerald light, fueled by willpower, enveloped me, freeing me from the constraints of gravity. Dear God, why didn't the commander warn me about fighting this kind of monster? The bomber pilot yelled, ordering the gunner to fire the MG-17 7.9 2mm machine gun. The rapid-fire tat-tat-tat of bullets filled the air, but when they struck me, the Kryptonian battle suit absorbed most of the kinetic energy. The damage was no more than an itch. I swung a punch, and the bomber's straight wing snapped like a twig. It spiraled downward like a wounded bird, shrieking as it plummeted toward the earth. Next one, I muttered. With practiced ease, I halted midair, spun around, and darted toward the rest of the bombers like a predator closing in on its prey. Asterisk boom. 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 Asterisk one by one, brilliant fireballs blossomed in the night sky, like a macabre display of fireworks. Baron Strucker, watching the scene unfold through his binoculars, turned ashen. He was at a loss for words. It had taken tremendous effort to convince the Reich's high command to authorize Hydra's use of the bomber fleet, and now, within mere minutes, they were on the brink of total annihilation. Seething, he demanded, "Where's Siegfried and Sigmund? Haven't they arrived yet?" Helmut Zemo, the first of his name, lowered his head and replied, "They left the front lines for Paris yesterday to avoid Allied surveillance. By now, they should have reached the city." Zemo, perceptive as ever, chose not to ask how I had conjured a glowing Pegasus or why I could take down bombers with my bare fists. Strucker thought for a moment before making his decision. We're retreating. He had initially relished the idea of watching his enemies fall into his trap, despairing as they met their doom. But now, that sense of satisfaction and his sense of security had evaporated. He feared I might burst through the roof at any moment. The same fist that had destroyed the bombers now aimed at him. Once fear takes root, it's hard to shake. We'll leave, Strucker explained. Whether or not the general's 3 battleship-class warriors can defeat Luke Cavill is no longer our concern. There's an old saying in the East: a wise man avoids standing under a crumbling wall. Paris is dangerous now, and not a place to linger. The general has already enhanced my soldiers with the blood of Votan. The Third Reich has outlived its usefulness to us. To be cautious, we'll withdraw for now. Zemo was stunned. Weren't they supposed to capture me and offer me as a sacrifice to the inhuman god to complete the Far Star project? This hadn't even begun yet. Enveloped in a green glow, I resembled a human torch as I suddenly heard the sound of aircraft engines a few blocks away. I planned to go check it out, but the Green Lantern disc was nearly drained. The green light flickered like a dying Ultraman, its energy running out. I'll have to land for now. Using my supervision, I scanned the city and caught sight of Baron Strucker's bald head and masked figure. So it was Hydra causing trouble, I muttered. I recognized him as the one who had taken Bucky away in Klausberg. I made a mental note to deal with him after handling the Third Reich. Locking onto Ziegland's position, I used the last remnants of the disk's energy to land. As soon as my feet hit the ground, the emerald glow around me vanished. I turned to Ziegland and said, "Madam, if you renounce the darkness and join the Allies to resist the Third Reich's authoritarian tyranny, the Allied leadership will forgive you and accept your defection." True to her battleship-class status, her recovery was astonishing. In the few minutes I'd been gone, the arms I had broken earlier had already healed. She replied sincerely, "General, your strength commands my respect. If you were to join the Third Reich, the general would reward you handsomely." I remained unmoved. I'm already the youngest brigadier general in the Allied forces. After the war, I'll likely be promoted to major general, and maybe a few years down the line, I'll become Secretary of Defense, or even take the White House. What can your general offer me? The Third Reich is on its last legs. Berlin could only offer empty promises. It had nothing of real value to give me. Ziegland spoke bluntly. "What a pity, General. If only you were German. A man as strong as you, paired with me, would surely produce offspring surpassing even battleship-class perfection." TCH, this lustful woman. I kept my gaze straight and my expression righteous. At that moment, a black-haired German soldier emerged from the ruins. Standing over 2 meters tall, he resembled a steel statue, holding the bloodied head of an Allied tank-class soldier in his right hand. He sneered, "Heh, Claudia, I'm taller than this guy. How about considering me instead?" Ziegland snapped irritably, "Shut up. Call me Ziegland, you idiot." Sigmund chuckled darkly, but then warned, "Don't underestimate the general here. He's more deserving of being called Superman than any of those inferior experiments. One-on-one, we might not stand a chance against him." A second figure appeared, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man with sharp features clad in a German uniform similar to Ziegland's. His excitement was palpable as he looked at me. This guy's got a knack for downing planes, single-handedly destroying a bomber fleet. But the general said I'm the most promising battleship class, the true Aryan Superman. Ziegland covered her face, groaning, "Siegfried, you arrogant idiot. This isn't your personal show." She knew all too well what would happen if they underestimated me. I loosened my shoulders and rolled my neck. The effects of Deathstroke's martial arts master skill card were still active, and I quickly entered battle mode. My sharp gaze swept over the 3 battleship-class warriors, finally locking onto Sigmund, who still clutched the Allied soldier's head. I said coldly, "Done chatting? Now that everyone's here, let's start the match." As my words fell, I stomped hard on the ground. The power within me surged like a tidal wave. My figure blurred into a streak, wrapped in a gust of wind, charging at Sigmund like a sports car, accelerating in an instant. I felt the powerful gust of wind rushing toward me as Sigmund's punch came flying. "Speed and strength, decent enough," he said coldly, tossing aside the bloody head he had been holding. A cruel smile spread across his face as he clenched his fists, his muscles tightening like steel cables. The sound of his bones cracking as his body coiled for power filled the air. When he finally unleashed his punch, it was like the blast of cannon. I met his strike with a punch of my own, my eyes sharpening in an instant. At this moment, I was drawing upon Deathstroke's combat instincts and close-quarters expertise. In his universe, Deathstroke was the ultimate tactician and assassin. Someone who, as a mere mortal, had gone toe-to-toe with the Justice League and the Teen Titans. To him, taking lives came as naturally as breathing. His combat experience was unparalleled. Whether his opponents were heroes or villains, as long as the money was right, he'd take their heads. Though, of course, even he had stumbled a few times. As Deadpool's older cousin, Deathstroke was the pinnacle of human martial prowess, arguably rivaled only by Lady Shiva, her master, and her daughter. I wasted no time in demonstrating the terrifying efficiency of Deathstroke's hand-to-hand combat skills. Tilting my head slightly, I dodged Sigmund's uppercut with precision, the force of his punch stirring the strands of my short hair. My expression remained calm. As he retracted his arm, I seized the opening, wrapping my hands around his neck and pulling him forward. At the same time, I drove my knee into his abdomen with brutal force. I knew the abdomen was packed with vital organs and sensitive nerves. A hit there would cause excruciating pain, disrupt breathing, induce muscle spasms, and temporarily rob the enemy of their ability to fight. Sure enough, even though Sigmund was battleship class, with an extraordinary physique, he was still bound by human limits. My knee strike made him cough up a mouthful of blood, his insides churning like a stormy sea. His breath hitched, and he bent forward like a shrimp, nearly collapsing to his knees. In just one exchange, my combat awareness had utterly overwhelmed him. "This isn't enough," I growled, my voice low. Gripping his neck with both hands, I pressed downward, and the sharp crack of his cervical vertebrae echoed. His body slammed into the ground like a cannonball, his face buried in the dirt, blood smeared across it. Within 20 seconds, he was a wreck. As he tried to rise, seething with rage, I planted a foot on his back and shoved him back down. "I didn't say you could get up," I taunted. His frustration boiled over, and he nearly lost his mind. Pushing against the ground, his muscles bulged, tearing through his uniform. With a roar, he forced my foot off his back, and his eyes burned with fury. A high-temperature halo of energy, like spherical lightning, began to form around him. Before he could fully unleash his power, I clamped my iron-like hand over his face and slammed it into the ground like a hammer. The impact shattered his nose, blood gushing everywhere. The uncontrolled energy erupted from his body, spilling through the gaps between my fingers, crackling and arcing against my palm. The sound was sharp and electric. "I told you not to stand up. Don't you understand?" I said coldly, unbothered by the fact that the intense heat and destructive energy were scorching my hand. The searing light peeled away my skin, evaporated my blood, and exposed the white of my bones. Yet I didn't even flinch. With my grip on his skull still firm, Sigmund struggled furiously, but he couldn't escape. Several minutes later, the charred flesh of my right hand began to stir. The dead, burnt skin flaked off as new tissue regenerated. Though the healing process was slow, I knew it would be fully restored in about 10 minutes. Siegfried, watching from the sidelines, felt a chill run down his spine. As Aryan superhumans, they prided themselves on their resilience and unshakable willpower. But even they couldn't endure a frontal energy assault without batting an eye. Yet here I was, my expression calm, my gaze steady, as if nothing had happened. Grabbing Sigmund by the head, I hurled him into a nearby wall as if tossing out a piece of garbage. The impact left him embedded in the rubble. Quietly, I said, "Of course I feel it. The pain of my nerves being torn as new skin grows, the itching of my flesh regenerating like 1,000 ants crawling across my body. But I've been through it so many times that I feel nothing inside anymore. Not even I know why." The calmer I appeared, the more terrifying I became in the eyes of the remaining 2 Aryan superhumans. In their minds, I had transformed from simply powerful to someone with a will of iron, a silent, unyielding force. Simply put, I was becoming downright horrifying. Truthfully, I wasn't as composed as I seemed. It was Deathstroke's battle instincts that allowed me to ignore the pain. During my time running with my uncle's gang, learning to kill, I had grown used to the cheapness of life. But I hadn't yet reached the level of a Terminator, who could lose limbs without so much as a flinch. Deathstroke, on the other hand, had unmatched regenerative abilities, and often fought by trading blows. He had endured machine gun fire, arrows through the chest, and ruptured organs. The cycle of injury and healing had honed his will to steel, and his combat consciousness had seeped into me as a result. I thought to myself, I should redeem more skill cards in the future. Maybe I can make Deathstroke's combat awareness my own instinct. The folks from that darker universe may have grim aesthetics, but they're incredibly talented, a perfect resource to exploit. Snapping back to reality, I looked across the ruined street. Taking a step forward, I declared, "Come at me together. You're running out of time." The battle between Ziegland and me was intense. She took a deep breath and exchanged a glance with Siegfried, who stood not far away. Their expressions were grave. They both understood that none of them could defeat me one-on-one. My strength was on par with an Aryan Superman, and my close combat experience was unmatched. I feared no pain, struck decisively, and my remarkable self-healing ability filled in any gaps in my offensive capabilities. I was, without question, the ultimate human weapon. Siegfried stepped forward boldly, brimming with confidence. 2 against 1 now. The odds of winning aren't so bad, he said. As the last battleship class, creation of the general, Siegfried was considered the most promising. Every physical metric of his exceeded those of his peers. Despite his massive frame, towering like a small mountain, he was only 14 years old, just a child. At that moment, Rogers entered the battlefield, shield in hand, stepping through the rubble-strewn ruins of the street. "Hope I'm not too late, Luke," he said. I shrugged, a teasing grin on my face. "Steve, showing up now feels like you're here to steal my thunder." Rogers didn't quite catch my slang and instead asked about the flying horse and my cape-like battle suit. I brushed it off casually, deciding to pin it on Hydra. I told him they'd been experimenting with alien technology and managed to create high-polymer nano battle suits. It's not like they could dispute it. "Save the chatter for later," I said to Rogers. "First, let's deal with the fight. Pick one." I'd recommend Ziegland. She just finished a match and could use someone like you to help her rebuild her confidence. Rogers glanced at Ziegland, looking like he wanted to protest fighting a woman, but she had already charged at him before he could say a word. Thud! Ziegland's punch slammed into the star emblem of Rogers' shield. He braced himself, his legs digging into the ground to absorb the impact, before retaliating with a left hook to her shoulder. The blow tore a piece of her uniform, exposing her skin. Rogers, ever the gentleman, tried to avert his gaze, only to be greeted by her retaliatory heavy punch. She didn't care about her exposed body and leaned in close, raining blows on him. "Compared to the general, you don't fight like a soldier," she sneered. I watched Rogers take a beating and shook my head. Poor guy. Trying to be chivalrous in battle won't get you anywhere. Hopefully, this serves as a lesson. Seeing his companion gain the upper hand, Siegfried also launched his attack. At first, he assumed allied battleship class fighters were formidable, but after seeing Rogers' performance, he adjusted his tactics. He began charging up a destructive energy orb, his control over the energy far more precise than Ziegland's. The orb compressed in his hands, radiating terrifying waves of power. He advanced slowly and deliberately, saying, "Let's see just how strong your regenerative abilities really are." He continued his monologue, "If I can eliminate you for the Third Reich, it'll be worth the sacrifice. Once you're dead, Ziegland and the others will march on London, New York, and Washington. This war will end, and the Third Reich will claim half the world. I'll be a hero." Each step he took was calculated and steady. Compressing the energy orb required all his focus, so he relied on his words to distract me, wary that I might try to escape. I sighed inwardly. Most battleship-class superhumans had rough and imprecise energy control, but Siegfried, being the youngest and most promising Aryan Superman, was clearly an exception. His mastery was far more dangerous. I knew of his exploits. Standing on Berlin city walls, he had unleashed spherical energy cannons to massacre tens of thousands of Soviet prisoners, obliterate tank formations, and decimate entire battalions. In terms of sustained combat and energy-based attacks, he was the strongest of the 3 battleship-class warriors. A one-on-one battle of attrition with him would indeed be troublesome. The street now felt like a powder keg, ready to explode with the slightest spark. I weighed my options. dragging this fight out, relying on my regeneration to recover stamina, would be messy and inefficient. It was better to end things quickly. Resolving myself, I focused my mind and opened the interface. Level up, I shouted. Due to the Allies' relentless propaganda, my repeated miracles and unexpected victories had caused my reputation to soar, skyrocketing like a bullish stock market. As far back as when I defeated the Red Skull and dismantled Hydra's headquarters, I had already met the requirements to upgrade from the LV-1 civilian template to the LV-2 warrior template. But as someone who had once mastered the art of staying low level for maximum efficiency, I preferred sticking to the LV-1 civilian template. Back then, I had no knowledge of the Aryan Superman, nor did I think there were any formidable enemies in World War II that could pose a serious threat to me. If the Sorcerer Supreme of Kamar Taj had wanted to trouble me, she would have drawn a portal to my doorstep ages ago. Why wait until now? Aside from the Ancient One, even other dimensional demons and the All-Father Odin of Asgard rarely meddled in the mortal world. That's why I'd hoped to interact with others as just an ordinary super soldier. Being too powerful only makes you a target for all the major factions. Not that I care much about any of that. I've always been like a player at the table who has the confidence to flip it over at any time. But now, with the timeline of World War II having veered off course, the emergence of the Aryan Superman, and the future shrouded in uncertainty, I've lost the advantage of foreknowledge. It seemed fitting to adopt a more Superman-like image. With a flicker of intent, the upgrade began. As the process activated, the massive pool of reputation points I had amassed poured into the void like a bottomless pit. Watching the numbers rapidly drain, I couldn't help but silently grumble. This feels like the stock market crashing during a financial meltdown. After the war, gaining reputation would become much harder. I might even have to set my sights on the 9 realms of the cosmos. The upgrade process was surprisingly smooth and painless. I'd mentally prepared myself, expecting to glow golden, have multicolored hair, or perhaps undergo the agonizing transformation Steve Rogers endured with the serum. But nothing like that happened. I stretched out my hands and clenched my fists, sensing an incredible sharpness in my perception. The power within me had multiplied dozens of times over. My entire being felt like a living volcano, capable of unleashing catastrophic destruction with the slightest motion. Muttering to myself, I said, and this isn't even my limit. The surge in power made me feel momentarily intoxicated, almost giving me the delusion that I could punch Odin and kick the Ancient One. Thankfully, reason pulled me back. But smashing a few Aryan Supermen? Yeah, that's still well within reach. I thought, my eyes heating up. Concentrating, I realized I could release scorching heat vision at will. Stellar energy coursed through me, endlessly absorbed and converted by my body. I felt lighter, unbound by gravity. Thickening my skin, I quipped to myself, my achievements? All thanks to talent and hard work. The templates, just a little help. Opening the interface, I saw that I had unlocked the Magic Superman, LV-2, template, complete with abilities like natural energy absorption and a biofield. My reputation points were down to 7,776, and my achievement status had progressed to legendary figure. Noticing some changes in the biofield, I shifted my focus back to the battlefield. Everyone knows that during a breakthrough, time around you feels like it's been paused. So by the time I finished upgrading, Siegfried still hadn't closed the distance to me. As he opened his mouth to deliver some last-word speech, I dismissed my biofield and took a step forward. The ground beneath me cracked and trembled, sending spiderweb fissures across the street as dust erupted into the air. My eyes narrowed, and with a focused release of heat vision, I sliced Siegfried cleanly in half at the waist. It was as effortless as cutting through butter. The radiant energy orb he had been compressing on his body threatened to flatten the entire street. But I expanded my biofield, shielding myself from the blast. The shock wave slammed against the barrier like a sledgehammer, but I remained unfazed, continuing my stride. I even extended the field to cover Rogers, protecting him from harm. Next, I turned my heat vision to Ziegland, piercing her heart and granting her a painless death. One more to go, I thought, pressing forward through the fire and smoke. The biofield not only served as a defense, but also gave me precise control over my power. Problems like Superman lifting planes or catching someone mid-air without harming them. All solved with this. Sigmund, still clinging to defiance, tried to shout some villainous slogan, but I silenced him with a single shot of heat vision, sending him to the afterlife. Post-upgrade, the Aryan Supermen were far too weak in my presence. Even if all three of them had fought me in hand-to-hand combat at once, I could have crushed them with ease. Rogers, carried along by my biofield, looked dejected. I thought I could help, he muttered. I offered him some words of comfort. Everyone grows at their own pace. You can't become a combat prodigy overnight. Gaining this kind of power wasn't easy for me either. I endure unimaginable pain, muscle tearing, mental torment. And through it all, I have to stay true to myself. That's the price of power. Hearing my somber and serious tone, Rogers believed every word and lowered his head in shame. As the dust and smoke settled, I withdrew the biofield around Rogers. Gazing at the near-ruined remnants of Paris, I made my decision to end this war. Rogers asked, "What are you going to do?" "Go to Berlin," I replied. Taking a few steps forward, the ground trembled beneath me as my figure rose, my cape billowing in the wind. With a leap, I soared into the clouds. Rogers stood there, bewildered. Since when could he fly? Flying felt far from the exhilarating freedom I'd imagined. It was more of a clunky, awkward struggle. The faster I went, the more the air seemed to compress into a thick, sticky resin, making it hard to move my arms and legs freely. I thought to myself, looks like I'll need to get used to this feeling of flight over time. And my current high-speed flight, if not for the biofield I had activated, I probably would have been engulfed in flames like a meteor entering the atmosphere. I shouted, "Faster!" The clouds around me erupted with sonic booms. If I were a fighter jet, this would be the equivalent of pushing past Mach 1.2 in a full-throttle sprint. While the biofield shielded me from the searing heat of friction, it couldn't stop the air resistance from clinging to me like an iron wall. Every time I accelerated, it felt like slamming into an invisible barricade. My thoughts began to wander. If only I had the Speed Force. I recalled the iconic races between Superman and the Flash. The Speed Force, the kind of power that lets you treat the laws of physics like a chew toy. Superman usually couldn't outrun the Flash. Barring a couple of ties, the Flash almost always won in the comics. But even the Flash's Speed Force seemed mostly reserved for grand gestures, resetting universes, saving lives on a massive scale, or pushing someone out of harm's way. In combat, though, it was often boiled down to spinning circles around enemies until they got dizzy. I laughed to myself and thought, I wonder if the heart of the Justice League will ever hop over to visit this neighborhood. The Flash's presence always brought some levity to an otherwise dark and brooding universe. After all, Central City and Gotham might as well be on different planets. Cutting off my idle musings, I yelled, "Berlin, here I come." Like a human-shaped supersonic missile, I shattered the sound barrier with a thunderous boom, the vapor cone forming around me in the clouds. The distance from Paris to Berlin, over 800 kilometers, something that would take 12 days on foot, a day and a half by car, or 6 hours by train, took me mere moments. With a resonating crash, I broke through the concrete floor of Berlin's underground research facility, the impact shaking the entire structure as if a bomber had dropped its payload. My steel-clad battle suit, dark red cape flowing behind me, and dramatic entrance from the heavens sent the researchers into a panic. Their faces contorted with fear as they recognized me, the allied Superman. I used my supervision to sweep the facility, memorizing its layout in an instant and pinpointing the location of the general. In a booming voice, I declared the Third Reich is finished. You have two choices, leave or resist. Make your decision. The researchers, stunned by the announcement, hesitated, but they were smart enough to clear the path. No one dared to try stopping me. Then, a fanatic stepped forward, starting to hurl insults and defiance. He didn't get a finish. My heat vision instantly vaporized him into a charred skeleton. With a calm smile, I asked, "Anyone else?" Silence fell over the room. Without a flicker of emotion, I strode forward. I didn't have any lofty no-kill principles. Sympathy on the battlefield only breeds disaster, something Uncle Frank taught me well. That's why I hadn't hesitated with Ziegland either. I kicked open the war room doors. The general sat in his chair, staring at a map of the war zones. His expression was calm, as if resigned to his fate. I had hoped the Reich could hold out long enough for the next batch of Aryan supermen to be completed, he said. Baron Strucker promised to help me escape to Hydra, but you arrived too quickly. I countered, do you really think you could run? Abandoning the Reich to hide, and bide your time for a comeback. As I entered, I swept the room with my supervision and immediately noticed a Luger P08 pistol and 4 bullets in the second drawer to his right. Is that for a final act of loyalty to the Reich? I asked. The general nodded. A good captain doesn't abandon his ship. I replied. The Allies plan to parade you through a military tribunal and execute you publicly. He offered a deal. I can hand over the documentation for the Broodzer transformation project. In exchange, let me end my life with dignity. After a moment of thought, I accepted. Handing him over to the Allies served no real purpose. The tribunal would just be procedural theater. What the Allied leadership cared about was dividing the spoils of war. Minutes later, a gunshot echoed through the war room. I said nothing as I broke through the ceiling and shot into the sky. Hovering high above the ruined city of Berlin, I gazed down at the scars of war and the crumbling remnants of the Reich. It felt as though I could see the collapse of an empire, the end of an era, and the dawn of something new. A faint smile tugged at my lips as I stood amidst the clouds, thinking, so, who will become the master of this new age? With the 3 battleship class, Aryan supermen meeting their demise in Paris and the general committing suicide in the underground research facility, the crumbling Third Reich finally collapsed. After years of bloodshed, the Second World War had come to a close. The news of victory spread quickly, reaching London and then the White House via radio waves. The Allied leadership was ecstatic. Politicians wasted no time holding press conferences, aggressively spinning the victory to curry favor with the public. Meanwhile, ordinary citizens, long yearning for peace and the end of war, poured into the streets to celebrate throughout the night. I heard that in New York, the city was so brightly lit it resembled an ocean of light. Within days, however, the world's attention shifted to me. The front page of the New York Times carried a black and white photograph that sent shockwaves across half the globe, sparking a frenzy of discussion. It depicted me standing in midair, clad in metallic armor, my dark red cape billowing like a flag. The angle and lighting were perfect, rendering my face blurred, yet exuding a mythical aura of strength. I looked like a hero straight out of an epic, radiating grandeur and invincibility. A flying Superman. I heard the general flew to Berlin and ended the war himself. Wait till you hear this. Brigadier General Cavill fought hundreds of Aryan demons summoned by the Führer in Paris for 3 days and nights, using up half his life force to seal them back in hell. That's nothing. Latest reports claimed Berlin's mustache tyrant sacrificed millions to turn himself into a demon king. If Cavill hadn't stepped in, the world would have been annihilated. Long live the Allies. Brigadier General Cavill is truly a war hero. People chattered excitedly, and the rumors quickly spread across America, growing more outlandish with every retelling. Taverns, hotels, street corners, everywhere, people claimed to know the true story as if they'd witnessed it firsthand. The wildest rumors included elaborate tales of my supposed romantic entanglement with Ziegland, the Aryan demoness. Eventually, the narrative evolved into a tragic story of a German country girl cursed into becoming a demon by the Führer, only to have me restore her humanity. The folks in London weren't idle either. Opportunistic third-rate writers jumped on a bandwagon, casting me as the new Merlin or Arthur, trying to shoehorn me into the legends of the Round Table. The most popular tale claimed I hailed from a mysterious family of monster hunters, nicknamed the Walking Pile Driver and friend of sorceresses, drawn into the Allied cause by the Lady of the Lake to fight against the axis of evil. Amid all these swirling rumors, people seemed to overlook the most critical detail in that photograph. A super soldier like me was flying. Punching tanks and taking down battleship-class soldiers was one thing, but flight and that unfamiliar metallic armor sparked curiosity among more discerning minds. At Bletchley Manor on the outskirts of London, I spread out the latest newspapers, sighing at the smug grin on Colonel Phillips' face. Colonel, all I wanted was a bit of publicity, not to become the next great pulp novel protagonist. Look at these headlines. The Untold Secrets of Brigadier General Luke Cavill and the Aryan Demons, unveiling the truth behind the Allied Superman. Asterisk my years as a monster hunter in London. Asterisk my Uncle Frank even called me the other day, saying a New York Times reporter knocked on his door, asking if he knew I came from a family of monster hunters, and if it's true I have special friendships with multiple sorceresses. This is good for you, Luke, Phillips replied, still grinning. He rarely stood on ceremony with me in private. At least you're now a hot topic young brigadier general and war hero. Look at Rogers. He's being overlooked already. You know how politicians work. When they need you, they'll grovel at your feet. But when you're no longer useful, they won't even give you the time of day. I nodded in agreement. That infamous photo? It was staged. After leaving Berlin, I had Phillips arrange a photographer and later sent the picture to the New York Times under his name. In this era, with no image manipulation technology, the photo's authenticity went unquestioned. People were eager to believe it. My intention was to rake in more reputation points now that the war was over, and I hadn't expected Phillips to blow it up to this extent. The story of the Allied Superman versus the Aryan Demons was practically becoming a part of American pop culture. A few days ago, Paramount Pictures even reached out, asking if I'd be interested in turning my story into a movie. They said if I agreed to star in it myself, they'd handle everything. Actors, scripts, funding. They even promised to bring on big stars like James Stewart, Clark Gable, and Katharine Hepburn. I chuckled. If I ever retire and write a few memoirs or go Hollywood, I'd probably make a fortune. I didn't blame Phillips for the media circus. Boosting my reputation had been the goal all along. And if the narrative veered off course, no big deal. Knowing Hollywood, my real-life exploits would likely be adapted and readapted multiple times, maybe even earn me an Oscar. Imagine that. Immortality on the silver screen. After our light-hearted chat, Philip's expression turned serious. Luke, you have an even brighter future ahead of you, but for now, you'll need to lay low. Wait for the right moment to soar. I raised an eyebrow. Since returning from Berlin, I'd received commendations from the Allied leadership. Churchill called me the liberator of the free world, while the U.S. president bluntly stated that I'd changed the course of the war and saved the Allies. But for all their praise, neither offered any tangible rewards. At 20 years old, I was already a brigadier general. What more could they give me? Major general? Lieutenant general? At this rate, I'd be Secretary of Defense by 30. The Brits, of course, loved stirring the pot. Churchill joked that my achievements warranted a 5-star general of the Army rank. If the Americans couldn't handle that, he'd happily have me join the British military. The U.S. president's outward smile likely masked inner curses. Sounds like you've got some insider info, Colonel, I said. I wasn't particularly attached to my rank. My current position was mostly honorary, with no real authority. The Allies were focused on liberating Berlin and preparing to divvy up the spoils of war. Once the dust settled, both Rogers and I would likely be summoned back to New York for formal commendations. Phillips grew somber. There's talk of having you continue leading the Strategic Scientific Reserve. I wasn't surprised. It was a way to keep me on the periphery of real power, away from the Defense Department and too much influence. The real issue was that I lacked a strong support network. To the politicians and capitalists, I was merely a national weapon, a naive and short-sighted view. When faced with chaos, their first instinct was to shield themselves with status and wealth, forgetting that not everyone is swayed by such things. This is just a proposal, Phillips continued. If you're not interested, no one will force you. Eisenhower will back you up. I waved him off with a smirk, not the least bit offended. I knew the military owed me a favor, and the bigwigs wanted to repay that debt. I had handed over credit for the capture of Rome, the Allied landing in Sicily, and other key victories to Eisenhower, alleviating domestic tensions for the president. If I want a seat in the Defense Department, it would be mine. But deep down, I thought, I just want to develop quietly. Right now, the Strategic Scientific Reserve might seem like a small agency, but when the age of superheroes dawns, it'll evolve into the behemoth known as S.H.I.E.L.D. As its predecessor, the reserve has immense potential. A certain one-eyed egghead flashed through my mind. I was quite satisfied with the Allies' decision. Who knows, I might even become the first director of S.H.I.E.L.D. myself. As the echoes of war began to fade, the aftermath of the global conflict gave rise to a series of historic events. The the kind of moments that would shape the world for decades to come, like the Yalta Conference. The heads of 4 major powers gathered at the Levadia Palace to discuss the post-war world order and the redistribution of power. In simpler terms, they were dividing the spoils of war. Interestingly, after witnessing the effectiveness of the Aryan Supermen in Berlin, Japan had initiated its own program. Leveraging research obtained from the general, including the so-called blood of Wotan, they poured resources into creating their own superhuman soldiers. In a desperate sprint, they managed to produce 31 tank-class warriors. Yet these freshly minted neon super soldiers didn't even get the chance to dominate the Pacific battlefield. A mysterious group calling themselves the Spear Bureau tore them apart, quite literally. Not long after, Japan found itself on the receiving end of 2 atomic bombs. Little Boy obliterated Hiroshima, and Fat Man leveled Nagasaki. The deafening explosions and mushroom clouds would forever haunt the memories of the Japanese people. When their representatives signed the instrument of unconditional surrender aboard the USS Missouri, the war officially came to an end, and peace was finally restored. As one of the era's rising stars, I bore witness to all these sweeping changes. I attended the Yalta Conference as the hero who ended the war, even posing for a photo with the world leaders. The atmosphere at the conference was both tense and delicate. The Soviet representatives eyed me with suspicion, clearly uneasy about the idea that I might one day punch my way through the Kremlin. Upon returning to Moscow, they'd likely double down on nuclear development out of sheer paranoia. Meanwhile, Churchill handed me a box of fine cigars with a jovial smile, though his words were laced with barbed sarcasm. America is terribly stingy with their heroes, aren't they? He quipped, visibly irritating Roosevelt. After the conference, Roosevelt went out of his way to explain himself, offering me a laundry list of empty promises in an attempt to placate any dissatisfaction. What Roosevelt didn't know was that he didn't have much time left. Originally, he was supposed to pass away from a cerebral hemorrhage before the war even ended, earlier than the Fuhrer himself. Perhaps the butterfly effect had granted him a few extra months. He assured me that upon returning to Washington, I'd be promoted to the rank of Major General. Both the White House and the military were convinced that I cared about power and influence, and they feared that if I entered the Department of Defense, I'd become the youngest general in U.S. history with real authority. I found their paranoia amusing. I'd been nothing but sincere, yet they still didn't believe me. Rogers, ever the good friend, tried to comfort me. Don't let it bother you. No one can deny that you're the greatest hero of the Allies. Later, back in my room, I noticed that my reputation points had surged again. Clearly, all the propaganda and wild rumors were working in my favor. At first, I'd been resistant to the outlandish stories people were spreading about me. But seeing the steady climb in my reputation value, all I could say was, fine, I'll take it. Over the following days, the conference devolved into bickering as the participants squabbled over the division of spoils. The Soviets argued that if not for their defense of Moscow, everyone else would have capitulated like France. The British countered by claiming that their counteroffensive at El Alamein had turned the tide in North Africa. The Americans simply said, well, we have him. Everyone else fell silent, and the Soviets and British, in an unspoken agreement, chose to move on. Watching it all unfold, I couldn't help but realize that I had somehow become as strategically significant as the atomic bomb, a weapon of immense power that none of them could ignore. But unlike Dr. Manhattan from the Marvel Universe's cousin, I had no interest in being the White Eagle's tool for global domination. After the Yalta Conference, I returned to London to reorganize the Strategic Scientific Reserve. The Americans, having seen Hydra's remnants and the mysterious Spear Bureau, wanted to establish a similar official agency, and the reserve was their top choice. However, the process was rife with tension. With the war over, the Allies were beginning to show cracks beneath their united front. No one wanted the others to grow too powerful. The reserve had an abundance of talent, including defectors from Hydra like Dr. Zola and his team of researchers, as well as the Tesseract. The British initially tried to block me from taking them, but Churchill intervened, unwilling to risk offending me. I couldn't help but marvel at humanity's innate talent for infighting and self-destruction once external threats were removed. I sat in the Oval Office, waiting for my meeting with the president. Today was the day of the medal ceremony, where I would be promoted to Major General and officially made the leader of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. My meteoric rise through the ranks was unprecedented. A few days earlier, Roosevelt had succumbed to a cerebral hemorrhage, and Truman had taken over as president. The new president admitted that putting me in charge of the reserve felt like an underutilization of my talents, but hoped I'd understand the decision. I reassured him honestly, I'm more than happy to stay here. What I truly cared about was the reserve's potential future as SHIELD, a colossal organization operating directly under the World Security Council. Under the leadership of a certain one-eyed director, SHIELD wouldn't bat an eye at ignoring calls from the president or defying meddlesome senators. It could enforce laws across borders and wielded power far greater than the Department of Defense. Even if I became the top administrator of the Pentagon, I wouldn't have the kind of freedom or authority that came with being the director of SHIELD. Hearing my response, Truman visibly relaxed. The military's attitude toward me remained complicated. They wanted to win me over, but feared that giving me too much power would make me uncontrollable. I added, by the way, I think Strategic Scientific Reserve is a bit of a mouthful. How about we rebrand it as SHIELD after the reorganization? That way, even someone like Stark won't complain about forgetting its name. After leaving the White House, I rode in a car headed to the Army Club in the Northwest District. Rogers was waiting for me there. Since returning to New York from London, my days have been a whirlwind of public appearances, interviews, and military commendation ceremonies. It wasn't until Roosevelt's passing that I finally escaped the chaos, heading to Washington for his funeral and to complete the promotion ceremony. Sitting in the car, I found my thoughts drifting. Asterisk, I wonder if Steve is adjusting to his new life. Asterisk, the black sedan pulled up to the club's entrance, where an officer opened the door for me. Since my promotion to Major General, the military had assigned me a secretary, a driver, and even bodyguards, though the latter were entirely superfluous. If there were ever an incident, I wasn't sure who would be protecting whom. To be a bodyguard for someone like me, you'd at least need to be the Sorcerer Supreme or Odin himself. Looks like I'll need to recruit some capable people for myself, I mused. Going solo has its limits. There's no future in relying solely on individual strength. What happens when the Chitauri army invades? Am I supposed to take them all on alone, throwing punches at every grunt? No, I'll need a team to handle the small fry. Enemies like Thanos, Apocalypse, or Dormammu. Those are the ones worthy of my personal attention. My thoughts turned to the upcoming recruitment efforts for SHIELD. Let's see how many people I can bring on board, I thought. Stepping out of the car and ascending the club's stairs, I entered the lobby, where the atmosphere immediately shifted. A wave of exclamations erupted as soon as I walked in. Wearing a crisp military uniform, my hair neatly combed, I became the instant center of attention. It couldn't be helped. I was a celebrity now. Even recruitment posters had swapped out Uncle Sam for the Red Cape Superman. The legendary aura surrounding me was like George Washington chopping down cherry trees, or Columbus standing an egg upright. Whether or not the stories were true, they captivated people. Major General Cavill, hello. I'm from the second batch of recruits at Camp Lehigh. General, I'm a huge fan. Can I get your autograph? Thank you for sealing those Aryan demons. You're a true hero. The cacophony of voices drowned out the soft background music in the lobby as retired soldiers and resting officers surrounded me. Smiling politely, I said, apologies, I have an appointment with a friend, and quickly maneuvered through the crowd, making my way upstairs. I could already predict how my name would be forever intertwined with stories of Aryan demons, sorceresses, and my so-called exploits as a pile driver. I didn't know whether to thank Colonel Phillips for the publicity or groan over the hit my reputation had taken. I could already imagine journalists shoving microphones in my face, asking how many sorceresses Superman was friends with. Shaking my head, I muttered, I'd love to keep a low profile, but my strength just doesn't allow it. On the second floor, I immediately spotted Rogers sitting at the bar. I gave him a hearty pat on the shoulder and teased, Hey, Colonel Rogers of Brooklyn, why the long face? Did you have a spat with your girlfriend, or are you mourning the late president? Neither, Rogers replied, taking a swig of whiskey. The war's over. I should be happy, but I feel aimless. As the iconic Captain America, Rogers' fame wasn't far behind mine. To kids who loved comic books, his star-spangled uniform was even more recognizable than my red cape. "You look a little down," I said, snapping my fingers to order a fruity gin cocktail. Because of my influence, Roger's life trajectory had shifted. He hadn't fallen into the icy waters of the Arctic, nor had he spent 70 years asleep, awakening to a strange new world. Instead, he was living a new life. He'd returned to Brooklyn as the honored Captain America, been decorated by the president, and was even dating a blonde girl who looked like a younger version of Marjorie Tyrell. Aside from the unresolved mystery of his best friend's fate, everything seemed perfect. Rogers gave a bitter smile. "I feel like I don't belong anywhere, Luke." He'd just been honored by the new president, awarded the Medal of Honor, along with other key members of the Howling Commandos and the Strategic Scientific Reserve. By all accounts, he should have been content. Yet after spending some time in Brooklyn, he found himself utterly lost. Swirling my drink, I replied with a grin, "The doors of S.H.I.E.L.D. are always open for you." That caught his attention. "S.H.I.E.L.D.?" he repeated, confused. Clearly, he hadn't heard of it before. "It's the Strategic Scientific Reserve," I explained. "Now that the war's over, it's being reorganized, and I figured it could use a new name. Doesn't S.H.I.E.L.D. sound much better?" Roger's eyes lit up with a glimmer of envy. "So, you've already found your next mission." Meanwhile, I'm still trying to figure out mine. What he envied most was my unwavering sense of direction. The way I always seemed to know where I was headed, never hesitating or faltering. Taking on the role of mentor, I said, "Steve, stop thinking only about the battlefield. You can be more than just a great soldier. The country still needs you. Peace is temporary. Fascism and a Nazi regime may have collapsed, but it won't be long before the politicians in the White House find a new enemy. Just look east to the Red Bear of Siberia." I was, of course, referring to the Soviet Union, a vast nation occupying 1/5 of the world's landmass and the cornerstone of the upcoming bipolar global order. "You're saying there'll be another war?" Rogers asked, clearly shaken. He had never doubted my judgment before, and history had proven my foresight time and again. "In a sense, yes," I said, taking a sip of my drink. It wouldn't be long before the new president implemented the Truman Doctrine, kicking off the Cold War. NATO and the Warsaw Pact would symbolize the standoff between two military political blocs and two starkly different social systems. Like a stockbroker pitching investments on Wall Street, I urged him, "That's why you should consider it. Captain America will eventually have to pick up his shield again, and S.H.I.E.L.D. is the perfect place for you." Rogers looked conflicted, but genuinely thanked me. "Let me think about it." "Thanks, Luke." I offered him a reassuring smile. "It's not just you, Steve. The whole country is grieving Roosevelt while celebrating victory. Everyone's lost, unsure of what comes next." I finished my gin, gave him a firm pat on the shoulder, and stood up. Captain America's situation was indeed awkward. In the original timeline, he'd fallen into the ice and been memorialized as a hero. It's easy to glorify the dead. They can't contradict you. But now that he was alive, the military couldn't offer him anything more than hollow titles. As a war hero, he'd become a mascot for the military, elevated during wartime and discarded once peace was restored. The military didn't care, and the White House only gave him empty honors. I, on the other hand, had long seen the bigger picture. By capturing Rome, securing astonishing victories, and defeating Hydra, I'd built a solid foundation and earned myself a seat at the table. I wasn't just a hero in name. I was a general with real power. Glancing at my watch, I left some cash under my glass to cover the tab and Roger's drinks. "I hope you'll have an answer for me next time we meet, Steve," I said before heading off. I still had another meeting lined up. I stepped out of the Army Club and slid into the black luxury car waiting at the entrance. As the door closed behind me, I told the driver, "Take me to the Pentagon." A faint smile played on my lips as I thought back to my conversation with Rogers. How could S.H.I.E.L.D. exist without Captain America? I needed to secure him for my roster before Nick Fury even had the chance to think about assembling his Avengers cheer squad. After all, when two armies face off, the sight of me standing alone on the battlefield wouldn't exactly scream prestige. Building a team, recruiting the right people, that was my next inevitable step. Aside from Rogers, who was considering retirement, I planned to bring Howard Stark into the fold, add Peggy Carter as a management expert, and the framework for S.H.I.E.L.D. would be nearly complete. I couldn't have my fledgling organization starting out as a ragtag group of nobodies. It'd be far too disheartening. "General, we've arrived," the driver said, breaking my train of thought. I opened my eyes and glanced out the window, catching sight of the massive Pentagon complex. The car passed through security checkpoints and into the heart of the building. The Pentagon had been built during World War II in response to the rapid expansion of the Army. Back then, the Army Department was scattered across various locations, and they couldn't even get everyone together for meetings. It had taken Secretary of War Henry Stimson nearly throwing a fit during a congressional hearing to get funding approved. The memory made me think of the budget headaches I'd face when applying for SHLD's funding. I'd rather not resort to the same shameless tactics, I thought with a sigh. As I stepped out of the car, my youthful face and the 2 silver stars on my shoulders drew plenty of attention. The Pentagon, completed just a couple of years ago in 1943 at a cost of $87 million, was home to the Army's top brass and Defense Department officials. Most of the people here were mid to senior-level officers, and nearly all of them recognized me. Though they resisted the urge to ask for autographs, their hushed whispers didn't escape my enhanced hearing. The celebrity aura? Unstoppable. With my commanding presence in full effect, I strode confidently through the halls. The first floor was lined with shops, while the second floor, with its golden carpeted gold room, hosted joint meetings. My office was on the 3rd floor, where both the Secretary of Defense and Army Department worked. Along the way, I passed the Hall of Heroes, its walls adorned with over 3,000 plaques commemorating Medal of Honor recipients. My photo hung proudly in the Hall of Remembrance alongside the likes of Marshall, Eisenhower, and MacArthur. "General, you're here," my secretary greeted me, rising from her desk. "Your guest has arrived." As I glanced at the young, attractive secretary, I couldn't help but think, the decadence of capitalism. Good thing my willpower was ironclad. Otherwise, who could resist the double temptation of this kind of workplace in a perfectly tailored uniform? The last thing I wanted was to end up in some future Zippergate scandal like Clinton. Pushing the door to the meeting room open, I saw a short, middle-aged man sitting inside. He quickly hopped off his chair to greet me, his head craning upward to meet my gaze. "General, it's an honor to meet you. I'm Bolivar Trask," he said nervously. I nodded warmly, gesturing for him to sit back down. "Thank you for waiting. Please have a seat." As I observed him, it was hard to reconcile his unassuming appearance with his reputation. Though he looked ordinary, Trask was a heavyweight in genetics and had groundbreaking insights into human DNA. In the Marvel Universe, he was a pivotal figure, the so-called father of the Sentinels. My interest in his research on mutants had brought him here today. His theories on evolution and genetic potential were key to my plans. Looking anxious, Trask asked why I'd summoned him. I explained, "I've read your papers and found them fascinating. You've proposed the idea that human genes might contain the keys to evolution, possibly paving the way for a new and more powerful species." His face went pale, and he stammered out a defense. "General, I assure you, I'm not a racist, and I'm certainly no Nazi sympathizer. I don't agree with the Führer's theories about Aryan superiority. During the war, I even donated to the Allied cause." I froze for a moment, caught off guard by his sudden panic. I hadn't even gotten to the main topic yet, and here he was, already terrified. Then it clicked. Gene research in this era was a sensitive topic, often associated with Nazi racial theories. He must have been burned by this association before, leaving him with deep-seated trauma. Waving a hand to calm him, I said, "There's no need to be afraid. I only wanted to discuss mutants with you. I actually agree with your theories, which is why I invited you here." Trask blinked in surprise, the tension in his posture easing slightly. Hesitantly, he asked, "You know about mutants?" I smiled faintly. "Of course. Not only do I know about them, I've seen them with my own eyes." The Hellfire Club came to mind immediately. I hadn't forgotten about them, and sooner or later, I'd settle that score. When I asked Bolivar if he'd ever encountered mutants, he suddenly became animated, shedding his earlier reserved demeanor. He leaned forward and exclaimed, "General, mutants are extremely dangerous. They are the greatest threat to humanity." And just like that, he launched into an impassioned monologue. "You've heard of Neanderthals, right? They were close relatives of modern Europeans and once ruled the continent. But 24,000 years ago, they went extinct, wiped out, because Homo sapiens outcompete them. In nature, resources are limited, and animals occupying the same ecological niche compete fiercely. Humans, being at the top of the food chain, are even more aggressive toward closely related species. Competition between different human groups was so intense that Neanderthals were replaced by Homo sapiens. In my view, mutants could very well replace humanity. This diminutive scientist spoke so quickly it felt like he was trying to cram an entire lecture into a single breath, desperate to make me grasp the gravity of the situation. I raised an eyebrow, surprised by how firmly he subscribed to a doctrine of human supremacy. Bolivar wasn't like William Stryker, who hated mutants because of personal tragedy. No, Bolivar's fears stemmed from his belief in a future where humanity would be replaced. This was what drove him to develop the Sentinel program. Of course, there was also a touch of self-interest. Like a weapons dealer who profits from stoking conflict, he painted mutants as ticking time bombs to sell his anti-mutant weapons. Calmly, I said, "No need to panic, Dr. Trask. My perspective on mutants was entirely different. Mutants, in truth, lack the numbers or structure to compete for the top of the food chain. For one, their population is a tiny fraction of humanity's, making it difficult for them to form effective societal systems. Secondly, mutants are a branch of human evolution. Often, a mutant child is born to human parents. Would such a child hate their parents and seek to exterminate them? The tension between mutants and humans is more about discrimination than existential threats. Take Magneto, for example. His dream of building a mutant empire is doomed from the start. Mutants can't even achieve self-sufficiency. Factories and cars don't magically manufacture themselves, and grocery stores don't stock food out of thin air. Magneto might have the power to level skyscrapers, but he couldn't build even a single factory. All the strength in the world wouldn't fill his belly. The notion of a genocidal war between mutants and humans is pure fantasy. His vision of an authoritarian regime is no different from the Third Reich, which is ironic given that, as a persecuted Jewish man, he's essentially become the very thing he despised. Magneto really needs to brush up on dialectical materialism. I mused with a smirk, then said to Bolivar, "You seem very interested in mutants. How about I take you to meet one?" His face froze, his expression going completely blank, as though his brain had short-circuited. After a long pause, he stammered, "Gee, General, I don't think you understand. Mutants are dangerous. They have strange abilities." I cut him off, standing and gesturing for him to join me. "Don't worry about that. Come along." Back in Italy, during the battle at Rome, I'd already crossed paths with the Hellfire Club and fought mutants. Honestly, they weren't as terrifying as Bolivar made them out to be. We stepped out of the Pentagon and into the black sedan waiting for us. I gave the driver our destination, and the car pulled away from the massive building. Our destination was Arlington County Jail, where Azazel, the Red Nightcrawler, and Gas Chamber, the mutant with toxic abilities, were being held. On the way, I casually asked Bolivar, "Have you ever heard of Sebastian Shaw?" Bolivar furrowed his brow, thinking for a moment. "Shaw? Yes, I've heard of him. He's an extremist biologist who firmly believes in the Third Reich's theory of a perfect Aryan race. Blonde-haired, blue-eyed Aryans ruling the world. We met a few times in England, and even after he returned to Germany, he kept writing to me, asking about the progress of my research on the X gene. I nodded as I mulled it over. Among the mutants who posed significant threats, two names stood out: Britain's Mr. Sinister, obsessed with the Phoenix Force, and Sebastian Shaw. Shaw viewed mutants as tools for his ambition of world domination, the same way a salesman might dress up the Third Reich's racial theories to sell them to the gullible. His rhetoric had fooled many mutants who lacked critical thinking. I decided to stop beating around the bush. Sebastian Shaw is a mutant. He's joined the Hellfire Club and is gathering fellow mutants to execute his grand plans. Bolivar fell silent as he processed this revelation. After a moment, he seemed to grasp why I'd called him here. Nervously, he asked, "Is there anything I can do to help, General? I want to contribute to the country. I'm sure I can be useful in dealing with mutants." A faint smile spread across my face. This was exactly what I wanted to hear. The Hellfire Club was a thorn in my side. Waiting for them to make the first move was a waste of time. Better to strike first and eliminate the threat in one fell swoop. "Excellent, Dr. Trask. SHIELD could use someone with your expertise." Without missing a beat, I subtly brought him into the fold. The father of the Sentinels would make an excellent head of SFLD's science division. His eyes lit up. Though he clearly had no idea what S.H.I.E.L.D. was, he didn't hesitate to accept. Research is an expensive endeavor, and without Nixon's support or successful Trask Industries to back him, Bolivar had been struggling. Lacking a proper lab or financial resources, he had been stuck. Now, with an official organization offering him a position, he probably felt like he'd hit the jackpot. After all, the military was a generous investor, a dream patron for any scientist. Seeing his excitement, I smiled even more warmly. Everything was proceeding as I'd anticipated. Even someone as prideful as Howard Stark had to schmooze with procurement officers to secure contracts. Compared to that, recruiting the down-and-out Bolivar was a breeze. S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel, +1. Research capacity, +1. The heavy iron door creaked as I pushed it open, a sliver of light spilling into the dim corridor. My footsteps echoed rhythmically down the passage, precise and deliberate, until I came to stop in front of the 12th cell. "Azazel, long time no see," I said evenly. The red nightcrawler was curled up in a corner, his hands shackled in metal restraints. His legs, which I had personally broken, were crudely bandaged, just enough to keep the injuries from worsening. When he heard the jingle of keys and saw my tall silhouette framed in the doorway, his eyes betrayed uncontrollable fear. I didn't try to escape. Azazel shrank further into the corner, the chains on his wrists clinking as he moved. The arrogance and pride he once exuded as a mutant were long gone. He and the gas chamber woman had initially been held in the Strategic Scientific Reserve's interrogation room before being transferred here. To prevent him from teleporting out, I'd given specific orders: no medical treatment for his legs, leaving him unable to walk, and during the transfer, his eyes were to be blindfolded, ensuring he couldn't memorize the layout or escape routes of the facility. Teleportation might sound like an unbeatable ability, allowing unrestricted movement in and out of any location, but it has its fatal flaws: range limitations and spatial awareness. During our fight in the Venetian Palace, I had already deduced his teleportation range, dozens of miles per jump, making him a formidable opponent. To counter him, I stripped away his ability to orient himself spatially and restricted his mobility. It was all part of my mutant containment strategy. What surprised me was his apparent resignation. He hadn't even tried to escape despite his longevity. "Azazel, I'm not here to hurt you. No need to be so nervous," I said with a friendly smile. But my words only seemed to intensify his fear. His broken legs throbbed under the bandages, a stark reminder of how I'd crippled him and killed Steelshell with my bare fists. The memory of that scene haunted him, making him more terrified of me than even Sebastian Shaw. "Dr. Trask, this is a mutant," I said, stepping aside to give Bolivar a clear view. The diminutive scientist leaned forward to peer into the cell. Azazel's red skin, long tail, and demonic appearance made him an unmistakable example of a prominently visible mutant. A demon type. Back in England, I saw an angel type with wings. Bolivar whispered, his curiosity piqued. He seemed particularly intrigued by the sheer terror Azazel displayed, wondering what I'd done to reduce the once proud mutant to this state. "There's another mutant in a different cell, a woman who can release toxic gas," I added before shutting the cell door. The main storyline of my third faction initiation mission was still incomplete. I'd already collected genetic samples from Chameleon, Red Nightcrawler, Steelshell, and Gas Chamber. All I needed now was the final piece. If I could secure the leech serum, dealing with Sebastian Shaw would be a breeze. After showing Bolivar the prisoners, I leaned down slightly and asked, "You see, Dr. Trask, mutants aren't so scary after all, are they?" He hesitated, clearly unsure how to answer. In his eyes, I might as well have been a devil in human skin. How else could I have instilled such fear in those mutants? "Can I study them if I join this shield of yours?" Bolivar asked as we stepped out of the damp, foul-smelling prison into the fresh air. He was barely able to contain his eagerness to unlock the secrets of humanity's genetic code through the mutants. "That's precisely why I recruited you, Dr. Trask," I replied with a nod. Then I clarified, "But I'm not interested in weapons to kill mutants, nor am I looking for human enhancement programs. What I value is the mutants themselves. Their genes are treasure trove, a key to unlocking the door to evolution. I want you to map out a complete genetic blueprint, identify the critical nodes on the evolutionary curve, and decode the mysteries of their genetic makeup. I had no interest in persecuting mutants. They were powerful cards to play, tools to be harnessed, not enemies to be eradicated. Negotiation, when possible, was always preferable to violence. Of course, the terms and rules of that negotiation would be set by me. If they couldn't abide by those rules, flipping the proverbial table would always be an option, and quite a satisfying one at that. I really am a pacifist at heart, I thought with a wry smile. Understand, General, Bolivar said, swallowing nervously. Truthfully, he would have preferred to develop weapons to eliminate mutants. He believed the Earth couldn't sustain two intelligent species vying for resources. A race war was inevitable. As he stared up at my calm expression, he had the unsettling sense that I already understood this, and perhaps even welcomed it. Asterisk, but what does a war gain from Major General Cavill? Asterisk Bolivar adjusted his glasses, trying to puzzle it out. It wasn't as if I needed to climb the ranks. At just 20 years old, there was no chance of another promotion anytime soon. The military might give me honorary awards at most. With my steady accumulation of experience and achievements, my future was already limitless. There was no need for me to exploit mutants to achieve my goals. Dr. Trask, once you've wrapped up your current affairs, report to S.H.I.E.L.D. in a few days, I instructed, brushing aside his thoughts. My secretary will provide you with the exact address. SHELD's headquarters hadn't been finalized yet. The Pentagon, as the heart of the Army and Defense Department, wasn't suitable for an agency like S.H.I.E.L.D. Having spies and agents coming and going would disrupt the environment. Besides, as the first director, I had no intention of sharing space with generals from the Army, Navy, and Air Force. A little privacy would go a long way. Understood, Bolivar replied, climbing into the car. He'd stopped trying to guess my motives, deciding I must simply be a warmonger. After instructing the driver to take Bolivar home, I told him to drop me off at the airport. I had to return to New York today. If I flew there myself, it'd probably take less than 20 minutes, I thought with a smirk as I leaned back in the car seat. Pretending to be normal helped lower others' guard. Unlike Clark Kent in that other universe, my advantage was that I was fully human. I didn't have to worry about being ostracized. Asterisk, the phrase, those not of our kind, must have different hearts has some truth to it. Every species has an instinctive hostility toward outsiders. Even Superman, the so-called beacon of hope, was treated with suspicion by Batman. Asterisk now, where can I find the last mutant? Asterisk, I tapped my finger against the armrest, a particular individual coming to mind. My memories of mutants weren't particularly detailed, but aside from a young Magneto and Professor Charles Xavier, there was one other person I clearly remembered. Connor, look into a James Howlett for me. He has a brother, and both participated in the Normandy landings, I instructed. With my resources, tracking down a former soldier wouldn't be difficult. I rushed back to New York before nightfall and stayed in the tower suite of the Waldorf Astoria Hotel. In my mind, I was mulling over, next I need to work on asset allocation. I had already sketched out a plan for business investments. In a while, I'll approach Howard to collaborate. He's bound to be interested. Lately, this father of Iron Man has been riding high. As a participant in the Manhattan Project, he and Oppenheimer were invited to the White House to receive recognition from the president. Stark Industries' stock has been skyrocketing as well. But not all of this was his doing. The current U.S. stock market is nothing like the infamous Black Monday days later on. After enduring the Great Depression and the low points of the war, it's now riding a prolonged bull market. Back on Wall Street, any stockbroker could pick a few stocks and watch them soar. If I were merely interested in making money, with my insight ahead of the times, I could become the most successful businessman of the 20th century. But wealth and status are just icing on the cake for me. Those higher beings in the universe couldn't care less about such things. Upon returning to the hotel, I quietly walked up behind Marlena and saw her busy in an apron. I couldn't help but smile. She jumped in surprise, but upon seeing it was me, she smiled warmly, like a wife waiting for her husband to return home. She helped me take off my military coat. These past few days, I've been occupied with official duties, award ceremonies, and S.H.I.E.L.D. affairs, so it had been a while since we last saw each other. She told me she had just made some creamy mushroom soup and would ask room service to bring up some main dishes. She was dressed in a beige floral pattern dress, flat shoes, her long hair tied up, completely exuding a homely vibe. I wrapped my arm around her waist and said, "Kosa said you've been cooped up in the hotel all day. That's not good." Marlena and Carter were completely different in personality. Carter was independent and strong-willed, while Marlena was a typical delicate woman who just wanted someone to rely on. I quite enjoyed the feeling of being needed by her, which is why I often came to spend the night with her. She argued that she had been reading, listening to the radio, and even taking walks in the garden. I glanced at the magazines on the table. They were all about cooking and flower arranging. I planned to have Kosa find a reliable real estate agent to buy a house. For me, constantly traveling, I didn't have high demands for accommodations. But Marlena staying in a hotel all the time would feel stifling. Besides, as someone who has traveled through time, buying property is practically etched into my soul. She served the creamy mushroom soup, and her cooking skills were impressive. The blend of cream, mushrooms, corn, and diced bacon was enough to whet anyone's appetite. I mentioned that Kosa would be happy to help. I couldn't help but think back to the first time I met that mafia boss. He had sent me a woman as a gift to curry favor. He had a knack for pleasing the powerful, something countless others would kill for. I also told her I was considering leaving a mental imprint on her, like how Superman could always catch Lois Lane falling from a building. That way, even if I were in Washington, I could rush to her side at the first sign of trouble. But truth be told, if Hydra or the Hellfire Club dared mess around in New York, I'd crush them utterly. Let them taste the iron fist of justice. She urged me to drink the soup first. Before long, room service arrived with foie gras, lamb leg, oysters, and a vegetable salad. I dug in heartily. Sure, my stellar energy could sustain my physical needs, but it could never satisfy my appetite for good food. After lunch, while she was clearing the table, she mentioned that Alessandro wanted to see me. That mafia boss from Sicily had firmly established himself in New York. I had Uncle Frank introduce him to the Irish gangs. With me, a major general, backing him, the NYPD turned a blind eye to their activities. Alessandro was smart. He avoided competing with his own people or the Irish, and instead focused on running gray businesses like gambling and money laundering. He had opened several underground casinos, all of which were doing quite well. Lying on the couch, I asked what he wanted. I wasn't particularly keen on interacting with him too much. Since the war ended, my status had risen, and I was swamped with tasks. S.H.I.E.L.D. had Carter to assist. The mutant research? That could wait for Bolivar's results. Most of my work now came from the White House and the Pentagon. Politicians, military officials, and businessmen were all trying to win me over. Banquets and social events took up most of my time. Being in the spotlight too much wasn't always a good thing. As she massaged my temples, she said Alessandro wanted to rename the mafia as the Corleone family and sought my approval. Enjoying the massage, I replied, "Such trivial matters don't require my input." Then, with a heated look in my eyes, I added, "Right now, I'm only interested in dessert after the meal." The night was long, and staying in shape is, after all, the key to a healthy lifestyle. The next morning, I took a deep breath and lifted my head from Marlena's soft, warm embrace. The world may be cold and indifferent, but there's a certain comfort in warmth like this. I was planning on getting in some morning exercise, I thought, glancing at her face still flushed with the afterglow of last night. She seemed lost in sweet dreams, and for a moment, I felt a twinge of regret. Marlena had certainly tried her best, but it hadn't been quite the workout I was hoping for. Gently, I pulled the fallen sheet over her bare shoulder, got out of bed, and headed to the washroom. After washing up, I drew back the heavy curtains, letting the soft morning sunlight flood the room. This kind of peaceful life is really something to aspire to, I murmured to myself as I stretched, feeling my muscles loosen. Even as Superman, I still insist on my daily training regimen. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and the like. It's a routine that keeps me disciplined. After ordering breakfast from room service, I kissed the still groggy Marlena on the forehead before leaving, dressed sharply in my Major General's uniform. Climbing into the black sedan waiting for me outside, I instructed the driver, "Take me to Stark Industries. Today, I plan to talk business with Howard Stark." S.H.I.E.L.D. would need a substantial financial foundation to operate independently, free from the control of the White House and the Pentagon. Without that, we'd be at their mercy every time funding came up. Hardly a strong position. Star Tower stood on Manhattan's Fifth Avenue, directly opposite the Empire State Building. My crisp military uniform was essentially a VIP pass. Doors opened effortlessly at my arrival. "How did you find the time to visit me today, Major General Cavill?" "TSK, you're climbing the ranks faster than a rocket." Howard greeted me with his trademark charm, sporting his signature mustache as he handed me a glass of whiskey. The receptionist had called ahead to let him know a young Major General was on the way, and he'd guessed immediately it was me. "I just happened to be back in New York, so I thought I'd drop by," I said, accepting the glass. "Drinking whiskey in broad daylight. How indulgent of you." Howard reclined lazily in his chair, crossing his legs as he sipped his drink. "You wouldn't understand, Luke. This is the emptiness inside. If there were a goddess of wisdom, she'd have abandoned me by now. Ever since the Manhattan Project disbanded, I've felt hollow. Not even a parade of women can fill the void." I raised an eyebrow, smirking. "Sounds like you're in pretty bad shape." He let out a wistful sigh, staring at the ceiling. "You're telling me. Even Jarvis says so. I once tried spending the night with 3 gorgeous women at once, and still, it didn't help. After the fleeting pleasure, it's just emptiness. Nothing excites me anymore." Seeing Howard in his sage mode made me chuckle. The Stark family really is something else. Tony, after a night of excess, would bury himself in his workshop tinkering with machines. His father, after working on the atomic bomb, found ordinary pursuits utterly dull. I took a sip of whiskey and said, "Would the Tesseract reignite your curiosity and passion? If I recall correctly, you were quite fascinated by it." Howard's demeanor shifted in an instant. He straightened up, eyes sparkling with excitement as he rubbed his hands together. "When do we start?" "When you join S.H.I.E.L.D., I replied casually. "The Tesseract is a top-level containment object. Only internal personnel are allowed access." Inwardly, I couldn't help but think about the advantages Nick Fury would later enjoy as the third director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Peggy Carter and Howard Stark would lay the foundation, and Alexander Pierce would establish the framework. By the time Fury took over, he'd merely have to sit back and reap the benefits, occasionally redirecting some funds here and there. S.H.I.E.L.D., the reorganized strategic scientific reserve? No problem. Howard agreed without hesitation. He was clearly in a rut and desperately needed a challenging project to stimulate his mind. I was more than satisfied. Recruiting Howard was a major win. SHLD's manpower, +5, research capabilities, +5, funding reserves, +10. Wait a minute. You came here today just to recruit me for S.H.I.E.L.D., didn't you? Howard suddenly realized, narrowing his eyes at me like I'd just conned him. Give me back my emotional investment. I ignored his mock indignation. Trading the Tesseract for a research consultant title? Not a bad deal for you. Then, shifting gears, I added, but let's get to the real reason I'm here today. I came to talk business. Howard's demeanor instantly turned serious. When it came to business, science, and women, he was always focused. Business, huh? Stark Industries just secured 2 major contracts with the Department of Defense. Our weapons manufacturing and our D-centers are running at full capacity. If it's funding you need, I cut him off with a wave of my hand. You misunderstand, Howard. I'm not short on money. Before leaving this morning, Colonel Phillips had called to inform me that SHLD's budget had been approved and the location for headquarters had been finalized. I now had $16 million at my disposal, which, in this era, was a fortune. While I might be the director, reallocating funds from time to time was standard practice. I added, Congress was kind enough to give me some face and didn't stick S.H.I.E.L.D. in some rundown building like they did with the FBI and CIA when they were first established. When the FBI and CIA were founded, their offices were nothing more than apartments near the White House, operating on a meager $450,000 budget. By comparison, S.H.I.E.L.D. was getting the VIP treatment. Well then, I guess you really are here for business, Howard said, shrugging as he adjusted his posture. All right, let's hear it. What kind of brilliant get-rich plan does America's youngest major general and war hero have up his sleeve? Does Stark Industries have any interest in entering the telecommunications industry? I asked. Howard raised an eyebrow, intrigued. I had my sights set on jump-starting the communications era before its time, developing mobile phones and communication networks. The current state of information exchange was simply too outdated for my liking. In 1940, Bell Labs had created the first field mobile telephone. By 1958, Soviet engineers would improve on the concept. It wouldn't be until 1973 that Motorola engineers developed a wireless phone the size of 2 bricks. Right now, the telecommunications industry was an untapped gold mine. When I proposed entering the telecommunications industry, Howard immediately shook his head, waving the idea off. Telecommunications? AT is already dominating the field. They got Bell Labs and all the core technology. Stark Industries barging and wouldn't stand a chance. Becoming a telecom operator? That's nowhere near as lucrative as Defense Department contracts. The upfront investment is enormous. Laying cables, building communication systems, it takes massive amounts of time and money. Plus, going up against Bell Labs? That's like trying to arm wrestle a god. Even with Howard's exacting standards, he had to admit Bell Labs was the greatest research institution in the world. While it didn't have the same monumental assembly of geniuses as the Manhattan Project, it was still a powerhouse of talent. Howard was nothing if not pragmatic. Unlike his son, Tony, who occasionally indulged in idealistic fantasies like shutting down his weapons factories or donning a suit of armor to fight crime. Howard didn't share Tony's romanticism and dismiss my proposal as an unwise direction for expansion. I remained calm. Don't be so quick to dismiss it. Take a look at my proposal first. I wouldn't come to him empty-handed. Leveraging my super intellect and my knowledge from a future lifetime, I had spent a few days drafting a comprehensive plan. When I put my mind to it, my brain could outpace 90% of the world's geniuses, like a cheat code accelerating me through the tech tree. In the same 24 hours others had, I was solving problems at lightning speed, each second feeling like a +1 to progress. As he flipped through the document, I explained my thought process. Bell Labs is undoubtedly formidable, but that doesn't mean it can maintain its monopoly on telecommunications forever. With the rise of the automobile industry, more and more people own cars. The demand for mobile telephony will only grow. Communication will no longer be confined to the home. According to my plan, Stark Industries could usher in the era of mobile communications. Even with AT and Bell Labs in the picture, they wouldn't necessarily be invincible. I knew full well that Bell Labs had an ace up its sleeve. It would go on to produce 11 Nobel laureates in physics, 4 Turing Award winners, and 16 recipients of the U.S. National Medal of Science. Since its inception, Bell Labs had amassed over 30,000 patents, an average of 1 every day. Many of the foundational technologies for computers, televisions, mobile phones, cameras, and the internet would come from that institution. It wasn't an exaggeration to say Bell Labs shaped the modern world. Historically, AT leveraged Bell Labs to dominate the telecommunications industry for over a century. If it weren't for antitrust laws breaking it apart, its empire might have endured even longer. My goal was to bring the era of mobile communications forward, using Stark Industries to establish a foothold that spanned everything from communication services to the internet and mobile devices. This pie was just as enticing, if not more so, than Stark Industries' existing ventures. As Howard listened, he scanned the proposal, his initial disinterest giving way to a more serious expression. By the time he was halfway through, the most successful arms tycoon in the country was practically holding his breath, flipping pages faster and faster. 30 minutes later, he set the document down, his tone a mix of awe and frustration. This is unbelievable. Luke, for the first time in my life, I feel like God played favorites, and I'm not one of them. Normally, I wouldn't envy your superhuman physique, except maybe when I'm dealing with too many gorgeous women and feeling a bit outmatched. But I've always taken pride in my genius. Today, you've completely overturned how I see the world. It's not just that you've made some groundbreaking discovery or that you've invented something extraordinary. It's your foresight. You're thinking decades ahead of anyone else. This proposal is like a key that unlocks the future 50 years from now. I shrugged. For someone like me, this was just standard operating procedure. To beat Bell Labs, I needed to present technologies far ahead of their time. As a time traveler, this wasn't theft, It was simply maximizing my inherent advantage to drive technological innovation. Howard paced the room, clutching the proposal as he tried to calm himself. This doesn't make sense. You didn't even go to college. How the hell did you come up with all this? He was utterly stunned. The proposal outlined everything. Integrated circuits, precision components, core technologies like analog signals and frequency division multiple access, encrypted channels, automatic call switching, the establishment of urban communication networks, and later, the cellular mobile communication network and miniaturization of mobile phones. It wasn't just a single invention. It was an entire roadmap for the next 20 to 50 years of an industry. He eventually stopped pacing and looked at me, half joking, half serious. Are you from the future? Did you use a time machine to get here? I kept a straight face and replied, exactly. In the future, the world is ruled by artificial intelligence. To prevent it from enslaving humanity, I led the resistance, built a time machine, and came back to the 1940s. That's my greatest secret. Don't tell anyone, or you'll get us both killed. The look of hesitant belief in his eyes was priceless. After a moment, he sighed and shook his head. Fine. I guess this world isn't big enough for just one genius. All right, Luke, welcome to the Genius Club. I admit, you belong here. Having come to terms with my brilliance, he started testing the waters. So, how do you want to collaborate? Initially, he had no interest in the telecommunications industry, believing it impossible to challenge Bell Labs. But with my proposal in hand, he was confident Stark Industries could build a communications empire. I want 60% of the shares, contributing the technology as my investment, I said bluntly. Stark Industries provides the funding and takes 30%. The remaining 10% goes elsewhere. The mobile communication network will need government backing. What I valued most was Stark Industries' capital and infrastructure. While I had influence in the military, my political connections were weaker. Partnering with Stark Industries would ensure we didn't hit roadblocks later on. Howard nodded. That's fair. With your proposal, designs, and technology, Stark Industries is getting a bargain. The finer details could be ironed out later. I extended my hand with a smile. Then let's make it official. Here's to a successful partnership. He gripped my hand firmly, and we exchanged a knowing glance. In that moment, it felt as if we were ushering in a new era together. After finalizing the collaboration with Howard, we went on to discuss the details in depth. To establish a preliminary mobile communication system, we would need significant government support. Next up, Stark Industries' PR team would need to meet with the mayor and key lawmakers to secure favorable policies and tax exemptions. Ideally, we'd roll out a few pilot projects first to test the waters. This was going to be a massive undertaking, building the foundational infrastructure for the industry and laying out urban communication networks would take at least 2 to 3 years. On top of that, we'd have to guard against any sabotage from competitors like IT. Howard wasn't concerned about short-term gains. He had his eyes on the future of the communications industry. The content of my proposal might have seemed ahead of its time, but to him, it felt like an eerily accurate prophecy. Always the cautious type, he pointed out that, given the antitrust laws, the communications business couldn't operate under Stark Industries' name. I rolled my eyes and said it wouldn't look good for an Army Major General like me to start a company either. Then a thought struck me, and I suggested we each appoint a representative to form a new company together. Howard snapped his fingers in agreement and asked what we should name it. With a mischievous grin, I said Skynet. He frowned and asked what it meant. Knowing full well he wouldn't understand the joke, I just shook my head and said, even if I explain, you won't get it. What's the fun in referencing memes if no one gets the joke? Howard didn't press for an explanation, instead asking about my future plans. He remarked that I didn't strike him as someone who could sit still. That reminded me of Rogers, how he seemed lost without a purpose. When he asked why I wasn't in the same boat, I chuckled. I had far too much on my plate, developing S.H.I.E.L.D. to free it from White House and Pentagon control, rallying mutants to take down the Hellfire Club, settling old scores with Hydra, gathering intel on the Inhumans, and, if time allowed, having a chat with the Ancient One at Kamartaj. I didn't like being reactive. Taking the initiative and preparing well in advance gave me a sense of security. This obsessive need for control? Yeah, it's a flaw, one that puts me on par with Batman. We're both textbook cases of paranoia. It's something that needs fixing. I gave him a vague answer, saying I was optimistic about the future. He shot me an astute look and said I was like a student who already had the answers and was just waiting for the test. He then mentioned that he hoped the Tesseract would inspire him and help him move beyond his indulgence in wine and women. I couldn't help but laugh at his optimism, predicting that the Tesseract would shatter his confidence. Researching the Infinity Stones is no easy task. Even Tony Stark and Bruce Banner, working together, barely understood the Mind Stone and ended up accidentally creating the grieving son, Ultron. Howard, though brimming with confidence, had weariness in his eyes. I reminded him to hire a CEO. Managing a business would sap his energy and leave him little time for research. I recalled that he had a bald partner, Obadiah Stane, a future villain in the making. Howard said he was already scouting candidates and planned to focus entirely on the Tesseract while leaving the company to professionals. After work talk, Howard shifted to casual conversation, asking about Rogers. I told him Steve was considering retiring and returning to Brooklyn to live as an ordinary man. Honestly, I had been thinking of pulling Steve and Howard together to form the original Avengers team, but post-war, there weren't any worthy adversaries to fight. Sebastian Shaw of the Hellfire Club and Baron Strucker of Hydra had both gone quiet. Seriously, these villains were just too disappointing. I was let down. Howard noted that Rogers refused to acknowledge how different he was from ordinary people and commented that he appreciated how I didn't hide who I was. He mentioned that the military had previously considered holding a hearing about my battle suit and other matters, but ultimately decided against it, because some feared they couldn't compel me to comply. Putting down my drink, I said that if they had held the hearing, I would have attended. I explained that my enhanced abilities came from Dr. Zola's improvements to the blood of Warden, which allowed me to achieve immense power and defy gravity. It was all perfectly reasonable. Hydra developing high-tech battle suits wasn't far-fetched either. Most of the credit for destroying the bomber fleet over Berlin went to Steve. It was an epic scene. Captain America taking down planes. I added with a grin. I also mentioned that after returning to New York, I had cooperated when the military requested blood samples. I had shown them enough respect. Howard, curious, asked what I would do if the military demanded I hand over my battle suit or participate in replicating the super soldier program. I replied that they wouldn't dare. He pressed, why not? So, I told him the story of the Gordian knot, concluding that if a problem couldn't be solved, you simply dealt with the person raising it. I warned that neither the president nor the lawmakers should try to mess with me. After hearing this, Howard fell silent. Thankfully, the folks on Capitol Hill weren't that foolish. Time is like a sneaky thief, slipping away unnoticed, so subtle that it's hard to detect. After the war ended, the citizens of New York finally began to enjoy peaceful days. They no longer had to worry about food shortages or fear being relegated to second-class status. However, new troubles emerged. Daily concerns now revolve around factory owners' exploitation and the harsh realities of making a living. But in at least one way, they were better off than their 21st century descendants. They didn't have to endure masked vigilantes flying overhead or sudden invasions of alien fleets. For New York, a peaceful day was just business as usual. 2 months later, I flew from Manhattan back to Washington, D.C., and appeared at the entrance of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. During this time, Stark Industries had worked quickly and followed the blueprints to develop a prototype. What was originally slated to debut in 1973, a handheld mobile phone, was now brought to life decades ahead of schedule. Although mass production hadn't started yet, the arrival of the mobile communications era was already unstoppable. I couldn't help but marvel. Howard and his son were truly men of action, never letting problems linger until the next day. During the early stages of startup, you just have to endure, I muttered to myself, standing by the Potomac River, gazing at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters. Compared to the bustling Pentagon, the modest 39-story building in front of me felt a bit underwhelming. General, good morning. With my head held high, I walked into the building, greeted by a series of energetic young agents. They had become accustomed to calling me General rather than Commander. It started to take shape. Not an easy feat, I thought as I took the private elevator and ascended. After S.H.I.E.L.D. was formally established, Carter had proactively recruited personnel from the FBI and CIA, pulling in quite a few elites from these intelligence agencies. Edgar Hoover, the head of the FBI, had complained to the president about it, claiming I was hogging all the funding while poaching his people and bullying honest folks. Roscoe Hillenkoetter, head of the Strategic Intelligence Agency, not yet named the CIA, nodded pitifully in agreement, pointing out that he was also a rear admiral, yet I didn't even bother notifying him when I reassigned his men. The president summoned me to the White House for an explanation, to which I said I did notify them. At the last cocktail party, I mentioned to Mr. Hoover and Admiral Hillenkoetter that S.H.I.E.L.D. was short-staffed and I might need to borrow a few people. As soon as I said this, the faces of the two intelligence heads turned green. If they weren't aware they couldn't beat me in a fight, they might have thrown punches right then and there. After all, no one took cocktail party chatter seriously. Hoover himself had once joked about having compromising photos of Eleanor Roosevelt, and everyone just laughed it off. The matter eventually fizzled out. The president consoled the two of them, but conveniently ignored their hints about additional funding. Since then, the top brass in the military and intelligence circles had avoided discussing serious matters with me over drinks. They couldn't afford to provoke me, so they chose to steer clear. I get that S.H.I.E.L.D. needs to expand, but don't be too aggressive. Give the president some face, Carter said as I entered my office on the 34th floor. She stood there in a brown business suit, black high heels clicking softly against the floor. The ever-cool and elegant Carter was now the commander of S.H.I.E.L.D., responsible for internal management and field operations. They don't take S.H.I.E.L.D. seriously at all, she said, her tone icy. Especially Hoover. He keeps bragging about being Washington's shadow agent, claiming he has compromising photos of the First Lady and dirt on a few senators. He acts like he's untouchable. I joked, well, it's not like I haven't pissed off my fair share of people. Did Hoover really take those photos? With a look of disdain, she replied, he's nothing but a pervert, and his sexual orientation isn't exactly conventional. As a spectator to all this drama, I couldn't help but click my tongue in amusement. The power games played by those at the top were always full of surprises. So how's S.H.I.E.L.D. doing now? I asked. I had practically been a hands-off boss, barely realizing I was the highest-ranking leader. I left most of the agency's operations to Carter and rarely intervened. To her credit, she had proven to be incredibly capable. Within just a few months, the organization was running smoothly. Not bad, she said, her tone measured. We have around 400 personnel in total, most of whom are in logistics and administrative roles. Only about 100 are actual agents or field operatives, including overseas spies and operatives. As for Hydra, there's no concrete intel yet, but I've noticed a refinery company recently received Soviet funding. We're investigating it. I took the documents she handed over and immediately committed their contents to memory. Carter, seated in the commander's chair, exuded sharpness and competence. Based on Dr. Zola's testimony, I suspect Hydra is hiding in the Soviet Union and might be colluding with Leviathan, she continued. I nodded. This aligned with my earlier deductions. After World War II, with the Axis powers defeated, Hydra's best chance to grow was to align with a rapidly rising and politically volatile power like the Soviet Union. She added, we lost 4 agents to Leviathan. They have an organization called the Red Room, which trains high-caliber spies and assassins. She had even uncovered the Red Room. Most people only knew about the KGB, unaware of this hidden spy training program. I gave her a rare compliment. Good work. What concerned me more, however, was the whereabouts of mutants. Any updates on James Howlett? I asked. Tracking down Wolverine was one of the tasks I'd assigned to S.H.I.E.L.D. More accurately, she said, we found his brother, Victor Creed. He's what you'd call a mutant. He performed impressively during the Normandy landings, but has a much more volatile personality than his brother. He's defied orders and clashed with superiors multiple times. Recently, he killed a high-ranking officer, resisted arrest, and was sentenced to execution alongside James Howlett. Incredibly, they both survived being shot in the head, took out the firing squad, and escaped. That was 4 months ago. Victor Creed is currently detained at a military camp in New Jersey. As for James Howlett, his whereabouts remain unknown. I stood at the entrance of the military prison in New Jersey. Behind me, a young officer nervously reminded me, General, Victor Creed is locked up here. He's extremely dangerous and highly aggressive. His gaze toward me was filled with admiration. To many soldiers, I was a living legend, the superhero who ended the war. Although I declined numerous interviews lately and was keeping a lower profile to focus on my work with S.H.I.E.L.D., my reputation only continued to grow, making me an icon for the younger generation. I gave a faint smile and said, "It's fine. Open the door." After all, I already knew what kind of temper Wolverine's older brother had. The young officer hesitated for a moment, then pulled out a key to unlock the door. As the afternoon sunlight spilled into the cell, he instinctively rested his hand on his holstered gun, stepping in front of me as if to shield me from any potential danger. I stepped into the dark, damp cell, immediately greeted by a stench so foul it made me wrinkle my nose and raise a hand to cover it. Sitting in the corner was a tall, hulking man with a scruffy beard, his face rugged and feral. Heavy shackles bound his hands and feet, while a few rats scurried across his shoulders, squeaking noisily. The floor was a mixture of filth and what appeared to be bloodied remnants of flesh. His muscular arms, exposed by a short-sleeved shirt, were riddled with dense bullet holes, a testament to his resilience. I broke the silence. "You've been accused of murdering a high-ranking officer and sentenced to be executed by firing squad within hours. How did that feel?" My tall frame blocked the sunlight streaming through the doorway, casting a shadow over him. Victor, who had been amusing himself by toying with the rats, clearly didn't appreciate the interruption. He bared his teeth like a wild animal, revealing sharp, white fangs, and sneered. To be honest, it tickled. I continued, "I've heard you and James Howlett, your brother, are exceptional soldiers. Surviving the Normandy landings is no small feat. SHLD's intelligence was thorough, uncovering the secrets of this mutant known as Sabretooth. In short, he and Wolverine were half-brothers, their childhood straight out of a tragic soap opera. Wolverine's father, a successful Canadian businessman, had been cuckolded by the family gardener, who worked during the day and comforted his wife at night. When the businessman found out, he fired the gardener and forgave his wife. But the drunken gardener, Logan, later showed up at their home, causing a scene and accidentally killing the businessman. Young James, in his grief, triggered his mutant abilities, growing bone claws and fatally stabbing Logan, only to discover the man was his biological father. Afterward, Sabretooth, Victor Creed, took his brother under his wing, and the two wandered the world. With their powerful healing factors and slow aging, the brothers had fought in countless wars, from the Civil War to World War I and II, becoming battle-hardened veterans. SHELD's reports missed a few details, but I filled in the blanks with my own knowledge of their backstory. Victor glanced at the silver star on my shoulder insignia, then curled his lip in disdain. "General, did you lick someone's boots to get that rank? The president's? Or one of those desk jockeys in the military brass?" With his regenerative abilities and long life, he clearly had no respect for ordinary humans. In his eyes, I looked no older than 25. How much work could I have possibly seen? The young officer barked sharply. "Show some respect, you cold-blooded murderer. Major General Cavill here is a war hero, decorated by the president himself. He's worth 10 of you." Victor squinted at me, finally taking a good look, and scoffed, "All bark, no bite." Before he could finish his sentence, I stepped past the young officer in one fluid motion. Without a word, I raised my right leg and stomped his head into the concrete wall behind him, creating a jagged crater. My boot pressed against his twisted face, pinning him in place no matter how hard he struggled. Blood streaked down as his skin scraped against the rough surface. Standing tall and composed, I said, "I admire capable people, but I have no patience for nonsense. You're a seasoned soldier, a predator who's adapted to the laws of the jungle. I can respect a certain level of defiance, but you'd better learn to pick the right time and place to bare your claws, Victor." My boot dug deeper into his skull, and I could feel his unyielding bones straining under the pressure. His claw-like fingers tore into the concrete floor, leaving deep gouges. Through gritted teeth, he snarled, "I'll rip your throat out, make you die screaming." A smirk crept across my face as I lifted my foot. Instinctively, Victor flipped to his feet, his claws raised high. He was convinced he could tear open my throat in less than a second. The gashes on his face had already healed, a testament to his formidable regenerative abilities. I shook my head and said, "Too slow." With a single kick, the air cracked like a whip as my boot struck him. His massive body hurtled backward like a cannonball, smashing through the wall behind him. If it weren't for the chains restraining him, he probably would have flown much farther. He spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. His chest caved in from the impact. If not for his healing factor, he'd be dead on the spot. I walked up to him, crouched slightly, and smiled as I warned him, "Don't think that just because you can heal and are hard to kill, you can act like a king. If you ever bare your claws at me again, I'll put you in a steel box, pour in a ton of concrete, and drop you into the Mariana Trench." At my words, a flicker of fear crossed his eyes. Struggling to sit up, he muttered, "I'm sorry, General. I shouldn't have disrespected you." I nodded in satisfaction. "Good. Looks like we've come to an understanding, Victor." After reaching an understanding with Sabertooth Victor Creed, I immediately switched to a friendlier tone. I gestured for the young officer, who was still frozen in shock inside the cell, to come over. "Get him an ID tag," I ordered. "Victor Creed, SHIELD Special Task Force member. Effective immediately, you're back in service." "Yes, General." The young officer responded promptly. Meanwhile, Victor, whose chest cavity was still caved in, coughed twice and slowly got to his feet. His healing factor kicked in, rapidly mending his shattered bones and damaged organs. After taking a beating from me, this once volatile tough guy was noticeably more subdued. Many mutants who had never faced the harshness of the real world carried an inexplicable sense of superiority, thinking themselves above humanity. People like Sebastian Shaw and his ideological successor, Magneto, exploited this arrogance to brainwash and rally their mutant brethren. Watching Victor's impressive regenerative abilities at work, I began contemplating bringing his younger brother, Wolverine, into the fold as well. With both of them on board, I'd have the perfect sparring partners to hone my skills. Victor alone wouldn't be able to last long under my relentless training, but with his equally durable and combative brother, they'd make a solid duo to withstand my full-on strikes. Victor, of course, didn't know who Bolivar Trask was, but his animalistic instinct told him that whatever was happening here boded ill. The thought of escaping began to form in his mind. It wasn't hard to guess what was going through his head, so I casually began to talk. "Victor, running away isn't your best option. You'd become a fugitive wanted by the military. Your face would be plastered across newspapers, and SHIELD, as well as state and local police, would hunt you down. You'd have no choice but to retreat to the wilderness and live like the beast you already are. Sure, that might not bother you. After all, you're no stranger to the wild. But trust me, if you escape and are caught again, things will end badly for you. I got a scientist under me, Bolivar Trask, who's particularly interested in mutants. He might decide to experiment on you, like cutting you in half to see which side heals first, or splitting you open to see if he can create two of you. Such fascinating ideas, don't you think?" Victor's expression turned grim as a chill ran down his spine. For the first time, he realized that even his vaunted healing factor could be turned into a means of endless torment. To him, I must have seemed like the devil himself. Swallowing hard, he promised earnestly, "General, I swear I won't run." If Wolverine ever saw his older brother in this state, he'd probably be floored. This was completely unlike the hot-headed, explosive personality he was used to. With Sabertooth squared away, I prepared to head back to New York. Before leaving, I stared at the young officer for a few seconds. There was something familiar about him, so I asked, "What's your name?" "Reporting, General." "My name is William Stryker." The young officer saluted sharply. Fate truly works in mysterious ways. Not only had I just secured Sabertooth and completed a major mission, but I'd also stumbled across the future butcher of mutants. Human resources +2, team strength +1. Intrigued, I asked, "Stryker, how long have you been in service?" At this point in his life, Stryker hadn't yet experienced the family tragedies that would later shape him, nor had he encountered Wolverine. He was just a zealous young soldier, brimming with determination. "Reporting, General." 1 year and 4 months, he answered. His rank insignia showed he was a corporal, still fresh out of training, which explained why he was stationed at a recruit camp. I smiled and asked, "Corporal Stryker, would you like to work under me?" My newfound hobby of collecting key players from the timeline was becoming addictive, like pulling cards in a gacha game. I never used to have this peculiar fixation. Stryker looked stunned, as if he'd misheard me. It was like a fan meeting their idol, only to be invited to their home. It just didn't feel real. I didn't bother explaining further and simply said, "Report to Washington, D.C. next week." With that, I took off, my body cutting through the air with a sonic boom, disappearing into the clouds. Behind me, the soldiers in the camp gazed up in awe, their eyes filled with reverence. At the same time, in Florida, a state boasting over 1,000 miles of coastline dotted with islands like pearls on the sea, life was serene. This vacation paradise offered pristine islands, tranquil beaches, opportunities for surfing, fishing, and feasting on fresh seafood. The slow pace of life here attracted countless tourists every year. On the beach side of WWII Island, in a cozy bar, a middle-aged man wearing a peculiar helmet sighed. What a wonderful place. Makes you forget all your troubles. Holding a beer, he sat by a window and smiled at the muscular young man across from him. My name is Sebastian Shaw. I'm here on vacation. Mind if I sit here? The muscular young man, with long black hair, a bronze complexion, and well-defined arms, shook his head. Go ahead, he said curtly, then fell silent again, clearly uninterested in conversation. But Shaw was undeterred and continued talking. I came from Europe. The war was devastating. It threw everything into chaos. I witnessed far too many innocents perish. Not just Jews, but also many of our gifted brethren. The young man looked up, his deep voice asking, Shaw, are you German? Sebastian nodded and replied sincerely, nationality, skin color, race. These are all superficial. I'm a scientist. I care more about thoughts and the soul. The Third Reich's extreme racial theories were absurdly shallow. Blonde hair and blue eyes as the mark of a perfect race? Ridiculous. And what you think is? The young man's interest was piqued, and he furrowed his brow as he asked. Genes, Shaw said with conviction. Genes are the true totem of human greatness. It's through the evolution of our genes that humanity ascended from forest apes to the top of the food chain. It wasn't learning or adaptability that carried us through mass extinctions, ice ages, and plagues. It was the innate drive to evolve. A race's perfection lies in its genes. The Third Reich's belief in Aryans as a superior race, marked by blonde hair and blue eyes, was foolish. That's just genetic mutation. It has nothing to do with evolution. Sebastian's enthusiasm grew as he spoke. The young man listened intently, almost mesmerized, and asked instinctively, What is evolution, then? Power, Shaw explained. Humanity's ability to create tools to harness fire. That's what lifted us out of the primitive age. In mythology, Prometheus didn't just bring fire. He brought the spark of intelligence and learning. The level of a race's evolution depends on its abilities. Longer lifespans, stronger bodies, unique traits. Shaw took a swig of beer, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. The young man furrowed his brow, unaware that the other patrons in the bar had quietly left. A pale-skinned, cold-eyed woman had appeared behind him without him noticing. Placing her fingers near his temple, she echoed Shaw's words. Evolution is brutal. Superior races must eliminate the inferior ones, just as Homo sapiens replaced the Neanderthals. Shaw smiled knowingly and asked, What do you think, Namor Mackenzie? The young man's eyes grew vacant, his expression lost. After a long moment, he nodded resolutely. You're right. Evolution is brutal. In the luxury suite of a beachfront hotel on animerecap Island, Emma Frost, handed a glass of red wine to Sebastian Shaw and asked, Will he accept mutants? Sebastian smiled confidently, taking the glass from me. Namor Mackenzie isn't mentally fragile. I can't directly control his thoughts, but I can guide him subtly, make him believe in the supremacy of mutants. Of course, I immediately saw his flaw. He lacks resolve. He's full of confusion, hesitation, no sense of direction. He's the perfect candidate for a puppet. I nodded thoughtfully. When I delved into Namor's mind, I could feel the overwhelming repression within him. If it weren't for our collaboration with Hydra, I wouldn't even have known that beyond humans and mutants, there's another group, the Atlanteans. They've been living deep in the Atlantic Ocean, hidden all this time. Sebastian's eyes lit up. He wasn't one to sit still. His ambition burned brightly. To him, mutants were tools and weapons, stepping stones for elevating the Hellfire Club. But with the war just over and order being rebuilt, there wasn't much room for mutant development. The Atlanteans live underwater, with blue skin and the ability to breathe beneath the sea, he explained. Namor Mackenzie is an exception. He's the son of an Atlantean princess and an American sea captain. Because of his human appearance, he was exiled by Atlantis. I was intrigued. Hydra has connections with Atlantis. He nodded. Red Skull may have fallen, but Hydra's strength remains. They've been researching ancient human civilizations, so it's no surprise they know about Atlantis. Emma, relying on mutants alone isn't enough to challenge human society yet. To destabilize humanity, we need to make them tear each other apart. That's something humans excel at. I listened silently. As the White Queen of the Hellfire Club, my position was second only to Sebastian's. With my telepathic abilities, I could read minds, access memories, and even manipulate or control thoughts. I was an alpha-level mutant. If not for the special material Sebastian had sourced from the Soviet Union to craft his mind-shielding helmet, he'd have been under my control long ago. Turning on the TV, I watched as a brief news segment showed the image of a young Major General. I asked, "What about the Superman?" Sebastian, brimming with confidence, replied, "Luke Cavill is a troublesome opponent, but he's not invincible. Once I fully master my abilities and combine them with your telepathic control, it's only a matter of time before he kneels before the Hellfire Club." Sebastian could absorb and convert various forms of energy. Tanks and bombers might not even leave a scratch on him. However, his energy storage capacity had a limit. Exceed it, and his body would explode. He added, "I once wanted to help the Third Reich eliminate him, but back then, I hadn't fully mastered my powers. Now, I've evolved. I've studied his abilities, and I know exactly how to counter him. Once I convince Namor to join the club, we'll deal with him and rescue Azazel and the others while we're at it." I frowned slightly, but said nothing. Outside, dark clouds gathered, and a storm was brewing. At the SHIELD headquarters in Washington, D.C., Luke, sat in my office chair, facing the window and gazing at the Potomac River's serene nighttime view. My thoughts were a whirlwind of contemplation. As the night deepened, I sensed something. My brow furrowed as the space around me began to distort, magical sparks flickering in the air. The faint scent of incense and the sound of bells from Kathmandu drifted into the room. "I've been expecting you, Ancient One," I said. "I thought you'd show up earlier, perhaps in Brooklyn, Sicily, Rome, or Paris. I didn't expect we'd meet in Washington." The folded space unraveled, revealing a portal through which the Ancient One emerged, clad in a yellow robe. She pulled back her hood, revealing her bald head. "Did you know I would come?" she asked. "I've been preparing for the day the Sorcerer Supreme would come knocking." "It was inevitable," I replied, keeping my tone calm. "For someone like me, do you see me as a trespasser or a visitor from another realm?" I didn't bother hiding my origins. Bald individuals in the Marvel Universe were never to be underestimated, whether it was Charles Xavier or the Ancient One sitting before me. Honestly, I suspected being bald might be a symbol of power, maybe even a strength multiplier. After all, Thanos didn't have hair either. Though Nick Fury was bald too, but let's face it, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was more about embezzling funds than wielding cosmic power. The realization struck me like lightning. Was this the secret to power? A grand cosmic joke, perhaps. The Ancient One raised her right arm, and the chair slid across the room until she was seated directly across from me. "There are many possibilities," she began. "The sanctums often detect unfamiliar souls from other dimensions. Usually we send them back. Occasionally, there are exceptions when dimensional overlaps or spatial disturbances occur, and an innocent soul crosses the threshold. If deemed harmless, they're allowed to remain." Adjusting my posture, I considered her words. The Sorcerer Supreme and the three sanctums existed to maintain balance across dimensions. They weren't particularly invested in human conflicts. Even if the Third Reich had won the war, they likely wouldn't have intervened. So, I asked evenly, am I to be sent back, or am I one of those harmless innocents to be protected? The Supreme Sorceress's eyes gleamed, her fair face showing a hint of puzzlement as she said, "You are quite peculiar." There weren't many things in this world that could baffle the Ancient One. She possessed the Infinity Stone, could foresee the future, and pierce through the veils of destiny. She continued, "General Cavill, your soul is human, not some being from another dimension. I've checked repeatedly. No sulfuric scent, no crimson glow." I noticed she instinctively twitched her nose, leaving me speechless. "Souls have a smell?" As a complete outsider to magic, I just couldn't wrap my head around it. She went on, "After observing you for a while, I realized you don't seem to be a representative of Zysos. Before you laid siege to Rome, you had no magical talent and hadn't studied dark magic. Yet now, your ability to absorb natural energy is remarkable." Squinting her eyes, she looked at me, utterly perplexed as to how I'd gone from a magic-less novice to someone with such extraordinary potential. If I had signed a pact with the Trinity of Vishani, I'd easily have stepped past the threshold of being a mere apprentice. She then started listing Marvel's dimensional demons and cosmic powerhouses as if reciting a litany. Dormammu hasn't emerged in ages. Mephisto, last time I destroyed one of his human avatars in Greece, so he's probably recuperating for a while. The corner of my mouth twitched. Truly worthy of being the Ancient One. Chatting casually about these overlords while living up to her title of Earth's mightiest sorcerer. Raising an eyebrow, I asked, "So, the Sanctum still hasn't figured out my origins?" If she were acquainted with Deadpool, perhaps she could get a clue about where I came from, assuming, of course, that the not-yet-born Deadpool hadn't been nerfed. With a sigh, she admitted, "That's right. It was a problem unlike any she'd encountered before. My soul didn't belong to this universe, yet no one could trace its origins. The sorcerers of the Sanctum couldn't provide a reasonable explanation. After careful examination, I've concluded that you are human, not from another dimension. But you don't belong to this universe, nor to the multiverse. By the rules, the Sanctum cannot arbitrarily deal with you. Every human soul deserves respect and protection. That's our mission." After much deliberation, the Sanctum chose to observe, and I've been keeping an eye on you from Kamar Taj. If it weren't for you holding the Infinity Stone, you might never have met me in this lifetime. I recalled the sense of being watched on the Red Skull's plane. It must have been her. She continued, "The moment you grasped the Tesseract, countless branches split off the timeline. Destiny became obscure. The future turned chaotic and unpredictable." She scrutinized me intently, her gaze filled with complex emotions. The Sanctum had protocol for dealing with beings from other dimensions, but I was too unique, making it impossible to act decisively without potentially causing greater disruptions. Curious, I asked, "So what happens now?" Detecting no hostility from her, I felt much more at ease and spoke more casually. She shook her head and replied, "I don't know. That's why I came to see you." Finally, I thought, we're getting to the point. I was eager to reach some sort of understanding with her. Facing a deity-level powerhouse like her, I wasn't confident I'd come out on top, unless I could somehow draw an overpowered trump card. She said, "After you disrupted the future, I tried to trace time backward to change things." My eyelid twitched at her words, sensing she might want to erase me in the past. She quickly explained, "The past cannot be altered. Even if I went back and killed you, it would only create a new branch timeline without affecting the current you." I recalled how Marvel's time travel rules differed from those in other films. I asked, "Then what did you do?" I found her intriguing. She answered questions openly, unlike some cryptic prophets. She explained, "I can observe the future, and your presence has created over 6,300 possible outcomes, with more appearing all the time. I wanted to fixate on the best possible ending, but I couldn't. In some futures, you're a hero. In others, a public enemy. Either way, you always bring turmoil to the world. But one thing is consistent. No one in the future can stop you. Your power and potential for growth are terrifying, and I can't foresee your ultimate destination." I pressed my lips together, feeling as though I were playing a game of The Sims. She added, "So, I'm here for a routine inquiry. If I can't resolve the problem, we'll have a face-to-face conversation. Tell me, what is your goal?" I understood she wanted to confirm my intentions and whether I posed a threat to Earth, much like an immigration officer asking questions at a border checkpoint. Smiling, I replied, "This feels like an exam. Survival is my first goal. Then living comfortably and with a sense of security, free from unexpected disruptions." She fell silent, seemingly using magic to verify the truth of my words. Then she asked, "What do you think of humanity?" Raising my glass of whiskey, I downed it in one gulp and said, "Humans are complex creatures, capable of noble morality, yet also despicable actions. I'm not some anti-human lunatic. I enjoy cola, whiskey, and meals in Chinatown." No matter how powerful one becomes, desires must still be fulfilled. Power and material things aren't achieved through slaughter or enslavement. She nodded and asked, one last question. When faced with a crisis, would you protect the Earth or abandon it? I fell silent for a moment. If I were treating the Marvel Cinematic Universe as a game, this was undoubtedly the moment for a faction alignment check. As previously mentioned, the purpose of the three sanctums and the Sorcerer Supreme was to protect Earth, or more precisely, to defend it against beings from outside the Prime Universe. Take the Annihilation Wave from the Negative Zone, for example. They once wiped out the Nova Core, though that core was a bit odd, losing 90% of its combat effectiveness whenever they had more than 5 operatives. Then there's Dormammu from the Dark Dimension, who was pathetically outmaneuvered by Doctor Strange in an endless time loop negotiation. And let's not forget the Elder Gods like Thon, the god of dark magic, or Set, the serpent god. These entities were Earth's native deities, born over 4 billion years ago, back in the primordial days of Marvel lore. While they rarely make appearances, often serving more as background lore, occasionally possess power rivaling that of the cosmic entities like the Celestials. Thanks to the defensive systems of the three sanctums, these ancient powerhouses find it hard to interfere in the Prime Universe, often choosing to either leave Earth or retreat to other dimensional realms. The Sorcerer Supreme's ability to confront dimensional demons stems largely from the strong backing she enjoys. The three sanctums and the sorcerers of Kamartaj have all signed pacts with and worship the Trinity of Vishani, a trio consisting of Ashtar, Agamotto, and Ha-Goth, masters of white magic. Ashtar, an elder god herself, was a peer of Gia, the mother of Earth, while Agamotto was her hand-picked first Sorcerer Supreme. In my opinion, Earth is easily one of the most perilous places in the universe. On the outside, there's Odin, the Allfather and peak-level Skyfather of Asgard. Internally, there are the three sanctums and the Ancient One, backed by elder gods. Forget Thanos. Even Galactus himself might find his end here. Faced with the Sorcerer Supreme's final question, my mind raced as I carefully composed my response. The Ancient One undoubtedly had ways to discern truth from lies, so lying was pointless. But answering truthfully risked her casting me into an infinite time loop of torment. I needed to provide a rational answer, one that both satisfied her and proved I posed no threat to Earth. I proposed, why can't there be a third option? The Ancient One seemed surprised but asked me kindly. Most of the time, her temperament was quite gentle, unlike the muscle-bound brutes in the Sanctum, who wield weapons and defensive spells to smash demon skulls. She was more of a pacifist, preferring reason over violence, with physical force reserved for particularly stubborn cases. Seeing my cooperative demeanor, she appeared willing to listen patiently. I made an effort to appear earnest and said, for example, we could unite, pooling our strength to end conflicts before they even begin, nipping disasters in the bud. The enemies of the three sanctums may be hellish demons and dimensional gods, but they're not the only ones interested in Earth. Rather than waiting for crises to unfold, why not proactively develop and strengthen ourselves, so we're prepared to weather any storm? The Sorcerer Supreme shook her head. With the Time Stone in her possession, she could foresee the future and leaned toward conservatism, believing that excessive interference in the timeline could lead to worse outcomes. She felt that threats from the stars were Odin's responsibility, while Kamartaj and the Sanctums would hold the line. She had dealt with Odin before and was well aware of his immense power, even by multiverse standards. Asgard served as a barrier for the Nine Realms, forcing alien empires and cosmic conquerors to think twice before making a move. I subtly reminded her, but Ragnarok will come eventually, won't it? Earth couldn't rely on Odin and the Sorcerer Supreme forever. Their eventual departure would leave Thor and Doctor Strange to face the crises of the cosmos, and they might not be enough. The Sorcerer Supreme's gaze sharpened, her curiosity about my origins intensifying. The prophecy of Ragnarok was a secret even most Asgardians didn't know. Intrigued, she asked, then what do you propose to do? Like a prospective employee pitching themselves in an interview, I confidently stated, first of all, the three sanctums have limited resources. We could expand the number of sorcerers by establishing dedicated training institutions to supply fresh talent to the sanctums. This would ease the burden on Taj while ensuring enough manpower to deal with hellish demons. The Sorcerer Supreme fell into contemplative silence. After a long pause, she shook her head and said, "Major General Cavill, using magic comes with a price. Spreading forbidden knowledge recklessly could lead to great harm. In the Marvel Universe, magic was like taking out a loan. Advanced spells accrued higher costs. White magic allowed for manageable, installment-like payments, which was why the sorcerers of Taj accepted it. Dark magic, on the other hand, was like a high-interest loan, gratifying in the moment but devastating to repay. I gently countered, the costs of magic can be mitigated. It's not necessary to cling to old rules. In Marvel lore, characters like Doctor Doom, who mastered both magic and science, used machines to divert the costs of casting spells. Even the Ancient One herself often shifted her bills to the Dark Dimension. The Sorcerer Supreme replied, "I will consider it. This QA session is over." She neither rejected nor accepted my suggestion. When faced with difficult decisions, she preferred to wait and deliberate. Rising to her feet, she extended a hand for a handshake and said, "General, I don't yet know if your arrival is a blessing or a curse, but I welcome you on my own behalf." I said, "Thank you. I hope to visit Taj someday." The Ancient One was arguably the most approachable Sorcerer Supreme in history. If it had been Agamotto himself, I'd probably already be in a fight. Curiously, I asked, "Sorcerer Supreme, how do you determine whether I'm lying? Is it some special spell?" She gave me a faint, amused smile and said, "Because you've answered the same question 421 times. So, she'd been running a time loop on me without my knowledge. Classic Sorcerer Supreme. Her patience was boundless, and she didn't seem to mind the infinite repetition. As she departed, she gave me a mysterious smile and said, "General Cavill, when outsiders seek permanent residence, they must contribute something in return. Do something good for this world, wouldn't you agree?" 20 minutes later, the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters office returned to its usual quiet. I swirled my now-empty glass and walked over to the liquor cabinet, pouring myself a glass of whiskey. This wasn't just any whiskey. It was high-end stock I'd swiped from Howard Stark's collection. Every time I visited his mansion, I'd snag a bottle or two. Jarvis, his ever-dutiful butler, would even helpfully inform me of the price and vintage, making it easier to choose. Howard, of course, constantly complained, saying I was depleting his reserves faster than he could replenish them. The Ancient One came and went as swiftly as a passing breeze, leaving behind only a few cryptic spoilers. Kong the Conqueror, trouble just keeps piling up, doesn't it? I downed the whiskey in one gulp, letting the alcohol help me sort through the chaos in my mind. Kong the Conqueror, a name unfamiliar to most. Like Deadpool's best buddy Cable, Kong is a man from the future, a relatively obscure villain who hasn't even appeared in the films. He has no superpowers, and his intellect, while sharp, isn't exactly unparalleled. Compared to other villains, he doesn't stand out much. But the fact that the Ancient One specifically mentioned him was significant. He's a master of time travel. In the comics, he frequently traverses time in his machine, clad in advanced tech armor and wielding futuristic weapons. He's pretended to be historical figures like Egyptian pharaohs and Persian kings, Darius, for instance, and even dabbled as Iron Lad. This guy calls himself the King of Kings and loves ruling alternate timelines through time travel, much to the Ancient One's frustration. The proliferation of timeline branches he causes can lead to catastrophic consequences. Kong hops from one ruined timeline to the next, leaving destruction in his wake. So much so that even the typically patient Ancient One has been tempted to use the Time Stone to erase him. So, Kong the Conqueror has set his sights on my timeline, huh? I swirled my glass. This was likely the price for my permanent residency. I'd have to drive him out or eliminate him, though elimination was nearly impossible. Kong had a presence across countless timelines, his resilience rivaling that of cockroaches. If it were that simple, the Ancient One would have dealt with him long ago. Still, it's not an impossible task. I had reached an agreement with the Ancient One. I'd handle Kong the Conqueror, and in return, the three sanctums in Taj would leave me alone. A fair trade, mutual non-interference. Kang's reputation might sound intimidating, but his actual power was unremarkable. He relied on future technology to dominate. retreating whenever he encountered someone stronger. Even Apocalypse, the first mutant in history, had dealt with him before. During his stint as Darius, he was nearly undone by the 300 Spartans of that timeline, brutal warriors who gave him a serious headache. The Ancient One also dropped a spoiler about Atlantis and Namor the Submariner. It's not unusual for the two big Western comic universes to borrow from each other, so character similarities are expected. Marvel's Namor predates DC's Arthur Curry, Aquaman. Namor is not only Marvel's first mutant and superhero, but also a notorious troublemaker, earning nicknames like Prince of Petty Feuds, Homewrecker Extraordinaire, and Flip-Flopping Double Agent. He nearly flooded New York, harbored a long-standing grudge against Wakanda and the Black Panther, clashed with numerous Avengers, joined the Illuminati, and even sided with Thanos at one point. Namor thrives on chaos, feuds, and scandal, switching sides between hero and villain with reckless abandon. If Atlantis is surfacing, can Wakanda be far behind? I exhaled deeply. The true scope of this world was starting to reveal itself, just the tip of the iceberg. Strangely, I wasn't anxious. Instead, I felt a thrill of anticipation. Hellfire Club, Sebastian Shaw, Atlantis, Namor, and Kong the Conqueror. Looks like things will get busy. I added a few names to my mental notebook. Just then, the office door creaked open. The sound of heels clicking against the floor grew closer. I noticed your office light was still on. Working late. I put down my glass and turned around. You're still here too, aren't you? Agent Carter raised an eyebrow, her gaze sharp as she sniffed the air. There's someone else's scent in here. Did you have a guest? Perhaps earlier, but now aren't you my guest? I set my glass down, flashing a warm smile. Carter instinctively took 2 steps back, but quickly straightened herself, refusing to lose ground. She lifted her chin, her posture unwavering as she glared at me. I just came to check in. If there's nothing urgent, I'll get going. She clearly wanted to escape. Office romances were a workplace taboo, and I was technically her superior. If anyone found out, the gossip would drown her. She had no intention of being reduced to a trophy promoted through inappropriate means. I'm just about done here myself. Why don't we leave together? I heard you live in that apartment on Northwest Boulevard. It's on my way. It's still early. How about I swing by your place for a cup of coffee? You wouldn't refuse, would you? I leaned casually against the desk, tapping my fingers rhythmically. Carter pressed her lips tightly together, clearly reluctant to invite me into her home. She knew me too well and feared I'd push my luck. I just remembered I have unfinished work tonight. I'll be pulling an all-nighter. She attempted to politely squash the idea, seemingly pleased at the thought of my disappointment. In that case, since it's still work hours, could I trouble you for a cup of coffee? I smiled faintly. I'm not your secretary, she muttered under her breath, but still clacked over to the liquor cabinet in her heels, grabbing a mug. Peggy, I'd like a hand-ground coffee, if you don't mind. I'm not a fan of instant. I settled comfortably into my chair, giving her instructions. There's only instant coffee, she snapped, placing the mug on the desk with a heavy thud. If there's nothing else, I'll get back to work. Carter avoided my gaze. After our last dance, things had gotten a bit wild between us. Just thinking about it made her cheeks flush. Why not move your overtime here? I rested my elbows on the desk, fingers interlocked beneath my chin, fixing her with an intense, almost predatory gaze. Carter bit her lip, saying nothing. The office lights seemed to dim slightly. Outside the window, a bird flitted past, its dark eyes peering in at the intense standoff unfolding within. The SHIELD headquarters stood silently against the backdrop of the Potomac River, where turbulent waters spun into small whirlpools, carrying unseen currents deeper into the night. As the director of SHIELD, both Agent Carter and I had unrestricted access to the heavily restricted Sub-Level 3 of the headquarters. Regular agents and administrative staff couldn't even dream of entering. Many speculated that secret experiments were being conducted there, and they weren't entirely wrong. This was where Bolivar's team was working on mapping the mutant genome. Using this as a pretense, I'd managed to secure experimental funding from the Congressional Budget Committee. Honestly, milking Congress for money was absurdly easy. A few reports written by my staff and a couple of mutant-focused presentations by Bolivar at the White House, and we'd secured millions of dollars. It was far more lucrative than robbing a bank. Looking at the likes of the FBI and CIA, who had to capture spies or hype up the Soviet threat just to scrape together a budget and still might not get it, made me feel smug. No wonder Nick Fury was fond of misappropriating public funds. With money this easy to acquire, who wouldn't spend it? When the Atlanteans eventually showed up, I could milk the White House for another round of funding. Hydra, Inhumans. Hell, I wouldn't even need to wait for Skynet to form before becoming a top-tier billionaire. Being the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was far more promising than being the Secretary of Defense. I took William Stryker with me in the elevator to Sub-Level 3, casually remarking, "Stryker, I think you'll be pleased with what's down here." The future mutant butcher, though lacking Bolivar's scientific brilliance and Victor Creed's Sabretooth's ferocity, had his uses. Even toilet paper served a purpose. I was confident that Stryker and Bolivar, as mentor and protege, would spark some interesting ideas. Stryker, perhaps recalling the time I kicked Sabretooth across the training grounds, hesitantly asked, "General, are you researching those creatures?" I corrected him immediately. "They're called mutants. Be mindful of your wording. Mutants with bad tempers can tear you to shreds." Stryker nodded silently. As we walked deeper into the facility, the corridors became quieter, and we passed a number of researchers hurrying to their destinations. A project lead approached and informed me, "General, Dr. Trask is in Lab 3. After tracking down Sabretooth, I had gathered the 5 mutant gene fragments necessary to complete the third faction initiation, main quest. This earned me the Leech Serum, capable of suppressing mutant abilities, and the next stage of the main quest was unlocked. Main quest. Rise of the third faction. The Legion returns. Objective. Become the leader of any one mutant faction. Progress. For tenths. ***. Reward. Clark Kent's glasses. At the time, I thought the reward was useless. I had no intention of disguising myself or applying for a job at the Daily Planet. I brought Stryker to Lab 3, where Bolivar was in the middle of a temper tantrum. Gesturing toward him, I said, "That's Dr. Trask. He's your boss. Don't mind his temper. He's actually quite approachable in private." Stryker, watching Bolivar curse up a storm, didn't seem convinced by my endorsement. I instructed Stryker to familiarize himself with the mutant data in Lab 3 and prepare to join the Weapon X program later. Then I strode over to Bolivar, smiling as I asked, "What's got you so worked up, Dr. Trask?" The moment Bolivar saw me, his demeanor shifted as he muttered under his breath, "Mother's mercy? General, you're here. These idiots are impossible to deal with. It's like trying to have a conversation with zoo gorillas." His sharp tongue could rival the future Tony Stark's. I quickly waved the researchers away before Bolivar could humiliate them further with his barbs. Changing the subject, I asked, "How's the replication of the Leech Serum coming along?" Like most geniuses, Bolivar had his quirks. Howard Stark was narcissistic and arrogant, viewing military procurement officers as no different from chimpanzees. Bolivar was no better. When his researchers couldn't keep up with him, he berated them mercilessly. Many newcomers with weaker mental fortitude had been driven to existential despair by his insults. Holding his head high with confidence, Bolivar replied, "It's nearly finished." Transitioning from being an independent scientist with no resources to leading a well-funded team with state-of-the-art equipment and facilities, Bolivar was clearly satisfied with his current situation, though he still lamented my refusal to let him dissect mutants. "Good," I said. "Keep at it. I want it weaponized." Namor, the Submariner, was also a mutant, and the Leech Serum could serve as a potential countermeasure against him. After visiting Lab 3, I moved on to Lab 2. This was the domain of Dr. Arnim Zola, who was tasked with deciphering the Brood's genetic records and researching Warden blood. After the war, the Allies had retrieved their tank-grade soldiers only to discover that most didn't live past 35. This led the military to abandon the idea of mass production. My interest in Zola's research stemmed from Warden blood's ability to modify cells and enhance energy absorption and storage, which could benefit superhumans. Considering that Steve Rogers was battleship grade, his energy consumption might be even more severe. Perhaps deciphering the Brood's technology could provide a solution. Dr. Zola shook his head, saying, "There's no hope for now. The Brood developed this technology to create weapons of war, with no regard for the lifespan of their test subjects. I nodded and instructed him to continue his research. Next, I headed to Lab 1, Howard Stark's domain. He was attempting to extract infinite energy from the Tesseract. Dr. Zola had provided valuable input, given that Hydra's energy weapons were his design. Howard, however, was visibly frustrated. The Tesseract seems drained of energy. It's unresponsive to external stimuli. I averted my gaze guiltily, suspecting that my earlier absorption of its energy had put it into standby mode. Changing the topic, I asked, "Any new discoveries?" Scratching his head, Howard replied, "I've been considering constructing a nuclear fusion reactor. The idea is to build a toroidal vacuum chamber, coil it with electrified wires to generate a helical magnetic field, and heat plasma to achieve fusion. If successful, we could solve the energy crisis." I gave him a meaningful smile. "Keep up the good work. If you succeed, I'll get you a special gift." Little did I expect that he was already envisioning the creation of a large-scale arc reactor. If he could miniaturize the design, Tony Stark's Iron Man could appear ahead of schedule. After touring the 3 labs, I returned to Bolivar's mutant project team. SHLD's intelligence network wasn't fully established yet, and training elite agents was both time-consuming and demanding. People like James Bond, Ethan Hunt, Jason Bourne, or Yin Shuangying were rare, high-tier elite cards that couldn't be drawn at will, so it was understandable they hadn't surfaced yet. As for Nick Fury, I hadn't gone out of my way to recruit him either. The underdeveloped, low-tier version of Fury didn't have much to offer yet. Anyway, these key players would inevitably appear in due time. After all, transient travelers may come and go, but Coulson is forever. That man, with his ever-receding hairline, was practically the tutorial NPC of the Marvel Universe, a guide for rookies destined to stand out. The project lead pointed to a tall, burly man with a rugged face and a thick beard, saying, "General, this is James Howlett. Lab 3 had a designated rest area for mutants. Not long ago, the military managed to locate the long-missing Wolverine. Apparently, he wandered off to Japan and almost got hit by a nuclear bomb. Watching Wolverine looking alive and well now, I couldn't help but marvel at the invincibility of his healing factor. Even being reduced to nothing but a charred skeleton by the bomb's heat and shockwave hadn't stopped him from regenerating." I smiled and commented, "You've been efficient." After the war, General Douglas MacArthur, who oversaw the Allied occupation of Japan, had graciously assisted me when I mentioned I was searching for a missing soldier. With one order, they found Wolverine. His towering, white Western frame made him stand out far too much in Japan. I entered the rest area, where besides the sibling duo of Sabretooth and Wolverine, there were also a handful of other mutants individual S.H.I.E.L.D. had kept under observation before taking them in. However, truly recruitable mutants were few and far between. Not every mutant enjoyed the benefits of superpowers. Genetic evolution inevitably came with failures. Mutants were categorized by their abilities, and at the bottom were the Epsilon-class mutants, those whose evolution had failed, leaving them with either physical deformities or significant defects. I once seen a child whose skin bristled with steel needles whenever he became emotional. This ability not only disrupted his life, but also had no room for development. It was a curse rather than a gift. Wanting to rid himself of his mutant identity, he had even volunteered to be a test subject for the leech serum. Alpha-level mutants like Professor X and Magneto, or Omega-level mutants like Jean Grey and Franklin Richards, were rare. The majority of mutants suffered from the pain of genetic mutation. To them, being a mutant was a disease, not a blessing. According to Bolivar's data analysis, 20% of mutants were Epsilon level, 50% were Delta level with weak abilities, only 10% were Alpha level, and Omega level mutants were as rare as golden legendary cards. With such statistics, the idea of Sebastian Shaw or Magneto establishing a mutant kingdom to rule the world was laughable. They couldn't even overcome the inherent genetic flaws of their species, let alone expand their population. Sabretooth, putting on a show of brotherly affection, used his nickname for Wolverine and said, "Thanks for helping me find Jimmy, General." Wolverine, stunned, suspected he'd misheard and retorted, "I thought all you ever said was mother ********. Sabretooth responded by elbowing him in the stomach, forcing a stiff smile as he tried to appear docile. He was doing his best to avoid being dissected by Bolivar. That dwarf scientist had been eyeing him like a specimen, leaving Sabretooth on edge. He couldn't beat Bolivar, nor could he escape, and enduring that gaze daily was driving him mad. If I weren't present, he'd probably unload all his complaints on a Wolverine. I turned to Wolverine and said, "James Howlett, let's see what you've got." When he revealed his bone claws, I couldn't help but feel it was a bit of a waste. Without adamantium, Wolverine was far from living up to his name. I added, "Why don't the two of you spar with me?" Sabretooth quickly interrupted Wolverine. "General, let's not. We're no match for you anyway." Wolverine looked at him in disbelief, wondering if this was the same Victor Creed he knew. I said, "All right, then let James Howlett go first. Around here, all mutants have code names. Why don't you pick one? How about Logan? It's your middle name." Wolverine's expression darkened briefly before he nodded and said, "Sure, you're the boss here, so whatever you say goes." Both James and Logan were names inherited from his father. Wolverine mocked Sabretooth. "Victor, you don't seem so tough anymore. Isn't fighting what you're best at?" Then he turned to me and asked, "General, if I hurt you, will I end up in solitary confinement?" I chuckled and shook my head. "No, Logan. Honestly, it's been a long time since I've felt what it's like to get hurt. If you can manage that, I'd be quite impressed." Wolverine grinned. "Funny you say that, General. I, on the other hand, get hurt just about every day." He was famously hot-tempered. I remembered how, when Professor Charles Xavier and Magneto approached him, he shot them down with a blunt, "Go F*** yourself," sending both leaders away empty-handed. No wonder Magneto seemed to have a grudge against him, often using him as a punching bag. Sabretooth patted Wolverine on the shoulder and said, "Good luck, Jimmy. When you realize you can't resist, try to enjoy it. It won't hurt too badly. It's over quickly." Wolverine stared at him, utterly bewildered. Then he followed me into the spacious, reinforced training room made of alloy. It wasn't long before the room echoed with the sounds of booming impacts. "Victor, how long do you think your little brother can last?" The hulking Fred Dukes, better known by his codename Blob, asked with a smirk. This guy was a tank, immensely strong and almost impossible to hurt. He once punched a tank shell right back at it. Usually, when Victor, Sabretooth, wasn't available, Fred stepped in as my sparring partner, serving as my punching bag while I worked on my boxing skills. Victor crossed his arms in front of his chest and replied, "Jimmy, 20 minutes tops." That was his own record from his first session with me. After 20 minutes of relentless beatings, he'd barely been able to walk out of the training room, his legs wobbling like jelly. John Wraith, a Mexican mutant with the codename Ghost, who could teleport short distances, chuckled and said, "I think he'll last longer than you did." The young woman Kayla, codenamed Silver Fox, who could control others' thoughts through physical touch, chimed in, "I agree." These mutants were part of SHLD's recent recruitment efforts, their identities exposed and safety compromised in the outside world. Under my leadership, S.H.I.E.L.D. treated mutants far differently than Bolivar Trask or William Stryker ever would. I preferred a softer approach, presenting myself as a benevolent protector. Of course, for the hot-headed types, I wasn't above letting my fists do the talking. With Trask now working under me, I had gained some control over the situation. The mutants hadn't yet been subjected to the full wrath of capitalist exploitation, nor had they suffered enough to develop the deep-seated hatred for humanity and the military that they often had in the comics. Victor remained silent, still convinced he was better in combat and at killing than his brother. After finishing my warm-up, I strode out of the training room looking satisfied and said, "Phew, Victor, your brother is one stubborn guy." Victor checked the timer, 34 minutes. He scowled, clearly displeased, and immediately volunteered for another round. "General, let's go again. I'll last longer this time." I looked at him with a mix of amusement and disbelief, wondering if he'd somehow developed a masochistic streak. "You've been my sparring partner for a week straight. Are you sure you want to keep going?" I asked. He nodded with conviction. "It's an honor to spar with you, General." Raising an eyebrow, I questioned if I'd knocked something loose in his head. Still, his enthusiasm was hard to deny. "All right, then. Let's see if you've improved," I said, turning back toward the training room. Victor followed eagerly, practically bouncing on his feet. The sounds of impacts, thuds, crashes, and roars soon echoed from the reinforced, soundproof training room still loud enough to be heard outside. The other mutants exchanged uneasy glances. Fred closed his eyes, a sympathetic expression crossing his face. Having served as my sandbag before, he could vividly imagine Victor's suffering. 40 minutes later, I emerged from the training room, invigorated and in high spirits. The mutant brothers, Victor and Jimmy, Wolverine, were tough enough to handle about half of my full strength, which was no small feat thanks to their accelerated healing factors. They'd be back on their feet soon enough, as long as the injuries weren't fatal. Clapping the dust off my hands, I ignored the groaning pair still inside and cleared my throat. "All right, everyone listen up," I said. "My name is Luke Cavill. You've probably heard of me. From now on, address me as General or Commander." The mutants gathered around, listening intently. They'd already heard plenty of stories about my exploits. My numerous titles, high-level status, and overwhelming strength left them with no desire to challenge my authority. As I spoke, I discreetly activated Constantine's Master Persuasion skill card. "Mutants," I began, "your existence isn't a secret to S.H.I.E.L.D. Some people see you as freaks, but the truth is you're just another branch of human evolution, no different from the rest of us. The abilities granted by your genetic evolution aren't meant to be hidden or squandered. They're a responsibility, a mission. Join the military, serve your country, and use your powers for a greater purpose. This is the future of mutants." With Constantine's persuasion skills boosting my words and my inspirational tone, I could see the fire lighting up in their eyes. Compared to Sebastian Shaw's extreme ideologies, my righteous and noble approach was far more convincing. I avoided emphasizing loyalty to the government, instead highlighting their allegiance to S.H.I.E.L.D. and, more importantly, to me. Fred, the big guy, raised a hand. "General, are we going to get dissected by Dr. Trask or something?" I raised an eyebrow at him and replied, "Why would I do that? You're valuable assets to S.H.I.E.L.D. The cost of training and equipping you is about the same as a fleet of bombers. Do you think I'd spend all that money just to toss you onto an operating table?" Fred scratched his head, grinning sheepishly, finally feeling reassured and a sense of belonging. Kayla, ever the cautious one, raised her hand like a student. "General, does this mean we're still free?" she asked. I shook my head. "Sorry, no. You'll have freedom to an extent. You can go out, take vacations, even travel. But you belong to S.H.I.E.L.D. now. Your minds, your bodies, everything. The federal government is divided in its views on mutants. Some see you as ticking time bombs. S.H.I.E.L.D. exists to protect you. But in return, you must follow orders and remain loyal. No betrayal. Until retirement. This is the price you pay." I balanced firmness with reassurance, a hallmark of strong leadership. Kayla lowered her hand quietly, and I glanced at her with interest. S.H.I.E.L.D. intelligence had identified her sister as Emma Frost, the White Queen of the Hellfire Club. Like Victor and Jimmy, the Frost sisters both possessed telepathic abilities. In a serious tone, I declared, "Starting today, you're all part of a unit codenamed X. Your primary mission is to locate and track the Hellfire Club, a secretive organization. That's all for now." Dismissed. On the beaches of Anna Maria Island, Namor strode toward a sun umbrella, his muscular arms bare and a surfboard slung over his shoulder. As an Atlantean capable of breathing underwater, he had no real need for a surfboard, but to blend in and avoid suspicion, he carried it every time he ventured into the sea, posing as an ordinary surf enthusiast. Seeing Sebastian Shaw seated under the shade, Namor greeted him proactively. "Mr. Shaw, you're here too?" Unlike their last, distant interaction, Namor had grown accustomed to chatting with this so-called German scientist over the past few days. Shaw's perspectives often struck Namor as fresh and enlightening, like a lighthouse guiding a lost ship through the fog. Unconsciously, Namor had begun to see Sebastian as a mentor figure, someone to respect. Sebastian removed his sunglasses and offered a cordial smile. The warm sunshine of Florida, such a rarity in the damp, cold air of Berlin. Under the oppressive policies of the Third Reich, Berlin is shrouded in a white terror. Everyone fears they'll be the next victim. War is such a dreadful thing. Wouldn't you agree, Namor? Placing the surfboard down, Namor sat beside Sebastian and nodded. He detested war as well. The Allied and Axis powers had littered the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans with mines and torpedoes, causing endless trouble for Atlantis. If not for Atlantis' policy of secrecy and isolation from the surface world, Namor might have already intervened to teach these nations a lesson. As for which side he would have joined, that would have depended entirely on his mood. Having grown to trust Sebastian, Namor asked, "Mr. Shaw, should powerful individuals hide their true nature?" His question stemmed partly from the subtle psychological suggestions of Emma Frost, the White Queen, and partly from his own internal struggles. Namor's father, a ship captain, had fallen in love with an Atlantean princess after a chance encounter during an Antarctic expedition that left her injured. They married, but the Atlantean king, mistakenly believing his daughter had been harmed, dispatched troops to slaughter everyone on the expedition, including the captain. Months later, the princess gave birth to Namor. Sebastian chuckled, his voice calm but persuasive. Why should the powerful hide? Does a lion blend in among sheep, pretending to be harmless? Only if it's hiding from a hunter. Before meeting Namor, Sebastian had already learned about Atlantis through Hydra's intelligence network. He knew Namor's pale skin made him an outcast among his own people, enduring discrimination that had driven his mother to take him to the slums and later to Manhattan. The old Atlantean king eventually recalled Namor to the kingdom, and after a series of power struggles, Namor had ascended to the throne. Yet, the conservative factions within Atlantis made governance chaotic, and Namor, lacking any royal education, was lost and uncertain about his role as king. Sitting upright, Sebastian leaned closer, his tone growing more fervent. "Namor, do you remember what I told you about mutants? Gifted individuals, harbingers of evolution, yet hunted and persecuted by humanity. Why? Because they lack a leader, a king who can unite them in resistance." His piercing gaze seemed to ignite something in Namor, who began to believe that perhaps he was that leader. Namor hesitated, torn between revealing his mutant identity and maintaining his pride. Sensing the moment, Sebastian pressed on, his words precise and deliberate. "Namor, you are a mutant, aren't you? I had a feeling the moment I saw you at the beach bar. You're exactly the person I've been searching for. We are kin. Our shared genes bind us more strongly than any bloodline ever could." Namor's eyes widened in shock. "Mr. Shaw, you're a mutant too?" Sebastian nodded solemnly. "Not just me. Miss Frost as well. Together, we formed the Hellfire Club to liberate our suffering kin, to rise against humanity's oppression, and to build a better world for mutants." Namor frowned, suspicion flickering in his eyes. Had Sebastian been testing him this entire time? Sensing Namor's doubt, Sebastian's voice grew firm, his expression unwavering. "You are the leader mutants have been waiting for, the king who will save his people and forge a brighter future." His earnest tone and impassioned gaze were nothing short of masterful acting. Caught off guard by the praise, Namor asked, almost incredulously, "Why me?" Sebastian leaned in slightly, his voice like a whisper carrying profound truths. "Because you are both Atlantean and mutant, a bridge between the underwater world and the surface. Join us, Namor. Together, Atlantis and the mutants can rule the world. The oceans will be yours while we claim the land." A voice deep within urged Namor to agree. After a moment of tense silence, he pressed his lips together and nodded. "Mr. Shaw, I am willing to join this cause to save our people." Sebastian extended his hand, a fleeting shadow of triumph flashing across his eyes. "Excellent. Welcome to the Hellfire Club." With those words, Sebastian had successfully brought Atlantis into the fold. His next step? Settling the score with a certain someone. Rome wasn't going to forget that humiliation anytime soon. I was still in Washington, D.C., completely unaware of the news that the Hellfire Club had gained a new member or that Atlantis and the mutants had formed an alliance. Though I had begun searching for Sebastian Shaw's whereabouts, without Professor Charles Xavier and his Cerebro device, pinpointing a specific mutant was next to impossible. At this point in time, artificial satellites were still a dream, awaiting the arms race between the two superpowers to spur their launch. Initiatives like Project Insight or global surveillance weren't even plausible concepts in this era, not even in the wildest sci-fi novels. I couldn't help but sigh. Technology really does change everything. Compared to the future, with its flying Iron Man suits and SHLD's helicarriers, the technology of this era felt almost prehistoric. That's why I instructed Howard Stark to temporarily set aside his research on the Tesseract and focus on nuclear fusion reactors. First, we needed nuclear submarines. Then, we could think about launching satellites. When the time came for Kree fleets to invade Earth, and Ronan the Accuser tried to destroy our satellites, I let him taste the might of my superhuman fists. I was already thinking long-term, even considering urging Howard to miniaturize the arc reactor. In the future, when Tony Stark declares, "I am Iron Man," and kicks off the Marvel Cinematic Universe, it wouldn't hurt to have Howard lay the groundwork for that. After all, it's all in the family, isn't it? As for overcoming technical bottlenecks, I had plans to take a stroll through Wakanda or establish diplomatic relations with Atlantis. Add Latveria to the mix, and you've got the trifecta of Earth's greatest technological powerhouses. With those three, we could crack nuclear fusion, time travel, and who knows what else. From my seat in the helicopter, Stryker shouted over the roar of the rotors, "General, that's Lake Alkali." The helicopter's blades whipped the air into a frenzy, forcing him to raise his voice to a near shout. I leaned out slightly, taking in the sight below, a massive concrete dam nestled amidst snow-capped mountains and dense forests. "Not bad," I said casually. Stryker, straining to be heard over the noise, began his explanation. This place used to be an industrial area, but it was abandoned during the Great Depression. The military bought it under the pretense of building a dam. Then, during the war, the Department of Defense, fearing a homeland attack by the Third Reich, designated it as one of several military bases around the country. Deep within the dam, they stored war supplies, but it was never used. Now that the war's over, the Pentagon's generals have been divvying up the bases. Only someone of your stature could turn a missile-proof base into a testing ground. Even this straight-laced officer had learned the art of flattery. I waved it off modestly. The generals were just being generous. By now, everyone in the Pentagon knew I had a knack for securing funding from Congress. Projects like Rebirth Initiative, Weapon X Program, and Exploration Initiative were bleeding the Budget Committee dry, yet they couldn't refuse because the proposals all sounded so promising. Howard Stark even joked that if I ever went to Wall Street, I'd swindle countless investors. Truth be told, I'd honed that skill from observing certain returning next week entrepreneurs, painting grand visions, hyping up concepts, and getting scientists to back me up. Politicians in the White House and Congress would obediently open their wallets. Fleecing capitalism's sheep? No pressure at all. The helicopter touched down, and as I stepped onto the snowy ground, I exhaled a puff of white breath. Though I was lightly dressed, the cold didn't bother me. Stryker, bundled up and rubbing his hands for warmth, cast envious glances my way, clearly jealous of my superhuman physique. "William," I asked, "who in the X Task Force do you think has the most potential?" Without hesitation, Stryker answered, "Logan, of course." He had a clear bias for Wolverine. Every time he saw Logan's bone claws, his eyes lit up with barely concealed fascination. Sabretooth once joked that Bolivar Trask was a weirdo, but Logan found Stryker even more unsettling. Whenever the two locked eyes, it sent shivers down their spines. I smirked. "You're eyeing his healing factor, aren't you?" It wasn't surprising. Stryker and Wolverine were destined to cross paths. Stryker's excitement was palpable. Exactly. I could turn Logan into the ultimate killing machine. Sabretooth is too impulsive. His emotions cloud his judgment. But Logan? His claws, his feral instincts, his sheer stubbornness. He's a natural-born warrior. Stryker's time working alongside Bolivar had given him deeper insight into mutants. As a soldier, he was fixated on weaponizing the X gene. Still, he couldn't help but ask, "General, why are you so lenient with mutants?" The Pentagon views them as weapons. Studying them for military use would yield faster results. Why not take that route? By now, Stryker had figured out parts of my personality. Most of the time, I was approachable and rarely lost my temper. Yet, for some reason, everyone respected and admired me. He chalked it up to charisma. I pushed open the steel doors, entering the flood control channel. Deep within the dam, stockpiles of supplies, equipment, and ammunition were neatly arranged, like a doomsday prepper's paradise. I glanced around and said the Führer of the Third Reich also wanted to experiment on humans. And look where that got him. It's easy to sow seeds of hatred, but fostering harmony between species, that's the real challenge. I don't aspire to be a butcher. I want to be a bridge. In Washington, D.C., I remained oblivious to the Hellfire Club's newest recruit and the budding alliance between Atlantis and the mutants. While I had already begun the search for Sebastian Shaw, without Professor Charles Xavier or Cerebro, tracking down a specific mutant was a near-impossible task. And in this era, artificial satellites were years away, dependent on the looming arms race between superpowers. Concepts like Project Insight or global surveillance were dreams far beyond even the scope of science fiction in this time. A bridge to connect humanity and mutants. I could almost hear Stryker scoffing at the notion, if it had come from anyone else. But this wasn't just anyone, this was Luke Cavill, war hero, the man who had turned the tide of battles, a seemingly invincible Superman. Luke's titles, War Hero, Superman, Savior of the Allies, Ender of World War II, and, amusingly, the Witch Slayer Piledriver, carried unparalleled weight and prestige. Some even said that if Luke ever ran for president, he'd walk into the White House without contest. But alas, the youngest general in modern history seemed to have little interest in such pursuits. After a long pause, I admitted, "General, forgive my short-sightedness. I can't see the future you envision." In my mind, the solution seemed simple. Follow the law of the jungle and eliminate the mutants. Problem solved. As we walked through the military base, Luke spoke softly, but with a tone that cut through the air like a blade. "Do you think defeating mutants is as simple as you imagine? That Congress can just give you the green light to deploy troops, round them all up, slap electric collars on their necks, lock them in cages, inject them with leech serum, and treat them like livestock for experimentation." I fell silent. That was exactly what I had been thinking. Luke smirked. Trask's doctrine doesn't have all the answers. He knew well enough that Bolivar Trask's obsession with weaponizing mutants wasn't a universal solution. To me, though, it seemed like the most efficient path forward. But Luke? He was playing a different game entirely. As he inspected the base, likely pondering how to utilize its resources, he casually asked me, "Where do mutants come from? Is there a pattern? Are the children of mutant parents guaranteed to be mutants? Under what circumstances are mutants more likely